The school year begins at a local high school where students are busy settling into their new routines. In the hallways, classmates catch up on their break and discuss their schedules for the upcoming term. One student brags about her part-time job at a magazine company, mentioning how she worked alongside several attractive models. She notes that despite their looks, those professional models lacked a certain natural aura. As she continues her story, her friend listens intently while they navigate the crowded corridor. Their conversation comes to a sudden halt when they spot a girl with a very distinct presence walking toward them. Xia Yuxin makes a striking entrance, drawing the attention of everyone in the hallway with her mature and cool demeanor. Her focused gaze gives her an air of mystery as she moves through the crowd. An old acquaintance stops her, surprised to see a familiar face among the first-year students. The two discuss the rumors regarding why she is repeating a grade level. The acquaintance expresses sympathy, noting it's a shame to be held back over a single missed exam. Xia Yuxin remains remarkably positive, suggesting that an extra year is just an opportunity to make more friends. Her friend is stunned by this optimism, admitting she would have a much harder time handling the situation. They say their goodbyes as Xia Yuxin heads off to find her assigned classroom. Nearby, other students gossip about her arrival, feeling a bit intimidated by her polished appearance. She ignores the whispers and continues on with a confident, subtle smile. She finds her way to classroom 1-2, where the new term is already in motion. Standing before her new peers, she introduces herself and bluntly explains that she is a repeat student who should technically be a senior. The classroom falls silent as the students are instantly impressed by her mature and composed aura. She finishes her introduction without a hint of stage fright, leaving her new classmates in awe of her confidence. Outside, other girls discuss how they want to befriend the beautiful and seemingly cold upperclassmen. They observe her from afar, feeling as though there is a sense of distance surrounding such a sophisticated person. They follow her to the courtyard, curious to see what the mysterious senior is doing alone. The cool persona completely evaporates as Xia Yuxin picks up a stray cat and begins talking to it in an exaggerated, affectionate voice. She loses all composure while hugging the cat, promising to never let it go. The students watching from the sidelines are left completely speechless by the massive gap between her reputation and her actual personality. Night falls over the city as Xia Yuxin reflects on her new class environment. She absent-mindedly toys with a small pink rabbit charm while lost in thought at her desk. While chatting on the phone, she maintains a relaxed demeanor while continuing to play with the small trinket. The conversation about her favorite cat is cut short when she hears her mother approaching the room. Her mother suddenly appears in the doorway wearing a white facial mask, looking quite startling in the dim light. To hide the fact that she was on the phone, she immediately pivots to reciting a classic poem. She hides her face behind her book, insisting she was just deep into her memorization practice. The atmosphere remains tense as her mother silently observes her overly enthusiastic acting. Xia Yuxin lets out a massive, dramatic shout to deflect from her previous awkwardness. She playfully teases her mother about the scary mask while trying to smooth over the situation. During physical education class the next day, she demonstrates her explosive speed during the long jump. She clears a significant distance with a powerful leap and a smooth landing in the sand. Her classmates are left speechless by her incredible athletic performance and natural talent. After revealing her past on the school team, she kindly offers to grab drinks for the group. She arrives at the campus shop and requests several bottles of water for her new friends. While waiting, she gazes at her classmates, admiring their petite and cute appearances. Internally, she dreams of being smaller so she could pull off more delicate fashion styles. As she walks back with the refreshments, she continues to ponder the charms of having a smaller build. Her casual walk comes to a sudden halt as something catches her eye in the distance. Her expression shifts to one of pure shock as she focuses on a specific student. The surprise is so great that she accidentally drops the bag of drinks onto the pavement. She finds herself mesmerized by a girl with a ponytail sitting peacefully on a nearby bench. Yuxin freezes in place, completely caught off guard by the sight before her. She catches sight of a girl with mesmerizing blue eyes and a serene expression. Every detail, from the girl's soft hair to her subtle accessories, seems to radiate a mysterious aura. The girl sits quietly on a nearby bench, maintaining a perfectly composed and elegant posture. To Yuxin, the stranger looks like a literal angel descending from the heavens. The mysterious student turns her head slightly, her gaze remaining calm and distant. Yuxin can't help but stare, her own eyes wide with genuine admiration. Panicking, Yuxin ducks behind a wall to hide her blushing face from the student she finds dazzling. She wonders she could have ever missed someone so striking in her school. Taking a cautious peek back around the corner, she tries to get another look at the girl. Her heart sinks when she realizes the bench is now completely empty. Yuxin stands there in disbelief, questioning if the encounter was even real. She remains rooted to the spot, trying to process the sudden disappearance of her angel. Convinced she just witnessed a miracle, Yuxin exclaims that the girl was definitely a divine being. Back in the reality of Class 1-2, the academic day continues as usual. Yuxin finds herself completely distracted, unable to focus on the lecture at hand. Instead of taking notes, she spends her time sketching a detailed portrait of the mysterious girl in her notebook. The teacher notices her lack of focus and prepares to bring her back to reality. He calls her name directly, demanding an answer to the question he just asked. Yuxin slowly stands up, holding her book while the rest of the class watches in anticipation. She realizes she has no idea what is going on and prepares to face the consequences. With total honesty, she admits she was spacing out and politely asks the teacher to repeat the question. Her classmates are left in awe, mistaking her blunt honesty for high school-level confidence and boldness. Classmates gather around Yuxin's notebook, impressed by her high-quality sketches. The pages are filled with detailed designs for dresses and accessories, along with a cute cat doodle. Yuxin explains that her family's background in the industry sparked her early interest in fashion design. Her peers wonder if she enjoys wearing these styles herself, leading to a moment of inner doubt. Despite her love for the aesthetic, Yuxin feels her tall stature makes it impossible for her to pull off such cute looks. While walking outside, she can't help but feel envious of how well shorter girls look in their outfits. She spots a petite student struggling to reach the top row of buttons on a vending machine. Yuxin pauses to observe the small student from a distance. She finds the sight incredibly endearing and wishes she could be just as charming. As the girl reaches for a drink, Yuxin steps in to assist with the high-placed selection. Yuxin offers a friendly smile while lending a hand to the smaller student. The selected bottle drops into the tray as Yuxin looks down at the person she just helped. The girl turns around with her drink, revealing herself to be the mysterious blue-eyed angel from earlier. Yuxin is completely frozen and flustered by this sudden, unexpected second encounter. She grips her own snack tightly, her heart racing as she stands before her crush. Her nerves take over as she fidgets with her school uniform while trying to process the situation. The tension remains high as Yuxin clutches her bag, unable to find the right words to say. After a brief, silent moment between them, the blue-eyed girl simply walks away. Yuxin stands there like a statue, her mind completely blank from the shock. She suddenly snaps back to reality and realizes the interaction is over. Scanning the area around the vending machine, she finds that the mysterious girl has vanished once again. Yuxin is left stunned, convinced that meeting her angel twice in one day must be a sign of fate. Yuxin sits on her bed, looking skeptical while talking on the phone about her recent encounter. She explains her situation to the person on the other end, appearing slightly stressed about her future. The conversation wraps up as the scene shifts toward her weekend plans. The scene moves to the local library, a massive building where she's much of her free time. Inside, the quiet aisles are packed with countless books for her to browse. Yuxin scans the high shelves, looking for something new to read among the familiar titles. She settles at a desk and prepares to study, stretching her arms to get focus. The blue-eyed girl suddenly appears right in front of her, carrying a thick book. Stunned by the encounter, Yuxin freezes mid-stretch with a flustered expression. The mysterious student stares back with her usual calm and stoic gaze. Overwhelmed by the situation, Yuxin buries her face in her books to hide her embarrassment. She wonders how it's possible to keep running into the same person in such a big world. Yuxin carefully peeks over her desk, unable to look away from the girl. To Yuxin, the girl looks like a perfect model who stepped straight out of a dream. She stays hunkered down at the table, admiring the girl's features from a distance. Grabbing her pen, she starts sketching the girl's face as her creative instincts take over. A sudden burst of inspiration hits, and she works frantically to capture the perfect pose. The sun moves across the sky as the afternoon passes by outside the library. Yuxin slowly blinks her eyes open after drifting off at her desk. She rubs her eyes, realizing she accidentally fell asleep while working on her drawings. She looks up and realizes the girl who was sitting nearby has already left. A wave of disappointment hits as she finds herself alone once again. Looking at her finished sketches, her desire to see her angel wear her designs only grows stronger. The school day begins with a clear view of the main campus building. Students move through the hallways as the morning classes get underway. The petite, blue-eyed girl walks through the corridor while carrying a stack of books. She maintains a stoic and focused expression as she navigates the crowded school. Yuxin spots her from a distance and reflects on how frequently their paths have been crossing lately. She wonders if there is a special bond or a sense of fate connecting the two of them. Outside on the courts, a basketball game is in full swing under the bright sun. Yuxin is active and vocal during the game, calling out to her teammates for a pass. Suddenly, she catches sight of the blue-eyed girl walking past the perimeter of the court. The girl continues, walking silently, completely unaware that she is being watched. Completely distracted by the girl's presence, Yuxin fails to see a basketball flying toward her and takes a direct hit to the face. The blue-eyed girl heads into the school's medical office to seek rest. Yuxin watches from a distance and realizes exactly where the girl is going. Despite the impact to her face, Yuxin happily toward the infirmary to follow her. She enters the room and loudly reports her injury to the school nurse. Yuxin points out the swelling on her face while the nurse examines the injury. While the nurse speaks, Yuxin looks over at the patient beds in the back of the room. She sees the petite girl already resting quietly under the covers of a nearby bed. The nurse explains that the girl is dealing with some routine health discomfort and needs to lie down for a while. Yuxin quickly claims she is feeling dizzy from the hit to convince the nurse she needs to rest in a bed as well. She ends up in the bed right next to the girl, feeling a mix of nerves and internal excitement. Yuxin stares up at the ceiling, debating whether she should use this chance to finally introduce herself. They both lie there in complete silence, though Yuxin remains incredibly focused on the girl next to her. The quiet atmosphere persists as neither of them makes a move to initiate a conversation. After resting for a bit, the girl finally sits up and prepares to head back to her classes. Yuxin watches from under her covers as the girl gets ready to leave the infirmary. She stares blankly as the girl departs, reflecting on the encounter and hoping for a better start next time. The scene opens with a view of the school building under a clear blue sky. A group of students walks through the hallway while discussing the poor quality of the cafeteria food. Yuxin strolls with her friends, listening to their complaints about the school's menu. Her attention is suddenly caught by an object glinting on the floor. A gold pocket watch with a long chain lies abandoned on the tiles. Yuxin pauses to take a closer look at the mysterious item. She picks up the ornate keepsake to examine its intricate design. Her friends gather around, wondering who could have dropped such a unique piece. Yuxin realizes the item appears quite expensive and likely holds great value for its owner. The scene shifts to classroom 1-2 as the next period begins. During class, Yuxin holds the watch, worrying about the person who lost it. She stares at the gold exterior, contemplating where to turn it in. Sitting at her desk, she decides to hand it over to a teacher or the lost and found after the lesson. The watch suddenly pops open in her hands, catching her completely off guard. Yuxin stares down at the contents of the open watch in total disbelief. Inside is a photograph featuring the blue-eyed girl she's been searching for alongside an older woman. Her eyes widen as she realizes this belongs to her little angel. Overwhelmed with joy, she celebrates what she believes is a fated bond tying them together. She blushes intensely, thrilled that a perfect excuse to talk to her ideal model has finally appeared. In her moment of triumph, Yuxin throws her arms up into the air with a massive grin. The teacher mistakes her celebration for an eager hand raise and calls on her to answer a question. Yuxin freezes in pure shock as the entire class looks at her for an answer. The lesson continues in room 1-2 with the teacher urging his senior student to show off her knowledge. Sunlight pours through the windows of the quiet school corridor. Students move between classes, unaware of Yuxin's secret mission. She navigates the busy hallway with a clear destination in mind. Clutching the gold keepsake she found earlier, she wears a triumphant smile. She stops at the door for class 1-6 to begin her search. Students inside the room take notice of the tall visitor and wonder why she is there. Yuxin describes the petite girl she is looking for to a nearby student. The student quickly identifies the girl in question as Xi. Hearing the name makes Yuxin beam with pride at her successful discovery. However, the mood shifts when she is informed that Xi is currently out on sick leave. The student mentions that a private vehicle was even sent to collect all of Xi's school belongings. Rumors suggest that the girl might be transferring out of the school entirely. The news leaves Yuxin standing in stunned silence as her plans hit a wall. Her excitement vanishes while she processes the possibility of losing her ideal model. She feels a deep sense of despair as her recruitment goals seem to crumble. As night falls, a crescent moon hangs over the quiet city skyline. Yuxin lies in bed, unable to stop looking at the found keepsake. She lets out a frustrated sigh, worried that the girl won't ever return to school. Her imagination runs wild, picturing a tragic scenario involving a serious medical condition. Meanwhile, her mother is in the other room, casually eating an apple. Yuxin bursts through the door, screaming for her mother's attention. Her mom is startled and asks if she has even finished her schoolwork yet. Looking completely devastated, Yuxin stands there on the verge of tears. She desperately asks her mother if modern medicine can cure a terminal illness. Her mother can only stare back at her in stunned silence. The older woman remains completely confused by her daughter's sudden and dramatic outburst. Yuxin gazes at a pocket watch containing a small photograph. She walks through the school halls, consumed by thoughts of her missing friend. Back in class, she stares blankly at her desk. On the first day of the absence, her focus remains entirely gone. By day 2, her exhaustion and despair become more visible. On the third day, she buries her face in her hands, completely overwhelmed. Her internal guilt manifests in a dark, dramatic realization of her loss. She weeps under a solitary spotlight, comparing the situation to an unfinished story. Her classmates watch as she slumps over her desk in a deep funk. The school hallways look empty and cold as time passes. She wanders the corridor, questioning if her recent experiences were just a dream. Looking out a window, she remains trapped in her own head. A ghostly vision of Xi appears standing by a vending machine. Feeling dizzy and anemic, Yuxin heads toward the infirmary for help. She pauses at the entrance of the nurse's office. A vision of the nurse tending to Xi causes her to freeze in shock. In reality, the nurse is simply examining a different student. Embarrassed, Yuxin quickly makes an excuse and retreats. She walks away, feeling haunted by constant shadows and tragic thoughts. Her expression hardens as she continues through the hall. Yuxin stops in her tracks in the school hallway, her eyes widening as she spots someone familiar in the distance. She sees a girl with long white hair standing with a friend and immediately assumes her search is finally over. Overjoyed and thinking her luck has changed, Yuxin sprints down the hall toward the figure. She reaches out and grabs the girl's shoulder, desperate to confirm it's the person she's been missing. The girl turns around in surprise, clearly confused by the sudden physical contact from a stranger. Without waiting for a response, Yuxin begins a frantic introduction, stumbling over her words in her excitement. The realization hits like a ton of bricks when the girl fully reveals her face, and it's a complete stranger instead of Xini. Mortified by her mistake, Yuxin bows deeply and offers a flurry of apologies for the awkward misunderstanding. She continues to apologize profusely while backing away, feeling completely humiliated by her own behavior. The two students watch her leave, wondering why she acted so strangely toward someone she didn't even know. As the sun sets over the school building, the other students pack up and head home for the day. Yuxin stays behind, staring out the window as her peers leave her alone with her thoughts. Her classmates notice her spacing out and comment on how depressed she's looked recently. Yuxin wonders if her recent experiences were just a dream, struggling to reconcile her memories with the current empty reality. She grips a small charm tightly in her hand, using the physical object to prove to herself that her time with Xini was real. Despite her efforts, she remains stuck in a state of longing, unable to find any trace of the girl she wants to see. Yuxin walks past the school building at sunset, hoping a quick visit with her feline friend will help clear her mind. She suddenly stops when she notices something unexpected happening in the courtyard. From a distance, a girl with long silver hair is seen crouching down to tend to a small stray cat. The mysterious stranger gently pets the tabby cat while it focuses on the food she provided. Yuxin realizes someone else is already looking after the animal and feels like she should give them some space. She begins to walk away, deciding that she can come back at another time to avoid any awkwardness. A sudden realization hits her, causing her to freeze in place and look back one more time. She stares at the back of the girl's head, captivated by the familiar sight of her long, light-colored hair. As the sunlight catches the stranger's profile, the resemblance to someone from her past becomes undeniable. Shock washes over Yuxin's face as she realizes she might be looking at the person she's been searching for. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the silver-haired girl begins to turn around to see who is standing behind her. The girl looks up with a calm, neutral expression, meeting Yuxin's stunned gaze. Yuxin stands over her, completely breathless and unable to believe her own eyes in the fading light. Overwhelmed with emotion, she manages to whisper the name of her missing muse, Xia. The sudden arrival and heavy atmosphere startle the cat, causing it to bolt away from the scene. The mysterious girl stands up to face her, casting a long shadow across the pavement as the two finally meet. Yuxin stands frozen in place, her eyes wide with shock as she processes before her. Xia looks back with a calm, steady gaze, reinforcing the reality of the encounter. The realization continues to wash over Yuxin as she stares at the girl she thought was gone. Stealing her resolve, Yuxin decides she cannot let this opportunity pass her by again. With a burst of energy, Yuxin calls out Xini's name to initiate a conversation. Xini pauses and turns, looking toward the girl who just addressed her with a curious expression. Fumbling over her words, Yuxin frantically tries to introduce herself and explain their shared history at the school. The silver-haired girl remains silent and composed while listening to the frantic explanation. Yuxin becomes increasingly animated, admitting that Xini had always stood out to her. As Yuxin explains her interest in fashion design, Xini continues to watch her with a neutral face. Trying to ease the tension, Yuxin laughs nervously and makes a self-deprecating comment about her own intelligence. The awkward laughter continues as Yuxin struggles to maintain a cool exterior in front of her muse. Yuxin's expression remains stiff as she worries about how her behavior might be perceived. Xini catches her off guard by revealing that she has actually noticed Yuxin for a long time as well. The sudden revelation leaves Yuxin completely stunned and physically reeling from the shock. While Xini stands still, Yuxin's mind races with anxiety over whether her past actions seemed like an invasion of privacy. A brief memory shows Yuxin focused intensely on her schoolwork, unaware she was being observed. The weight of the situation hits Yuxin hard, causing her to make a comical face of pure panic. Xini points out the fact that Yuxin already knows her name, which adds to the mystery of their connection. Yuxin is momentarily thrilled to be recognized, but Xini's blunt questioning brings her back to earth. Yuxin tries to explain her intentions to Xini, insisting she only wanted to get to know her and become friends. Xini looks on with a blank, unimpressed expression as the sun begins to set. Yuxin panics internally, fearing that her frantic explanations are only making her look more suspicious in the eyes of her muse. Xini gives her a cold, blunt look of pure disdain, telling her to stay away from now on. Yuxin screams in frustration, desperate to prove she isn't some kind of weirdo. In a moment of extreme desperation, she reaches for her clothing to try and prove a point. The two stand in an awkward silence after Yuxin's bizarre and impulsive outburst. Yuxin looks down in complete shame while Xini stares at her with a judgmental gaze. Xini finally speaks up, confirming her suspicions by calling Yuxin a total pervert. Yuxin lets out a soul-crushing wail as she realizes she has completely ruined her reputation. She spirals into a vortex of despair, crying over how she destroyed her only chance at friendship. In her mind, she sees Xini as a pure angel that she has now been permanently banished from. Yuxun runs away in tears, shouting dramatic goodbye to her youth and her dreams. However, she suddenly stops in her tracks and turns back around for one last thing. Yuxun explains that she actually picked up a special keepsake the other day and wanted to return it. Xini listens quietly as the evening light reflects in her eyes. Yuxun pulls out the small charm she had been keeping safe this whole time. She blushes and tells Xinai that the item looks important, so she shouldn't lose it again. After finishing her task, she resumes her dramatic, tearful escape from the scene. Xini watches her run off, her expression remaining unreadable as the day comes to an end. Night falls over the city as buildings light up under a dark, cloudy sky. Yuxun lies in bed, looking absolutely drained after her recent social disaster. She can't stop replaying the cold rejection and the warning to stay away from her crush. The memory of being called out for her weird behavior weighs heavily on her spirit. Her phone sits nearby, a silent reminder of the humiliating encounter she just endured. She screams into the void, insisting to herself that her awkward mistake wasn't intentional. A sudden knock at the door breaks her out of her spiral of self-pity. Her mother walks in, catching Yuxun in the middle of her dramatic meltdown. Yuxun frantically dives toward her desk, trying to act like she was studying the whole time. Her mother ignores the act and tells her they're heading to a magazine headquarters over the weekend. It turns out an editor saw Yuxun's designs and actually liked her unique style. She's invited to a meeting for the next issue, which is a massive career opportunity. If they reach an agreement, it could lead to a major professional collaboration. Overjoyed, Yuxun tackles her mother in a hug, her depression instantly replaced by excitement. She decides that her life is full of potential and she won't let one bad day keep her down. They arrive at a massive office building where a stylish editor greets them warmly. Her mother seems a bit hesitant, wondering if this design meeting is really going as planned. The editor mentions he's been searching for a charismatic young model for a specific project. She's surprised to hear that despite Yuxun's height, they think she fits the aesthetic perfectly. Yuxun transforms into a sophisticated professional, impressing everyone with her classy aura. Her mother can't believe how well her daughter is acting in public compared to her usual self. The professional photographer clicks away, guiding Yuxun to maintain her focus and poise during the high-stakes shoot. After a successful session, the studio staff wraps up and encourages the team to take a well-deserved break. Yuxun is ecstatic, realizing that she is finally one step closer to fulfilling her professional dream as a fashion designer. She celebrates her newfound momentum, crediting the photographer for capturing her best side. Her mother watches with a smirk, reminding her daughter exactly who she has to thank for this opportunity. The celebratory mood shifts slightly when her mother demands a 50% cut of the upcoming earnings. Life returns to normal as the scene shifts back to the school campus under a bright, clear sky. Yuxun walks through the halls with a renewed sense of confidence, daydreaming about all the clothes she'll soon be designing. Nearby students take notice of her sudden high spirits, noting how different she looks compared to her recent slump. She remains completely lost in her own world, obsessing over the idea of creating cute outfits for her friends. Meanwhile, Xini stands nearby, feeling conflicted about their previous awkward encounter and how to move forward. Yuxun catches a glimpse of her friend and immediately feels a wave of embarrassment over past social blunders. Standing alone in the corridor, she despairs over whether she can ever truly reconcile with her muse. She sighs in resignation, convinced that she has likely lost the chance to speak with Xinai for good. Her self-pity is cut short when she looks up to find Xinai standing right there, waiting for her. Yuxun stares in disbelief as Xini stands before her with a calm, steady gaze. Panicked by the sudden appearance, Yuxun reacts with a mix of awe and pure shock. The two stand in the hallway as Yuxun struggles with her own embarrassing reaction. Yuxun continues to feel uneasy, unsure of what to say next in this tense situation. Noticing how composed Xini is, Yuxun wonders if this meeting was actually intentional. Despite her nerves, Yu tries to maintain a conversation while feeling the pressure of the moment. Yuxun starts flailing her arms, tripping over words as she tries to address her friend properly. Believing she's only causing trouble, Yuxun begins to convince herself that she's just an obstacle. Fearing the worst, Yuxun tries to excuse herself and leave before things get more awkward. Xinai remains silent for a moment, her expression unreadable as she watches Yuxun's retreat. Just as Yuxun is about to leave, Xini calls out to stop her in her tracks. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yuxun can't believe she's actually being spoken to. Xinai looks on with a touch of hesitation, seeing Yuxun's explosive emotional state. Yuxun quickly shifts gears, putting on a bright face to pretend the encounter is just a casual coincidence. She offers a soft, genuine smile as she tries to bridge a gap between them. Xinai looks away slightly, preparing to address the events that have caused the recent tension. Taking the initiative, Xinai looks her directly in the eyes and offers a sincere apology. The unexpected apology leaves Yuxun frozen in total shock. Her brain practically short-circuits as she processes the fact that her idol just apologized to her. Xinai looks Yuxun in the eye and delivers a sincere apology for her past behavior. Yuxun is completely blindsided, hardly able to believe that her idol is actually apologizing to her. Xini admits her previous words were way too harsh and takes full responsibility for the insults she threw. The shock continues to register on Yu-sun's face as she processes this unexpected turn of events. Yu-sun frantically tries to downplay the situation, insisting that everything Shinai said was actually a fact. As Yu-sun continues her self-deprecating ramble, Shinai looks on and asks her to please stop. Shinai admits that her blunt communication style is a long-standing habit and offers one last apology. Yu-sun waves it off with a big smile, telling Shinai she didn't need to go out of her way to say sorry. Internally, Yu-sun is doing backflips, absolutely thrilled that her idol cares about her feelings. Shinai changes the subject to the specific keepsake Yu-sun returned to her a few days prior. Yu-sun listens intently as Shinai explains that she had accidentally lost the item and had been searching for it everywhere. Looking down, Shinai confesses that she had actually given up hope of ever seeing the cherished keepsake again. Standing in the hallway, Shinai looks directly at Yu-sun and offers a genuine thank you for returning the item. A soft, rare smile begins to form on Shinai's face, breaking her usual cold exterior. Yu-sun is frozen in place, completely mesmerized by the unexpected sight of Shinai smiling at her. Reaching a peak of pure euphoria, Yu-sun feels like she could die happy now that she has received a smile and a heartfelt thank you. Yu-sun smiles brightly, downplaying her help as no big deal. Shinai gives a polite bow before heading out, leaving Yu-sun to wave from the window. Shinai makes her way down the quiet school corridor alone. Once she thinks she's unobserved, Yu-sun can't contain her excitement and starts jumping around over how polite the interaction was. Her sudden burst of energy catches the attention of nearby students, who look on with total confusion. During class, Yu-sun doodles in her notebook while thinking about how perfectly the outfits suit her muse. She stays lost in thought, convinced that her career plans are finally moving in the right direction. The school bell rings and students begin to flood out of the building to head home. Yu-sun steps outside, feeling like the entire world is shining just for her. She notices Shinai walking just a short distance ahead and decides to catch up. Thinking they might have a destined connection, Yu-sun prepares to make her move and talk to her. Yu-sun calls out to get her attention, causing Shinai to stop and look back with a neutral expression. Approaching with a mix of nerves and excitement, Yu-sun struggles to find the right words to say. She gathers her courage and asks to go home together, receiving a simple nod of agreement. As they stroll, Yu-sun can't help but notice how tiny and doll-like her companion is. Her internal monologue is cut short when she notices a vehicle approaching up ahead. A yellow taxi pulls up to the curb right as they reach the edge of the school grounds. Yu-sun wonders if this means she is being invited to ride along in the car as well. Just as she's about to follow, the car door slams shut before she can make a move. Shinai looks through the glass and gives a brief, final farewell as the car starts to pull away. The taxi speeds off into the distance, leaving Yu-sun standing completely alone on the sidewalk. Left in the dust, Yu-sun can only manage a weak wave and a dazed, awkward goodbye. Night falls over the quiet building as a single window remains illuminated. Design references and fashion textbooks clutter the desk for a late-night study session. Yu-sun fiddles with a small toy while contemplating her next creative project. A smartphone sits idle on the desk, waiting for a connection. She answers a call while reviewing a detailed Lolita fashion sketch. Yu Yuxin beams with joy as she recounts a positive interaction from earlier. The conversation continues while she balances her social life and academic duties. The crescent moon hangs high as the long phone call finally ends. Exhausted but satisfied, she collapses onto her bed to rest. She stares at the ceiling, reflecting on the day's events. A peaceful smile remains on her face as she drifts off to sleep. The next morning, Yuxin spots Shinai eating alone and decides to approach. She joins the meal, attempting to bridge the social gap between them. Yuxin offers dietary advice while observing her companion's quiet habits. Sunlight streams through the school's high windows as classes continue. Yuxin walks through the hallway, staying observant of her surroundings. She catches sight of a familiar face nearby and pauses. Yuxin eagerly offers to help Shinai carry a heavy stack of papers. Shinai ignores the gesture and walks toward the restroom area instead. Persistent, Yuxin follows her to maintain the interaction. A cheerful hygiene reminder from Yuxin is met with a cold, silent stare. Yuxin offers a personal health item, but Shinai immediately rejects the gesture. Stunned by the cold shoulder, Yuxin stands there in total shock. She internally panics, realizing she was far too blunt about a sensitive health topic. Shinai walks away without a second glance, leaving the atmosphere icy. Yuxin tries to play it cool, following her to insist it's just common knowledge between peers. She keeps up a friendly facade despite the obvious tension. Shinai ignores the advice to stay warm and continues walking. Suddenly, she stops and turns to confront Yuxin directly. Yuxin pauses, caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone. Shinai clarifies that her earlier apology was nothing more than basic politeness. She coldly states they aren't friends, leaving no room for debate. The blunt rejection hits Yuxin like a physical bolt of lightning. Yuxin stands frozen in the hallway as her classmate disappears. She wanders through the school later with a completely hollow expression. During class, she stares blankly at nothing, unable to focus on her work. Even mealtime is a joyless affair as she eats in a total daze. While walking outside, she gets nailed in the face by a stray soccer ball. She ends up flat on the ground, completely defeated by the day's events. A student approaches to see which unlucky person just took the hit. The view shifts to a quiet infirmary where a student is recovering after an accident. Yusun lies still with a red mark across her nose and tissues stopping a nosebleed. Slowly, she opens her eyes, looking completely drained of energy. She sits up in a daze, still reeling from the physical and emotional impact of the day. Her friend Guoguo stands by the bed, immediately poking fun at her disheveled appearance. Yusun stares back blankly, her mind still clouded by the harsh rejection she faced earlier. Emotional exhaustion finally takes over as she begins to cry and calls out to her friend for support. Guoguo offers a few comforting words, trying to calm her down during the sudden breakdown. Guoguo sighs, wondering which thoughtless student kicked the ball so hard in the first place. Looking out toward the window, she asks for the real story behind Yusun's distress. She points out that Yusun looks far more depressed than a simple physical injury would cause. Yusun remains silent, her face a mask of exhaustion and lingering sadness. Guoguo hits the nail on the head, asking if all this drama is about the girl from class 6. She flashes a confident smile, clearly proud of her sharp deductive skills. Guoguo explains that she's been aware of Yusun following that girl around the entire day. Caught off guard, Yusun looks away nervously, unable to hide the truth any longer. She immediately tries to shout a denial, but her defensive reaction only gives her away. Yusun admits she feels a strange pull toward her muse, because of her own passion for clothing design. Guoguo teases her, noting that she's never been asked to be the model for any of these designs. She jokingly insists she would never wear anything too embarrassing, crossing her arms in mock defiance. Guoguo flexes her arm, boasting about her strength and her athletic build. Yusun reflects on a recent physical mishap, appearing exhausted by the circumstances. Guoguo catches her off guard, teasing her about her recurring clumsiness over the past year. Yusun falls silent, lost in her own thoughts for a moment. Guoguo pays close attention as Yusun begins to explain the intense initial attraction she felt. Describing her muse, Yusun compares the girl's appearance to that of an angel. Guoguo listens as Yusun admits her true goal was always to see the girl wearing her custom designs. However, Yusun admits she messed up and somehow made her target hate her instead of becoming friends. The conversation continues in the infirmary as the two friends discuss the fallout. Guoguo realizes that Yusun's fixations on specific aesthetics have been a long-running habit. A quick flashback shows Yusun getting overly excited while browsing through various clothing items in a shop. Yusun gets emotional and leans on her friend for support, insisting her feelings this time are far more serious. She reiterates her high opinion of the girl's looks with an earnest, wide-eyed expression. Guoguo jokingly pushes her friend away, calling out the absurdity of the situation. Despite the weirdness, Guoguo confidently steps up, promising to help her friend with the pursuit. Yusun looks on, unsure of whether to trust her friend's sudden enthusiasm. Guoguo flashes a sly grin, telling Yusun to leave everything to her. Yusun stares back with a skeptical look, clearly worried about what her friend might do next. The scene shifts to the quiet exterior of the school grounds during the afternoon. Yusun walks home alone, reflecting on the recent silence from her friend. She assumes Guoguo was just overconfident and won't actually be able to help with her personal problems. Suddenly, Guoguo appears out of nowhere and startles her with a loud shout. Guoguo is completely out of breath, struggling to speak after running all the way there. Yusun looks on with a deadpan expression, telling her friend to calm down and breathe first. Without another word, Guoguo grabs her by the arm and drags her toward an unknown destination. The two end up at a local cafe to discuss their next move in private. A server brings over their drinks as they settle into a booth to talk. Yusun sits in stunned silence, wondering what could be so important. Guoguo excitedly declares that she has a plan to bridge the gap and become friends with Xia. While Guoguo looks proud of her initiative, Yusun remains skeptical of the whole situation. Guoguo presents a folder filled with all the research and data she has spent days collecting. Yusun hesitates, feeling like it's an invasion of privacy to read such personal details. When Guoguo threatens to toss the research, Yusun immediately changes her mind and snatches the papers. She begins reading through the extensive list of Xia's likes, habits, and physical measurements. Overwhelmed by the professional level of work, Yusun is moved to tears by her friend's dedication. Guoguo stays casual, taking a sip of her drink while waiting for the information to sink in. Yusun is amazed, noting how much Xia resembles a perfect doll based on the descriptions. Guoguo's expression turns serious as she asks if Yusun truly understands the reality of the situation. Yusun is left confused, unsure of what secret could be hidden within the data. Guoguo drops a bombshell, revealing that Xia's unique appearance is actually due to albinism. The realization hits Yusun hard, leaving her momentarily speechless and staring blankly. She reacts with total shock as the weight of this new information finally registers. Yusun shouts in shock after hearing the news, forcing Guoguo to tell her to keep her voice down in the cafe. Guoguo remains composed, explaining that while the condition is significant, it doesn't actually disrupt a person's day-to-day routine. Yusun's reaction remains over the top as she worries about the potential difficulties Xia might face. Seeing her friend spiraling, Guoguo looks on with an unamused expression, waiting for a chance to speak. Yusun continues to dramatize the situation, worrying that Xia's pale appearance is a sign of extreme physical weakness. Guo lets out a tired sigh, wondering if Yusun is putting any of her brainpower toward her actual career. The designer finally settles down enough to realize that the condition is simply a genetic trait. Guo explains the biological side of things, detailing how the lack of melanin is an inherited characteristic. A mental image of Shini appears, showcasing the distinct white hair and pale features that define her unique look. Guo mentions that while there is no cure, the main management strategy involves protecting the skin and eyes from sunlight. Yusun is struck by the description, deciding that people with this condition look like literal angels. The panic returns instantly when she hears the word incurable, leading her to jump to the worst possible conclusions. Guo waves her hand dismissively, clarifying that the condition isn't a threat to Shini's life or general health. Yusun questions why Shini doesn't use glasses for her vision, but Guo reminds her that contact lenses are a common solution. The realization finally sinks in, and Yusun wears a wide, joyful grin as she embraces the angelic comparison. Guo decides to just go along with it, telling her friend she can interpret the situation however she likes. Getting back on track, Guo expresses confidence that this new information will help them bridge the gap with Shini. Yusun's confidence crumbles immediately as she remembers that Shini still wants nothing to do with her. Guo ignores the crying and asserts that they must understand their target before making their next move. The scene shifts to a local cafe where the two are discussing their plan. Yusun listens doubtfully as she processes the advice she's receiving. Guo smiles, correcting Yusun's misunderstanding of the situation. She emphasizes that the first step to friendship is making a good impression, which Yusun failed at miserably. Yusun is visibly shaken as she realizes how badly she messed up her initial approach. Guo suggests they use Shini's unique condition as a starting point for their new strategy. Yusun takes a moment to process this unconventional tactic. The two continue their brainstorming session over drinks at the table. Later at the school court, a basketball misses the net during a casual game. Other students enjoy their time playing together while Yusun watches from the sidelines. Sitting alone with her water, Yusun seems preoccupied with her thoughts. Her attention is suddenly drawn to someone standing far away from the group. She narrows her eyes, focusing on the figure standing by a tree. In the distance, Shini stands alone, isolated from the rest of the class. Shini looks calm and composed, yet there's a distinct sense of loneliness around her. Yusun continues to observe her, wondering why someone so striking would be so solitary. She looks at Shini's profile, captivated by her unique appearance. Yusun sits by herself, reflecting on why Shini doesn't seem to have any friends. A sudden realization strikes her as she connects the dots. She theorizes that Shini's condition and shy personality are the reasons she doesn't initiate conversations. Yusun's mind races as she tries to rationalize Shini's avoidant behavior. She becomes convinced that the girl's cold exterior is simply a mask for her shyness. Excited by this breakthrough, Yusun believes she finally understands how to approach her muse. She keeps a close eye on Shini, ready to put her new understanding into practice. Shini stands alone under the shade of a tree until Yusun called her name to get her attention. Yusun approaches with a friendly greeting, trying to bridge the gap between them. Shini turns her head slightly, acknowledging the presence of the other girl with a neutral gaze. Yusun hesitates for a moment, looking a bit nervous as she prepares her next move. A memory of Guo surfaces, reminding Yusun to use Shini's condition as a way to demonstrate genuine care. Yusun complains about the intense heat of the sun and joins Shini in the breezy shade. She flashes a bright smile, acting as if the encounter was purely coincidental and casual. Shini remains quiet, looking away as if she isn't quite sure how to respond to the sudden company. Yusun observes the silence, assuming Shini's introverted behavior is a direct result of her medical condition. Shini finally speaks, expressing her worry that she is simply being a burden once again. Yusun quickly dismisses the idea and tells Shini to stay put while she stays by her side. Thinking she has successfully navigated the social situation, Yusun wears a triumphant and slightly devious grin. Sunlight filters through the overhead leaves, creating a serene but quiet backdrop for the pair. On the nearby court, a basketball heads toward the hoop as the rest of the students stay active in the heat. The two girls stand side by side in a silence that quickly begins to feel heavy. Close-up shots of their eyes reveal the growing disconnect and lack of common ground between them. The atmosphere becomes incredibly stiff as they stand under the tree without saying a word. Yusun starts to panic internally, desperately searching for a caring topic to break the unbearable tension. She finally pipes up, commenting on how remarkably white and fair Shini's skin looks. Shini looks down, appearing uncomfortable as Yusun compares her appearance to that of a Westerner. Unaware of the offense she's causing, Yusun continues by claiming that many girls would be envious of such a complexion. Shini's expression shifts to one of deep hurt, as she asks if Sun is mocking her on purpose. The realization of her massive mistake hits Yusun instantly, leaving her completely stunned. Distraught and in tears, Shini turns her back and walks away, leaving Yusun alone under the tree. A soccer ball flies through the air during a high-energy match. Two players sprint across the field, eyes locked on the prize as they fight for possession. One player prepares to take a powerful shot, positioning their foot perfectly for the strike. Guo leads the charge with a confident grin, daring the opposition to try and take the ball from her. She skillfully maneuvers the ball across the turf as her teammates struggle to keep up with her pace. With precision, she positions her legs to launch a final, decisive strike. She leaps into the air and delivers a powerful kick, shouting for a goal with absolute confidence. Instead of hitting the net, the ball slams directly into the captain's face, sending him and several others tumbling to the ground. Gogo stands frozen in shock, realizing her aim was a little too accurate in the worst way possible. The captain stands up, clutching the ball with a dark and deeply frustrated expression. He loses his cool and rants about how she has managed to hit every single person on the team in the face at least once. He points out that while she performs well in actual games, she constantly messes around during practice sessions. Gogo brushes off the criticism with a nonsensical excuse about the world being round, leaving the captain fuming. She laughs at the chaos for a moment before her expression softens as she spots a friend in the distance. Yuxin sits silently on the bleachers, looking completely drained and out of spirits. She stares blankly at a refreshment in her hands, lost in her own troubled thoughts. Gogo walks over, immediately noticing that her friend is being unusually quiet and reserved. Recalling how Yuxin is usually her loudest cheerleader, Gogo realizes that something must have gone terribly wrong. Yuxin finally breaks her silence, dejectedly admitting that her attempt to talk to Xinai ended with the girl in tears. Yuxin and Gogo sit on the steps, with Gogo listening to the update about the failed encounter. Gogo looks over, noting that Yuxin really managed to mess things up this time. Yuxin stares blankly ahead, completely lost on how to fix the situation. Gogo points out that the plan was to find common ground, not to make the girl cry. The break ends, and Gogo turns her head as her teammates call her back to the field. Before leaving, she tells Yuxin there's no reason to be so persistent about this one person. She suggests that if the goal is just finding a model, there are plenty of other options available at school. Yuxin looks down in silence, clearly not ready to give up just yet. Gogo gives one final look before heading back to her practice. A hand reaches out to open the door of a waiting vehicle. Xinai prepares to board a taxi as the sun begins to set. She maintains a distant look while getting ready to leave the area. Gogo suddenly appears in her school uniform, shouting out to catch Xinai's attention. She quickly tries to explain that she isn't a stranger and goes to the same school. The taxi door slams shut before she can even finish her sentence. Gogo stands there in complete shock as the car peels away, leaving her in the dust. Xinai sits in the back of a taxi, looking pensive as she gazes out the window. She continues to stare blankly, lost in thought while the scenery blurs past. The taxi driver looks in his rearview mirror with a confused expression. He mentions that the car behind them seems to be following, causing Xinai to look back with concern. Xinai's eyes widen as she realizes someone might be on her tail. She looks through the rear window to see another yellow taxi close behind. The trailing car maintains a steady distance, confirming the driver's suspicion. A close-up shows the second taxi gaining ground. Inside the following car, Gogo leans forward with a determined grin. Xinai realizes it's her and can't believe Gogo is actually chasing her down. Gogo excitedly urges her driver to speed up and catch the car ahead. The driver gets fired up, thrilled to finally have a movie-like chase scenario. He explains that in 20 years of driving, this is his first time getting a request to follow another car. Gogo matches his energy, shouting back in excitement as they accelerate. Both of them are completely fired up, with a literal aura of flames surrounding their intense determination. Gogo praises the driver for being incredibly reliable as they zoom ahead. Her expression shifts slightly as the chase reaches its peak intensity. Xinai's taxi pulls over to the curb, and she quickly exits the vehicle. Gogo and her driver scream in panic as they realize they're about to overshoot or crash while trying to stop. Their taxi screeches across the road as the driver slams on the brakes. Gogo catches her breath, sweating from the near-death experience of the high-speed stop. She looks out the window, trying to regain her composure after the wild ride. Inside a quiet cafe, the two women finally sit down to talk face-to-face. Xinai questions why she was being followed, noting that they are complete strangers. Gogo fires back, claiming the chase only happened because Xinai refused to listen to her. Unimpressed, Xinai called her guest's lack of manners and wonders what Xia Yuxin saw in her. Gogo stares her down, determined to get her point across. She asks directly if Xinai is familiar with Xia Yuxin. Xinai offers no response, maintaining a stoic and silent gaze. Gogo continues her interrogation, asking if the other woman views her friend as some sort of stalker. She loudly defends their character, insisting that neither of them have bad intentions. The tension is briefly broken when a waitress arrives with their drink order. Xinai takes a sip of her beverage and coldly tells Gogo to hurry up, since she's a busy person. Gogo feels a wave of embarrassment after realizing that the person she was just yelling at actually paid for her drink. She realizes that Xinai's icy demeanor is likely what kept Xia Yuxin at a distance for so long. Looking closer, Gogo is struck by her companion's elegant appearance. She finds herself mesmerized by the intensity of Xinai's light-colored eyes. Internally, she admits that she has a bit of a weakness for people with this specific look. Gogo lets out a heavy sigh and calls Xia Yuxin a total idiot for how she's handled the situation. She explains that her friend often speaks without thinking and doesn't always mean the things she says. Confirming they are old friends, Gogo admits that Xia Yuxin is a fool who struggles to express herself properly. Xini listens quietly, noting that the two friends seem to have very similar, blunt personalities. Gogo explains that while they are close, Xia Yuxin is technically her senior because she was held back a year in school. This catches Xini's attention and she asks for more details about what exactly happened to her during that time. The scene shifts to a bright morning outside a residential building. Inside, a young Yuxin is fast asleep in her bed, completely unaware of the time. Suddenly, her phone begins to vibrate and ring loudly on the mattress. She reaches out a hand to grab the device as it continues to buzz with an incoming call. Still half asleep, she answers the phone and listens to her mother speaking from overseas. A bear-shaped clock on the shelf nearby ticks away, showing that the morning is already well underway. Yuxin assures her mother that she has an alarm set and will be ready for her exams tomorrow before hanging up. She pulls the covers over her head, intending to get a few more minutes of rest. Moments later, her eyes snap open and she sits bolt upright as the truth hits her. She stares into space with a look of pure dread, realizing she has completely mixed up the dates and missed her exam. Back in the present, Xini listens with a neutral expression while Gogo laughs at the ridiculous mistake. Gogo finds the story hilarious, explaining that Yuxin's failure that year was due to pure clumsiness. She points out that someone simple-minded couldn't possibly harbor any bad intentions. Xini remains stoic, questioning why she is being told all these personal details about Yuxin's past. Gogo smiles, explaining that she simply wants to show how much effort Yuxin puts into her relationships. She highlights that Yuxin is the type of person who tries her best just to befriend someone, even if she doesn't always succeed. Xini looks away, reflecting on the idea of someone trying so hard to gain another's favor. A brief memory surfaces of a young, isolated girl standing alone while others play together. Xini closes her eyes for a moment, processing everything she has just learned about her persistent pursuer. As night falls, the city lights begin to glow against the dark sky. The elevator doors in a high-end apartment building slide open, revealing a bright interior. Xini steps out into the hallway, looking exhausted after a long day of reflection. She pauses at the entrance of her home to remove her shoes. With a wary hand, she pushes open the door to her residence. She enters the large, modern living room and stands in the quiet, empty space as the weight of the day settles in. A lonely dinner of instant noodles sits next to a note from a parent who won't be home. Xini rests her chin on her hands, processing the unexpected stories she heard about Yuxin's clumsy nature. She gazes off into the distance, her expression softening as she reevaluates her initial impressions of the designer. Sitting alone in the dark, she watches television while wondering why someone would be so persistent in wanting to be her friend. The next day at school, the sun shines brightly over the campus buildings as classes begin. Yuxin stands in the middle of a hallway, lost in her own thoughts about the current situation. Suddenly, Gogo playfully jumps on her, startling the designer out of her daze. Yuxin turns around to find her athletic friend grinning widely. Gogo explains she's trying to avoid extra work with the soccer team's recruitment event. Yuxin gives her a stern look, telling her friend not to spend her time lazing around. Taking the advice to heart, Gogo agrees to head back and help out her teammates. Yuxin is left confused when her friend offers a mysterious good luck before running off. She prepares to head out, but her eyes widen when she notices someone standing nearby. Xini is waiting right there, looking directly at her with a calm and steady gaze. Caught completely off guard, Yuxin can barely manage to stammer out Xini's name. The muse remains silent, observing the designer's flustered reaction. Panic sets in as Yuxin starts looking everywhere but at the girl standing in front of her. She tries to make a quick escape by claiming she needs to head home immediately. Xini cuts her off, asking if she has any spare time to walk home together. The unexpected invitation leaves Yuxin completely frozen as the words repeat over in her head. Yuan stands frozen, baffled by the sudden turn of events. The two girls walk together along the quiet city sidewalk. Yuxin's imagination briefly wanders toward romantic possibilities. She quickly shakes her head to dismiss the embarrassing thoughts. Xini walks in silence, maintaining a stoic and unreadable expression. Yuxin grows suspicious of why she was invited along. She envisions a bizarre scenario where Xini seeks elaborate revenge. The fear of a potential trap makes Yuxin break into a cold sweat. The atmosphere between them remains heavy and difficult to navigate. Yuxin blurts out an apology for being a burden during the walk. Xini explains she is only walking to avoid the harsh sun. Yuxin stares back, stunned by the blunt and practical response. She tries to lighten the mood with a nervous, forced laugh. Xini remains silent, offering no reaction to the small talk. Yuxin panics, fearing she has accidentally offended her companion again. Xini looks away, her expression turning somber and reflective. Yuxin bows deeply, offering a sincere apology for her past words. Xini listens quietly as the designer expresses her deep regrets. Yuxin looks up, searching for any sign of a response. Xini reflects on the harsh behavior she previously showed toward Yuxin. Surprisingly, Xini admits that she should be the one apologizing. A long, contemplative silence follows the unexpected confession. Yuxin feels overwhelmed by a wave of awkwardness and guilt. Yuxin waves her hands, suggesting they finally stop apologizing since they have already done it enough. She touches her hair with a cheerful smile, clearly relieved by how the conversation is going. Xia looks back with a calm and neutral expression. Yuxin's inner thoughts go wild as she finds her companion's appearance incredibly endearing. She continues walking behind Xia, mentally telling herself stay calm and not ruin the progress they have made. Yuxin strikes up more conversation, admitting she did not expect a deliberate meeting today. She expresses how she worried they might never speak again after their previous misunderstandings. Xia listens silently, her gaze remaining steady and thoughtful. She points out the practical reality that they go to the same school, making it hard to avoid one another. Yuxin smiles warmly, acknowledging the logic in that statement. The two continue their journey through the city streets, the atmosphere feeling much lighter than before. Yuxin announces that her house is down a specific road and asks where Xia is headed. Realizing they have reached a crossroads, Yuxin prepares to say goodbye. She waves enthusiastically while running toward her path, shouting a farewell for the next day. As Yuxin disappears into the distance, Xia watches her go with a slightly puzzled look. Walking alone now, Xia's expression turns more reflective and somber. She continues her walk through the quiet neighborhood, deep in her own thoughts. Passers-by notice her striking appearance, commenting on her features as she passes. Two young children stop in their tracks, curiously staring at her and whispering to each other. The kids get excited, wanting to get a better look at the person they find so unique. Xia looks down at the children with a cold, piercing gaze, causing them to freeze in silence. Two young children, a boy and a girl, look surprised and confused at someone just out of frame. The kids stare at the back of Xia's head, commenting on how unusual her hair and skin color appear to them. A close-up shows Xia's profile as the children rudely ask if she is using makeup to look like a foreigner. Xia remains silent and expressionless while the children continue to pester her with questions about her identity. A memory surfaces of Xia standing alone as a child, surrounded by cruel whispers from peers who called her appearance weird and scary. Back in the present, the two kids excitedly compare her to people they have seen on TV, assuming she has a medical condition. Xia turns her head slightly as the children reach a hurtful conclusion about her health. Suddenly, Yuxin steps in with a furious expression to defend her friend from the rude remarks. Yuxin shouts at the children, demanding an immediate apology for their ill-mannered behavior. The kids are taken aback by the sudden confrontation, wondering why a stranger is getting involved. Yuxin doesn't back down, lecturing them on respect and questioning what they are being taught in school. She continues her passionate defense, calling Xia an angel regardless of what the kids think. The children's faces scrunch up as they start to feel the pressure of the stern lecture regarding their lack of manners. As the girl begins to tear up, Yuxin stays firm, calling them out for crying after they were the ones being mean. Yuxin points out the hypocrisy of their reaction, reminding them that their words could easily hurt others too. The girl bursts into loud sobs while the boy shouts insults, leaving Yuxin feeling momentarily stunned by the chaos. The children tremble in fear, threatening to tell their parents as they prepare to make a run for it. Yuxin delivers a quick flick to their foreheads to teach them a final lesson before they flee. The kids run away crying for their parents while Yuxin and Xia watch them disappear into the distance. Yuxin turns around with a serious look, reflecting on the confrontation that just took place. Her expression quickly shifts to a proud smile, feeling like she successfully played the role of a cool protector. She glances over at Xia, expecting to see a look of admiration and wonder in her friend's eyes. Instead, Xia stares back with a flat, unimpressed expression, completely unswayed by the dramatic rescue. The traffic lights turn red as the duo approaches a busy city crosswalk. Xia remains silent, her expression unreadable as they wait for the signal to change. Yuxin walks alongside her, trying to maintain a supportive presence after the previous confrontation. She expresses her concern about the local children and the recurring trouble they cause. Determined to protect her friend, Yuxin promises to stay close as they step out onto the street. Nearby, two women are caught in the middle of a mean-spirited gossip session. They suddenly stop and stare when they notice the pair passing by them. Yuxin catches them looking and immediately senses the judgmental atmosphere. The women continue their whispers, focusing their negative attention specifically on Xia's appearance. Xia keeps her head down, seemingly accustomed to being the target of such cruel remarks. The women's comments become even more intrusive as they speculate about Xia's genetic health. Yuxin reaches her breaking point and turns around to confront the strangers for their behavior. The gossiping women are stunned into silence by the sudden and direct outburst. Yuxin lectures them loudly, stating that their careless words and stares cause real harm. The entire crosswalk comes to a standstill as bystanders watch the heated exchange unfold. Despite her visible anger, Yuxin stands her ground to defend her companion's dignity. Xia looks away, appearing overwhelmed by the public scene being made on her behalf. The surrounding crowd continues to gawk, adding to the tension of the moment. Yuxin takes a breath, her heart still racing from the intensity of the confrontation. Unexpectedly, Xia reaches out and takes hold of Yuxin's hand to lead her away from the crowd. Yuxin is caught completely off guard by the physical contact as Xia tells her it's time to leave. Xinai begins to walk forward, guiding Yuxin away from the prying eyes of the public. Yuxin stares at her friend, shocked by this rare and direct display of initiative. The two of them continue across the street together, leaving the judgmental strangers behind. Yuxin becomes incredibly flustered as she processes the supportive gesture from her companion. The sun begins to set over a quiet playground, casting a warm glow over the empty equipment. Yuxin and Xinai take a seat on the swings as the sky turns a deep orange. Sensing the awkward silence, Yuxin steals a nervous glance at her companion. She peeks over again, feeling increasingly uneasy about the heavy mood between them. Xinai remains silent, her gaze fixed downward in deep contemplation. Yuxin realizes the atmosphere has become incredibly tense following their earlier encounter at the crosswalk. She finally breaks the silence, asking if she was being too meddlesome by jumping to Xinai's defense. Xinai looks away, explaining that she has become wary of people and no longer knows how to communicate. Yuxin listens intently as Xinai describes her constant fear of being hurt or inadvertently causing harm to others. Xinai admits that after all these years, she has simply grown used to being treated poorly. This realization hits Yuxin hard, leaving her speechless and looking down in shame. She internally berates herself, feeling like a complete idiot for not understanding the depth of Xinai's struggle sooner. The two remain lost in their own thoughts as the atmosphere grows even more somber. Xinai looks up with a blank expression, appearing resigned to her difficult reality. Suddenly, Xinai's eyes widen in surprise as Yuxin prepares to speak up with renewed energy. Yuxin shouts her disapproval of Xinai's self-deprecation, determined to change her perspective. Xinai stares in confusion while Yuxin insists that she is still a perfect person in her eyes. Yuxin passionately tells her to ignore what others think and live life exactly how she wants to. She continues by admitting how much she actually admires and envies Xinai's appearance. Xinai dismisses the compliments as nonsense, though she is clearly affected by the sincerity. Deciding it is time to head home, Yuxin stands up and signals for them to leave the park. Xinai looks at her with a soft, genuine expression and offers a quiet thank you. Struck by the rare sight of Xinai's sincere gratitude, Yuxin is deeply moved and vows to protect that expression. The scene opens on an empty soccer field under a bright sky. Guoguo stands on the sidelines, looking visibly disappointed with the current situation. Her teammates present their recruitment ideas, but they seem nervous about her reaction. Guoguo looks over the proposals with a stern expression, clearly unimpressed by the effort. Frustrated by the lack of creativity, she tosses the papers into the air. She yells at her team for not thinking outside the box after she specifically told them to prepare better ideas. Her teammates push back, arguing that sticking to the old ways has always worked for them in the past. Guoguo shuts them down, insisting that they need to adapt and improve to keep up with the changing times. The rest of the team looks on in confusion while she prepares to make her next point. A senior teammate suddenly intervenes, scolding her for making a mess on the field. Guoguo ignores the scolding to share a rumor about the drama club using professional models for their recruitment. The news of the rival club's flashy strategy quickly spreads among the group. Her teammates realize that using professional models will make it impossible for them to compete for new members. Guoguo gets fired up to outdo the drama club, but her captain remains uninterested in the rivalry. The captain dismisses the idea, telling Guoguo to focus on soccer practice instead of recruitment gimmicks. Left alone to clean up her discarded papers, Guoguo feels defeated and unheard. She suddenly spots a student walking by who seems to be glowing with an aura of pure happiness. A light bulb goes off in Guoguo's head as she realizes she might have found the perfect solution for the club. Guoguo approaches Xia Yuxin on the track, eager to share some important news. Xia Yuxin is in a fantastic mood, sprouting cat ears as she prepares to share her own positive update. Guoguo correctly guesses that the good news involves a reconciliation with Xinai, catching her friend completely off guard. The athlete explains that the news was written all over her friend's face while Xia Yuxin laughs bashfully. Guoguo leans in close, telling Xia Yuxin that she has a specific favor to ask of her. Xia Yuxin looks on with a friendly smile, ready to hear how she can be of assistance. The focus shifts to the upcoming club recruitment event that has the soccer team worried. Guoguo explains that rival clubs are planning to use professional models to steal all the attention. Both girls look determined as they discuss visiting the recruitment fair to scout the competition. They stand side by side on the field, silently weighing their options for the big event. Guoguo shoots a skeptical look when Xia Yuxin offers to help by just carrying equipment. Xia Yuxin wonders if the soccer club is also going to hire an expensive model to keep up. Guoguo maintains a mischievous expression while Xia Yuxin laughs about the high costs of professionals. The athlete's silence and sly grin make it clear that she has a much cheaper alternative in mind. Xia Yuxin realizes she's being scouted for the role and reacts with an explosive, embarrassed refusal. Guoguo grabs her friend, reminding her that she already committed to helping out. Xia Yuxin continues to protest, terrified of the idea of everyone at school staring at her. Guoguo stares in silence, realizing her first choice for a model is definitely a no-go. The athlete finally concedes that her friend's stage fright makes her a poor fit for the job. Guoguo begins brainstorming for someone else who has a natural stand-up presence. A light bulb goes off as Guoguo identifies their little angel as the perfect recruitment weapon. An ethereal vision of Xinai in a soccer jersey appears, looking like the ultimate club ambassador. The scene shifts to the school library. Yuxin searches for her target inside the building. Yuxin spots Xini and waves her over excitedly. Yuxin wears a confident smile. Guoguo suggests a plan to have Xinai act as a representative. Yuxin expresses doubt about Xinai's willingness to participate. Guoguo encourages Yuxin to try asking, noting their improved relationship. Guoguo emphasizes that Xinai's appearance will outshine other models. Yuxin considers the possibility. Yuxin blushes while imagining Xini wearing her custom sports designs. The two girls celebrate their new agreement. Yuxin reflects on her successful plan to get Xini to the library. Yuxin struggles internally with how to propose the recruitment. Xini questions the sudden invitation to study. Yuxin nervously explains her motive was to avoid rejection. Yuxin asks for academic help, but Xini questions her lack of knowledge. Yuxin reacts with extreme embarrassment over her academic records. Yuxin makes excuses about forgetting previous lessons. Xinai looks on with a skeptical expression. Yuxin worries about further secrets being revealed. Yuxin tries to explain away the rumors spread by Guoguo. Xini agrees to help, leaving Yuxin feeling awkwardly ignored. The scene shifts to the quiet, book-filled aisles of the school library where the two girls have settled in. Xini finishes explaining a complex topic, checking if Yuxin finally understands the material. Yuxin is genuinely impressed, praising Xinai for her incredible memory and teaching skills. While Yuxin admits to her own poor focus in class, Xini's bluntness reminds her that paying attention is the real secret. Suddenly, Yuxin spots a familiar problem on the page that catches her eye. Xinai remains focused on her studies, unaware that Yuxin is about to intervene. Yuxin recognizes a specific question that once caused her to stay after class for extra help. Eager to prove herself, Yuxin points to the book and offers to show a much simpler method for solving it. Xinai is clearly skeptical, wondering if her classmate actually knows what she's talking about. Despite the cold shoulder, Yuxin leans in to demonstrate the easier steps. Feeling confident, Yuxin asks if there's anything else she can help explain. Xini is visibly annoyed by the interruption and insists on figuring out the rest by herself. Yuxin won't back down, warning that the next sections are actually quite difficult. Xinai tells her to stop being a distraction and focus on her own work instead. The two sit in a tense silence, with Yuxin feeling dejected that her attempt to show off failed. Light filters through the library shelves as the study session continues in quiet concentration. Xini glances over, her gaze lingering on what Yuxin is actually doing. Yuxin is lost in her own world, focused on something far more creative than schoolwork. Xinai notices Yuxin is busy sketching and asks if drawing is a hobby of hers. The notebook is filled with detailed sketches of various outfits and fashion designs. Yuxin is momentarily stunned that Xinai took an interest in her drawings. She excitedly confirms that she has always been obsessed with anything cute and pretty. Yuxin tries to drop hints about her modeling goals, but Xinai just views the whole display as childish. The view shifts to the school building as the study session concludes. Yuxin thanks her companion for the help, though Xini points out that Yuxin was the one leading the lesson. They prepare to head their separate ways for the day. Suddenly, Yuxin realizes she nearly forgot the most important task regarding her friend Guoguo. She calls out for Xinai to wait before she can leave. Xini stops to listen as Yuxin admits she almost missed the whole point of their meeting. Yuxin becomes visibly nervous as she tries to find the right words. She prepares herself to ask for a significant favor. When Yuxin mentions her friend in the soccer club, Xini immediately knows exactly who she's talking about. Xinai remains unimpressed and asks for further clarification. Yuxin pleads for assistance with the upcoming recruitment event. Xini flatly states she has no interest in sports or standing out in the sun. Realizing she's losing ground, Yuxin prepares a more convincing argument. She offers a deal where Xinai can represent the club while wearing custom designs and enjoying free snacks in the shade. Yuxin looks on with pure excitement, hoping her pitch worked. Xinai stares back with a completely blank expression. She delivers a sharp and immediate refusal to the proposal. Xini clarifies that she refuses to wear Yuxin's designs in front of an audience. The blunt rejection leaves Yuxin absolutely stunned and speechless. Xinai makes it clear she won't touch the custom outfits Yuxin designed. She maintains a cold expression, reaffirming her stance against being used as a model. Yuxin accepts the defeat and prepares to report back to the soccer club. Before leaving, Yuxin stops when she's asked to deliver one final message. Xinai warns that constantly acting tough will only end up making people dislike her. Yuxin passes the blunt advice to Guoguo, who is completely caught off guard. The two girls debrief on the failed recruitment attempt and Xinai's harsh word. Guoguo tries to figure out a backup plan now that their main attraction has bailed. She stays deep in thought, determined to find a way to save the club recruitment. Suddenly, the captain steps in and puts a stop to the daydreaming with a sharp physical reprimand. Guoguo reels from the impact, her recruitment schemes temporarily halted. The captain demands to know why she's so obsessed with the event instead of actual training. Guoguo defends her plan, arguing they have to stand out to survive against other school clubs. The captain isn't buying it, labeling her entire recruitment strategy as nothing more than a cheap gimmick. A heavy silence settles over the field as the two clash over their differing priorities. Refusing to back down, Guoguo's intense energy begins to overwhelm the rest of the team. She insists that this recruitment event is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to make their youth count. Yu-sun starts to suspect that Guoguo's motives for the event might be more personal than professional. The two continue their bickering until Yu-sun decides she's had enough and walks away. Guoguo is left standing alone, frustrated by everyone's lack of enthusiasm for her grand vision. School grounds are ready for the recruitment fair. Students walk past various club banners. Diverse clubs compete for new members at their stalls. Students weigh their options while exploring the fair. A large crowd gathers at a nearby popular booth. Curious students move closer to investigate the hype. Guoguo sits bored and alone at her station. She notices the neighboring booth is stealing her spotlight. New students approach the soccer stall with interest. Guoguo scares them off with a moody expression. The captain scolds her for her hostile attitude. The captain takes over to recruit students professionally. Guoguo remains sulky and unhelpful at the desk. She suddenly notices a familiar face in the crowd. Xi passes by, and the two exchange glares. Guoguo shouts for Xi to halt immediately. Team members continue handing out flyers to the public. Xi reluctantly joins the booth, creating a tense atmosphere. Guoguo looks completely exhausted by the recruitment process. Xi questions why she must stay with her rival. Guoguo makes a smug remark to annoy her further. Guoguo bluntly admits she can't get along with Xi, and the sentiment is mutual. Despite the tension, Guoguo takes a moment to look at her peer with a thoughtful expression. Xi is left puzzled by the sudden turn in their conversation. Surprisingly, Guoguo offers her thanks to Xi for being a friend to Xiaosun. Their talk is cut short when a girl rushes in, frantic after getting separated from the others. She's shocked to find Xi right there and calls her a little angel. Relieved that nothing bad happened, she approaches while holding a parasol for shade. Guoguo is confused as to why anyone would need an umbrella on such a bright, sunny day. The girl explains that Xi simply prefers to stay out of the direct sunlight. She recounts how the massive recruitment fair crowds made it impossible to stay together. The girl brings up the drama club models that Guoguo had mentioned earlier. Guoguo remains stubborn, crossing her arms and refusing to go see the attraction. The girl continues to gush about how elegant the students looked in their theatrical costumes. She becomes so enamored with the idea that she starts thinking about joining the drama club herself. Guoguo looks on with a silent, judging stare at her friend's extreme exaggeration. The storyteller mentions a tall student who was even showing off some impressive magic tricks. She is convinced she would have noticed such a talented person at their school before. Guoguo points out that she probably would have already spotted them if they were that unique. This leads to a loud and flustered outburst as the girl tries to deny being unobservant. She strikes a serious pose to insist that she is actually a very consistent and reliable person. Xi and Guoguo can only watch with expressions of pure disgust at the dramatic performance. Guoguo snaps back, insisting she doesn't need a reminder about their club's lack of a representative. Xi looks on with a sweat drop, feeling the tension of the conversation. The friend and Guoguo share a look, their minds clearly racing with a new plan. Xi stares back blankly, completely unaware of the scheme they're cooking up. A heavy silence falls as the two schemers continue to eye their target. Suddenly, they both light up with mischievous smiles, having reached a silent agreement. A hand dives into a box to grab a fresh stack of promotional flyers. Guoguo enthusiastically sends the pair off to recruit, leaving the friend wondering how she got roped into this. Looking at the flyer, the friend realizes they might have a problem since Xi isn't exactly a social butterfly. She quickly tries to coach Xi on the basics of polite conversation and flyer distribution. Xi listens with a cold, unimpressed stare as the instructions are laid out. Dismissing the help, Xi declares she'll handle the task on her own. To her friend's surprise, Xi perfectly executes the script, handing out flyers with robotic precision. The friend is amazed that Xi can actually pull this off when she puts her mind to it. With the job finally done, the pair celebrates their successful recruitment drive. The friend suggests they keep exploring the fair since there's still plenty to see. Exhausted from the social interaction, Xi just wants to find a place to sit down and rest. They head toward a seating area but notice a massive, excited crowd gathering nearby. The friend's curiosity is piqued as she wonders which club is putting on such an impressive show. Nearby, a student demonstrates incredible strength by snapping a wooden board with a single blow. Guoguo leads Xi through the bustling recruitment fair, stopping at a club she thinks looks incredibly cool. Eager to join, she immediately asks about the sign-up process for the organization. Her excitement quickly turns to stunned realization as she takes a closer look at the person in charge. Nearby, a club member finishes a demonstration and takes a water break provided by their leader. The club president, Gao Fan, is caught off guard and accidentally spits out his drink when he hears his name called. He looks over at the source of the noise, visibly annoyed by the unexpected interruption. Guoguo approaches him cheerfully, amazed that her former classmate is now the head of the Wushu club. She continues to chat with him, though Gao Fan seems less than thrilled by the sudden reunion. He cuts through the small talk to ask her exactly why she has shown up at his booth. His attention shifts to the quiet student standing behind Guoguo, wondering who she is. Guoguo officially introduces Gao Fan as someone she went to school with during her first year. She turns the introduction around, presenting the stoic Shi Nai to her old acquaintance. Gao Fan remains skeptical, remembering Guoguo as someone who supposedly left school to pursue other goals. While Guoguo explains herself, Shi Nai remains perfectly still, radiating her usual calm energy. Taking a serious tone, Gao Fan warns the new student to be careful since her friend can be quite a handful. A glimpse of flowing hair marks the beginning of a memory from the first time Gao Fan met the eccentric designer. Back then, Xia Yuxin appeared to be nothing more than a quiet and unassuming student. She spent her days focused on her work at her desk, rarely drawing any attention to herself. Gao Fan viewed her as just another normal classmate he had no reason to interact with. They moved in completely different social circles and hardly ever spoke to one another. Even when Gao Fan was busy joking around with his friends, he remained blissfully unaware of the eyes watching him. From across the room, Xia Yuxin's gaze remained fixed on him with a strange and unwavering intensity. Eventually, the constant feeling of being watched started to make Gao Fan feel incredibly uneasy. He would turn around to find her staring at him with a dark, overwhelming aura that felt genuinely menacing. No matter where he went in the school, he could always feel her presence lurking nearby. This peculiar behavior finally led to a direct confrontation one afternoon. Gao Fan stopped in his tracks, wondering why this mysterious girl was suddenly calling out his name. The two stood face to face as Xia Yuxin prepared to reveal her true intentions. She bluntly requested that he model a custom outfit she designed so she could take professional photos of him. With a burst of passion, she explained her vision of creating cute fashion concepts specifically for boys. Gao Fan was left completely stunned, realizing that his classmate was far more intense than he ever anticipated. She proudly displayed her sketchbook, which featured a highly detailed and regal character design. In the present day, Gao Fan shudders as he recalls how she has been relentlessly pursuing him with measuring tapes ever since. Xia Yuxin gets defensive and protective of Shi Nai when Gao Fan approaches. She quickly pulls her friend away, acting as a human shield against the confused upperclassmen. Gao Fan watches the pair depart with a subtle, knowing smile on his face. Xia Yuxin laughs off her overprotective behavior while Shi Nai remains completely expressionless. The designer looks back in surprise as the group continues through the crowded recruitment fair. Groups of male students gather around the various booths, creating a noisy and active atmosphere. Members of the soccer club express their frustration over the lack of variety in their new recruits. One of the athletes looks on with a look of pure annoyance at the chaos of the fair. The two girls stop to pose for a commemorative photo, showcasing their striking height difference. A student photographer hands over the finished picture while commenting on their unique visual contrast. Xia Yuxin is thrilled with the photo and the overall success of their day out. Xushini questions why her friend is making such a big deal out of a simple school event. She maintains her stoic gaze as she listens to the explanation for why they missed out last year. Xia Yuxin asks her friend if any specific clubs like the dance team seemed appealing. The muse bluntly confirms that she has absolutely no intention of joining any school clubs. Relieved, Xia Yuxin decides that she will also skip the extracurriculars to stay by her friend's side. The two walk together through the school corridors while finalizing their plans for the semester. Xia Yuxin points out that joining a club would ruin their daily routine of walking home together. She beams with joy at the thought of spending every afternoon with her favorite person. Xushini offers a cold, silent stare in response to her friend's sentimental plans. The stoic girl immediately shoots down the idea, leaving Xia Yuxin shouting in disbelief. The scene shifts to a brightly lit, professional office environment where an important meeting is about to take place. Mrs. Xia arrives at the office, curious about why the chief editor requested to see her. The chief editor, wearing a casual pink shirt and glasses, greets her warmly as she enters. He gestures for her to take a seat so they can begin their discussion. Mrs. Xia settles into the couch and asks for the specific reason behind the sudden summons. The editor reveals that the topic of conversation is actually centered around her daughter. This revelation leaves Mrs. Xia looking surprised and a bit confused. As night falls over the city, a crescent moon hangs over the quiet apartment buildings. Mrs. Xia eventually returns home and announces her arrival at the front door. She pauses in the entryway, sensing that something is different about the atmosphere. Inside, Yuxin is frantically tidying up the living space and tells her mother to wait a moment before entering. Once the room is ready, Yuxin serves her mother hot tea and provides her with top-tier hospitality. Mrs. Xia immediately grows suspicious of her daughter's unusually helpful behavior. Yuxin admits with a nervous smile that she actually has a small request to make. After taking a moment to compose herself, Yuxin prepares to speak her mind. With stars in her eyes, she declares her lifelong dream of becoming a world-renowned fashion designer. When her mother gives a lackluster response, Yuxin passionately argues that this is her true calling. Mrs. Xia points out that her daughter's daily drawing habits made her interests obvious to everyone long ago. Yuxin explains that a recent experience sparked a new level of interest and commitment within her. She clarifies that while it started as a hobby, she is now ready to fight for it as a career. Mrs. Xia looks down thoughtfully, acknowledging that having such a goal is a positive development. Yuxin looks on with hope, waiting for her mother's final verdict. Her mom reveals that she already took initiative by bringing Yuxin into her company to help her start. While Yuxin overjoyed by the news, her mother remains quiet with a lingering, serious expression. Later, Mrs. Xia stands by her closet alone, wondering how she will eventually break some difficult news to her daughter. The scene opens with a view of the school buildings standing tall under a clear blue sky. Yuxin reflects on how her connection with her muse has significantly improved lately. Despite the progress, she remains deep in thought about their future interactions. She pulls out her phone to research albinism, learning about the social challenges often associated with the condition. Her mind drifts to Shinai's usual stoic expression, wondering about the girl's perspective. Yuxin looks at her device, hoping that one day she can finally see a genuine smile from her friend. As she walks through the school grounds, she catches sight of a familiar face in the crowd. Gaofan, the drama club recruiter, is spotted chatting happily with a new acquaintance. Walking beside him is a tall girl with striking red hair who catches everyone's attention. Yuxin is stunned by the girl's appearance, noting her height and unique style. She wonders how the drama club managed to recruit such an impressive-looking person. Watching them walk away, she is impressed by Gaofan's ability to scout talent. Suddenly, a realization hits Yuxin as she stares intently at the pair. The camera pans across the school's outdoor walkways as the school day continues. Gaofan waves a friendly goodbye to his companion, thinking his work for the day is done. He suddenly stops in his tracks when he hears his name being called out from behind. Yuxin and her friends charge him at full speed, shouting his name with high energy. Gaofan is completely caught off guard, his face frozen in a look of pure shock. Realizing he is about to be swarmed, the recruiter attempts to make a run for it as the group pursues him through the halls. The school building stands tall under a clear sky as another busy day unfolds. Gaofan leans against a wall, catching his breath and panting heavily after a long run. He glances around cautiously, convinced that he has finally managed to escape his pursuer. His relief is short-lived as Yuxin suddenly appears right next to him, causing him to shout in pure shock. Breathing hard and looking intense, Yuxin remarks on how much he seems to enjoy running away. Gaofan looks at her with genuine confusion, asking why she was even chasing him to begin with. With a mischievous grin, she claims that their relationship has been defined by this kind of chase since the very beginning. A brief, stylized memory shows the two of them sprinting after each other in a playful manner. Gaofan immediately shuts down her fantasy, shouting that her version of events is absolutely not the case. Yuxin gets straight to the point, demanding information about the tall girl she saw him with earlier, while Gaofan begs to be left alone. Cornering him against the wall, Yuxin slams her hand down to prevent any further escape attempts. She leans in close, pressuring him for answers as he looks on with a nervous expression. With a serious and focused gaze, she makes it clear that she isn't going to let this subject drop easily. Gaofan remains pinned to the spot, looking small as Yuxin maintains her dominant interrogation stance. The two continue to bicker as Yuxin insists that he is the only one who can help her. Gaofan stares back with a blank, exhausted expression, stunned by her persistent and blunt attitude. Suddenly, Yuxin shouts for him to wait as he attempts to create some distance between them. She reaches out and grabs his arm, calling him a teacher and pleading for him not to leave just yet. She reveals that she saw him during the club recruitment event and has been curious ever since. Gaofan looks back over his shoulder, surprised that she is fixated on that specific encounter. Yuxin asks how he managed to chat so easily with a girl who looks so unapproachable, and begs him to teach her his ways. Gaofan gives her a flat look, clarifying that he and the girl in question aren't in that kind of relationship at all. Yuxin stands frozen in place, her eyes wide with total disbelief at his blunt confession. The night air remains still as Yuxin reflects on the advice she received about how to treat someone special. Sitting at her desk, she admits that Gaofan can actually say something decent once in a while. She resolves to properly treasure her new muse and start building a real connection. A happy smile spreads across her face as she begins plotting her next moves. She imagines the simple joys of doing homework together and becoming close friends. In her daydream, they share meals and spend their free time hanging out after school. Lying on her bed, she gets lost in the thought of all the things they can do together. Her ultimate goal is to see her muse finally wearing the custom clothes she designs. Overwhelmed with excitement, she cheers herself on and flails around in a burst of energy. A sudden, dry cough from the doorway brings her back to reality instantly. Yuxin freezes mid-celebration, completely caught off guard by the visitor. She quickly sits up and scolds her mother for not knocking before entering the room. Mrs. Xia ignores the outburst and tells her daughter to sit up properly for a serious conversation. Yuxin complies, looking confused about the sudden late-night visit. Her mother instructs her to stop by the office, as soon as school lets out the next day. Nervousness sets in as Yuxin wonders what kind of trouble she might be in now. Mrs. Xia explains that her boss actually requested to have a private chat with her. Panicking, Yuxin immediately assumes she's being summoned for some past misbehavior. Her mother clarifies that it likely has something to do with the fashion design she produced recently. The realization hits Yuxin, leaving her momentarily speechless as she processes the news. She suddenly explodes with joy, imagining that her talent has finally been discovered by a professional. Mrs. Xia tries to keep her grounded, telling her to stop dreaming and just go to sleep. Yusun questions her mother's sudden secretiveness as she prepares for an unexpected meeting. She tries to shake off the nerves that are making her anxious to leave school as soon as possible. Unfortunately, she is stuck on cleaning duty and has to finish up her chores before she can go anywhere. Outside, the sky transforms into a beautiful sunset as the school day officially ends. Students pack up their belongings, including large art portfolios, to head home for the day. Xini sits quietly at her desk, waiting for the classroom to clear out. She eventually stands and begins her walk through the empty halls. The school building stands tall against the vibrant evening colors of the horizon. Xini stops to admire the view from the balcony for a brief moment. Yusun suddenly rushes over while finishing up an urgent phone call. She quickly explains to Xini that she can't walk home today because her mother is waiting for her at work. Xini listens silently, showing very little emotion as her plans are interrupted. Yusun waves a final goodbye and sprints off toward the office. Xini watches her go, acting like she didn't want to walk home together anyway. Yusun reaches the massive office building and is politely offered a seat and a drink by the staff. She waits on a large couch, feeling the weight of the professional atmosphere around her. She looks around the room, noticing how serious and intense everyone appears to be. The office is in a state of total chaos as employees rush to finish their tasks before the printing deadline. Mrs. Xia finally appears, clutching a stack of papers and looking exhausted from the workload. Yusun looks at her mother with concern, seeing the pressure of her career firsthand. Her mother explains that the intense workload is a regular occurrence right before a major publication date. Yusun reflects on the hectic nature of professional life as her mother leads her further into the building. Yusun and her companion arrive at the bright office and receive a warm greeting. An enthusiastic editor in a floral shirt welcomes them, happy to finally see them. He invites the pair to have a seat while commenting on how much Yusun has grown. The editor keeps up his cheerful energy as he prepares to drop some news. He notes Sun's mother hasn't told her the big secret yet. Both Yusun and her companion look on with confusion, wondering what could be going on. The editor quickly clarifies that the news actually very positive. Yusun is caught off guard, questioning what this good news could possibly be. Reaching out a hand, he asks if he can address her by a more casual name. Though a bit taken aback by his forwardness, she gives him the green light. He admits to having looked at her designs and praises her unique, cool style. The editor explains that he even shared her portfolio with the rest of the design team. He breaks into dramatic, celebratory poses to emphasize that the whole team absolutely loved her work. Yusun is stunned by the overwhelming praise for her creative efforts. While her companion explains the editor's eccentric behavior, Yusun realizes the intense energy her mom deals with daily. Shifting gears, the editor mentions an upcoming fashion design competition hosted by the magazine. Yusun is wide-eyed at the prospect of such a major professional convention. He describes the event as a massive debut opportunity, where legendary designers will be in attendance. With a grin, he asks for her thoughts on this life-changing possibility. Her companion stays quiet, carefully watching her reaction to the big news. Yusun stares ahead, her mind racing as she considers the scale of the professional world she might enter. The editor wags her finger, insisting that Yusun should not decline the proposal. She encourages the young designer to take the leap and participate in an upcoming fashion design convention. Yusun stares back in utter disbelief at the sudden and massive career opportunity. Overwhelmed by the news, Yusun trembles as Xini attempts to settle her nerves. The editor makes a grand, dramatic gesture, promising that Yusun's talent is finally ready for the world stage. Yusun contemplates the weight of her own potential as the reality of the situation sinks in. Memories of her childhood passion for drawing surface, reminding her of where it all began. Her dedication to design has been a constant since her early school years, fueled by a lifelong dream. She gathers her resolve, feeling the heat of the moment as she prepares to give her answer. The editor leans in with a smile, waiting for the final decision. Xini observes the exchange with a quiet, supportive gaze from the sidelines. Taking a stand, Yusun prepares to voice her commitment to the path ahead. With a look of pure determination, she officially agrees to join the prestigious convention. The editor bursts into a joyful, energetic dance to celebrate the recruitment of a new talent. They shake hands, sealing the deal and promising to work hard together on this new project. Xini watches the scene unfold, reflecting on the success that surely awaits her friend. As night falls over the city, the weight of the new challenge begins to set in. Yusun shares her excitement over the phone, feeling like her lifelong dreams are finally within reach. She sets her pencil to paper with high hopes, ready to begin her latest designs. However, despite her enthusiasm, she finds herself staring at a completely blank page with a stunned expression. The sun shines over the school building as a new day begins. Students walk through the hallways, chatting between classes. A few girls stop and stare as someone walks past them in a daze. Yusun is a total mess, sporting heavy dark circles after pulling an all-nighter to work on her designs. She trudges through the hall, barely able to keep her eyes open. The thought of her crush seeing her in this exhausted state sends her into a mini panic. She envisions a harsh rejection based on her current disheveled appearance. She gives her face a hard slap to snap herself back into reality and stay focused. Despite the self-motivation, she still looks completely drained standing in the empty corridor. Once in class, she tries to pay attention to the lecture to prepare for her future career as a designer. Her focus doesn't last long, and within 10 minutes, her head starts to bob. Her eyes drift shut as she slips into a deep sleep right in the middle of the lesson. She dreams of being a famous designer on a sparkling stage, greeted by a crowd of adoring fans. An interviewer on stage asks her about the secret inspiration behind her latest successful collection. She takes the microphone to thank the person who has supported her from the very beginning. Xia appears in the dream as her personal model, standing confidently in the spotlight. The two of them wave to the crowd, celebrating their joint success in the fashion world. Back in the real world, Yuxin is slumped over her desk, completely out for the count. The entire class watches in silence as she starts muttering her dream speech out loud. The teacher's patience finally snaps as he glares at his sleeping student, ready to wake her up. A close-up reveals a worksheet marked with the number 1-2. Yuxin rests her head on her hands, wishing her pleasant dream about the future had lasted a bit longer. She envisions herself as a sophisticated professional wearing an elegant red dress. Her dream also featured Xia looking graceful in a formal gown. Back in the classroom, Yuxin suddenly raises her arm in a burst of determination to share some good news. Outside under the bright blue sky, Yuxin shouts for her friend with a massive smile on her face. She approaches her friend with a mischievous grin, ready to spill a secret. Yuxin leans in close as they walk, explaining that she visited her mother's office recently. She nudges Xia playfully, teasing her friend about her stoic expression. The aspiring designer gestures wildly while bragging about being invited to a major fashion competition. She lets out a joyous laugh, clearly riding a high from the exciting career update. Yuxin declares her intent to reach her goals with intense focus while Xia listens quietly. When Xia finally offers a word of encouragement, Yuxin reacts with over-the-top excitement. Yuxin stops in her tracks, suddenly questioning if she actually heard the rare compliment. She turns back to see her friend maintaining a perfectly neutral face as if nothing happened. Yuxin presses for confirmation, asking if she was just cheered on, but receives a blunt denial. Despite the dismissal, the memory of the support lingers as Yuxin continues to pester her friend. A yellow taxi pulls up to the curb, signaling the end of their walk together. The driver looks back from the front seat, asking if Yuxin is planning to join her friend in the car. Yuxin stares blankly, caught off guard by the sudden departure. Xia remains seated in the back of the vehicle, staring out the window with a cool and detached expression. Xia watches from the taxi window as Yun reflects on her unexpected words. The model remains stoic and detached as the car pulls away. Stunned by the rare encouragement, Yuxin stands frozen on the sidewalk. A faint blush creeps onto her face from the surprising kindness. She waves farewell as the yellow taxi disappears into the distance. Inside the vehicle, Xia maintains her signature indifferent expression. The driver smiles, finding the scene of youthful friendship heartwarming. Later, Yuxin walks through the school grounds with a bright, motivated outlook. Her mood shifts instantly as a stray soccer ball barrels toward her. The ball makes direct contact, sending the designer reeling from the impact. The players rush over, panicked after realizing they struck another bystander. Gogo congratulates her friend on finally getting recognized for her creative talent. She checks on Yuxin's injury, noticing her reddened face. The two sit on the bleachers while Yuxin gushes about the support she received. Gogo asks if she has developed a concept for the upcoming competition yet. Yuxin admits with total confidence that she has no plan whatsoever. She gestures broadly while describing her dream of hosting a world-renowned fashion convention. Her friend listens as the ambitious designer shares her ultimate career goal. Despite the grand fantasy, Yuxin knows she must eventually return to reality. Gogo encourages her, stating that hard work can turn the dream into a reality. She urges Yuxin to stop celebrating and start focusing on her debut design. Yuxin looks deeply troubled as she contemplates her lack of a design concept. She tries to put her ideas on paper, sketching out potential fashion silhouettes. The pressure starts to get to her as she stares blankly at her work. Frustration takes over, leaving her pulling at her hair in desperation. Eventually, the exhaustion wins out, and she slumps over her desk. The frog clock on the wall ticks away as the night grows late. Hours pass by while Yuxin remains completely knocked out from the stress. Even while resting, her tools and sketches remain right where she left them. She stays passed out on the table, surrounded by her unfinished work. Suddenly, she jolts awake and immediately checks her phone for the time. Looking at the screen, she realizes she has slept much longer than intended. Panic sets in as she thinks she has completely missed her first class of the day. A quick glance at the calendar reveals it is actually Saturday, meaning she has no classes to attend. She collapses back onto the bed in relief, only to be interrupted by a loud growl from her stomach. Realizing how hungry she is, she gets up to search the house for a meal. She walks into the quiet living room, finding herself all alone. After a moment of feeling sorry for herself, she receives a text from her mother about food left in the kitchen. Her mood shifts instantly, and she happily skips toward the kitchen to see what is waiting for her. On the counter sit 2 containers of instant noodles. Yuxin stares at the simple meal with a completely blank expression. Yuxin stands in her room, looking completely drained as she reflects on her recent creative struggles. Her mind drifts back to the moment she was encouraged to join the upcoming convention as a designer. The pressure of living up to everyone's expectations weighs heavily on her as she stares off into space. After another sleepless night, her face is pale and her eyes are sunken with exhaustion. Her housemate notices her haggard appearance and looks on with clear concern. Ignoring the fatigue, Yuxin grabs her bag and heads out the door to start her day. Her housemate can only watch her leave, worried about her well-being. The bright morning sun hits the school building as Yuxin arrives on campus. She spots her friend Gao Fan from across the way and waves him down. Gao Fan waits on the balcony, unaware of the surprise heading his way. He turns his head when he hears his name being called. Yuxin pops up with a ghoulish expression that sends Gao Fan recoiling in shock. He stares at her in disbelief, pointing out the massive dark circles under her eyes. Despite looking like a zombie, Yuxin excitedly shares the news about being invited to the fashion convention. She is determined to make the most of this opportunity and create her best work yet. Gao Fan offers his congratulations but urges her to prioritize her health over the project. Yuxin admits that despite the all-nighters, she still hasn't come up with a single new idea. She leans in close, desperately hoping her friend can offer some kind of inspiration. Gao Fan is confused by her request, reminding her that he has absolutely no fashion sense. Yuxin continues to pester him, asking for his opinion on different design aesthetics. Gao Fan tries to calm her down, suggesting that she's putting too much pressure on herself. He watches her closely, noticing that she seems to be reaching her breaking point. Suddenly, Yuxin's eyes glaze over as she completely loses consciousness from pure exhaustion. In a vivid dream, Yuxin is introduced to a cheering crowd as the lead designer, while she proudly holds a golden trophy. She stands in the spotlight, basked in the glow of flashing cameras and supportive fan signs. Her friends join the celebration, cheering enthusiastically from the audience with glowing accessories. Gao Fan and other classmates clap for her success, adding to the overwhelming joy of the moment. However, the atmosphere shifts as Yuxin notices a sudden change in the crowd's energy. Xini appears amidst the celebration, but her expression is uncharacteristically cold and distant. The model's piercing gaze cuts through the fantasy, making Yuxin question why her friend isn't happy for her. Yuxin bolts upright in bed, gasping for air as the dream abruptly ends. Xini is right there by her side, calmly observing that the designer has finally woken up. After sleeping through the entire afternoon, Yuxin is shocked to find herself in the school's medical office. She immediately panics about missing important classes she had actually intended to attend. Realizing where she is, Yuxin's confusion grows as she tries to piece together how she ended up in the infirmary. Nai maintains her composure while explaining the situation to the exhausted designer. A comedic mental image flashes through Yuxin's head as she wonders about the dramatic way she was brought to the clinic. Ni clarifies that she only rushed over because someone claimed Yuxin's life was in serious peril. Overjoyed by the visit, Yuxin starts buzzing with excitement while Nai realizes she isn't even listening anymore. Looking closely at her friend, Nai notes that Yuxin looks like a ghost due to her extreme lack of sleep. She questions if the upcoming fashion convention is truly worth risking her health over. Yuxin admits that the rare opportunity has her feeling a mix of intense nerves and overwhelming excitement. Nai asks for the specific date of the event to better understand the timeline. When Yuxin reveals the convention is still a month away, Ni decides it's time for a change of pace. Ni surprises her by suggesting they go out together this coming weekend. The unexpected invitation leaves Yuxin completely stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yuxin remains stunned as the invitation to go out for the weekend echoes repeatedly in her mind. Nai looks serious, explaining that forcing herself to work through a creative block will only lead to burnout. She suggests spending time outside to refresh, while attempting to downplay her obvious concern for Yuxin's well-being. Looking away, Ni insists the trip is strictly for gathering inspiration and warns Yuxin not to misunderstand her intentions. She maintains a stoic expression, waiting for a response to her sudden proposal. The two girls stand in a brief, quiet standoff as the offer to head out hangs in the air. Yuxin suddenly beams with excitement, loudly agreeing to the plan and catching Ni off guard. Now full of energy, Yuxin begins bombarding her friend with questions about the schedule and what she needs to prepare. As the two girls talk in the infirmary, Gao Fan watches from the side, realizing his initial worries were likely for nothing. Gao Fan and Guo Guo approach the bed, relieved to see that Yuxin has finally regained consciousness. Guo Guo immediately questions if the collapse was caused by staying up all night to work on the upcoming convention. Yuxin tries to laugh off the situation, admitting she only lost sleep for a few nights. Frustrated by the lack of caution, Guo Guo gives Yuxin a light tap on the head and calls her an idiot. Guo Guo looks her friend in the eye, sternly reminding her that no competition is worth neglecting her health. While the group bickers, Ni watches with a flat expression, privately thinking that she also feels like hitting Yuxin for being so reckless. Gogo continues her lecture, her face showing a mix of lingering worry and annoyance. She then teases Ni, revealing that someone was so anxious they checked the infirmary after every single class period. Yusun processes this information with a blank stare, realizing just how much her friends cared while she was out. A soft smile spreads across Yusun's face as she acknowledges the effort her friends made for her. Nearby, a staff member sighs at the noisy group, commenting on how loud, energetic the young students are. Yusun strolls through the city under a bright sky, heading toward a meeting. She looks refreshed and ready for her long-awaited plans. Back in the early morning, the digital clock strikes 7. Yusun immediately shuts off the alarm, fully awake and eager for the day. She sits up with sparkling eyes, fueled by the excitement of her upcoming outing. After a quick morning routine and brushing her teeth, her mind is completely focused on the day ahead. She swings open her closet doors to find the perfect ensemble for the occasion. Determined to look her best, she carefully evaluates every option in her wardrobe. She holds up a white shirt, debating if a long skirt would be the right choice. Several outfits end up in a heap on the bed during the intense selection process. Finally, she picks out a stylish white top and prepares to head out. As she walks through the city, her thoughts are filled with anticipation for seeing her friend. She finally reaches the destination and spots a familiar face waiting for her. Shini stands ready, looking elegant in a blue dress and a light cardigan. Yuxin arrives to find that Shinai has been waiting patiently for over an hour. The two greet each other warmly before starting their weekend journey together. Shinai looks stunning in her carefully chosen outfit as they begin their walk. While they navigate the streets, Shinai stays mindful of the bright sun. Shini offers some sun protection cream to her friend, prompting Yusun to admire how thoughtful she is. Yusun is all smiles as she reminds Shini of their plan to visit some clothing stores. She explains that seeing the latest styles in person will serve as great reference material for her work. Yusun can't help but admire Shini's outfit, thinking her friend looks absolutely angelic in casual wear. As they stroll through the city, Yusun wonders if Shini put extra effort into her look just for their outing today. In her mind, she pictures Shinai trying on all sorts of fashionable dresses and skirts. Shini points out a nearby alley known for its branded boutiques, suggesting it might provide some creative inspiration. Yusun is genuinely surprised and impressed that Shini is familiar with such a trendy location. She playfully leans in, teasing that Shinai must have learned about these spots thanks to her influence. Shini quickly shuts down the idea, clarifying that her knowledge of the area has nothing to do with Yusun. They head inside a shop where Yusun spots several items she previously only saw in fashion magazines. The store features high-quality, hand-sewn garments displayed on mannequins that showcase the season's latest trends. Shini watches in silence, realizing just how much expertise Yusun actually has when it comes to design. Checking out a new pair of trousers, Yusun gives a warm thanks to Shinai for bringing her here. The genuine gratitude causes Shinai to look away with a slight, embarrassed blush on her face. Yusun continues her enthusiastic tour, admitting she often visits places like this just to admire the craftsmanship. Shinai lets out a small click of her tongue, seemingly annoyed by the casual admission. The duo enters a trendy shop featuring a checkered floor and rows of designer garments. Yusun spots a ruffled blue dress and immediately finds it adorable. She holds the outfit up with a bright smile, clearly captivated by the style. Shini watches with a neutral expression, prepared to offer some honest fashion advice. The reality hits that the proportions are off, as the dress looks far too short on Yusun's tall frame. Yusun freezes in place, processing the realization that her favorite find might not be a good fit. A look of awkward disappointment washes over her as the fashion dream starts to fade. She clutches the dress, looking genuinely saddened that the cute style doesn't suit her. Shinai notices Yusun's embarrassment and begins to worry that her blunt honesty was a bit too harsh. Yusun explains that others have often pointed out how her height makes certain styles difficult to pull off. Shinai fires back with a witty remark, leaving Yusun completely stunned by the sharp sense of humor. Seeing how much Yusun likes the outfit, Shinai encourages her to give it a try anyway. Yusun stares back in surprise, not expecting her friend to be so persistent about the fitting room. The thought of actually wearing the dress makes Yusun's face turn bright red from nerves. She protests loudly, insisting that trying on such a small garment would be way too embarrassing. Shinai remains unfazed, watching the flustered reaction with a calm and knowing look. Taking charge, Shin pulls back the curtain and insists that seeing the fit is the best way to get design ideas. She holds the fitting room open, firmly directing Yusun to proceed with the outfit change. Yusun hesitates at the entrance, her face flushed as she wonders if she really has to go through with this. Shini gives a short, affirmative nod, leaving no room for further arguments. With a deep blush and a sense of nervous anticipation, Yusun finally prepares to step inside. Yusun steps out of the fitting room in a blue and white dress, looking flustered and claiming it doesn't suit her. Shinai tries to hold back a laugh while insisting that the outfit actually looks good on her friend. Yusun notices the reaction and grows even more embarrassed by the situation. Suddenly, a mischievous idea sparks in Yusun's mind as she stares back at her friend. She suggests that Shinai should try on an outfit as well, catching the model completely off guard. Shinai looks skeptical and reluctant about participating in this impromptu fashion show. Yusun excitedly pushes the idea, arguing that wearing the clothes is the best way to study the designs. Getting closer, Yuxin reminds Shini that she was the one who offered to help with the research. Yuxin takes charge and ushers a confused Shinai into the dressing room. She presents a specific dress she's had her eye on, convinced it will look amazing on Shini. Giving a confident thumbs up, Yuxin is clearly thrilled about her choice of apparel. The curtain of the fitting room pulls shut, signifying the start of the costume change. Yuxin waits outside with high anticipation, eager to see her friend in the new look. A hand reaches out to pull back the curtain once the change is complete. Yuxin's face up with joy as she prepares to see the result. Her eyes widen in awe at the transformation taking place before her. Shini reveals herself in a long-sleeve peach dress, feeling quite awkward in the feminine style. Overjoyed, Yuxin rushes toward her friend, feeling like she's witnessing something truly special. She is so moved by the sight that she begins to cry comical tears of pure happiness. Shini quickly tries to shift the focus back to their actual business of finding design ideas. Yuxin listens as Shinai asks for the other dresses to continue their research. To prove she isn't dreaming, Shini gives Yuxin a playful pinch on the cheek, much to the designer's surprise. The changing room curtains are pulled shut as the fashion research begins in earnest. Shinai starts by holding up a red skirt against her peach-colored top. She stands nervously in the outfit, hoping her efforts will help Yuxin find the creative spark she needs. Yuxin reflects on the importance of the upcoming convention and how much this support means to her. She encourages her friend, telling her she's an angel who shouldn't worry about anyone else's opinion. Shini accepts the praise and decides to go along with the dress-up as a way to show her gratitude. She reaches for a red dress with a large bow, wondering about the variety of styles available. Yuxin waits outside the curtain, ready to see the next transformation. Shini steps out in the full-length red dress, looking regal but clearly feeling a bit out of place. She questions why such an embarrassing dress even exists in the shop. Yuxin is immediately impressed, calling the look super cute. She continues to praise Shinai, claiming that the model makes every outfit look amazing. Without wasting any time, Yuxin hands over the next garment for Shinai to try. Yuxin's face lights up with joy as she keeps the momentum going. Shini can only offer a silent, overwhelmed look in response to the fast-paced session. Yuxin uses her phone to take a picture of Shinai, in a light blue dress for her design notes. The photo shows the complete look down to the matching white shoes. Shini continues to pose patiently, despite the mounting pile of clothes. Yuxin thanks her friend profusely, promising that this effort will definitely be repaid. The scene shifts to an outdoor cafe called KFC, where the pair takes a break. A refreshing iced beverage sits on the table, signaling a pause in their busy research. Yuxin chats happily about the successful shopping trip and the many photos she took. She beams with satisfaction, clearly pleased with how the day has turned out so far. Shini quietly sips her drink, listening as Yuxin continues to shower her with compliments. The model looks up with a neutral expression, taking in her friend's high energy. The two share a relaxed moment at the table, enjoying the calm atmosphere outside the shops. Yuxin's expression falters slightly when the conversation turns toward her specific design inspirations. She offers a sheepish smile, acknowledging a brief moment of hesitation regarding her creative process. Shini points out that Yuxin seems to have a very strong affinity for cute and youthful aesthetics. Yuxin immediately lights up, enthusiastically confirming her love for all things adorable. Her expression softens as she begins to reflect on where this passion actually originated. A flashback shows a younger Yuxin mesmerized by a window display of colorful animal charms. She recalls her room being completely filled with various cute keepsakes and trinkets. However, she also remembers being scolded for choosing clothes that others felt were too immature for her height. She explains that because she felt she couldn't pull off the look herself, she preferred to admire it from afar. This personal conflict eventually led to a breakthrough and a brand new idea. She began sketching her own designs, pouring her love for cute aesthetics onto the paper. These early drawings evolved into elaborate costumes, marking the true beginning of her creative journey. Shini listens quietly, processing this new insight into her friend's artistic motivation. Yuxin concludes that these experiences were the foundation for her love of fashion design. Yuxin reflects on her mother's initial disapproval while sitting at the cafe. Shini listens as Yuxin explains her mother's eventual acceptance. Yuxin vows to maximize the opportunity ahead of her. Shini watches her friend with focused attention. Shini commends Yuxin's persistence against social pressure. Yuxin responds with a confident, cheerful smile. Inspiration suddenly strikes, visible in Yuxin's focused gaze. Yuxin stares at Shini as new ideas take shape. She announces her sudden burst of creative inspiration. Shini smiles, supporting her friend's renewed drive. Yuxin is energized and ready to begin working. Yuxin stands to leave while Shinai stays behind. Shini encourages her to head home and start sketching. Yuxin looks back with a determined expression. She says goodbye, heading off to work on her designs. Shini sits alone as Yuxin departs. Shini realizes the drink bill remains unpaid. The scene shifts to Yuxin's apartment under a crescent moon. Yuxin works diligently at her desk late into the night. She concentrates deeply on the lines of her new design. Her pencil moves across the paper to finalize the sketch. Yuxin views her finished work with a satisfied smile. The scene shifts to a towering office building standing tall against a bright, clear sky. Inside, a fashion scout in a pink shirt carefully examines Yuxin's latest design work with a focused gaze. Yuxin and her companion sit across from him, anxiously waiting for his professional verdict on the sketches. The intricate drawing showcases a unique outfit, displaying the high level of detail Yuxin put into the concept. Deeply moved by the quality of the work, the scout can't help but cover his face in genuine surprise. Yuxin remains tense, watching his every move to see if her hard work finally paid off. The scout bursts into a fit of joy, absolutely thrilled by the creative genius presented in front of him. He enthusiastically praises Yuxin, claiming her design has truly touched his heart. The sudden and intense compliment leaves Yuxin momentarily speechless and surprised. He guarantees that the outfit will be produced and expresses his complete admiration for her style. Leaning forward, he informs the duo that the design is perfect for an upcoming professional exhibition. Yuxin is stunned at the prospect of her work being featured on such a prestigious stage. She envisions a high-energy runway show where models showcase her creations under bright spotlights. The scout gives her a big thumbs up, wishing her the best of luck for a future career. Her companion watches the exchange with a quiet and contemplative expression. The scout then requests a private moment to discuss specific matters regarding Yuxin's future with her guardian. Showing her polite nature, Yuxin bows and agrees to wait outside while they talk. She exits the room, leaving the scout and the young man to discuss the serious business proposal. Alone with the guardian, the scout reiterates how much he truly admires the girl's vision. The younger man listens carefully as the professional scout continues to gush over the student's potential. He highlights her incredible aptitude for fashion, noting that she possesses rare talent for her age. The scout makes a bold move, officially offering Yuxin a position as a designer within his company. He turns to the companion, asking for a final decision on whether she can join them. The young man stares down, weighing the impact this massive opportunity will have on Yuxin's life. With a stern and serious look, he prepares to deliver a response that will change everything. Gaofan flatly disagrees with the proposal, expressing his deep concern for the risks involved. The scout listens intently as the guardian highlights the potential dangers of the industry. He adjusts his glasses, ready to address the hesitation with a more detailed explanation. Gaofan demands a thorough explanation, worried that Yuxin isn't ready for the harsh spotlight. He points out how many designers lose their way when they can't maintain high performance. The recruiter remains silent, processing the guardian's protective and cautious stance. Clasping his hands, the scout shows he understands the weight of this career decision. They debate the difficulty of balancing a professional career line with personal happiness. Gaofan remains focused on what is truly best for his ward's long-term well-being. Offering a sympathetic smile, the scout admits that the situation is indeed very conflicting. He reflects on his own position, noting that success isn't built on talent alone. Gaofan looks on as the scout stands, emphasizing that every success comes with sacrifices. Looking out toward the city, the scout reminds him that professional growth requires a difficult trade-off. Gaofan worries that these high-stakes decisions are still coming far too early for her. He thinks back to the pure joy she finds in her creative work, making the choice even tougher. The scout reiterates his serious commitment to nurturing her talent and guiding her through the process. Noticing the recruiter's sincerity, Gaofan begins to soften his initial stance. Ultimately, they decide to let Yuxin make the final decision about her own future. Yuxin looks up expectantly as the two men finally emerge from their private meeting. The scout tells her that fabric selection will begin soon and the product will be ready in a week. She is visibly stunned by the news, barely able to process that her work is moving forward. Gaofan offers his thanks to the scout for his patience and professional insight. The private talk concludes as the group prepares to transition to the next stage of production. Yuxin is overjoyed, thrilled at the prospect of seeing her designs come to life. Gaofan watches her with a look of quiet concern, still wary of the path ahead. Gaofan looks into the room to check on Yuxin. She is sitting on the bed, focused on her sketches with a clipboard in hand. Gaofan comments on how she's working harder on this than she ever did for her school exams. He looks at her with a serious expression, preparing to have a real talk. Yuxin looks up with a cheerful smile, happy to be working on her designs. Gaofan sits down beside her to discuss her future plans seriously. She expresses how much of a dream come true it is to pursue this career. Gaofan warns her that the professional world is far more complicated than just having a hobby. He explains that there is a lot more to the job than just drawing. Yuxin listens as the reality of the industry begins to sink in. They sit together as he describes the constant need to adapt to changing trends and technical requirements. Yuxin brushes off the lecture, claiming she already understands the basic challenges. Gaofan pushes further, asking if she's truly ready for the constant pressure to improve. She points out that self-improvement is a requirement for any career path, not just fashion. Gaofan stares at her, seeing her unwavering resolve. Yuxin asks him to stop beating around the bush and say what's on his mind. He looks down for a moment, gathering his thoughts. He finally reveals that she might need to go overseas to truly advance her education. Yuxin is caught completely off guard by the suggestion. She reacts with pure shock, asking if he is actually being serious about a move. Her eyes light up with a mix of surprise and excitement at the massive opportunity. Gaofan watches her reaction closely, remaining calm and composed. Yusun stares back at him, stunned by the potential turn her life could take. Yusun walks through the school hallways, lost in thought. Later that night, she stares at the ceiling, unable to stop thinking about the prospect of transferring schools. Gaofan explains that an exclusive contract would offer her professional training and high expectations from the company. Yuxin remains silent, absorbing the weight of the life-changing proposal. Gaofan continues to lay out the reality of the fashion industry's demands. She looks down, struggling to reconcile her current life with her professional ambitions. Gaofan admits that while the move benefits her long-term career, it comes with personal sacrifices. He points out that this path allows her to enter the industry much earlier than her peers. However, he warns that skipping her high school years might lead to lifelong regret. Yusun sits in silence, realizing she has reached a major crossroads in her life. Back at school, Yusun walks past her classmates, feeling a growing sense of detachment. She gazes at the campus, reflecting on the simplicity of student life. The sound of laughter spills out from a nearby classroom, highlighting the normalcy she might leave behind. A friend greets Yusun by jokingly recalling her past athletic mishaps. The senior laughs heartily at the memory of their shared time together. Yusun approaches her senior with a serious expression, seeking a different perspective. The senior is surprised to find Yusun visiting the second-year wing of the school. She listens intently as Yusun prepares to share the difficult choice weighing on her. The two stand by the hallway window, discussing the potential for a bright future. Yuxin asks for honest advice on what her next step should be. The senior initially tells her to jump at the chance since it aligns with her dreams. Yusun expresses her fear that leaving school will mean facing a complicated and daunting world. Seeing her hesitation, the senior jokingly suggests she just stay in school and skip the offer. Yusun continues to worry about passing up such a rare professional opportunity. The senior gets fired up, telling her to just accept the offer if she's going to worry either way. She becomes slightly exasperated by Yusun's constant indecisiveness. Eventually, she acknowledges that choosing between one's youth and a lifelong dream is an incredibly tough call. Yusun admits that she hasn't even shared the news with her partner, Xia yet. She looks worried about the future of their work together, while the senior offers a supportive gaze. The senior compares the situation to the split-second decisions made during a sports competition. She explains that in the heat of a match, there is often no time for overthinking. Her final advice is to trust her instincts and follow the path that feels right. Yuxin processes the words as the school bell rings, signaling the start of class. The senior tells her to head back and stop overthinking the decision for now. Yusun remains by the window for a moment, still grappling with her future. A high shelf in the library stands quietly as the scene begins. Shini stands among the aisles, her expression unreadable as she clutches a book. She looks off to the side, seemingly lost in thought amidst the rows of literature. Yusun peeks nervously from behind a bookshelf, sweating as she tries to remain unnoticed. Shine calls her out immediately, noting that she saw Yusun come out from her hiding spot. Yusun attempts to play it off as a total coincidence with a nervous, wide-eyed grin. When asked if she's there to borrow a book, Yusun quickly agrees to keep up the act. Despite the small talk, a look of deep concern lingers on Yusun's face. Shine turns her attention back to her book, maintaining a cool and detached demeanor. She breaks the silence by asking what the professionals thought of Yusun's latest drawing. Yusun admits that they actually liked it, though she holds her folder with trembling hands. Shine notices that Yusun doesn't seem very happy about the positive feedback. Yusun explains that the suddenness of the opportunity is what's making her so uneasy. Shine presses further, asking if there's more to the story than just a surprise offer. Internally, Yusun fears that telling the truth might make her friend feel abandoned. She finally reveals that the contract involves intensive training and a possible move overseas. Yusun awkwardly brings up the topic of school and what this means for her future. Without hesitation, Shini tells her that if she has the chance, she should just go for it. Yusun is caught off guard by how easily her friend seems to be letting her go. Shinai remains stoic while Yusun grapples with the reality of a potential school transfer. Shinai encourages her to seize the rare opportunity, even as Yusun looks back in confusion. Yusun forces a cheerful response, agreeing that Shini is right about the career move. Shine keeps her eyes on the pages, hiding any personal feelings behind the book. Yusun prepares to head out, claiming she has found an interesting book to borrow. As Yusun turns to leave, Shini watches her with a gaze full of unspoken words. Yusun's cheerful facade drops for a moment, revealing her inner turmoil. She waves a final goodbye, walking away with a sparkling but fragile smile. Xia Yuxin stands alone against the sunset, lost in her own thoughts as the school day ends. She catches sight of something in the distance that breaks her out of her trance. From her vantage point, she watches a group of students chatting and laughing as they walk along the balcony. She observes the lively atmosphere of the Wushu Club members being called away, feeling the weight of her own isolation. Yusun spots Gaofan leaving a classroom, following behind his new group of acquaintances. She watches him from afar, wondering if he has already managed to find a new circle of friends. Gaofan bids farewell to his club president and teammates after a long practice session. He stops and turns around immediately when he hears Yuxin calling out his name. Surprised to find her waiting for him, he asks what brings her there so late in the day. Yuxin laughs off the surprise, mentioning that it feels like it's been a long time since they really talked. She quickly admits that she actually came there specifically to have a serious conversation with him. Gao Fan looks slightly overwhelmed, explaining that he's actually quite busy at the moment. Yu Sun is taken aback when she realizes just how much he has on his plate with the school's upcoming events. He explains that his group is organizing a dance performance, and he needs to head to practice right away. Yu Sun offers a supportive smile, noting that it seems like having a lot of fun with his new friends. Gao Fan grumbles about the tiring extra work, though his dedication to the club is clear. Just as he prepares to head out, Yu Sun asks him to wait for just one more moment. Gao Fan pauses and looks back, waiting to hear what else she has to say. Yu Sun looks hesitant and nervous, struggling to find the right words for her announcement. Gao Fan takes the lead, asking if her design for the convention finally got the approval she wanted. She confirms the success and adds that they even offered her a chance to go overseas for her studies. Torn by the decision, she asks Gao Fan if he thinks she should actually take the offer. Gao Fan looks at her with a serious expression, asking if this isn't the very dream she's been working toward. He questions why she is being so indecisive about such a life-changing opportunity. Yuxin laughs, feeling a sense of relief that he is so supportive of her moving forward. She gives a soft, bittersweet smile as she realizes he truly wants what is best for her career. Gao Fan looks away, telling her he'll be watching her success from afar as he offers his thanks. Yuxin beams, promising that she will give the offer the serious thought it deserves. Gao Fan gives her one last encouraging look before they prepare to part ways. Xi starts her day by sweeping the outdoor corridors, keeping the school grounds tidy. She moves to the edge of the courtyard to clear away fallen leaves near the sports fence. Suddenly, a stray soccer ball flies toward her while she's focused on her chores. She stops and looks up as a voice calls out to apologize for the interruption. Her expression remains typically stoic as she identifies the person on the other side of the fence. It turns out to be Gao Fan, who is surprised to run into her in this part of the campus. Gao Fan jokes about her improved aim while Xi stares back with her usual silence. The athlete asks where Yusun is, noting how unusual it is to see Xi without her partner. Xi nicks up the soccer ball, showing no sign of annoyance at the disruption. She bluntly informs Gao Fan that Yusun is currently busy getting ready to move overseas. The news catches Gao Fan completely off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. She quickly follows up, asking if Yusun has already made the final decision to leave. Gao Fan looks through the fence, eager to know how Xi reacted to the bombshell news. She waits for an answer, curious about the emotional dynamic between the two friends. Xi goes back to sweeping, arguing that this school doesn't offer what Yusun needs for her career. Gao Fan falls silent, processing just how clinical Xi is being about the situation. Xi looks down as Gao Fan remarks that she is just as cold on the inside as she appears. Gao Fan calls Yuxin an idiot for being so worried about how her departure would affect their friendship. She explains that despite the professional opportunity, Yuxin was clearly struggling with the personal choice. Gao Fan realizes that even though Yuxin agreed to go, she likely just wanted someone to ask her to stay. A brief memory shows Yuxin smiling, trying to stay positive about the rare career chance she's been offered. However, her expression turns bittersweet as she prepares to say her goodbyes to the life she knows. She walks away clutching her books, masking the deep sadness of her impending departure. Back in the present, Xi stands alone, the weight of Gao Fan's words finally sinking in. Gao Fan casually spins the ball, teasing that Yusun is probably off crying in a corner somewhere right now. Xi doesn't respond, staring blankly ahead as she contemplates the things she left unsaid. Under the golden glow of the sunset, a quiet moment unfolds outside the school building. Yuxin reaches out to pet a stray cat she affectionately calls Xiao Dan Dan. She offers a bittersweet smile while telling the cat they might not see each other again because of her upcoming transfer. Crouching down, she shares one final quiet interaction with her feline friend. Looking down, the weight of her life-changing decision begins to settle in. The cat stares back as she starts to question if moving away is actually what she wants. Despite everyone cheering her on, Yusun's expression shows a deep sense of inner conflict. She reflects on the friends who encouraged her to make her own choices, including Gao Fan. Her eyes well up as she realizes that even with all that support, her heart still feels incredibly heavy. She pulls her knees close, trying to make sense of the emotional pain she's been hiding. Finally, the dam breaks, and Yusun begins to sob openly in the fading light. The cat looks on silently, witnessing her rare moment of total vulnerability. She hides her face in her hands, relieved that the school day is over, and she's supposedly alone. She lets the tears flow, thinking it would be too embarrassing if anyone caught her in this state. Unbeknownst to her, Xi stands nearby, watching the scene with a look of genuine concern. Xi finally approaches and asks why she's crying, catching the designer completely off guard. Startled and mortified, Yusun lets out a loud, panicked cry of embarrassment. She immediately tries to play it off, blaming her watery eyes on a sudden cat fur allergy. Xi doesn't drop the subject and brings up the topic of her transferring schools one more time. Yusun freezes, wondering if she was actually hoping for Xi to give her a reason to stay. She quickly dismisses the thought and thanks Xi for being so supportive of her move. Determined to escape the awkward encounter, Yusun turns and heads home to process her feelings. As she walks away, her head hangs low, still clearly struggling with the decision ahead of her. Xi is left standing alone in the sunset, watching silently as Yuxin departs. A young man with brown hair enters the room and looks around with a neutral expression. He is visibly surprised and asks if the conversation is centered around the upcoming convention. Yuxin sits up on the couch, wondering if her choice to study overseas is truly a sign of being decisive. The boy asks if her doubts stem from someone at school questioning her design abilities. Yuxin looks down, explaining that her friends were actually incredibly supportive, which somehow made her feel even more troubled. The boy is confused, questioning why having supportive friends would be a cause for concern. Yuxin comically wails about the fact that no one even tried to ask her to stay behind. The boy stares back at her with a blank, speechless expression. Yuxin looks exhausted as the boy suggests she should simply reject the offer if she doesn't want to go. He turns toward the light switch, pointing out that her hesitation proves she is reluctant to leave everything behind. Yuxin listens quietly as he suggests she could graduate normally and pursue fashion design later in university. He maintains a serious gaze, promising to support her no matter what decision she finally makes. Yuxin beams with a bright, resolute smile after hearing his words. The boy looks on with a slightly worried expression as he watches her reaction. Yuxin stands up and thanks him, noting that he helped her realize the magnitude of the opportunity she shouldn't miss. The boy watches her with a sweat drop, realizing she has finally come to a conclusion. He remains quiet, observing her with a thoughtful look. Yuxin smiles at him, teasingly pointing out that he looks like the one who is actually about to cry over her departure. The boy blushes and looks away, quietly thanking his mother for the advice. A close-up shows someone stepping onto a rug in slippers, signaling a moment of domestic peace. A hand reaches out to slide a door shut, closing out the day. Yuxin looks calm and reflective as she contemplates the people who have always been by her side. She looks toward a framed picture with a gentle, appreciative smile. Yuxin looks down at her phone, which displays a photo of a blonde girl in an elegant blue dress. The girl in the photo has a serene and calm expression. Yuxin smiles warmly at the screen, feeling grateful for the inspiration she has found. A clear blue sky stretches across the horizon, setting a calm tone for the day's events. Xi stands alone, looking off into the distance with a troubled expression. Flashbacks reveal past conversations where friends express their true feelings about the potential move. Seeking a quiet moment, Xi sits on a bench beneath a large tree on the school grounds. Her thoughts weigh heavily as she contemplates how to support her friend during this turning point. Her gaze remains fixed downward, lost in a sea of uncertainty and unspoken words. Yuxin suddenly pops out from behind the tree, startling her friend with a bright greeting. Caught off guard, Xi turns to see what brought her friend here at this hour. With a cheerful smile, Yuxin mentions she has something important she needs to share. The two stand together in the shade as the conversation shifts to the topic of studying abroad. Xi listens patiently, waiting to hear the final verdict on the life-changing opportunity. Yuxin confesses that she was actually quite nervous about how her decision would be received. The atmosphere remains tense as the truth behind their recent interactions finally comes to light. She admits that she didn't want her friend to feel bad, but also didn't want a forced reaction. Looking down, Yuxin explains the internal conflict she faced while weighing her future. Xi processes the explanation, realizing the depth of the misunderstanding between them. Realizing she might have overthought the situation, Yuxin breaks into a lighthearted laugh. The gravity of the choice becomes clear as they discuss giving up a rare opportunity for the sake of the present. With a look of absolute resolve, Yuxin officially announces her decision to stay behind. She explains that her true inspiration comes from the connections she's made right here at home. Settling onto the bench, the pair enjoys a rare moment of deep, honest communication about their goals. Xi is struck by how serious and determined her friend seems about this new path. A gentle smile plays on Yuxin's face as she looks toward the future with newfound clarity. She jokingly reminds Xi that she still hasn't fulfilled the promise to wear her custom designs. The sudden request catches Xi by surprise, leaving her wide-eyed and momentarily speechless. Yuxin continues to tease, insisting that her friend will eventually grow to appreciate her fashion sense. The mood brightens as Yuxin excitedly asks if they'll end up attending the same university together. Yuxin stretches and celebrates at school, feeling a sense of relief about her decision to stay. She tells Xi that she's finally sleeping better after getting a huge weight off her shoulders. She enjoys her relaxed lifestyle, realizing she can draw whenever she wants without the pressure of going abroad. Xi remains skeptical, questioning how a high school student can find their exam prep lifestyle boring. Yuxin laughs off the concern, boasting that she's already ahead on her studies, while Xi looks annoyed. Yuxin's expression shifts to surprise as a new topic of conversation comes up. She enthusiastically asks Xi if she's happy that she's staying back, though Xi tells her she's being too noisy. Xi listens intently as she hears rumors of a suspicious individual following students near the school. A group of students discusses the recent sightings of a stalker, warning each other to stay alert. Yuxin takes the news seriously, realizing that even if no one has been hurt yet, they need to be cautious. Shinai reminds Yuxin of her own past antics, causing Yuxin to look a bit flustered. Yuxin brushes off the comparison, insisting that the person must be a total weirdo. Getting protective, Yuxin declares that she will personally walk Shinai home every day starting now. Shinai casually dismisses the offer and notes that class is about to start while finishing her drink. As Shinai walks away, a determined Yuxin tries to chase after her to finalize their safety plan. Later that evening, Yuxin follows Shinai out of the school gates, still insisting on acting as her bodyguard. Yuxin continues her lecture about the dangers of walking alone just as a taxi pulls up to the curb. Shinai ignores the drama and quickly hops into the taxi, leaving Yuxin standing on the sidewalk. The taxi driver takes his job seriously, feeling a sudden surge of duty to protect his passenger. The car speeds off in a cloud of exhaust, leaving Yuxin's protection plan in the dust. Yuxin stands frozen on the bridge, staring blankly as the taxi disappears into the city sunset. As she walks home alone, a mysterious figure watches her from the shadows of a nearby building. Shinai looks focused and serious while sitting in the classroom. She stands alone after class holding her books. The girl walks past a classmate who is still packing up for the day. Shinai exhales a weary sigh as she moves through the quiet building. A classmate runs up to catch her in the hallway. The student notices Shinai's books and suggests they visit the library together. Shinai looks skeptical, jokingly accusing the girl of being the rumored stalker. The pair arrives at the quiet library entrance. They begin browsing the tall, packed bookshelves. The classmate asks about Shinai's preferred reading materials. Shinai requests help reaching a book on a high shelf. She points toward a specific red book positioned near the top. The student prepares to assist her friend. The classmate imagines herself as a tall, reliable hero helping a friend in need. She confidently reaches up to grab the red book. Her fingers firmly grasp the spine of the target volume. A look of worry crosses her face as the book refuses to budge. Shinai waits patiently for the book to be retrieved. The student uses extra force to yank the stuck book free. The red book finally begins to slide out from its spot. She thinks she has successfully retrieved the item. The sudden movement triggers an accidental landslide of books. Shinai looks up in shock as the shelf contents shift. A book falls through the air toward Shinai. Shinai stands frozen and silent after being struck. The student panics and offers a frantic apology for the mishap. Shinai sits on the floor surrounded by the scattered mess. Irritated, Shinai remarks that she can't even rely on her friend for simple help. Night falls over the city as the two friends wait on a deserted street for a ride that never comes. Yusun notes that it's dinner time, making it nearly impossible to catch a cab in the area. Shinai decides not to any longer and begins the trek home on foot. Hidden in the shadows, a mysterious figure watches their every move with an intense gaze. The pair makes a quick stop at a nearby convenience store before continuing their journey. Yusun kindly offers a warm snack to her friend to keep her energy up. She explains that the bread from this shop is a local favorite and perfect for a late-night treat. Shinai accepts the food with a quiet word of thanks as they walk. Seeing her friend accept the gesture brings a small smile to Yusun's face. Shinai takes a bite, finding the snack surprisingly comforting during their long walk. Yusun is delighted to see her friend enjoying the food while the moon hangs high above them. They continue through the quiet night, with Shinai focused on finishing her snack. Yusun strikes up a conversation, asking about the people Shinai lives with at home. Shinai mentions she has a brother but quickly shuts down the topic, saying there isn't much to tell. She picks up the pace, leaving Yusun scrambling to keep up as they reach their destination. They finally arrive at a modern, multi-story apartment complex nestled under the crescent moon. Yusun is blown away by the scale of the building where her friend lives. Shinai thanks her for the company and warns her to be careful on her own way back. Glowing with happiness from the successful walk, Yusun says her goodbyes. Suddenly, a chilling sensation washes over Yusun as if someone is staring directly at her. She pauses and looks around nervously, trying to convince herself she's just imagining things. Deciding it's best not to linger, she turns around and starts heading toward her own home. Inside the building, Shinai pushes open the front door to her apartment. She steps onto the mat, removing her shoes after the long trek home. Shinai leans against the wall, taking a moment to breathe after the walk. Her mother's voice drifts from the kitchen, asking if she just got back. While busy at the stove, her mother asks if she happened to run into her brother on the way in. Shinai stands silently, processing the question about her siblings' whereabouts. Her mother mentions that her brother has been coming home quite late recently. The night air hangs heavy over the quiet streets as street lamps flicker to life. Yuxin makes her way home alone, unaware of any potential danger lurking in the shadows. She hums a cheerful tune, daydreaming about visiting her friend's house soon. As she continues her walk, the silence of the neighborhood starts to feel a bit too heavy. A sudden, quiet rustle from a nearby corner suggests she might not be as alone as she thinks. Yusun quickly glances over her shoulder, her instincts telling her something is off. She peers into the dark gaps between the buildings, but sees nothing but empty space. A wave of anxiety hits as she recalls rumors of a suspicious person following students in the area. Her heart begins to race at the terrifying thought of being the next target. Standing frozen for a second, she tries to steady her breathing and plan her next move. Every step feels heavier now as she struggles with an overwhelming sense of discomfort. She wonders if someone has been tailing her since the moment she left the school gates. Her imagination runs wild, picturing a shadowy figure waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Panicked thoughts flood her mind as she realizes she still has so many things she wants to accomplish. She picks up the pace, rushing through the eerily deserted walkway. In her haste, she accidentally catches her foot on a discarded trash can lid. The clatter of metal on concrete sends her jumping in absolute terror. She spins around to face the source of the noise, expecting the worst. Her eyes dart through the darkness, searching for any sign of a pursuer. Realizing she just spooked herself with some literal garbage, she stares at the tipped-over bin. Frustrated and still shaken, she tries to shake off the embarrassment of her own jumpiness. High above, the city lights glow against the dark night sky. Inside a warm apartment, a young man relaxes while sipping on a hot drink. He hears the front door unlock and asks why she's returning so late. He watches calmly, completely unaware of the mental ordeal she just endured. Yuxin stands in the doorway, looking absolutely exhausted and pale. With a dark shadow over her face, she demands that he call the authorities immediately. He stares back in total confusion, wondering what possibly happened on her way home. A voice echoes through the school grounds as someone repeatedly shouts for Xi. Xi turns around with a look of mild irritation at the public disturbance. Yuxin finally catches up in the hallway and tells her friend to stop making such a scene. Looking skeptical, Yuxin notes that her friend has been acting quite strange lately. Yuxin's expression turns serious as she prepares to share a troubling secret. Xi listens intently as the conversation takes a darker turn. Yuxin explains her growing fear that they have been followed by someone ever since they left school. The news clearly catches Xi off guard as she processes the potential threat. Yuxin vents her frustration, explaining that her mother dismissed her concerns and refused to call the authorities. While others find no evidence of a stalker, Yuxin insists she can feel a hostile presence nearby, even if she can't see them. To stay safe, Yuxin reveals a small self-defense tool she has started carrying on her keychain. She remains on high alert, certain that a culprit has been tailing them for days. Xi stares back with a completely blank and unimpressed expression. She bluntly tells Yuxin that the only suspicious person lurking around is Yuxin herself. Later on the bleachers, a friend named Guo can't stop laughing at Yuxin's dramatic behavior. Guo admits that Yuxin's hyper-awareness actually makes her quite good at spotting trouble. Yuxin continues to rant about her protective instincts while her friend takes a drink. Suddenly, Yuxin wonders if she is the actual target of the stalker because of her good looks. This comment causes Guo to immediately spit out her water in total shock. Guo strikes a mocking pose to tease her friend's vanity, much to Yuxin's annoyance. Shifting topics, Yuxin mentions that Xi went to the library alone to return some books. Guo finds the excuse of returning books at this hour to be highly suspicious. Both girls sit in silence, realizing that Xi might be hiding her true whereabouts. Nearby, a hand reaches out to open the door of a waiting yellow vehicle. Xi stands by the school gates, looking around cautiously as the sun begins to set. Yuxin arrives with a bright smile, happy to have caught her friend before she left. She cheerfully offers to accompany Xi home to ensure she stays safe. Xi immediately rejects the offer, pointing toward a waiting taxi and telling Yuxin to back. Yuxin is left standing there, feeling rejected by her friend's sudden departure. She watches as the car pulls away, leaving her alone at the school entrance. Xi arrives home at a quiet apartment complex late into the evening. A modest dinner of tempura and greens is set out on the table for her. She sits down to eat, though her expression remains cold and distant. Her mother offers to heat up some soup while noting that her brother just returned as well. Xi listens in silence, barely reacting to the family conversation. Her brother approaches the table in his slippers, finally back from school. She picks at her food while her mother questions why her brother has been coming home so late. The brother stands by as the family gathers for the late-night meal. Xi remains quiet as her mother praises her brother for being a good boy. The dinner conversation continues over the plates of fried food and vegetables. She continues eating with her chopsticks, while her brother explains he's been practicing for a school play. Her mother mentions a rumor from the neighbors about suspicious people lurking in the area. Xi's expression tightens as she's warned to be careful when coming home. She keeps her head down, focused more on her meal than the safety warning. She dismisses the concern, claiming a friend will walk her home if it gets too late. When her mother asks about this new friend, Xi vaguely describes them as someone from another class. Her mother is surprised and encourages her to invite this friend over soon. The dinner table becomes a scene of lighthearted bickering between the mother and the younger brother. Xi takes a sip of her drink, staying out of the playful argument. She looks off to the side, appearing increasingly detached from the domestic scene. Suddenly, she announces she is full and stands up to leave the table. She heads back to her room, claiming she needs to finish her homework. Her mother watches her leave, confused by her daughter's sudden departure. Xi's brother complains that it feels like his older sister doesn't care about him anymore. The mother tries to reassure the boy, explaining that Xi is just busy with high school. Inside her room, Xi sits alone by the window, staring out at the dark city. She looks down pensively, her mind clearly far away from her studies. She pulls out a delicate golden keepsake and opens it to reveal a small photo and a clock face. Her eyes reflect a deep sense of longing as she stares at the object. She carefully examines the time on the internal clock of the charm. The object seems to hold a special significance to her as she holds it close. Finally, she snaps the golden keepsake shut, hiding her secrets away once more. Yusun stares ahead with a look of intense focus and determination. She sits at her school desk with her arms crossed, clearly troubled by something on her mind. Her classmates notice her serious expression, remarking on the unusually mature aura she is projecting today. Yusun is deeply preoccupied with thoughts of a potential stalker and how to keep her friend safe. She closes her eyes, reflecting on the fact that Shini often relies on taxis to get home. A sudden realization regarding the danger of these commutes causes her to grow even more concerned. Yusun slams her hands onto her desk in a moment of clarity, startling the student sitting nearby. Meanwhile, Shini sits quietly in her own classroom, completely absorbed in reading a book. A classmate approaches Shinai to inform her that someone has arrived to see her. Yusun appears at the classroom door, waving cheerfully to get her friend's attention. Shinai looks up with a cold, neutral expression, seemingly unfazed by the visit. Other students whisper among themselves, surprised to see the quiet girl interacting so closely with someone else. Shini stands up and prepares to leave her desk to speak with Yusun. A moment of silence passes as the two girls meet in the hallway to talk privately. Yusun explains that she sought her out because of a safety concern that recently crossed her mind. She warns Shinai about reports of dangerous individuals operating fake taxis to target students. Yusun points out that since Shinai takes cabs so frequently, she is at a higher risk. She suggests that it would be much safer if Shini arranged for her family to pick her up instead. Shinai remains silent and listens as Yusun continues to stress the importance of her safety. Realizing that class is about to start, Yuxin tells her friend to head back to her seat for now. Later that evening, the two girls stand together near the street as the sun begins to set. Shinai looks at her friend with a skeptical gaze, asking why she is so worried about everyone else's business. Yusun offers a bright smile, claiming she just wants to help while she still has the free time. As they walk toward the road, Yusun insists on waiting with Shini until her ride arrives. A yellow taxi pulls up to the curb right in front of the pair, ready to take a passenger. Shini stares at the vehicle with a sharp, suspicious look as the window rolls down. The driver, a rough-looking man with a scar on his face, bluntly asks where they are going. Yusun is instantly paralyzed with fear, her mind racing back to the warnings about dangerous drivers. Shini stands her ground, questioning the driver's confrontational tone, while Yuxin remains panicked. Deciding not to risk it, Shinai turns and walks away from the cab, leaving a confused Yusun to follow behind her. As the two walk together, Shini bluntly tells Yuxin that she's being far too noisy. Yuxin leans in close, wondering if her earlier warnings about the taxi driver are the reason Shini is having second thoughts. She insists they should look out for each other since they're friends, but Shinai remains skeptical of the sudden bond. Yusun is taken aback when Shinai asks why she even wants to be friends in the first place. Shini points out that they have nothing in common, especially since she rarely speaks while Yusun talks non-stop. Yusun laughs it off, claiming the dynamic works perfectly fine for her. Shini watches her, wondering if such a one-sided friendship isn't eventually going to become exhausting. Yusun is surprised to realize Shini was thinking so deeply about their relationship. She explains that she always knew Shini was kind-hearted and simply didn't know how to express herself. Yusun decides that if Shini is going to be passive, she will just have to be more assertive to make the friendship work. Shini listens quietly, her expression unreadable as she processes Yusun's enthusiasm. Yusun continues to smile, hoping her talkative nature will eventually influence Shinai to smile more. Shinai remains silent, her mouth set in a thin, neutral line. Yusun notices the intense gaze and asks why she's being stared at so closely. Shini continues to look at her with a piercing, focused expression. After a moment of observation, Shinai's eyes narrow slightly as she reaches a conclusion. She realizes she almost let herself get tricked by Yusun's friendly demeanor again. Yusun is left confused by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Shini dismisses the moment entirely, telling Yusun it's nothing, and they should just keep walking. Yusun feels a bit dejected, realizing her heartfelt speech didn't move her friend as much as she hoped. She tries to lighten the mood by teasing Shini about wanting her company, though Shinai just finds her more annoying. Yusun continues her cheerful chatter as they walk through the city. Suddenly, her expression turns dead serious as she senses something out of place. Shinai notices the sudden change in Yuxin's behavior and looks on with concern. Yuxin glances back toward the street, her instincts telling her they aren't alone. She leans in and whispers to a startled Shinai that someone is definitely following them. Yuxin tells her friend to stay put while she goes to investigate the situation. Peeking around the corner of a building, Yuxin tries to spot the person tailing them. Shinai stands back, looking worried about what Yuxin might find. Yuxin begins to break into a cold sweat as the reality of the danger sets in. She starts to regret her impulsive decision, panicking internally about why she's trying to be a hero instead of just getting them both home safely. Shini watches from a distance, her gaze steady and expectant. Yuxin's nerves start to kick in, but she remembers the safety alarm she has tucked away in her bag. She reaches for the device, ready to trigger it and scare off any potential threat. Stealing her resolve, she puts on a brave face to impress her friend. She spots a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness and prepares for a confrontation. Demanding the stranger show themselves, she stands her ground. Yuxin stares down the silhouette with an intimidating, glowing gaze, ready for anything. Suddenly, her intense expression softens into complete surprise. The mysterious follower is revealed to be nothing more than a young boy with a backpack. Yuxin stands frozen, her mind struggling to process the unexpected sight. The boy looks up with wide, shimmering eyes radiating pure innocence. Yuxin has an internal meltdown, completely overwhelmed by how adorable the child is. Her imagination runs wild as she considers helping the boy get home safely. She falls into a dazed trance, her composure completely shattered by the child's presence. Shini breaks the silence, asking the boy why he is there. The boy looks up and calls Shini his big sister, revealing their connection. Yuxin's brain short-circuits at the realization that this adorable kid is related to her friend. Shini calmly confirms that the boy is indeed her younger brother. The boy explains with a smile that he was simply heading home. Yuxin remains flustered, unable to handle the shock of the sibling reveal. She finds the sight of the two siblings together to be incredibly endearing. The younger brother strikes an innocent pose, looking like a literal angel. Shine stands next to him, her presence adding to the overall charm of the scene. Seeing the two of them together, Yuxin views them as a perfectly radiant pair. The collective charm of the siblings is so intense that Yuxin feels practically blinded. Overwhelmed by the sight, Yuxin's excitement boils over as she experiences a dramatic reaction to their combined cuteness. The evening sky glows with a vibrant orange hue as the sun begins to set over the city. Three figures walk down the street together, silhouetted against the golden light of the fading day. Yuxin is practically vibrating with excitement over her sudden discovery. The young boy looks up with wide, innocent eyes, completely unaware of the chaos in Yuxin's mind. Yuxin stares at him, momentarily stunned by how wholesome the situation has become. Surrounded by a sparkling aura, the little brother radiates pure, angelic energy. Yuxin walks beside the boy, her expression a mix of intense focus and sheer delight. She tries to maintain her composure, though her face betrays her internal excitement. Realizing she needs to make a good impression, she carefully considers her next words. The boy looks back at her with a gentle, curious smile. Yuxin stands tall, her presence becoming a bit overwhelming for the small child. He introduces himself as Kimi, a polite first grader from a nearby school. Yuxin notes that he must be a top student, attending a well-known private academy. Kimi starts to sweat a little, feeling the weight of Yuxin's intense and slightly scary gaze. Despite the awkwardness, he maintains his friendly demeanor as they continue their walk. Yuxin finally asks why he was trailing them so suspiciously earlier. The boy reveals he simply wanted to walk home with his big sister. He lets out a joyful laugh, happy to have finally caught up with them. Shine remains silent, her calm expression never wavering during the exchange. Yuxin finds the boy's devotion to his sister absolutely heart-melting. The group arrives at a large apartment building as the sky turns a deep purple. Kimi bursts through the front door, excitedly announcing their arrival home to their mother. He receives a warm welcome while Shini quietly enters the house behind him. Shini acknowledges that dinner is almost ready before heading toward her room. The door to her private space stands partially open as she prepares to settle in for the evening. Inside her room, she stands by her desk, surrounded by shelves packed with books. A pair of feet lingers by the doorway, casting a shadow across the floor. Kimi watches his sister from the hall, while Shini looks back with a subtle, calm glance. Shini maintains her usual stoic expression while listening to her brother. Kimi questions his sister about her routine before they sit down for dinner. The young boy asks if the tall person they were walking with is the same friend she mentioned previously. Shini looks down, appearing completely unbothered by her brother's curiosity. Kimi smiles and teases his sister about having another friend with that kind of personality. Shini turns back to him, asking exactly what point he is trying to make. Kimi stands in the bedroom, continuing his friendly interrogation of his older sister. He asks if they are close and how long they have known each other. Shini gives him a blank, unimpressed look in response to the barrage of questions. Shini asks why he is being so nosy, but Kimi insists there is no harm in sharing the details. Their mother calls out from the kitchen, announcing that it is finally time for dinner. Kimi immediately turns and heads out of the room toward the dining area. Shini notices her phone vibrating on the table as a new call comes in. Kimi hears the notification and stops to look back at his sister. Shini answers the phone while her brother watches curiously from the doorway. Kimi stares, wondering who could be calling her at this time of the evening. Shini remains calm and composed while listening to the person on the other end of the line. Kimi lingers by the door, waiting for her to finish her conversation. Once she hangs up, Kimi asks if that was the same person they saw earlier today. He excitedly asks if she was invited to hang out and begs to be brought along next time. Shini looks at her brother, realizing she needs to manage his expectations. Kimi looks up with hopeful, sparkling eyes, waiting for a positive answer. Shini stays silent for a moment as she considers the best way to break the news. She bluntly advises her brother that it is better if he stays far away from her friend. Shini envisions Yuxin being way too overbearing with her intense doting behavior. Kimi's imagination runs wild, picturing Yuxin as a terrifying figure ready to pounce on him. Shini ignores the over-the-top drama and tells her brother to just go eat. The school day continues under a clear sky. Yuxin approaches Shini in the hallway, awkwardly trying to steer the conversation toward her family. She struggles to maintain her composure while hiding her true motives. Yuxin claims she's looking for costume design inspiration as a cover for curiosity. Shini doesn't buy the act and bluntly asks if she's actually interested in her younger brother. The direct question leaves Yuxin momentarily speechless and frozen. She erupts into a frantic, sweating denial, trying to play off the awkward situation. Shini remains completely unimpressed by the transparent excuses. The interrogation continues as Shini asks how Yuxin even managed to get her private phone number. A flashback reveals Yuxin secretly snooping through records to find the contact info. Shini stares back with a cold, silent judgment that makes the air feel heavy. Refusing to be part of any schemes, Shini walks away and tells her friend to stop making up excuses. Later on the bleachers, Gogol listens to the drama with a look of pure disbelief. Yuxin looks distressed as she tries to justify her actions to her classmate. Gogo teases her for being so easily distracted by a cute younger sibling. Yuxin ignores the teasing and begins gushing about how pure and kind the boy seems. She gets lost in a daydream, imagining him as a perfect, gentle soul. Gogo continues to poke fun at the obsession while Yuxin turns bright red. The end of recess is announced, forcing the two girls to cut their conversation short. Gogo waves a cheerful goodbye as she heads back to her classes. Alone with her thoughts, Yuxin feels grateful for her friend's patience and plans a thank-you lunch for the weekend. As evening approaches, the golden sun hangs low over the quiet school gates. Kimi stands outside the entrance, beaming with pride for arriving before his sister's school day ends. Yuxin smiles to herself while reminiscing about Kimi's dedicated behavior from the previous day. A pair of students cautiously approach her in the hallway to ask for a favor. The girls look nervous as they prepare to deliver their request to the popular upperclassmen. One of the students introduces herself as a neighbor from the next class over. They stop Yuxin to compliment her reputation as a kind and helpful person. Yuxin is caught off guard by the news that many first-year students look up to her. The girls get straight to the point, explaining they need her artistic skills for the upcoming cultural festival. One of the students turns up the charm, pleading with wide eyes for help with a school poster. Yuxin stares back blankly, processing the sudden request for her assistance. Outside, the school grounds are bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Passersby take notice of a strikingly good-looking kid waiting near the entrance. Kimi stands patiently by the gate, drawing admiring glances from the other students. He remains calm and focused while waiting for his sister to finish her day. Kimi's eyes light up as he spots a familiar face approaching from the building. Yuxin walks toward the exit, completely unaware of who is waiting for her. She hums a cheerful tune, feeling good about her popularity and the day's events. Her expression shifts to pure shock as she realizes Kimi is actually there. Kimi offers a polite greeting, catching her completely by surprise. Yuxin is overwhelmed with joy, realizing her wish to see him again has been granted. She leans in with a sly grin, delighted that the young boy came to the gates. Her gaze intensifies as she focuses all her attention on the unsuspecting Kimi. Yuxin towers over the boy, reveling in the thrill of being addressed with such respect. The two students from earlier watch the interaction from a distance, impressed by her charisma. Yuxin confirms she'll help with the festival poster while Kimi observes the conversation. Kimi watches her interact with the others, initially thinking she seems like a very kind person. She maintains her friendly mask as the younger students thank her profusely. A dark, unsettling grin crosses her face as her true obsessive nature bubbles to the surface. Kimi breaks into a cold sweat as an ominous warning about her true personality flashes through his mind. Shini walks alongside Yuxin and Kimi as the sun begins to set, casting a warm glow over the trio. Shini glances toward the side, her expression remaining calm and unreadable. Kimi mentions he heard from his sister that Yuxin often accompanies her home, questioning if she lives nearby. Yuxin looks back with a pleasant smile, maintaining her friendly upperclassman persona. While Kimi looks on with a skeptical eye, Yuxin is secretly thrilled that the girl has mentioned her to her family. Yuxin asks if Kimi will be waiting for them regularly from now on, and he gives a hesitant nod. Internal joy overcomes Yu as she imagines the three of them walking home together every day. A dark, overwhelming aura radiates from Yuxin, causing Kimi to tremble as she looms over him with an unsettling grin. Sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, Kimi breaks into a cold sweat and realizes this person is emitting a very strange energy. Shini steps in to break the tension, questioning what Yuxin is doing while standing between her and her brother. Yuxin immediately snaps back to her cheerful self and suggests they all get going. Shini turns to Kimi, asking why he isn't at his scheduled practice. Kimi puts on a bright, innocent face and claims he already finished because he is naturally talented at acting. Shini isn't buying the excuse and stares him down with a flat, judgmental expression. Yuxin chimes in, asking if the practice is for an upcoming school event. She praises Kimi's supposed talent while resting a hand on Shini's shoulder as they continue their walk. Kimi looks up, realizing he still hasn't learned the name of his sister's friend. Yuxin smiles kindly, preparing to introduce herself properly to the young boy. She stands tall with a radiant, sparkling aura, clearly enjoying the respect the title of senior brings her. Kimi continues the small talk, noting that she seems like a very talented and approachable person. He compares her to his sister, explaining that they are complete opposites since Shini is always cold at home. Shinai remains silent, walking with a blank gaze while her brother speaks freely. Kimi offers a sweet smile, expressing how glad he is that his sister found such a friendly companion. The atmosphere shifts instantly as Yusun's face darkens, her expression becoming intense as she wonders what the boy is actually trying to say. Terrified by the sudden change, Kimi frantically waves his hands and insists he would never badmouth his sister on purpose. The sun sets over the apartment complex as the day comes to an end. Yusun puts on a bright smile and waves a cheerful goodbye to the pair. Kimi and Shinai watch her depart, the atmosphere between them remaining tense and uncertain. The elevator arrives with a sharp chime, signaling it's time to head up. Inside the lift, Kimi questions why their friend has suddenly started escorting them all the way to the door. He wonders if she's just being overprotective due to rumors of strangers lurking around the school. Shinai listens with a skeptical expression, clearly not buying the simple explanation. Kimi then turns the conversation toward Shinai, asking why she has been waiting for him after school every day. He quickly claims it's only because his own practice is too boring, and he wants an excuse to stay out late. He insists that waiting for her is just a convenient cover for his own schedule. Shinai gives him a sidelong glance, seeing right through his defensive posturing. She dryly acknowledges his reasoning as they stand in silence. Kimi looks away, unable to maintain eye contact during the awkward ride. Shinai remarks that with a prickly personality like his, it's no wonder he struggles to make friends. She warns him that he shouldn't expect people to be kind to him if he keeps acting so cold. Kimi snaps back, accusing her of acting superior and ruining the mood for everyone. The elevator doors slide open, and Kimi steps out onto their floor. He looks back at her, his face a mix of frustration and repressed emotion. Shinai asks him directly if he truly hates her as much as he lets on. Kimi averts his eyes, a nervous sweat breaking out as he avoids the question. He clenches his jaw, clearly bothered by the blunt confrontation. As they walk down the hallway, Kimi trails behind, his head down in frustration. He mutters that the answer to her question should be obvious by now. With a final, bitter remark, he tells her that he hates her the most, while Shinai stares ahead with a cold, shadowed expression. The scene opens with a view of the quiet school campus under the afternoon sun. A student walks through the halls, clutching a stack of papers with a cheerful expression. She pauses for a moment, looking over her shoulder as if searching for someone. Nearby, a small tabby cat is curled up comfortably, taking a peaceful nap on a ledge. Shinai sits alone outside, her gaze distant as she dwells on her recent argument. Her friend approaches with a bright smile, calling out her name to get her attention. Shinai reaches out to interact with the stray cat, but the skittish animal quickly darts away before she can touch it. The friend explains she is busy assisting the cultural club with their latest promotional posters. Despite the company, Shinai remains quiet and clearly has something heavy on her mind. Her friend picks up on the shift in mood, visualizing the various ways Shinai usually acts compared to her current somber state. Shinai finally opens up, admitting that her thoughts are consumed by the ongoing friction between her and Kimi. Her friend listens patiently, giving Shinai the space she needs to vent her frustrations. Shinai confesses that their sibling dynamic is strained, even though Kimi makes an effort to wait for her after school every day. She looks down, her eyes reflecting the guilt she feels over the current state of their relationship. The two girls continue their conversation, with Shinai's friend trying to understand the root of the problem. Shinai questions whether she is actually doing a good job in her role as an older sister. Her friend asks if the two of them got into a serious fight recently to cause such doubt. Turning away, Shinai admits that she feels like she doesn't truly understand her younger brother at all. She reflects on her own cold attitude toward her family, wondering if that's the reason Kimi claimed to hate her. The news that Kimi expressed such strong negative feelings leaves her friend visibly shocked. Shinai tries to brush it off, suggesting it's likely her own fault for being so distant. Her friend notices how much this situation is weighing on Shinai and expresses concern for her well-being. The silence hangs heavy as Shinai continues to struggle with the emotional fallout of the confrontation. Sensing an opportunity to help, her friend's expression turns determined. She strikes a confident pose, vowing to help Shinai resolve the misunderstanding with her brother once and for all. Shinai is left speechless, staring back at the sudden burst of energy and the unexpected offer of assistance. Shinai questions her friend about the specifics of her plan. The friend confidently assures her that she should handle everything this time. Shinai remains silent, appearing skeptical of her friend's enthusiasm. Despite her doubts, Shinai decides to put her trust in her friend's hands. The friend is overcome with joy, feeling like she's finally earned a special place in Shinai's heart. She pumps herself up with high energy, determined to make the plan a success. As evening sets in, the school building is bathed in the warm glow of the sunset. Shinai waits outside, worried that Kimi might not show up after their recent friction. The friend stands ready, maintaining a friendly and eager expression. Kimi eventually appears, walking toward the gate while focused on his phone. He stops and looks up, noticing the two of them waiting for him. Kimi offers a polite and bright greeting to his sister upon arrival. The friend suddenly lunges forward with an intense and mischievous grin, startling the boy. Kimi is visibly taken aback by the friend's sudden shift in attitude. He looks increasingly uneasy as the friend looms over him with a suspicious smile. The friend places a hand on his shoulder and addresses him with an overly sweet tone. She begins leading him away, acting with forced cheerfulness to break the ice. She maintains a pleasant facade while observing his behavior closely. Kimi seems deep in thought, perhaps wondering why she's acting so strangely today. During their walk, the friend casually asks if he has any romantic interests at school. Kimi dismisses the question entirely, claiming his classmates are far too immature for him. The friend makes a thoughtful face, considering his blunt response. She looks at him with interest, noting the discrepancy between his cute appearance and mature mindset. She laughs and teases him, suggesting that girls must be chasing after him anyway. Shini watches the interaction from behind, still unsure if her friend can really be relied upon. Friend walks alongside Kimi, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as they discuss personal topics. Shinai follows behind, clearly unimpressed by the frivolous nature of the conversation. Kimi turns the tables by asking if friend's older sister has any romantic interests at school. Friend laughs off the suggestion, finding the idea of her sister having a boyfriend amusing. She continues to chuckle, dismissive of the possibility given her sister's social habits. Suddenly, her expression shifts into one of intense realization or concern. Friend reacts with dramatic shock as she insists that such a thing is impossible. She tries to maintain her composure, laughing nervously while sweating under the pressure of the conversation. Friend continues to justify her stance, citing her sister's difficult personality as a deterrent. Kimi listens with a deadpan expression, noting how unsociable his sister can be. Friend falls silent for a moment, processing the blunt assessment of her companion. Kimi emphasizes how little they interact at home, making friend feel slightly awkward about the family dynamic. Shini watches the exchange from a distance, looking entirely done with the situation. Friend attempts the conversation by smiling warmly at Shini. Shini remains skeptical, her eyes narrowing as she questions the sudden change in tone. The group stands outside a convenience store as Friend suggests Shini go inside to buy coffee. Friend laughs boisterously, urging Shinai to head into the store alone while she stays with Kimi. Shini agrees and heads toward the entrance, leaving the other two behind. Kimi tries to tag along, but Friend quickly grabs his backpack to stop him. Friend gives him a forced, unsettling smile, insisting that he stay right where he is. Kimi envisions a comedic scenario where Friend spirits him away like a prize. He looks up at her with a wary expression, sensing that she has ulterior motives for separating the group. Friend looks down at him with a serious face, claiming she has figured out his true thoughts. Kimi tries to laugh it off, claiming he is only telling the truth about his sister. His face goes pale as Friend makes a direct and shocking accusation about his attachment to his sister. Kimi stares blankly as he recalls Friend mentioning her intention to accompany him home. A flashback shows Kimi trailing behind Friend and Shinai as they walk together during the day. Returning to the present, Kimi looks away with a troubled expression, silently admitting his intense dislike for the situation. Kimi is frozen in shock when Friend suddenly accuses him of having a deep, secret attachment to his sister. His mouth hangs open as a cold sweat breaks out, completely caught off guard by her observation. Exploding in a blushing rage, Kimi shouts at her in a desperate attempt to deny the claim. Friend remains unfazed and smug, pointing out how much he has talked about his sister since they met. Standing outside the convenience store, Friend continues to press the issue while Kimi looks on in disbelief. Kimi stammers out a frantic defense, his face turning bright red from the sheer embarrassment of the confrontation. Friend leans in with a playful grin, teasing him about how much his sister's recent coldness has actually bothered him. Kimi tries to shout over her, but his flustered and defensive posture only makes him look more guilty. Friend laughs and reaches out to pat his head, clearly enjoying the way she is riling him up. Kimi looks down dejectedly, realizing that his attempts to complain about his sister have only revealed his true feelings. Friend continues to mock his possessive nature, keeping her tone light and teasing. Suddenly, her expression shifts into something much darker and more serious. With a chilling look, Friend declares that she is not someone who gives up easily when it comes to his sister. Kimi is left completely paralyzed by the sudden change in her intensity and the weight of her word. The tension is broken when Shini exits the store, asking what the two of them are discussing. Friend immediately reverts to her cheerful persona, thanking Shinai for buying her a drink. Shinai hands a carton of milk to Kimi, noticing that the young boy looks pale and shaken. Friend playfully suggests telling Shini a secret, causing Kimi to panic instantly. Kimi shakes his head violently, desperate to keep Friend from revealing their private conversation. Friend glows with satisfaction, thinking about how she now has complete leverage over the young boy. Shinai looks on with a confused expression as Friend simply claims she was talking about her love for coffee. Gogo waits outside with a serious expression, looking for someone. She catches sight of her target approaching through the crowd. Shini arrives panting and exhausted, calling out as she catches up. Gogo scolds her for being late while Shinai bows an apology. Refusing to waste more time, Gogo tells her to hurry up so they can make it. Shinai follows along, still confused about the sudden urgency. They arrive at a massive RQ filled with people waiting. Shinai asks why they are standing in such a long line. Gogo explains they are here to buy tickets for a trending band. Shi-nai wonders why they didn't just save the trouble and buy them online. Guo notes that online tickets sell out instantly and this method is cheaper. Shi-ni questions why she was dragged along when she isn't interested in the group. Guo insists that as sisters, they should always include each other. Shi-ni considers the high demand and price of the concert tickets. She becomes emotional, touched by her friend's apparent generosity. Shi-ni happily offers to buy lunch to show her appreciation. Guo pauses to think about what she wants to eat. She gives a gentle smile, telling Shi-nai that anything is fine. Shi-nai feels incredibly lucky to have such a selfless and kind best friend. Guo humbly suggests they pick a restaurant that isn't too expensive. The scene opens at a local barbecue restaurant called Pikapi. Shi-ni smiles happily as she prepares to enjoy the meal with her chopsticks ready. The two friends clash their chopsticks over the grill as they argue about whether the meat is fully cooked. They sit across from each other, debating the cooking time while the grill sizzles between them. Shi-ni pauses her meal to ask Guo for the specific date of the upcoming concert. Guo takes a sip of her drink and casually mentions that the event is on the 23rd of next month. Shi-nai looks up thoughtfully, trying to remember if her schedule is clear for that day. Surprised by the interest, Guo asks if Shi-ni is actually planning on attending the show. Guo quickly clarifies that she never bought an extra ticket because of the high cost. Shocked and confused, Shi-ni reminds her friend that she previously mentioned including her in the plans. Guo bluntly reveals she only brought Shi-ni along to help her stand in the long ticket line. Feeling used, Shi-ni stands up and vents her frustration while Guo remains indifferent to the outburst. Shi-ni walks through the restaurant, regretting her decision to trust Guo's supposedly kind intentions. Her attention is suddenly caught by a familiar face across the room. Kimi is seen standing alone at the buffet counter, waiting for a fresh serving of meat. Shi-nai stares in disbelief, recognizing him as the brother of the person she admires. Unaware of his surroundings, Kimi grumbles to himself about how slow the restaurant is at replenishing the beef. He senses someone approaching and glances toward his side. Kimi becomes visibly uncomfortable as a stranger stands right next to him at the food station. Shi-nai leans over to get a closer look at what the young boy is doing. She gives a cheerful greeting, causing the startled Kimi to jump back in surprise. Shi-nai asks Kimi who he is dining with, immediately scanning the area for Yuxin. The two turn their heads simultaneously as a voice calls out to Kimi from across the dining area. Shi-nai stands in the restaurant holding two drinks, looking surprised at her unexpected discovery. Kimi and his companion look back at her with a mix of shock and confusion. Kimi's companion asks if he knows the person standing there as Shi-ni approaches their table. Kimi quickly denies knowing Shi-ni and identifies himself as a private tutor to save face. Shi-ni plays along, patting Kimi on the head with a mischievous grin while he looks annoyed. Shi-ni introduces herself as a classmate, further complicating the situation for the boy. Kimi looks down, sweating and clearly uncomfortable with how the conversation is going. Shi-ni leans in close, whispering a subtle threat that clearly rattles him. Kimi's face darkens with a look of pure dread as he realizes he's being cornered. Shi-nai maintains a menacing presence as she continues to pressure Kimi for information. She wraps an arm around him, acting overly friendly while his companion watches in confusion. Shi-ni continues her interrogation, keeping the boy trapped in an awkward social situation. Kimi shouts in frustration, trying to clarify that they are just normal classmates. He eventually turns away, declaring he doesn't want to talk anymore while Shi-ni waves him off. Shi-ni smiles to herself, confident that she has successfully manipulated the situation to her advantage. Back at her table, Guo asks about the kid Shi-ni was just confronting. Shi-nai excitedly reveals that the boy is actually Kimi, the younger brother she was looking for. Guo is shocked by the revelation, her eyes wide as she processes the news. Kimi is seen in the distance, looking completely drained and stressed by the encounter. Kimi's companion admires Shi-nai from afar, noting how cool she seems as Kimi listens in silence. Kimi remains skeptical, wondering if people actually see the girl as a little angel. He glances back and sees Shi-ni and Guo huddled together at their table. The two girls stare back with intense, menacing expressions that send chills down his spine. Kimi panics, realizing that his sister's friend now has an accomplice to help track him down. Shi-ni and Guo walk through the city, with Shi-nai lamenting the state of her allowance after their meal. Guo looks back with a smile, asking where they should head next since they're already out. Shi-ni considers her options, deciding they need to head toward the art supplies. Guo questions if they're going to buy more drawing gear, but Shi-ni quickly shuts that idea down. She explains that the school is preparing for an annual celebration and the cultural club requested her expertise. Shi-ni mentions she needs specific paper to create a unique poster while Guo listens to her plan. The scene shifts to the entrance of a boutique called Pika, where various goods are on display. Inside the shop, a young girl happily shows off a white stuffed bear she found among the shelves. Kimi stands nearby, looking slightly overwhelmed by the massive selection of plush toys. He admits to the girl that choosing something suitable is proving to be much harder than he expected. The girl suggests they focus on getting the materials their class actually needs before looking at toys. Kimi grumbles about the amount of effort required just to decorate a tree for their upcoming school performance. His companion tries to cheer him up, reminding him that the teacher said every role is important to the drama. The young girl's attention is suddenly drawn to someone entering the shop. She greets the newcomer with a bright smile, recognizing her as a teacher. Kimi's expression immediately sours as he realizes exactly who just walked through the door. Shini and Guogo stand at the entrance, looking ready to stir up some trouble. Kimi can't believe his luck, wondering why he keeps crossing paths with Shinai everywhere he goes. Shini immediately starts mocking him, laughing about his role as a tree in the school play. She leans in to tell the young girl that Kimi secretly loves practicing his part, much to his annoyance. Kimi remains silent, fuming internally while the girls continue to poke fun at his expense. The young girl takes the comment at face value, looking that Kimi is supposedly having fun. Shinai towers over a frustrated Kimi, clearly enjoying the chance to tease him in front of others. A hand picks up a star-shaped ornament, noting its potential as a tree decoration. Shinai looks on with a soft smile while browsing through the shop. She finds the various items around her absolutely adorable and continues to explore. Kimi watches with a skeptical look, questioning why she's even helping him pick out decorations. Shinai maintains a playful and teasing expression as she looks at him. Kimi realizes she might just be picking out things she likes for herself. He stares at her with a flat, unimpressed expression as the shopping continues. Gogo watches Kimi from the side, acknowledging his good looks while remaining cautious. Kimi notices her intense gaze and wonders what her deal is. Gogo stays focused, wanting to make sure she makes a solid first impression. Kimi puts on a bright, charming smile and introduces himself to break the tension. The sudden display of politeness leaves Gogo completely stunned. She turns away, feeling flustered by how charming he is acting. Gogo manages to comment on how polite he is compared to his sister. Kimi is surprised and asks if she actually knows his older sibling. Shini interjects, claiming their bond is even closer than he realizes. Kimi looks annoyed, clearly tired of Shini's constant teasing. Shini laughs off the situation while Gogo remains somewhat confused. Kimi reflects on how he used to be the only one his sister would spend time with. He watches the two girls interact, feeling a sense of distance from them. His expression becomes serious as he thinks about the changing dynamics. He remains quiet, keeping his eyes on the group. A young classmate shows off a framed picture as a possible gift choice. Kimi looks at the item with a neutral, questioning gaze. Shini suddenly gets excited and asks what kind of present they are discussing. The young girl comments on how close the two of them are, causing Kimi to try and shush her. Shini stares blankly as she processes the girl's observation. Shini corners Kimi to ask if he's shopping for his sister's birthday, but he quickly denies it while Gogo watches the exchange. Kimi tries to play it cool, laughing off the suggestion and claiming he's just browsing the store randomly. Realizing she almost forgot a major event, Shini panics and begs Gogo for gift suggestions. Shini puts on a dramatic display of tears, accusing her friend of being ungrateful for all the help she's provided in the past. Gogo dryly suggests that Shinai should just wrap herself up and present herself as the gift. Kimi watches the duo with a look of concern, fearing they might actually go through with such a ridiculous plan. In a flashback, a younger Kimi proudly shows off a high-end gaming console his father bought for him. He offers to let Yuxin try it out, but she remains completely disinterested in the gadget. Kimi later tries to impress her with a custom-made watch, hoping to finally get a positive reaction. Yuxin turns him down again, noting she already has a watch and prefers to spend her time reading. Even when he presents a brand new handheld game, Yuxin stays focused on her book and ignores the offer. Kimi realizes his sister hasn't been rejecting him, but simply didn't like the material items he chose. He imagines a successful scenario where a girl is genuinely touched by a thoughtful keepsake he picked out. Kimi visualizes himself as a charming gift giver, basking in the glow of a successful surprise. Snapping back to reality, he looks determined to find something that will actually resonate with his sister. Shini and Gogo continue their hunt through the store, debating whether to buy or bake a cake. Shinai's eyes sparkle with excitement as she considers the best way to celebrate the occasion. Kimi feels a sense of dread, imagining the chaos if the two girls decide to join his birthday plans. Shinai laughs with joy, already anticipating the success of her grand gesture. Kimi envisions a heartwarming scene where Yuxin is moved to tears by everyone's collective effort. The pressure weighs on Kimi as he realizes he needs to step up his game to find the perfect solo gift. Shinai mocks his lack of intuition, claiming her understanding of a woman's heart gives her a massive advantage. The day begins at the school building where classes are in full swing. Shinai sits at her desk, deeply focused on finding the perfect birthday gift for Yuxin. She considers designing a dress, but worries it wouldn't match her friend's preferences. A pair of shoes comes to mind, but she quickly dismisses the idea due to local superstitions. Back at her desk, she searches for a more meaningful and thoughtful gesture. Suddenly, she hits on the idea of getting her a practical charm to wear every day. Even during math class, Shinai remains distracted by her plans and her friend's studious nature. Later, the students gather in the changing room for their physical education period. Her classmates discuss the upcoming long jump test and praise Yuxin's athletic abilities. Shinai looks startled as she notices her friend nearby. Yuxin looks back with a calm but questioning expression. The two stand together as they prepare for the outdoor activities. Yuxin asks why her friend isn't already outside with the rest of the class. Shinai admits she was waiting for her so they could walk out together. Her friend warns her not to risk getting in trouble with the teacher. Yuxin continues her routine, focused on the task at hand. While sitting on the bench, Shinai comments on her friend's impressive physical fitness. Shi then asks for specific clothing measurements to help with her secret gift-buying mission. Yuxin glances toward the locker while preparing for the next activity. Shi watches with an expectant expression, waiting for a specific response. Yuxin remains calm, providing the requested information without much thought. Shi awkwardly laughs off her surprise, trying to keep the mood light after the interaction. Shi reflects on the conversation, glad that her inquiry didn't come off as strange or invasive. Goguo turns the conversation toward horoscopes, asking Shi about her star sign. Shi reveals she is a Libra, though she is visibly curious about why the topic came up. Goguo beams, remarking that the sign is a perfect match for her friend's personality. Shi listens intently as the discussion shifts toward the tradition of birthdays. Goguo asks how Shi family typically handles celebrations for a special day. Shi looks away, admitting that she doesn't have many clear memories of how they celebrate. Goguo is visibly surprised that such a significant annual event would be forgotten so easily. Shi explains that she views birthdays as just another routine day on the calendar. Goguo points out that Kimi still finds a lot of joy and excitement in celebrating these milestones. Shi is caught off guard by the sudden mention of Kimi's full perspective. Goguo smiles warmly while describing Kimi's positive and endearing outlook on life. Shi stays quiet, internalizing the comparison between their different views on celebrations. A brief memory shows a younger boy excitedly sharing a new toy during a birthday party. Shi considers the memory, seeing the positive side of maintaining such a cheerful attitude. Goguo wonders quietly if Kimi might choose an unconventional or awkward keepsake as a gift. When questioned about her comment, Goguo blames a sudden hiccup to avoid explaining her wandering thoughts. The boy crosses his arms firmly, looking frustrated by his current dilemma. He stares off with a serious expression, deep in thought about his next move. Standing outside, he maintains a defensive posture while his mind races with worry. The boy is visibly distressed as he realizes his secret might have been discovered. He scoffs at the idea of understanding what a woman truly wants in a gift. Overwhelmed by the pressure, he clutches his head in a moment of pure desperation. He reflects on the gift a classmate picked out, fearing it will only result in rejection. An imaginary version of a mocking girl teases him for his lack of insight into others' feelings. The boy slumps over, looking completely defeated by the social challenge ahead of him. He considers reaching out for help to solve his gifting crisis. A flashy image of a girl in a frilly outfit with a stuffed toy represents the confusing world of feminine interests. He stares ahead with a blank, stunned expression after witnessing such a bizarre concept. He grits his teeth, refusing to admit he's out of his depth. A girl looks on with a smug, challenging smirk that fuels his competitive spirit. He stares back at her, his mind going completely blank under the pressure. Determination flares in his eyes as he decides to face the challenge head-on. The school building glows under the orange hues of a setting sun. He walks toward the entrance, resolved to find the perfect solution through observation. Nearby students notice his presence, commenting on how cute he looks as he passes by. He uses his fingers to frame a shot, carefully analyzing the behavior and style of the older girls. Two girls nearby chat and touch up their appearance, unaware they are being studied. He focuses on the small charms and accessories hanging from their school bags. He observes one student admiring a small keepsake, trying to gauge its emotional value. He quickly dismisses these items as too common to represent his true feelings. Suddenly, a girl leans into his space with a bright smile, catching him off guard. Yuxin gestures awkwardly, looking completely flustered by the sudden encounter. The mystery girl can't help but giggle at his strange behavior as he stands there awkwardly with his backpack. She continues to laugh behind her hand, finding his reaction absolutely hilarious. Yuxin loses his cool and shouts back as she breaks into a full-blown laughing fit over his childish hand gesture. The two continue their loud bickering on the walkway, making quite a scene in public. Shi suddenly appears, questioning why they are making such a massive racket out in the open. She calmly explains that she was delayed because she was staying back to help the teachers with some errands. Yuxin grumbles about teachers making students do their busy work while they wait. Shi maintains her poker face, noting that most other students simply didn't want to deal with the extra trouble. Yuxin teases her about secretly wanting to spend more time with them, while the other girl continues to snicker. He complains about the tedious nature of paperwork and how long it kept them waiting outside. He gives a sharp, annoyed side eye as the atmosphere remains tense and loud. Finally reaching his limit, Yuxin turns and demands to know exactly what is so funny. The girl gives him a mischievous look, threatening to expose his true feelings if he keeps up the attitude. Shi stares back with a blank expression, wondering what could possibly be so amusing about the situation. She admits that her sense of humor might just be different from everyone else's. The older girl turns her attention toward Shi, calling out her full name with a sudden shift in tone. She claims she forgot something important and asks Shi to come back with her to help. The two lock eyes in a moment of surprise as the request catches Shi off guard. The older girl is visibly shocked that Shi was able to pronounce her name so perfectly. Shi remains composed, simply repeating the name while the other girl stares in disbelief. Overwhelmed with excitement, she praises Shi talent while Yuxin watches the dramatic scene unfold. The sun begins to set over the school campus as the day winds down. The older girl playfully teases Shi, suggesting that the younger student just wanted an excuse to spend more time with her. Shi remains quiet, looking a bit awkward as she listens to the older student's endless chatter. Realizing she might be getting carried away, the older girl admits she actually did forget something important. She suddenly perks up, remembering there was a specific question she meant to ask. Shine turns her attention back to her, curious about what this favor could be. However, the older girl's mind goes completely blank as she tries to recall the details of the request. She laughs nervously to cover her tracks, though internally she's panicking about her terrible memory. A flurry of past events flashes through her mind while she desperately searches for the missing thought. Finally, she remembers her promise to help resolve the ongoing misunderstanding between Shinai and her younger brother. She starts to explain the situation but quickly stops herself as a new complication arises. A look of realization crosses her face as she ponders the true nature of the conflict. Looking at Shinai's calm expression, she wonders revealing the full truth is actually a good idea. She imagines a scenario where Shinai reacts with total discomfort toward her brother's behavior. She stays stuck in her thoughts, trying to figure out how to maintain her image as a reliable mentor. The internal struggle continues as she tries to find a way for everyone to get along without causing a disaster. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes her regarding a potential birthday gift that could solve everything. She beams with pride, envisioning a future where both students are eternally grateful for her helpful meddling. The group walks past a brick building as the older girl mentions needing to pick up a notebook from the store. Shinai follows along quietly, looking contemplative as they approach the shop entrance. Shinai offers to help Yu-sun pick out pens or notebooks, but the boy seems caught off guard by the sudden suggestion. Yu-sun quickly regains his composure and gives a bright, confident smile to the girls. He insists that he has plenty of his own money and doesn't require any assistance with his purchases. Yu-sun puts on a stubborn face while his sister looks on with a skeptical side eye, unimpressed by his display of independence. The older girl sighs internally, thinking her brother is just being a prideful show-off. She considers letting him struggle for a bit since he is being so difficult about accepting their help. The sister stops for a moment, crossing her arms as she watches the boy walk ahead of them. As other students pass by, the sister's mind wanders back to finding the perfect gift to resolve the conflict. Two girls walk by discussing whether it is better to buy their items in a physical store or order them online. The sister's expression shifts as she focuses her attention on Yu-sun's recent behavior. Yu-sun continues to walk, his gaze lingering on the people around him, as if he is searching for inspiration. The older girl watches him closely, noticing how he seems to be observing every passerby. She realizes that he has been carefully watching all the girls they've encountered since leaving the school. A look of suspicion crosses her face as she wonders about the true motive behind his constant staring. A sudden, shocking realization flashes through her mind as she connects the dots. She becomes visibly agitated, worrying that Yu-sun might be planning to buy the exact same clothing gift she had in mind. Yu-sun remains completely oblivious to his sister's growing panic as he keeps his eyes on the crowd. He continues his search with a serious expression, unaware that his every move is being scrutinized. The sister looks on with pure annoyance, frustrated that her brother might ruin her plan by choosing the same gift. Yu-sun feels a strange aura and realizes he's being watched once again. The girl staring at him maintains a suspicious and unreadable expression. Suddenly, she surprises him with a friendly greeting, causing him to jump in shock. She teases him, asking if he was staring at older girls because he has a crush on them. He quickly clarifies that he was actually just observing their behavior. The girl repeats his words, trying to process his specific interest in observing others. He admits he's trying to understand what kind of items and styles appeal to girls in general. She immediately deduces that he is trying to find the perfect gift for his sister. Yu-sun looks away, slightly flustered as he tries to maintain his composure. The girl begins to suspect that he might have a hidden, more calculated side. She brings the conversation back to the topic of the gift. When Yu-sun asks her what she plans on giving, the mood shifts. She immediately suspects that he is trying to steal her original ideas. In her mind, he transforms into a devious schemer ready to backstab her to look better. She worries his competitive nature will get in the way of her own relationship goals. However, she catches herself and feels guilty for being selfish when she should be helping the siblings bond. She takes a moment to seriously contemplate the best way to handle the situation. She imagines a future where her plan works perfectly and she is showered with affection. Returning to the present, she calls out to him with a new sense of purpose. She offers to tell him the one secret item that every high school girl truly wants. Yu-sun waits with bated breath, desperate to hear the answer to his problem. Yu-sun and his sister have a serious talk about what kind of gift would actually impress Shinai. The sister claims she has the perfect answer and is ready to reveal her secret plan. Yu-sun listens quietly, though he seems skeptical about her insights. When he tries to guess, she immediately cuts him off, insisting he has no clue. She lectures him on the complexity of women's preferences and how hard they are to predict. She points out that Shinai is far past the stage of wanting simple dolls or sweets. Yu-sun realizes her logic actually makes sense as she continues her explanation. The tension rises as he nervously waits for her to drop the final reveal. She gestures confidently while preparing to describe a specific type of accessory. Yusun is absolutely floored by the suggestion, looking like he's seen a ghost. He screams in total shock, completely caught off guard by the bold idea. The sister remains unfazed, suggesting they split the cost of the matching keepsakes. Yusun turns bright red, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer awkwardness of the plan. He desperately hopes she's just pulling his leg, but the look on her face says otherwise. She confirms her seriousness, claiming this is a rare opportunity to collaborate on the gift. Yusun's face remains flushed as he struggles to process the reality of the situation. His sister stares back with a calm, unwavering expression of confidence. He can only offer a weak, nervous look as the weight of the conversation sinks in. Shini finally finishes her errands and approaches the duo to let them know she's ready to go. She notices the strange vibe between the siblings but decides to keep moving forward. The night sky remains quiet under the glow of a crescent moon. Lights flicker from a nearby apartment building as the evening winds down. Inside, Shini stares ahead with a neutral expression, while lost in thought. Yusun sits nearby as she looks over her shoulder to ask if he has something on his mind. He quickly looks away with a visible blush, insisting that everything is fine. Their quiet moment is interrupted by a phone grating loudly on the desk. The screen reveals an incoming call from Yusun's older sister. Shine gazes at the device for a moment before deciding to answer. Yusun watches curiously as the conversation begins. On the other end, the older sister excitedly brings up the fact that a birthday is coming up this Sunday. She suggests they all head out for a meal to celebrate the occasion together. The sister is taken aback when Shini initially tries to turn down the invitation. Yusun listens as Shini claims there is really nothing special to celebrate. However, the sister reminds her of the promise to help bridge the gap with her brother. Shini falls silent, clearly feeling the weight of that commitment. Sensing an opportunity, Yusun speaks up and mentions he is free to join the celebration. Shini finally agrees, prompting a cheer from the sister on the other side of the line. The sister then asks to speak directly with the boy. Shini hands the phone over to her brother so he can take the call. The sister tells him she has one more crucial detail to share regarding their plans. Yusun listens intently, wondering what else she could possibly have in mind. She dives back into the details regarding the specific style of their matching keepsakes. Yusun grows increasingly flustered, unable to believe she is taking these eccentric ideas seriously. The group meets up at a restaurant called Happy Dining, which is decorated with festive string lights for the evening. While waiting for the others to arrive, the older sister browses the menu at their rooftop table. Shini finally arrives at the venue, prompting the sister to look up and greet her. Shini is dressed elegantly for the occasion in a clean white top and a long pink skirt. The older sister is thrilled to see her guest and welcomes her to table with a bright smile. Blown away by the effort put into the outfit, the sister can't help but comment on how adorable Shini looks. Shini keeps her cool and politely thanks the sister for extending the dinner invitation. The sister then turns her attention to Yusun, noting that he cleaned up quite well for the birthday celebration. Yusun stands awkwardly in his formal attire, looking a bit out of his element despite the compliment. Seeing that Yusun actually remembered to bring the gift, the sister feels a sense of victory while he remains visibly nervous. The exchange of gifts begins as a wrap box is presented to the birthday girl. Not wanting to be left out, a flustered Yusun quickly offers his own gift bag to Shini. Shini pauses for a moment, looking at the offerings with a quiet, contemplative expression. Yusun turns his head away, his face turning a bright shade of red as he waits for her reaction. Once everyone is seated, the sister eagerly suggests that the gift should be opened right then and there. Behind a polite smile, the sister is secretly dying to see the look on Shini's face when the contents are revealed. Shini prepares to look through the bag while Yu continues to act incredibly shy beside her. The sister feels incredibly proud of herself, believing her plan for the specific keepsakes was a stroke of genius. Suddenly, the sister's expression shifts to one of total confusion as the conversation takes an unexpected turn. Yusun explains that he simply chose a book he thought she would like, seemingly deviating from the sister's original plan. Left completely baffled, the sister wonders how her elaborate setup resulted in such a simple gift choice. The sister yells at Yusun for ignoring her gift advice, but he stands his ground, calling her plan inappropriate for a teenager. Frustrated that her kindness was ignored, the sister fumes over the missed opportunity. Shini surprises everyone by politely thanking Yusun and expressing her genuine interest in the book. Yusun is happy his choice worked out, while his sister is stunned by how easily satisfied Shini is. With the first gift out of the way, Yusun wonders what kind of surprise his sister has in store. The sister stares ahead, ready to reveal the next present in her collection. She encourages Shini to open the second gift, while Yusun watches with a skeptical look. Yusun's suspicion grows as Shini begins to unwrap the mysterious box. Brimming with confidence, the sister is certain her choice of gift will be a major success. Shini reaches into the package to pull out the next item. Yusun breaks into a nervous sweat, gulping as the contents of the box are revealed. The sister proudly explains that her gift is a practical keepsake she carefully selected to suit Shini. Shini looks down at the new item with a quiet, contemplative expression. Yusun watches the exchange closely, still worried about the impact of the gift. Undeterred by the awkwardness, the sister continues to praise the gift she bought bought. Yuxin remains silent as his sister tries to claim credit for her generosity during the dinner. He continues to look on with a mix of confusion and concern. The sister emphasizes the high quality of the keepsake, mentioning she originally wanted a full set. She jokes that Yuxin was supposed to provide the matching piece, but he bailed on the plan. Shine holds the book and the keepsake together, maintaining her composure through the group's chaotic gift-giving session. Shine is beaming with happiness after receiving her gifts. She looks incredibly pleased, surrounded by a joyful and light-hearted aura. The sister feels proud of her choice, noticing how genuinely happy the younger girl is despite her shy nature. Suddenly, Shine is struck by a massive wave of creative inspiration. She skips down the school hallway, eager to get her new ideas onto paper as soon as possible. Her destination is the culture club room. Just as she arrives, another student exits the room carrying several large rolls of paper. The student mentions she will be back shortly while heading out. Shine continues walking quickly down the corridor, lost in her own world. She hums a cheerful tune, clearly in high spirits from the day's events. Distracted by her excitement, she accidentally bumps right into the student carrying the paper rolls. Shocked by the sudden collision, Shine quickly realizes her mistake. She immediately starts apologizing profusely for being in such a rush. When she finally looks at the other girl, she is struck by how adorable the student is. The girl looks up, appearing slightly dazed and surprised from the impact. Shine regains her composure and kindly asks if the other student is all right. Flustered, the girl steps backward and insists she is fine while stuttering. She offers one more hasty apology before quickly rushing away from the scene. Shine watches her go, still feeling a bit puzzled by the sudden encounter. She stands in the hallway for a moment, processing the brief and unexpected interaction. The student continues down the hall, tightly clutching her rolls of paper. Blushing intensely, the girl is overwhelmed by the fact that she actually had a conversation with her. The scene opens at the Public Relations Club, clearly marked by a sign on the door. A student makes her way out of the room, clutching several rolls of paper as she heads into the hall. She walks away cheerfully, feeling a sense of accomplishment after her recent interaction. Clutching her chest, she can feel her heart pounding from the excitement of the moment. Her face flushes bright red as she reminisces about the encounter she just had. The senior student, Yuxin, looks on with a calm but questioning expression, asking if everything is okay. Xiaohui can't help but smile, thinking about how lucky she is to finally have a chance to speak with her idol. She cringes at the memory of her own awkwardness, and the papers she was fumbling with during their brief meeting. Looking down, she worries that she might have left a bad impression during such a long-awaited moment. Determined to do better, she resolves to speak more clearly and confidently the next time they meet. She pauses at the door, wondering if Yuxin will even remember who she is. Inside the room, Yuxin is already busy assisting another student with work on a large display board. Yuxin offers a confident smile, assuring the student that the task is no trouble at all. Xiaohui watches from the entrance, completely mesmerized by the senior's talent and cool demeanor. The other club member smiles warmly, clearly appreciative of the help they are receiving. Realizing Xiaohui is back, the club member calls her over to join the group. Xiaohui stands frozen in shock as she realizes she will be working directly with the senior on the school's anniversary posters. Yuxin notes that the project is due in a week and prepares to leave the rest to the team. She gives a friendly parting smile, unaware of the massive impact she's having on the younger student. Xiaohui is absolutely glowing with happiness, feeling like the luckiest person in the school. Yuxin smiles as she recognizes her, noting what a coincidence it is to see her again so soon. Xiaohui's eyes widen in disbelief as she realizes the senior actually remembers their previous encounter. Flustered but excited, Xiaohui insists that she is the one who needs to learn from the senior's expertise. Yuxin looks slightly puzzled, wondering how the younger girl already knows her name and status. Xiaohui looks flustered, her face turning red as she realizes she accidentally called her idol by name. Yuxin looks back with a calm but curious gaze, waiting for an explanation. The two students stand in the middle of the hallway, a sense of awkward tension hanging between them. Xiaohui begins to panic internally, wondering how to explain her behavior without sounding like a stalker. She starts to stutter, desperately trying to find the right word to justify knowing her senior's name. Yuxin laughs it off, jokingly suggesting that she must be quite famous for a stranger to know her. Xiaohui urgently confirms that it's true, listing all the reasons why everyone in the school admires her talent. Yuxin pauses for a moment, visibly surprised by the intensity of the younger student's praise. The senior artist blushes and smiles, feeling a bit embarrassed by the sudden stream of compliments. Xiaohui insists that her words are genuine and come from the bottom of her heart. Yuxin looks away shyly, clearly overwhelmed by such direct and sincere admiration. Xiaohui watches her closely, hoping she hasn't made things too awkward for their project. She starts waving her hands around while rambling, trying to downplay the intensity of the situation. Yuxin stands still with a blank expression, processing the fact that someone finds her so impressive. Xiaohui lowers her gaze, still feeling self-conscious about her emotional outburst. She continues to look bashful, her cheeks remaining a bright shade of pink. Yuxin breaks the silence with a radiant smile, telling Xiaohui that she is actually the cute one. The unexpected compliment leaves Xiaohui completely frozen and starstruck. Yu-sun suggests they should just be on a first-name basis since they are peers working together. Xiaohui struggles to even speak, her entire body shaking from the nerves of the interaction. She stands there frozen in place, looking like she might short-circuit from the thrill of meeting her hero. Art supplies and a cleaning bucket are set aside as the work session concludes. Yu-sun prepares to head out, looking relaxed after the productive day. Xiaohui watches from the hallway as the senior offers a final wave and heads off. Now alone, Xiaohui is a bundle of nerves, fidgeting as she processes the interaction. She takes a moment to compose herself, still reeling from the successful conversation. Overjoyed, Xiaohui can't contain her excitement at finally getting to know her idol. She smiles warmly, reflecting on how lucky she was to have this opportunity. Xiaohui remembers the countless times she stayed in the background, never finding the right moment to approach. She is amazed at how naturally things progressed once they actually started working together. The senior's gentle nature has clearly left a lasting impression on the younger student. Feeling empowered, Xiaohui resolves to greet Yu-sun properly the next time their paths cross. Her internal monologue is cut short when she spots a familiar face further down the corridor. Xiaohui prepares to call out to the senior, hoping for one last interaction. She stops short, noticing that Yu-sun is already speaking with someone else. Curiosity takes over as Xiaohui observes the interaction from a distance. She notices a subtle shift in the senior's expression as she talks to the other student. A tall student with long, pale hair stands by the window, commanding attention. Xiaohui watches intently, trying to figure out the identity of the mysterious person. She quickly realizes that this person is the reason for the senior's unique reaction. Yu-sun looks on with a soft, affectionate expression that seems reserved for this specific individual. Stunned by the discovery, Xiaohui can only stare in silence as she pieces the situation together. Yu-sun wears a beaming expression and blushes while surrounded by a floral background. She stands behind the mysterious student, who maintains a stoic and calm demeanor. The pale-haired girl looks away with a slight blush as Yu-sun continues to speak with her. Xiaohui watches the interaction from the sidelines, appearing completely stunned by the scene. A close-up shows Xiaohui's confused expression as she tries to process what she is seeing. Yu-sun clutches her chest and promises to cherish the gift she just received. Xiaohui remains in the background, sweating slightly as she observes the intense atmosphere. Shinny begins to walk away after saying goodbye to a cheerful Yu-sun. As the pale-haired girl passes by, Xiaohui catches a glimpse of her profile and learns her name. Xiaohui stands still, repeating the name Shani in her head. Yu-sun notices her clubmate and calls out to Xiaohui to get attention. Yu-sun walks over with a bright smile, commenting on the coincidence of meeting in the hall. She stops to talk, looking particularly radiant and happy compared to her usual self. Yu-sun proudly displays a small blue sewing kit, calling it a very cute item. Xiaohui looks skeptical, wondering why anyone would bring such a specific tool to school. Yu-sun explains that it was a return gift carefully selected by the other girl. Xiaohui looks at her senior and realizes just how much this interaction meant to her. She thinks about how gentle and kind Yu-sun is while watching her walk ahead with a smile. The two walk together as Xiaohui mentions how much the senior seems to cherish the small gift. Yu-sun's expression softens as she prepares to reveal the reason for her joy. She admits that the gift came from someone she truly adores, leaving Xiaohui to listen in silence. Xiaohui stares in silence as she processes the sudden revelation about her senior's feelings. Yu-sun glances out the window with a faint, peaceful smile on her face. When asked what happened, Yu-sun simply maintains her calm and pleasant demeanor. Xiaohui looks on with a mix of confusion and concern as the conversation winds down. Yu-sun announces that it's time to head back to class since the break is nearly over. The two part ways for the day, exchanging a polite farewell in the hallway. As soon as she's alone, Xiaohui becomes visibly overwhelmed, clutching her chest as tears well up. She walks down the empty corridor, feeling a sudden and heavy weight on her heart. The sense of defeat lingers as she continues her lonely walk through the school. Standing outside under the fading light, Xiaohui tries to make sense of the emotional blow she just received. Her eyes reflect a deep sense of realization about the situation. She thinks back to how radiant Yu-sun looked when discussing the person she admires. The image of Shiny's stoic profile comes to mind, confirming who holds Yu-sun's heart. Xiaohui looks toward the sky, questioning the nature of the bonds between them. She wonders if Yu-sun's intense admiration for Shiny mirrors the way she feels herself. Memories of Yu-sun looking genuinely happy in Shiny's presence begin to flood back. Looking away, she admits to herself that Shiny possesses a certain undeniable charm. The memory of Yu-sun's blushing, joyful expression is etched clearly in Xiaohui's mind. Despite the heartache, she decides that her efforts weren't a total waste and vows to keep improving. She pumps herself up with a determined pose, ready to face the next day with a better attitude. While standing near a park bench, she notices a small ID card lying on the ground and reaches for it. Picking it up, she looks at the card with a surprised expression, wondering who it belongs to. The day begins at the school campus under a clear blue sky. Xiaohui is in high spirits, excited about her upcoming drawing session. She walks through the halls, determined to stash and design to improve herself. Her cheerful mood suddenly shifts as she spots something concerning ahead. At the entrance, school staff members are strictly enforcing the student identification policy. Xiaohui looks slightly nervous as she prepares herself to go through the routine check. She watches as other students present their badges to the stern staff member. A sudden voice calls out her name, breaking her focus. A friendly senior approaches with a warm morning greeting. Xiaohui stammers out a polite response to her upperclassmen. During the interaction, a small card slips out her pocket and hits the floor. The senior immediately notices the fallen item and points it out. Panic sets in as Xiaohui realizes exactly what she just dropped. The senior reaches down and picks up the small keepsake case. Her eyes narrow as she takes a closer look at the contents. The case falls open, revealing the mysterious identification card Xiaohui found earlier. A look of total confusion and realization washes over the senior's face. Xiaohui stands completely paralyzed, unable to explain why she has the card. The senior looks up, clearly recognizing the person in the photo. Without a word, Xiaohui turns on her heel and prepares to flee from the scene. The upperclassman is left standing alone, baffled by the sudden escape. Xiaohui sprints away with a bright red face, feeling completely mortified. She is devastated that the one person she didn't want to know about the card has seen it. The identification card shows a photo of a girl with freckles, confirming the secret is out. Xiaohui walks through the school hallway, looking downcast as she tries to avoid eye contact. A pair of students stop her to mention that someone from the culture club has been searching for her. Her friend notices her gloomy aura and asks why she looks so completely exhausted. Sitting at her desk, Xiaohui agonizes over the fact that her senior saw her old ID photo and now knows her true past appearance. She spirals into worry, fearing that the senior will laugh at her or refuse to ever see her again. Tears stream down her face as she realizes she needs to find a way to explain the situation and update her ID badge. She stands in the hall with a blank, tearful expression, wondering how she can possibly justify her actions. Suddenly, the senior appears with a bright smile, surprised to see Xiaohui at school so early. Xiaohui is startled by the encounter, her face turning bright red from the unexpected confrontation. Her mind races with panic as she struggles to think of any way to explain herself to her upperclassmen. Feeling a heavy sense of guilt, she wonders if it's possible that the senior didn't actually see the photo. The senior maintains a calm and steady gaze, making it difficult for Xiaohui to read her thoughts. As the senior begins to speak, Xiaohui braces herself for the inevitable discussion about the ID card. Xiaohui's face pales in horror when she realizes the senior definitely saw the old image. Deciding she can no longer hide the truth, Xiaohui looks down and prepares to confess. The senior listens silently as Xiaohui begins to describe how she looked when she first started at the school. Xiaohui bows her head, convinced that the senior must harbor a negative opinion of her now. She compares her past self to an ugly duckling and feels she had no right to try and befriend someone so impressive. Overwhelmed by her own perceived vanity, she starts to cry while worrying about what the senior thinks of her character. She stands with her hands clasped nervously in front of her, waiting for a judgment that feels like it will never come. Xiaohui stands completely stunned as she processes the unexpected reaction to her secret. Senior is overflowing with excitement, calling Xiaohui absolutely amazing for her transformation. She eagerly asks for the secrets behind Xiaohui's glowing skin and healthy hair. Xiaohui listens quietly as Senior admits she never would have recognized her from the old photo. Senior is genuinely impressed by how much the girl has changed her entire look. Xiaohui remains stoic while the praise for her appearance continues to pour in. Senior enthusiastically begs Xiaohui to teach her how to be that cute. She remains high energy, seemingly thrilled by the revelation of the past. Xiaohui then reveals the truth that they actually met when the school year first started. This news leaves Senior looking totally blank and confused by the timeline. Senior internally panics, wondering how she could have missed meeting someone like her before. She finally realizes that Xiaohui looked exactly like the girl in the photo during that first encounter. Xiaohui explains how she used to have dry hair and struggled to make any friends. Senior listens with a blank expression as the story of Xiaohui's difficult past unfolds. Xiaohui notes that her entire outlook changed the moment Senior finally showed up in her life. A flashback shows a younger Senior brightly introducing herself as a new freshman. The two had a brief accidental meeting in the school hallway long ago. For the first time, young Xiaohui felt a strange and new connection to another person. Xiaohui admits she deeply envied her and desperately wanted to be her friend. She confesses that she worked hard to improve her appearance solely because of Senior's influence. Senior looks on with a soft, surprised expression after hearing the heartfelt truth. Xiaohui suddenly freezes as she realizes she just blurted out that she likes her. She immediately spirals into a total panic of embarrassment, while Senior watches her in confusion. Xiaohui quickly backtracks on her accidental confession, explaining that her feelings are actually deep admiration for the first person who was ever kind to her. Panicking and blushing, she shouts that she doesn't have any improper thoughts about her upperclassmen. She freezes in surprise when Senior asks why she would even worry about having such thoughts in the first place. Senior calmly explains that having someone special in one's heart is a perfectly normal experience. Xiaohui stares back in wide-eyed silence, clearly moved by the older girl's mature perspective. With a warm smile, Senior encourages Xiaohui to just come talk to her whenever she wants to get to know her better. Xiaohui looks down, admitting that she felt too unattractive in the past to ever try approaching her. Senior immediately shuts down that negative self-talk. insisting that Xiaohui was actually quite cute even before her transformation. This unexpected compliment leaves the younger girl completely stunned and speechless. Senior adds that someone with such talent for drawing couldn't possibly be anything other than beautiful. She explains that an artist's work is often a reflection of their own character and inner self. Senior emphasizes that Xiaohui is herself regardless of the past, present, or future, and that labels of beauty don't really matter. Hearing these words for the first time in her life, Xiaohui feels a massive weight being lifted off her shoulders. Tears well up in her eyes as she realizes how much she truly needed to hear those supportive words. She reflects on the dark times when she felt completely isolated and lacked any self-confidence. Back then, she felt like she was trapped in a cycle of despair with no hope for the future. In her darkest moment, Senior's kindness acted as a guiding light that pulled her out of her shell. To Xiaohui, Senior has become a saint-like figure who saved her from her own self-doubt. Senior reminds her that outward appearance should never be the most important thing about a person. Overcome with emotion, Xiaohui shouts that Senior's inner beauty is even more impressive than her looks. The sudden outburst leaves Senior looking a bit dazed and confused by the intense praise. Meanwhile, a quiet student with long blonde hair watches the two of them from the hallway with a neutral expression. The school day begins at the campus under a clear sky. Students pass each other in the hallway as the blonde girl walks by. She maintains a stoic expression while heading toward her destination. Xiaohui recalls her recent success and the positive bond she is building. The blonde student stares forward with a focused, neutral expression. She pauses for a moment, appearing deep in thought. Carrying her notebook, she continues navigating the quiet corridor. She spots Xiaohui chatting happily with a classmate near a floral arrangement. Xiaohui remains unaware she is being watched as the blonde student observes from a distance. After a productive conversation, Xiaohui heads down the hall feeling relieved. A faint, satisfied smile plays on her face as she walks. She feels validated and proud of the effort she has put into her relationships. She pulls out a small blue keepsake to admire it for a moment. Overjoyed by recent compliments, she holds the item close with a blissful look. Xiaohui moves quickly through the building, hoping to catch up with Senior. From the background, the blonde student keeps a serious and observant eye on her. The blonde student sits stoically as peers plan a bakery visit. She picks up a small blue keepsake from her desk. The student stands to leave the classroom behind. She steps out through the open doorway. She scans the hallway with a neutral gaze. The student waits patiently near a classroom desk. She observes her surroundings with a steady look. She briefly closes her eyes, maintaining her composure. A cheerful classmate suddenly approaches her with a suggestion. The blonde student looks startled by the energetic greeting. The peer smiles warmly while discussing club activities. Confused, the blonde student wonders how her peer knows her schedule. The peer laughs it off with a playful gesture. The blonde student mentions a friend is currently busy with rehearsals. The peer suggests a solo outing for the two of them. Despite some hesitation, the peer persists with the invitation. The blonde student ponders the plan with a quiet expression. A very slight smile touches her lips as she accepts. The peer celebrates the successful invitation with a cheer. Both students arrive at their destination looking stunned. They find the shop incredibly crowded despite their plans. The scene opens with a view of the simple lighting fixtures on the ceiling of a quiet cafe. The stoic blonde student Shini sits across from her energetic peer as they prepare to enjoy several slices of cake. Her classmate snaps a photo of Shiny's unamused expression while encouraging her to start eating. Shiny takes a small bite of her dessert while asking about the upcoming class performance. Her peer enthusiastically recalls singing with her classmates during a previous event. The conversation shifts as the classmate mentions her recent work helping the culture club with their promotional posters. Shiny listens quietly while her friend begins to describe a particularly cute girl she met. The peer explains that this girl looks completely different after making a few small changes to her appearance. She blushes while imagining the girl might actually be one of her fans. Shiny bluntly tells her companion not to do anything strange to the girl, which earns a quick protest. Despite the warning, the classmate insists they already get along and have spoken quite a bit. She then holds out a spoonful of cake, offering Shiny a taste of her specific order. Shiny immediately swats the hand away, finding the gesture unsanitary and refusing the offer. The classmate is left with a blank, stunned expression after the cold rejection. A dark, moody atmosphere surrounds Shiny as she continues to eat her own cake in silence. Trying to change the subject, the peer laughs nervously and says she has something important to show her. She presents a sketchbook containing a detailed design for a frilly, ruffled outfit. Shiny gives an immediate and firm refusal to wear the costume, leaving her friend desperate to change her mind. Shiny remains unmoved, staring off with a vacant expression as her peer continues to plead. The two students stare at each other in a long, awkward silence. Finally, the classmate asks if Shiny is actually serious about her rejection. She begins to yell in frustration, explaining that she stayed up all night specifically to design this for her. Shiny looks completely bored while the peer rants about the effort she put into the project. The argument echoes through the cafe as Shiny concludes that absolutely no one would ever wear such a thing. Night falls over the city as the lights in a large apartment complex begin to flicker on. Shiny stares down at a detailed sketch of a frilly, lace-trimmed dress in her notebook. Her expression remains stoic as she contemplates the design while sitting alone in her room. The quiet moment is interrupted when a young boy peeks hesitantly through the doorway. He looks nervous as he asks if she has any plans for the upcoming Friday. Shinny looks back with a questioning gaze, wondering why he's asking about her schedule. The boy explains that his school is putting on a play and requires a representative to attend. Shinny listens as he notes that their parents are completely occupied with work and won't be able to make it. He quickly adds that it isn't a big deal and he can just come home by himself if she's busy. When Shinny asks why a pickup is even necessary, he gets defensive and reminds her that he's still just a junior high student. Shinny keeps her cool, watching his frustrated outburst with a blank stare. The boy settles down, though he still looks a bit awkward about the whole request. Shinny agrees to go, stating she'll attend if it helps him feel more secure. He reacts with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance at her suggestion that he's worried about safety. Despite the bickering, the decision is made, and Shinny turns her attention back to her own thoughts. A classmate suddenly jumps in with high energy, declaring her excitement to go along. The group walks together outside while she enthusiastically discusses representing the family at the performance. A mental image shows the boy performing a graceful ballet routine under the spotlight on stage. Later, a woman walks with Shinny, thanking her for the positive influence she's had on the boy's training. The woman offers a warm smile, acknowledging Shinny's help with a grateful expression. The trio continues their walk as the sun sets, casting a warm glow over the city streets. The school day continues at the large campus building surrounded by lush greenery. Inside the auditorium, the stage is set with a single performer under a bright spotlight. Shinny remains focused on the stage while the rest of the audience reacts to the performance. Her classmate leans in to chat, mentioning how impressive the group's performance was the previous year. When asked why she isn't with her own class, the girl explains she didn't want Shinny to be bored watching alone. She insists her commentary will make the show even more entertaining, though Shinny didn't actually ask for the play-by-play. The energetic girl keeps a cheerful attitude, despite Shinny's typical bluntness. She even tries to offer Shinny a pink cardigan to make sure she doesn't get cold during the show. The gesture causes a minor disturbance, as a student behind them complains about their view being blocked. Once the performances wrap up, the students head back out through the school corridors. The classmate raves about all the talent they saw, but Shinny admits she couldn't hear much over her friend's constant talking. Realizing she might have been a bit too noisy, the girl promises to stay silent for the next show. She continues to gush about the actors, specifically noting how pretty the lead actress was. Shinny listens as her friend wonders if the talented student is a sophomore she simply hasn't met yet. Shinny observes that her companion seems to enjoy giving out compliments to everyone. The blonde student takes a moment to process the idea that sincere praise can be rewarding for the giver as well. Her classmate beams, explaining that being positive and supportive is simply a good thing to do. Shinny looks away, seemingly deep in thought about this different perspective on social interaction. As they walk, Shinny catches a glimpse of someone watching them from behind a nearby pillar. A girl peeks around a corner, debating whether or not she should approach and say hello. Shinny notices the girl watching them from behind a structural pillar. She maintains a stoic expression while observing the stranger's hesitant behavior. Shinny alerts her friend that someone appears to be looking for her. The friend turns and spots the girl, greeting her with an enthusiastic smile. Xia Yuxin approaches nervously, explaining that she was just on her way back to the classroom. The friend takes the initiative to introduce Shinny to Xia Yuxin, keeping the social energy high. She explains that Xia Yuxin is a member of the culture club and a helpful acquaintance. Xia Yuxin is visibly moved, realizing her friend has spoken about her to others before. Thinking Shinny is an upperclassman, Xia Yuxin bows respectfully and uses a formal title. The friend quickly corrects the mistake, laughing as she clarifies that Shinny is actually a freshman too. Shinny stands by silently as the misunderstanding regarding her age is resolved. Overcome with embarrassment, Xia Yuxin blushes deeply and apologizes for the mix-up. She reflects on her mistake, still surprised that Shinny isn't a senior student. The conversation shifts as the friend mentions receiving a special item from someone she respects. Xia Yuxin listens with a curious and soft expression. The friend offers a warm compliment, telling Xia Yuxin that her yellow jacket looks very cute on her. Xia Yuxin tries to downplay the praise, claiming her friend's height would make the outfit look silly on her instead. Shinny continues to observe the interaction without changing her neutral demeanor. The debate about who looks better in the clothing continues as Shinny watches carefully. Xia Yuxin becomes flustered, feeling awkward receiving praise while standing next to someone she considers beautiful. Shinny breaks her silence to offer a rare bit of validation, agreeing that the jacket is a good look for her. The classmate looks on, observing the unfolding interaction with a calm expression. Shinny stands her ground, keeping her usual neutral face while facing the other girl. Xia Yuxin is completely stunned, her eyes wide as she processes the situation. She can only manage a few quiet sounds of acknowledgement as the realization hits her. Shinny watches as Xia Yuxin suddenly bolts, leaving behind a literal cloud of dust in her wake. The classmate and Shinny are left standing together in the quiet hallway, watching the swift departure. They remain there for a moment, the silence returning to the corridor. Shinny looks down, her eyes shadowed as she reflects on the brief exchange. A close-up shows Xia Yuxin's feet as she beats a hasty retreat, Xiaohui is shown mid-run, looking flustered and out of breath. Xiaohui stops to catch her breath, her mind racing as she thinks back to the unexpected compliment. An idealized version of Shiny appears in her thoughts, framed by blooming flowers and a soft glow. Xiaohui's eyes widen as she completely reevaluates her first impression of the quiet freshman. She clutches the front of her yellow jacket, still feeling the impact of Shiny's kind words. A deep blush spreads across Xiaohui's face as she realizes she's developed a massive wave of admiration for her new acquaintance. Xiaohui's head is spinning with chaotic thoughts of hearts and stars, unable to reconcile Shiny's cool exterior with her angelic personality. The classmate, Xia Yuxin, introduces herself with an energetic and friendly look. Xiaohui continues her fast-paced walk away from the scene, her heart still racing. Standing alone in the hallway, she realizes that Shiny must be the person her senior was searching for. Xiaohui looks down, contemplating the deep connection between Shiny and her senior. Her expression softens as she continues to piece the social puzzle together. Suddenly, she's overcome with excitement, her eyes turning into stars as she imagines how amazing the two look together. The scene opens on the quiet exterior of the school building, surrounded by street signs and greenery. Shiny maintains her usual stoic expression as she processes the recent encounter. Yuxin looks on with a hint of concern, wondering about Shiny's unexpected behavior. The two classmates stand together as Yuxin tries to gauge her friend's mood. Yuxin's face scrunches up as she tries to make sense of Shiny's rare show of kindness. As they walk, Shiny bluntly declares that her display of affection won't be happening again. Yuxin reacts with shock, unable to believe Shiny is shutting down her social progress so quickly. She tries to explain that Xiaohui was just overwhelmed and shy because of the sudden compliment. Shiny stares forward with her typical blank gaze, seemingly unfazed by the explanation. However, a subtle blush begins to creep across Shiny's cheeks as she reflects on the moment. Yuxin notices the change in her friend's demeanor and realizes Shiny might actually care more than she lets on. Shiny quickly looks away, trying to hide her growing embarrassment from her persistent classmate. Yuxin continues to tease Shiny about her elegant aura while they stroll through the campus. Despite Shiny calling her annoying, Yuxin keeps up her cheerful and energetic chatter. Distracted by her own laughing, Yuxin accidentally walks straight into a pillar with a loud bang. She immediately clutches her face in pain while Shiny looks on in mild surprise. Shiny checks to see if she's okay, and Yuxin gratefully accepts the brief moment of concern. Later, Yuji looks on with a confused expression as he meets up with the two girls. Yuxin puts on a brave face despite the bright red mark clearly visible on her forehead from the collision. She dramatically recounts the accident, framing it as a heroic move to protect Shiny from the impact. Yuji is completely sold on the story, looking at Yuxin with newfound admiration for her supposed reliability. Elsewhere, a brief glimpse shows two other students engaged in their own quiet interaction. The scene opens at an event titled the 8th of Shake It Up, where the atmosphere is lively and bright. Xiaohui and Shiny find themselves in the middle of a bustling crowd within the parents' seating area. Shiny looks unimpressed and tells Xiaohui to keep it down, but the energetic girl is far too excited to care. A woman nearby takes notice and strikes up a friendly conversation with the pair. The group gathers in the seating section as the woman asks if they are there for their siblings. Xiaohui maintains a polite and cheerful expression while engaging with the stranger. Shiny gives a simple nod as the conversation continues, keeping her usual stoic demeanor. The woman pauses for a moment, reflecting on what she has seen so far. She offers a warm smile as she begins to share her own observations from the event. Xiaohui and Shiny listen as the woman mentions noticing a very handsome boy earlier. The woman explains that she spotted a good-looking foreigner boy when she first arrived. Both girls look back at the woman as she asks if that boy is Shiny's brother. Xiaohui laughs and confirms that the boy is indeed easy to recognize. The woman assumes the siblings must get along great since Shiny is there to support him. The conversation turns slightly more personal as the woman compares them to her own children who fight constantly. Xiaohui listens intently as the woman describes her younger child's sharp-tongued attitude. Shiny stays quiet while the woman explains how her elder child is often intolerant and mean to her brother. Xiaohui offers a thoughtful perspective, suggesting the kids just don't know how to express their feelings yet. The woman looks genuinely touched and impressed by Xiaohui's mature outlook on family dynamics. Shiny observes the interaction as the woman praises Xiaohui for being so wise for her age. Xiaohui turns on the charm, telling the woman it's hard to believe she's a mother of two because she looks so young. The flattery works perfectly, leaving the woman feeling incredibly happy. Despite the pleasant chat, the woman notices that Shiny hasn't contributed a single word. Xiaohui starts to sweat a bit as the woman points out Shiny's lack of interest in talking. The brown-haired girl frantically tries to think of a reason to explain away her friend's silence. Xiaohui leans in to whisper a quick lie, claiming that Shiny's language skills are poor and she doesn't understand the conversation. The festival is in full swing under the night sky, with banners celebrating the 8th Shake It Up event. Yuxin and Shiny stand amidst the crowd, taking in the lively atmosphere of the school festival. Yuxin looks back at her friends, ready to move on to the next part of the event. Shiny's brother, Kimi, peeks out from behind a tree prop while sporting some very bright stage makeup. Yuxin stares blankly, clearly unimpressed by the ridiculous costume Kimi is wearing. She can't hold it in any longer and bursts out laughing at Kimi's comical appearance. Yuxin teases Kimi about his stage makeup, finding his appearance absolutely hilarious compared to his usual self. Shinny remains calm, asking Kimi if the group worked together to build the stage props. Kimi happily confirms that the whole team collaborated on the set design. Shani listens intently, her expression as unreadable and stoic as ever. Under the moonlight, Kimi waits for his sister's reaction to his hard work. He eagerly asks Shini for her honest opinion on how he performed his role as a tree. Yuxin quickly jumps in to mock him, causing Kimi to regret even letting her come along. A classmate joins the conversation, enthusiastically praising Kimi for making his character so memorable. The group gathers around as Yuxin notices another friend arriving to join the festivities. The classmate excitedly introduces herself to Shiny, gushing over how much Kimi talks about his sister. Kimi gets flustered and tries to stop his classmate from revealing too many embarrassing details. Yuxin leans in to deliver some unsolicited advice about not trusting guys who are too good at acting. Shini processes the information, confirming that she is indeed Kimi's sister and a fellow classmate. Yuxin decides to step away for a moment, leaving the siblings and their friend to continue chatting. She walks off into the night, leaving the group behind at the festival grounds. The classmate starts to worry, wondering if her high energy has made Shini dislike her. Yuxin reassures that Shini's silent nature isn't a sign of dislike toward anyone. Kimi laughs at Yuxin, teasing her for being so focused on other people that she's neglecting her own friend. Kimi admits that his sister isn't a fan of crowded places. Yuxin listens quietly as he explains his sister's personality. She notes that she was surprised by how much Shini struggles to interact with others. Despite the heavy topic, Yuxin keeps a cheerful expression while talking. Kimi looks down, appearing troubled by the direction of the conversation. He hints that there is a specific reason why his sister behaves the way she does. Yuxin's interest is piqued by the mention of a secret reason. Kimi seems startled that he let that detail slip out. He is told to hurry up with the stage props, prompting him to move along. The two walk together through the festival grounds as the conversation continues. Yuxin presses for more details, but Kimi initially tries to brush it off. Yuxin remarks that while Shini is cute, her silence makes her easy for others to misunderstand. Kimi watches her closely as she shares her perspective on his sister. They walk down a hallway together, discussing Shini's difficult-to-approach nature. Yuxin is just glad that Shini didn't try to avoid her. Kimi's expression shifts into a more serious and somber mood. He looks off into the distance, lost in his own thoughts. Yuxin listens intently as the topic shifts back to Shini's social history. Kimi mentions that his sister once had a very close friend she truly trusted. He admits he tried to keep Yuxin away because he feared she would hurt Shini like that previous person. Yuxin gets defensive and calls him out for his overprotective behavior. Kimi snaps back, insisting he simply never wants to see his sister in pain again. Yuxin falls silent, finally realizing the depth of his concern. Shini finds Kimi and Yuxin, questioning where the two of them had disappeared to. Kimi quickly fabricates an excuse, claiming Yuxin was simply assisting him with moving classroom props. Yuxin ignores the distraction and asks Shani if she can pose a serious question. Getting straight to the point, Yuxin asks if Shini ever had a very close friend in the past. Shani's gaze immediately drops, her face clouding over at the uncomfortable mention of her history. Panicking, Kimi tries to shut the conversation down by pretending he has no idea what Yuxin is talking about. He insists they leave the festival right away, attempting to usher Shini home before more secrets come out. Yuxin looks on with a skeptical expression, noting how desperate Kimi is to change the subject. Shini remains lost in thought, the weight of the question clearly affecting her mood. Distancing herself from the group, Shini tells the others to let go as she begins to walk away. She moves forward with a cold, detached look, retreating into her own memories. A flashback reveals a younger Shini, looking much more open and optimistic than she does now. During a meal, Shini's mother encourages her to bring this new friend over to the house. A silhouetted girl expresses her excitement, eagerly asking if she can really visit Shini's home. Shini smiles brightly, thrilled to finally have a peer she can trust and share her life with. The friend points out that Shini's brother seems to have issues with her, but Shini quickly defends him. The girl promises that no matter what, she will always be Shini's best friend. Shani accepts the promise wholeheartedly, believing she has found a lifelong bond. The memory shifts to the school hallway, where Shani walks alone past her classmates. She suddenly notices groups of students whispering and casting judging glances in her direction. Shani's expression turns to one of quiet hurt as she realizes the social atmosphere has turned against her. Shani offers a polite morning greeting to a classmate in a flashback. The classmate warns her that others have been spreading rumors about her behavior. Shani listens as the person promises to clear up any misunderstandings with the rest of the group. Though she remains quiet, Shani seems to take the warning to heart. She recalls a moment of vulnerability where she felt secure as long as she had one person on her side. The reality of the betrayal sets in as a supposed friend laughs while mocking Shani behind closed doors. Overhearing the conversation, Shani realizes the group finds her personality and background irritating. She stands silently in the hall as they continue to gossip about her family and status. The hurt is evident as Shini hears that her friend was only pretending to like her for social clout. The group continues to bond by tearing down Shani's character behind her back. They describe her as arrogant, assuming she thinks she is better than everyone else. When Shani finally enters the room, the group turns to stare at her with blatant hostility. She stands her ground, but the weight of their collective judgment is heavy. In the current day, Shani remains isolated in class, surrounded by the same toxic atmosphere. A classmate tries to offer some words of encouragement to help her ignore the noise. Burned by past experiences, Shani reacts defensively and tells the person to stay away. Her cold expression serves as a shield against anyone trying to get close. The stress of these memories leaves her feeling physically ill and overwhelmed. Over the weekend, Shani wakes up in her room feeling completely drained by the ongoing conflict. A wave of dizziness hits her as she tries to move, indicating the toll the stress has taken on her health. Looking frail and exhausted, she leans against her door, struggling to find the strength to face the day. Shani stands alone in the hallway, looking visibly drained as she wanders through the quiet house. Her face is flushed with a feverish glow while she wonders about her brother's schedule. A sudden cough racks her body, confirming that her health is rapidly declining. She searches through the cabinets for a thermometer, struggling to keep her composure. Finally, she spots a medical kit tucked away in a drawer. She pulls out the container, hoping to find something to break the fever. The digital display confirms her fears, showing a high temperature of 38.1. With the thermometer still in her mouth, she waits for the final reading, looking completely exhausted. She slumps to the floor, debating whether her condition is serious enough for a hospital visit. Suddenly, the sound of a ringing phone breaks the silence, catching her off guard. Her phone vibrates on the floor, showing an incoming call from Yuxin. She answers with a weak voice as Yuxin's energetic greeting blares through the speaker. Shani looks annoyed by the overwhelming enthusiasm while she struggles to stay upright. Yuxin, lounging at home, immediately notices that Shani sounds unusually tired. While looking through her medicine box, Shani admits that she's feeling unwell. Yuxin panics at the news, asking if she's taken any medicine or seen a professional. Shani brushes off the concern while holding a packet of aspirin, despite Yuxin's insistence on helping. Yuxin tries to argue, but Shani is determined to handle the situation on her own. The call ends abruptly, leaving Yuxin staring at her phone in deep concern. Shani looks down at the aspirin, realizing she needs to eat something before taking the medication. She turns on the stove, the blue flames flickering to life as she prepares some food. A pot of water begins to boil on the burner, filling the kitchen with steam. Time ticks away slowly as she waits for her simple meal to be ready. Eventually, Shani rests in a chair by the window, her eyes closing as she tries to find some relief. Young Shani lies motionless in bed, tucked tightly under the covers. A woman checks a thermometer while confirming to a young boy that Shani still has a fever. The boy watches with concern, questioning why his sister is crying over a simple medical checkup. The mother explains that Shani likely had a falling out with a friend earlier that day. Shani remains silent and withdrawn, staring blankly as she tries to rest. Back in the present, Shani's face is flushed as she dwells on these old memories. She sits isolated in a large armchair, wondering why these specific thoughts are resurfacing now. Her physical condition remains poor as she struggles to stay focused through the haze of the fever. In the kitchen, a pot of water reaches a boil on the stove. Shani stands over the stove, looking completely exhausted and drained of energy. A sudden doorbell ring startles her, forcing her to pause her cooking. A cheerful salesman stands outside, trying to pitch a new floor cleaning robot. Shani peeks through the crack of the door, looking unimpressed by the unexpected visitor. She quickly dismisses the man, stating she has no need for his products. Thinking she is finally alone again, she prepares to return to her meal. The doorbell begins to ring incessantly, testing her dwindling patience. The constant noise echoes through the apartment as Shani stands there in frustration. She opens the door again, threatening to call security on the persistent intruder. To her surprise, it isn't the salesman but Yuxin, who has arrived with food and medicine. Shani is left speechless, staring at her classmate who managed to find her apartment. Yuxin explains that she learned the floor number from a security guard who recognized her. Shani realizes that Yuxin had been following her home to ensure her safety. Despite the intrusion, Yuxin kindly asks for permission to enter and provide assistance. Yuxin stands in the doorway, her expression a mix of concern and surprise as she finally sees her classmate. Shani looks visibly drained, her face flushed red from the intense fever she's battling. Clad in a simple nightgown, the usually composed student appears fragile and unsteady on her feet. Yuxin is momentarily stunned by the change in Shani's appearance before quickly snapping back to reality and questioning why she's out of bed. Shani gestures toward a pair of guest slippers, while Yuxin takes a moment to admire the surprisingly large and modern apartment. As she enters further, Yuxin's senses pick up on an unusual odor lingering in the air. Yuxin points out a distinct burning smell, leading Shani to admit she accidentally scorched her meal after nodding off. Despite her exhaustion, Shani expresses genuine relief that her classmate arrived with a fresh meal. Yuxin remains focused on the task at hand, determined to make sure her friend is properly cared for. Shani moves toward the kitchen counter to deal with the mess she left behind on the stove. Stepping in immediately, Yuxin grabs the burnt pot and tells Shinny to sit down and focus on recovery. The two briefly exchange places as Yuxin takes full command of the kitchen duties. With the stove safely off, Yuxin begins scrubbing the dishes and urges Shinny to take her medicine without delay. Shinny stands by the table, looking at the takeout bag Yuxin brought for her. Inside the container is a fresh bowl of congee topped with green onions, specifically chosen to help with the recovery process. Shinny stares quietly at the food, her usual defenses lowered by the persistent fever. While finishing the cleanup, Yuxin offers some practical safety advice about using a rice cooker instead of the stove next time. The room falls quiet as Shinny slowly processes the unexpected kindness being shown to her. Yuxin finishes her chores with an energetic flourish, happy to have been of some help. A short while later, Yuxin notices the empty containers on the table and realizes Shinny has finished her meal. Seeing that the living area is now empty, Yuxin wonders if Shinny has retreated back to her bedroom to rest. A sudden thought crosses Yuxin's mind, causing her expression to shift into a look of focused determination. She gets carried away imagining how peaceful Shinny must look while sleeping and decides she should check on her. Overwhelmed by the idea of helping her friend further, Yuxin can hardly contain her excitement. She spots a door left slightly ajar down the hallway and assumes it leads to the bedroom. Moving quietly, Yuxin approaches the open door to see if Shinny has finally managed to fall asleep. Shinny focuses on her book while Yuxin watches her from the doorway. A close-up reveals Shinny's calm expression behind her rarely seen glasses. Yuxin is caught off guard, blushing at Shinny's different look. Shinny notices her visitor and tells her to shut the door. Yuxin is confused as to why Shinny would leave the door open in the first place if she wanted it closed. Shinny bluntly explains that Yuxin would have searched the entire house otherwise. Yuxin points out that this is the first time she's seen Shinny wearing glasses. Shinny mentions that she typically sticks to contact lenses while at school. Yuxin processes this new detail about her classmates' daily routine. Yuxin gets distracted by her own thoughts while staring at Shinny. Shinny breaks the silence, asking why Yuxin is still just standing there. Yuxin questions why Shinny is reading instead of getting the rest she needs. Yuxin reaches out to take the book away from the sick girl to stop her from overworking herself. Taking a bossy tone, Yuxin insists that a fever requires immediate sleep. The two share a quiet moment of tension as Yuxin stands her ground with the book in hand. Shinny finally gives in, removing her glasses to prepare for a nap. Shinny looks up expectantly, assuming the caretaking session is over and it's time for Yuxin to head out. Yuxin is shocked at the suggestion that she should leave so soon after arriving to help. Shinny turns away with a slight blush, feeling overwhelmed by the constant attention. Yuxin pleads to stay and help, eventually winning Shinny over with her persistence. Shinny settles under the covers, wondering how Yuxin can be so stubborn. Yuxin checks the thermometer, which displays a high fever of 38.5 degrees. Concerned for her friend's health, Yuxin suggests a hospital visit, but Shinny insists she just needs a nap. Shinny huddles under the covers, trying to ignore the discomfort of her illness. Yuxin scolds Shinny for not wearing a jacket the night before, blaming the cold on her negligence. Shinny retorts that her brother didn't wear a jacket either, yet he didn't get sick. Yuxin stares blankly as she realizes Shinny is using flawed logic to defend herself. The two sit in silence for a moment while Shinny rests in her bed. Shinny mentions that her family is out for work and classes, leaving her alone. Resting her head on the pillow, Shinny confirms that being home alone is a regular occurrence. Yuxin looks on with a mix of concern and understanding as she listens to Shinny's situation. Shinny looks up from her pillow, admitting that Yuxin is actually the first friend to ever visit her home. She remains quiet for a moment, letting the weight of that admission hang in the air. Yuxin processes the fact that she is the only person who has broken through Shinny's isolation. Shinny mentions a friend she once had in the past, her expression turning somber. Trying to be supportive, Yuxin asks what that person was like, though she remains cautious. Yuxin starts to ask more about the old relationship before she is abruptly cut off. Shinny's eyes sharpen as she tells Yuxin to stop talking about that person immediately. The sudden hostility leaves Yuxin stunned and silent. Realizing she overstepped a boundary, Yuxin offers a quiet apology while sitting by the bedside. Shinny turns away to sleep, though the mention of her past has clearly soured her mood. Shinny's mind drifts back to a memory of when she was younger and even more isolated. In the memory, a shadowed student approaches her, offering to be her friend. The mysterious figure smiles, claiming they really want to get to know her better. Shinny recalls being passive in the early days or past friendship with a mysterious student. She gradually began to treat the individual as a genuine friend as they spent more time together. However, the friend was often surrounded by others, leaving Shinny watching from the sidelines. Shinny looked on from a distance, feeling like an outsider to the larger group. The friend eventually returned to her side, apologizing for the delay in their meeting. Shinny observed the friend's social interactions from afar, feeling the growing distance between them. She realized that she never truly felt like she belonged in that social circle. The memory ends abruptly as Shinny wakes up with a start, her hand instinctively clutched to her face. Yuxin is found resting her head on the side of the bed, having fallen asleep while keeping watch. Yuxin wakes up looking dazed and startled after being suddenly disturbed. Shinny bluntly points out that Yuxin received a slap to the face during the chaotic wake-up call. Shinny confirms that her fever has subsided and she is feeling much better now. Yuxin looks visibly relieved to see Shiny recovering and acting more like herself. Yuxin prepares to get some water to help Shiny stay hydrated after her long sleep. Shiny notes that Yuxin stayed by her side throughout the entire ordeal without leaving. Yuxin admits she accidentally drifted off while keeping a close eye on her classmate. Shiny remains quiet, reflecting on the genuine care she is receiving. Yuxin turns to leave the room for a moment to fetch the drink. Shiny calls out, finally ready to address her earlier hostility. She looks down, offering a sincere apology for being so harsh when Yuxin first arrived. Yuxin accepts the apology with a gentle look before heading out to the kitchen. Shiny sits in silence, alone with her thoughts as she continues to recover in the quiet room. Yuxin hands over a cute rabbit mug filled with water to help Shiny hydrate. Shiny takes a sip while Yuxin reminds her that she still needs to take more medicine to get better. Shiny looks on with a blank expression as she processes the constant care. Checking for any lingering fever, Yuxin places a firm hand against Shiny's forehead. Yuxin notes that she can still feel the heat on Shiny's skin and insists on a full recovery. She continues to explain the importance of taking the medication before bed to ensure the fever stays away. Shiny listens with a skeptical look, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the attention. Despite her inner thoughts about Yuxin being a nag, Shiny obediently gulps down her medicine. In the kitchen, the sound of running water fills the room as preparations for a meal begin. Shiny watches from the side, curious about the sudden activity in her home. The clatter of kitchenware echoes through the air as Yuxin starts working. Yuxin reaches up into the high cabinets to grab a large pot for the cooking. When Shiny suddenly asks what's going on, Yuxin is momentarily startled. Shiny stares blankly as Yuxin explains she is looking for rice to cook some congee. Shiny points out exactly where the ingredients are located in the kitchen. Yuxin gathers some fresh vegetables from the fridge to prepare the meal. Shiny stands by silently, watching Yuxin handle the food preparation with ease. When Shiny jokingly warns her not to cause a kitchen disaster, Yuxin quickly defends her culinary skills. Yuxin explains that she had to learn to cook early on, because her mother was always busy with work. With a bright smile, Yuxin expresses how happy she is to use her skills to cook for Shiny. Shiny listens quietly as Yuxin asks her preference for the flavor of the congee. Yuxin decides to add some meat to the dish to make sure it is as nutritious as possible. She maintains a focused expression as she concentrates on finishing the meal for her friend. Yuxin stands in the kitchen with a thoughtful expression while preparing food. Shiny watches her with a look of quiet realization, observing the effort being made. Fresh ingredients wait on the cutting board as the meal preparation continues. Shiny speaks up, feeling a bit conflicted about all the help she is receiving during her recovery. She admits that even with everything being done for her, she feels she has nothing to offer back in return. Yuxin pauses, processing the heavy statement with a silent look. She looks directly at her companion, clearly moved by the sudden vulnerability. Yuxin clarifies that she is not looking for a reward or any kind of payment for her care. She promises to be there whenever sickness strikes, regardless of whether she receives any thanks. Shiny is left wondering why someone would go to such lengths just to be helpful. Yuxin maintains a calm but firm demeanor while expressing her loyalty. She reiterates that no gratitude is necessary for the support she provides. The two stand together in silence as the weight of the conversation hangs in the air. Shiny asks if saying such sentimental things is embarrassing for her. Yuxin shuts that down immediately, stating her care for her friend outweighs any awkwardness. She reflects on the long hours spent watching over the bedside while the fever was at its worst. Sitting alone in the quiet room, she realizes how little she actually knows about her friend's past. While Shiny rests peacefully, Yuxin's mind continues to race with questions about her history. She leans on her hand, feeling the emotional distance that still exists between them. The desire to bridge that gap and understand the person in front of her only grows stronger. Watching the peaceful sleep, she resolves to eventually learn everything about her friend's true self. Yuxin doubles down on her commitment, promising she won't change her feelings and will keep trying until Shiny finally opens her heart. Shiny listens in silence, looking thoughtful as the weight of Yuxin's resolve sinks in. The moment is interrupted when Kimi returns home, finding the two girls together in the kitchen area. He stops in the doorway, looking confused and surprised to see a guest in their house while his sister is unwell. Kimi's eyes widen as he takes in the scene, his protective instincts immediately kicking into high gear. Yuxin turns to acknowledge him, still holding a kitchen knife she was using to prepare a meal for Shiny. The camera focuses on the blade in her hand, which looks far more menacing to the younger brother than intended. Kimi's face goes pale with absolute shock and horror at the sight of the weapon. He lunges forward to shield his sister, frantically shouting at Yuxin and demanding to know what she wants from them. Yuxin gives him a deadpan look, completely unimpressed by his dramatic and misplaced display of heroism. Kimi remains tense and suspicious, even as the immediate threat level begins to drop. Yuxin calmly explains that Shiny had a fever, and she was simply there to cook something for her recovery. She points out that if she hadn't intervened, Shiny might have fainted in the kitchen before Kimi even got home. Yuxin serves the food with a cheerful smile while Kimi tries to make excuses for why he was late from his after-school classes. Yuxin continues to tease the boy, telling him he looked very brave standing up to someone he thought was a kidnapper. Kimi turns bright red and shouts back, desperately trying to deny that he was being protective of his sister. He remains flustered and embarrassed, unable to hide his blushing face from the older girl's amusement. Shinny watches the exchange and lets out a small, rare smile, appearing genuinely entertained by the chaotic energy. Kimi notices his sister's happy expression and realizes that her mood has significantly improved in his absence. He watches her closely, wondering what exactly happened between the two of them while he was gone. Checking the time, Yuxin prepares to head out, reminding Shiny to stay on top of her medicine. Kimi is caught off guard by her sudden departure, realizing he hasn't gotten any answers about what happened earlier. He quickly pivots to a friendly act, offering to walk Yuxin downstairs with a forced, sparkly smile. Yuxin accepts the offer, noting Kimi's sudden eagerness to see her out the door. Kimi thanks Yuxin for looking after his sister while they ride the elevator down. Yuxin smiles, telling him it was no trouble at all. She laughs about accidentally falling asleep herself and regrets not taking a photo of Shiny's sleeping face. Kimi is stunned, wondering how his sister could feel comfortable enough to nap around someone like her. Yuxin turns serious and calls out to Kimi. She points out that despite her cold exterior, Shiny actually craves care and attention from others. She notes that neither sibling is very good at expressing their feelings and everyone needs someone to lean on. Kimi listens quietly, taking in her advice to be more straightforward with his sister. He looks down, reflecting on their relationship. Kimi tries to bring up a past topic, but the conversation is cut short. Yuxin realizes that Shiny likely prefers to keep certain things private. Kimi firmly declares that he won't let his sister down regardless of the circumstances. Yuxin questions his confidence since he doesn't even know the full story of what happened to her. She pauses, looking away thoughtfully. She smiles, expressing her own determination to never let Shiny down. Kimi asks if she isn't even a little curious about Shiny's past. Yuxin explains that Shiny's deep disappointment suggests she once cared very much for someone. She admits she's almost afraid to know the truth because it might make her feel envious. Kimi gives her a flat, unimpressed look. He asks if she has specific feelings for his sister. Yuxin casually mentions that she already confessed her right before he arrived. A heavy silence fills the elevator as Kimi processes this information. Kimi suddenly reacts with pure shock and disbelief. Yuxin looks at him blankly, asking if he was referring to romantic feelings. Kimi's face goes completely pale as the misunderstanding deepens. Back inside, Shiny explains that the confession was likely just about a strong friendship. She remains calm while Kimi continues to sweat over the revelation. Shiny asks why he's so focused on this, and he nervously admits he overheard something earlier. Kimi stares into space, convinced he has stumbled upon a massive secret. Yuxin rests her chin on her hand, looking forward with a calm and content expression. She maintains her serene pose while staring off into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. A soft smile spreads across her face as she closes her eyes in a moment of pure bliss. Looking out the window at the pleasant weather, she leaves her classmates wondering if she has recently fallen in love. She continues to lean against the windowsill, radiating a positive and cheerful aura. Walking through the school hallway, Fangao yawns while noting that the weather is finally starting to cool down. He walks with a sleepy, disinterested look on his face as he starts his day. Yuxin approaches him with high energy, catching him off guard with her sudden and enthusiastic morning greeting. She laughs and mentions that she can tell something good is on his mind. Fangao casually explains that he spent his recent vacation traveling with some friends. He suddenly remembers something important while Yuxin looks on with a curious and surprised expression. Reaching into his bag, he offers her a pair of travel tickets and suggests she find someone to go with. The tickets are for a luxury double tour, which are typically designed for a pair of travelers. He explains that since he has no one to go with and has already visited the location, she should take them instead. Yuxin jokingly suggests giving the tickets back, teasing him about his lack of a travel partner. She smiles peacefully while commenting that a double tour isn't exactly the right place for a single person to visit alone. Fangao fires back by bluntly pointing out that she is currently single herself. To his absolute shock, she casually reveals that she isn't actually single anymore. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks as he stares at her in complete disbelief. His face turns pale with confusion as he struggles to process the unexpected news about her relationship status. He remains frozen in place, eyes wide with genuine bewilderment at her claim. Yuxin waves goodbye and heads off to class, laughing about finding someone else to give the extra ticket to before noon. Fangao stands alone in the hallway, stunned that even someone like her has found someone to be with. Later, Yuxin runs through the school grounds with a massive grin, holding the ticket and calling out to someone nearby. Shiny sits quietly at an outdoor table, appearing deep in thought while she prepares to eat. Yuxin lets out a dramatic cry of disbelief as she sits beside her friend, unable to accept the current situation. Continuing her exaggerated display of grief, Yuxin keeps shouting while waving her spoon around. Shiny remains unimpressed, telling Yuxin to stop using strange nicknames for her. Yuxin pauses with a confused expression, her mouth full of food as she processes the comment. She goes completely still when Shiny points out that she has managed to get food all over her face. Trying to brush off the embarrassment, Yuxin breaks into a bright laugh and continues her lively chatter. Shiny offers nothing but a cold, side-eyed glare in response to the constant talking. The atmosphere turns incredibly awkward as Shinny maintains her silent, frosty stare. Under the weight of the intense silence, Yuxin begins to sweat nervously, feeling the pressure of the gaze. Unable to take the tension any longer, Yuxin quickly excuses herself to go to the restroom. Inside the restroom, Yuxin carefully wipes the food from her face while reflecting on the interaction. She stares at her reflection in the mirror, feeling like nothing about Shiny's cold demeanor has changed. A look of doubt crosses her face as she wonders if her friend misunderstood her intention. She tries to convince herself that since Shinny didn't explicitly say no, it must mean she agreed. Leaning over the sink, she sighs at the fact that Shinny is still acting so distant toward her. Ultimately, she decides that her friend is simply being shy and that there's nothing to worry about. Nearby, Xiaohui stands outside holding a lunchbox, looking hesitant about where to go. She wonders to herself if Shinny is currently staying with someone else. An image of Shiny's calm face flashes through her mind as she contemplates her next move. Xiaohui becomes visibly flustered, worrying about what she should even say if they happen to cross paths. Her eyes widen in surprise as she spots a familiar figure in the distance. Shinny is sitting all alone at a stone table under the shade of a large tree. Xiaohui panics, realizing that her plan to eat in peace has been completely derailed. She watches from behind a fence, debating whether it would be too weird to go over and say hello. Suddenly, she hears someone calling out her name and turns around to see who it is. Yuxin catches Xiaohui off guard, asking if she was secretly watching Shiny from the sidelines. Xiaohui immediately gets flustered, stuttering through a nervous denial while her face turns bright red. Yuxin points out that Xiaohui is a regular at this lunch spot and shouldn't be so surprised to see them. Trying to play it cool, Xiaohui laughs nervously as she struggles to find a good excuse for her behavior. Yuxin isn't bothered and casually invites the hesitant girl to join their lunch table. Shinny watches the interaction from a distance, her expression as icy and unreadable as ever. Yuxin announces their new lunch guest with a bright smile, hoping to bridge the gap between her friends. Shiny offers nothing but a cold, piercing stare in response to the unexpected company. Xiaohui manages a timid greeting while her mind races with anxiety over their past awkward encounters. Shinny delivers a blunt, one-word acknowledgement that sends a literal chill down Xiaohui's spine. The meal remains incredibly tense as Shinny flatly rejects every polite offer of food Xiaohui makes. Yuxin tries to break the silence by suggesting they all take a walk together after they finish. Shinny shuts the idea down instantly, claiming she has classes and needs to head off for a nap. Without a second thought, Shinny waves them off and walks away, leaving the atmosphere heavy behind her. Xiaohui watches her go, feeling completely overwhelmed by Shiny's distant and frosty personality. She turns to Yuxin, expressing her genuine fear that Shinny might actually hate her. The poor girl starts spiraling, convinced that Shinny only left because she couldn't stand being at the same table. Xiaohui quickly backtracks on her words, worrying that she might sound like she's projecting jealous feelings. Yuxin listens calmly, letting the younger girl vent her insecurities about the harsh interaction. Instead of being upset, Yuxin smiles as she considers a different perspective on Shinny's behavior. Xiaohui looks up, surprised by her friend's calm and optimistic reaction to the cold shoulder. Yuxin wonders aloud if Shinny's bluntness is actually a sign that she genuinely cares in her own way. Xiaohui remains silent for a moment, letting the possibility of a deeper connection sink in. A small, hopeful smile finally breaks through Xiaohui's nervous expression as she reevaluates the situation. Yuxin leans back, watching her friend with a thoughtful and knowing look in her eyes. She concludes the conversation with a gentle smile, feeling confident that things are moving in the right direction. Xiaohui expresses her doubt about whether the other person understands how she truly feels. Yuxin encourages her, suggesting that a bit more effort might make things clearer. Yuxin pauses as she considers the weight of her own words. Xiaohui is caught off guard by the mention of a confession. Yuxin asks for clarification on whether those feelings are strictly platonic or something more. She bluntly admits to having genuine feelings, leaving her friend stunned by the straightforwardness. Sitting at an outdoor table, they discuss how the relationship hasn't really changed despite the lack of a rejection. Xiaohui worries that the message might have been taken the wrong way entirely. They debate how a confession between girls might not be the first thing someone suspects. Xiaohui points out that being too casual might lead the other person to think it's just a strong friendship. Yuxin laughs off the situation while her friend remains deep in thought. Yuxin wonders aloud if she should try confessing all over again to be sure. Xiaohui stares back, momentarily speechless at the suggestion. The two sit in a quiet moment of reflection under the shade of the trees. Xiaohui remains silent, processing the entire conversation. A small laugh escapes Xiaohui as she finds the situation slightly amusing. She teases her senior for being so insightful about others, but perhaps a bit dense about her own impact. Xiaohui gives a bright, supportive smile, telling her friend to just let things be for now. Yuxin beams, thankful for her friend's kindness and support. Despite her cheerful exterior, Xiaohui internally questions if she just relegated herself to the friend zone. Yuxin stretches and decides it's time to head back to class for a quick nap. Xiaohui agrees with a nod, hiding her internal sadness. She watches Yuxin walk away, reflecting on the person her senior actually likes. Suddenly, Xiaohui's eyes sparkle with excitement as she realizes a potential connection. Xiaohui looks on with an expression of pure disbelief as she processes the news. Yuxin maintains a calm demeanor, while confirming the details of her recent actions. Sitting in her room, Xiaohui questions Yuxin about the confession that seemingly went unanswered. Xiaohui can't wrap her head around how these feelings developed so suddenly. Yuxin reflects on her usual preferences and how this situation fits into her life. Xiaohui feels a strange mix of shock and realization as the pieces start to fall into place. She bluntly points out that such a sudden confession might come across as a bit strange to the other person. Yuxin takes a moment to close her eyes and gather her thoughts on the matter. With a bright smile, she admits that she simply acted on an impulse because she felt like sharing her truth. Xiaohui remains skeptical, asking if Yuxin even understands the depth of the word "like" in this context. Yuxin reveals she only spent about a minute thinking it over before deciding she definitely had feelings. She stands by her quick decision, believing that a single minute was enough to understand her own heart. Xiaohui stares back, completely stunned by her friend's overly simplistic approach to romance. Eventually, Xiaohui asks what the next move is now that the initial confession is out of the way. Yuxin looks down, clearly discouraged by the fact that her initial advances weren't immediately successful. She mentions being rejected for a travel offer, leading Xiaohui to question what her ultimate goal really is. Yuxin explains that her main desire is to spend time together and create lasting memories. Xiaohui points out the obvious, noting that they are already constantly making memories as it is. Yuxin takes a moment to look at her friend with a serious expression. She clarifies that her true goal is to become someone truly special and unique to the person she likes. Xiaohui looks at her friend with a thoughtful and steady gaze. She summarizes the situation, confirming that Yuxin's main goal is to build a deeper connection through new memories. Xiaohui explains the delicate balance of moving forward without scaring the other person away. The suggestion catches Yuxin completely off guard, leaving her visibly flustered and wide-eyed. Yuxin excitedly asks Shini to go out, radiating energy. Shini responds with her usual blank and unimpressed expression. Shini delivers a barrage of rejections as Yuxin continues to plead. Shini watches as Yuxin's spirit practically leaves her body from the constant rejection. While Shini grabs a drink from the vending machine, Yuxin explains how she shamelessly obtained a trip ticket. Shini offers a short, disinterested reply to the explanation. Shini continues drinking while Yuxin feels the sting of her cold attitude. Yuxin changes tactics and mentions how she looked after Shini during her illness. Yuxin puts on a dramatic, tearful face to try and guilt-trip her friend. Shini stares back with an unreadable, slightly annoyed look. The pressure starts to get to Shini as the begging continues. Shini suggests that Yuxin should just take one of her many other friends instead. Yuxin stands her ground, insisting that she only wants to go with Shini. Shini finally asks for the schedule, worried about missing school. Shini realizes that simply agreeing might be the only way to stop the persistent harassment. Once Shini says yes, Yuxin cheers loudly while Shini finds the noise irritating. Yuxin is thrilled and immediately offers to handle all the trip planning. Yuxin imagines herself as a fully equipped explorer ready for a grand adventure. Shini thinks to herself that the trip would be much better with a larger group. Yuxin looks hopeful as she prepares to organize the outing. Shini remains skeptical and wonders if this was a good idea. Shini decides that bringing more people along will make things more comfortable. Xiaohui finds herself dragged into the mess and wonders why she has to go. Nearby, a student is encouraged to pick up the pace during their training. Yuxin clings to Xiaohui, begging her to join the trip for extra fun. Xiaohui looks completely caught off guard when the topic of a hot spring trip comes up. Yuxin explains that the group outing is a perfect chance for everyone to relax after a busy school term. Yuxin leans in with a mischievous look, hinting that someone else can cover Xiaohui's duties. After thinking it over for a moment, Xiaohui finally agrees to go along with the plan. Yuxin looks quite pleased with herself as she recounts how she successfully recruited the final member. Shini isn't exactly thrilled, but Yuxin insists that having more people will make the trip easier for everyone. Yuxin points out that splitting the costs 4 ways is a great deal and prevents anyone from feeling left out. Shini stares blankly at Yuxin, clearly processing the logic behind the arrangement. The silence continues as Shini begins to look a bit overwhelmed by Yuxin's energy. Suddenly, Shini's mood flips as she excitedly thanks Yuxin for being so thoughtful and considerate. When the day of the trip finally arrives, Shini shows up looking like a total fashion icon with her sleek outfit and suitcase. Xiaohui and Yuxin are left speechless by Shini's sudden and dramatic glow-up. Shini feels confident in her look and wonders what kind of outfit her friend will choose for the occasion. As they reach the meeting spot, Shini pulls out her phone to locate the rest of the group. She quickly spots her target and tells them she is approaching from the side. Shini takes off her sunglasses and stops in her tracks as she gets a good look at her friend. Her friend stands in the middle of the crowd wearing a very casual, oversized hoodie and a simple bucket hat. The contrast between Shini's high-fashion look and her friend's relaxed style is immediately obvious. Shini can't help but ask if her friend just rolled out of bed before coming to meet them. Meanwhile, Xiaohui and Yuxin stand nearby feeling like total outsiders while the two friends bicker. The group arrives at a beautiful, traditional-style resort nestled in the greenery. Xiaohui is absolutely thrilled to find a private hot spring waiting for them inside their room. She can hardly contain her excitement as she points out the amazing amenities to Shiny. Shiny maintains her cool composure while unpacking her things for the stay. Shiny wonders if the energy levels will stay this high all night, prompting a quick defense from Xiaohui. Xiaohui pauses for a moment, processing the comment with a blank stare. Suddenly, Xiaohui gets a mischievous look in her eyes while asking Shiny which bed she wants to claim. The intense moment breaks as she realizes Shiny doesn't actually have a preference. In another room, a friend relaxes on the comfortable bed, impressed by the quality of the accommodations. Yuxin reminds everyone that the credit for organizing this amazing trip goes to Xiaohui. The conversation turns to the group's dynamic, as they try to figure out how everyone is related. One friend notes that the closeness between the girls seems much deeper than a typical family connection. Yuxin listens with a faint smile, observing the unique bond shared by her friends. They recall the overly attentive behavior during the ride over, wondering if the pair are cousins or neighbors. Yuxin can only offer an awkward laugh at the confusing social situation. A sudden knock at the door interrupts their gossip session. Xiaohui and Shiny are at the entrance, signaling that it is finally time for the group to head out. Xiaohui proudly unveils her meticulously planned weekend itinerary designed to impress the group. Her confidence takes a hit when the others realize her schedule might be a bit thin on details. Xiaohui is crushed when the group immediately starts pitching their own better ideas for the trip. The group happily heads off to get food and visit the market, leaving a devastated Xiaohui trailing behind. A girl relaxes in the warm water of the hot spring, enjoying the soothing atmosphere. Her friend joins in the relaxation, wishing they could experience this during a snowy day. The pair continue their casual conversation while soaking in the steaming outdoor bath. They discuss their expectations for the trip, wondering what the others are currently up to. The sliding door to the facility opens, signaling the arrival of another group member. The girls in the water turn their attention toward the entrance to see who has arrived. One of the girls looks over with a surprised expression as another friend approaches the spring. Xiaohui expresses her surprise at Shiny's traditional approach to the hot spring etiquette. She notices Shiny's fair complexion and encourages her to hurry up and join the group in the water. As Shiny hesitantly enters the pool while maintaining her modesty, Xiaohui helps guide her into the steaming water. Shiny remains quiet and composed as she finally settles into the hot spring alongside her friends. The rest of the group laughs at the awkward interaction, while Xiaohui quickly apologizes for her sudden movements. Xiaohui feels a bit flustered after the brief and unexpected proximity with her friend. Shiny looks on with a neutral expression while Xiaohui tries to explain that she acted without thinking. Shiny maintains a calm and steady gaze, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Xiaohui sits in the hot spring, her face flushed from the heat. She glances over at Shiny, who remains calm while soaking nearby. Attempting to play it cool, Xiaohui whistles and looks away to hide her nerves. Shiny watches the chaotic energy of the group with a neutral expression. The calm atmosphere breaks as the friends engage in a massive water fight. After the bathe, the friends discuss their evening plans through a closed door. Fan Gao checks in on the girls to see if they are ready to head to the bar. Back in the room, Xiaohui sprawls out on her bed, feeling completely rejuvenated. She turns to Shiny to confirm if she also found the experience relaxing. Xiaohui offers a genuine smile, happy to see her friend comfortable. Shiny acknowledges the sentiment with a steady, quiet look. Pleased with the positive vibe, Xiaohui mentions she was worried about Shiny's experience. She continues to watch Shiny, waiting for a more detailed response. Shiny looks to the side, offers a sincere thank you for the help she received earlier. Xiaohui brushes it off with a cheerful wave, sitting up on the edge of her bed. A moment of silence follows as Shiny looks down, lost in thought. Xiaohui notices the change in mood and focuses intently on her friend. A faint blush creeps onto Xiaohui's cheeks as the atmosphere becomes heavy. Breaking the silence, Xiaohui tells Shiny directly that she likes her. Shiny is momentarily stunned, her eyes widening at the unexpected honesty. She quickly averts her gaze, seemingly unsure of how to react to the confession. Xiaohui immediately starts to overthink her delivery, wondering if she messed up. Internal panic sets in as she realizes she didn't get to explain her meaning. The tension is shattered when Fan Gao walks in to announce it's time to move out. The group is caught off guard by the interruption as they shift gears for the night. The group arrives at a massive, crowded hall filled with people and loud music. Shiny notes the high volume of the venue while the others discuss an event taking place. A staff member leads the four friends into the main area where dancers in elaborate costumes perform for the crowd. The night kicks off as everyone raises their mugs for a celebratory toast. Xiaohui keeps a close eye on Shiny, curious about how her friend will handle the drinks. Before long, the beverages take their toll, leaving Shiny dazed and resting her head on the table. Shiny leans toward Xiaohui, who realizes her friend has definitely reached her limit. With the whole group feeling the effects, they decide it's time to call it a night and head back. Xiaohui takes charge and carries a sleepy Shiny out of the loud venue. Back at the room, Xiaohui carefully tucks Shiny into bed so she can rest. Just as Xiaohui prepares to leave, Shiny suddenly reaches out and grabs her hand. Shiny stares up with a clear gaze, refusing to let go of Xiaohui's hand. Caught off guard, Xiaohui questions if Shiny was actually as intoxicated as she seemed. Shani flashes a sly smile, revealing she isn't as easily affected by the drinks as everyone thought. Xiaohui stands frozen, completely stunned by Shini's playful revelation. Internally, Xiaohui is overwhelmed by how adorable she finds Shini's current behavior. Flashing back to earlier, Xiaohui was the one chugging drinks while the others looked on in confusion. Xiaohui was having a blast, while Shani watched her with a skeptical expression. Meanwhile, Fangao and Yuxin enjoyed the atmosphere at their table with a large drink tower. Fangao snaps a photo of the outing to share with friends. Yuxin jokes around with Fangao, taking credit for the successful night out. Xiaohui continues to drink at a rapid pace, oblivious to the eyes on her. A game of dice is in full swing on the table as the group continues their night out. Shini is visibly frustrated after losing another round, realizing her opponent can read her every move. Despite her claims of being a pro from hanging out with her mom's colleagues, she keeps getting laughed at by her friends. Yuxin watches the chaos from the sidelines, struggling to understand what is going through Shini's mind. Determined to turn her luck around, Shini slams the cups down and demands another round. Yuxin eventually steps in, suggesting that Shini has probably had enough to drink for one night. Shini brushes the concern off with a boastful claim that she is still in fighting shape. Ignoring the bravado, Yuxin decides it is finally time for them to head out. She glances back at the others, questioning if they are actually going to join the rest of the group. Shini seems to be fading fast as the exhaustion from the night starts to set in. Yuxin observes her friend's deteriorating state with a calm and stoic expression. The dizziness becomes undeniable as Shini clutches her head while trying to maintain her balance. Xiaohui suddenly appears, enthusiastically pulling Shini back into the festive atmosphere of the bar. The group loses themselves in the crowd, celebrating the high energy of the resort party together. Under the night sky, a signpost points the way back to the rooms as the group begins their long trek home. Shini is barely standing on her own, requiring her friend's physical support to keep moving forward. The resort is quiet and peaceful by the time the group finally reaches their accommodation. Shini is sprawled out on the bed while Xiaohui and Yuxin marvel at how easily she was affected by the drinks. Yuxin hands over a tablet, leaving the responsibility of managing the impending hangover to the others. Xiaohui says her goodnights, ready to turn in after a very long and eventful evening. She walks toward the door, leaving the room to find her own place to rest for the night. Before she leaves, Xiaohui looks back with a lingering sense of uncertainty about the night's events. Shini lies on the bed, rambling about her plans for a boat ride despite her tendency to get seasick. Yuxin helps her sit up and hands her a glass of water to ensure she takes her medicine. Shini complains about the bitter taste, while Yuxin hopes a good night's sleep will be enough to fix everything. The night ends on a rough note as Shini's stomach finally rebels, leaving Yuxin in a state of absolute shock. The night quiet descends over the resort corridor as the situation in the room remains tense. A staff member checks in at the door to see if the guests need any assistance. The employee offers to move them to a different room to accommodate the situation, but Yuxin decides they can simply share the bed for the night. The staff member bows out after offering help, leaving the two alone. Yuxin gets to work by soaking a cloth in a basin of water. She grips the fabric firmly to prepare it for use. With a determined look, she wrings out every last drop of excess water. Once the cloth is damp and ready, she turns her attention back to her sick friend. Yuxin instructs the heavily intoxicated Shini to sit up so she can clean her face. She looks on with a mixture of exhaustion and concern as Shini continues to act out in her drunken state. A chaotic struggle ensues as Yuxin tries to keep her friend still enough to help her settle down. After a lot of effort, Yuxin finally finishes and tells her friend to get dressed for bed. She reflects on the fact that despite her constant care, Shini seems to be mistaking her for someone else. Exhausted by the ordeal, Yuxin decides a quick shower is the only way to clear her head. Meanwhile, Shini remains curled up in bed, lost in a deep, drunken slumber. In her daze, she reminisces about high school memories involving exams and classroom antics. Yuxin eventually steps out of the bathroom, feeling refreshed and ready for rest. She notices that the room has finally gone silent as the night winds down. Approaching the bed, she looks over at her friend who is finally resting peacefully. Suddenly, Shini mumbles a name in her sleep, catching Yuxin completely off guard once again. Yuxin stares down at her, processing the weight of their complicated situation. She can't help but wonder if Shini has any idea about the true feelings being hidden from her. Shini is fast asleep, oblivious to the internal monologue of her companion who wonders how to express their true feelings. Yuxin watches her closely, realizing that while being near her is comforting, it is no longer enough. The desire for a deeper connection grows as Shini remains peacefully at rest. Yuxin stands in the quiet room, wondering if their feelings are obvious to anyone else. Deciding against asking for help, Yuxin resolves to be the one to eventually speak the truth. A sense of heavy contemplation settles over Yuxin as they look down at their friend. A hand reaches out tentatively towards Shini, highlighting the delicate tension between them. Yuxin sits on the edge of the bed and offers a quiet apology for the complicated situation. Shini's eyes finally begin to flutter open as she starts to wake from her deep slumber. Upon waking, Shini is struck with immediate confusion regarding her current state of dress and how she ended up there. She stares blankly, trying to piece together the hazy memories of the previous night. A sudden realization hits her that the combination of alcohol and a messy bed might imply a situation she isn't ready for. Just as she's panicking, Yuxin appears in the doorway to check if she is finally awake. Feeling completely exposed, Shinny hides under the safety of the blankets while Yuxin looks on. Yuxin tries to explain the situation calmly, but Shinny immediately shouts for them to stop talking. An embarrassed blush creeps across Shiny's face as she tries to pivot the conversation elsewhere. She remains tucked away under the covers, still processing the awkwardness of the morning. The stress of the unknown events from the night before clearly weighs on Shiny's mind. Shinny tries to clear her head while getting ready for the day, wondering if something incredible happened the previous night. After her shower, she begins to fix her hair, still lost in her thoughts about the recent events. She turns her head, noticing a presence in the room that breaks her train of thought. Yuxin stands by calmly while Shinny, wrapped in a towel, looks completely caught off guard by her roommate's presence. The embarrassment hits Shinny hard as she realizes Yuxin witnessed her less than graceful sleeping habits. Yuxin bluntly informs her that she snored, leaving Shinny mortified about how she must have looked while unconscious. Yuxin maintains a cool, unreadable expression as the tension in the room remains thick. She looks away for a moment, perhaps hiding her own reaction to the awkward morning encounter. Shinny tries to piece together her memories, wondering why Yuxin is acting so normal if a confession actually took place. The two stand in an awkward silence until Yuxin reminds Shinny to finish getting dressed so they can head out. The group eventually makes their way to a local market filled with various stalls and festive decorations. Fangao and her friend browse through the souvenirs, though the high prices at the resort catch them by surprise. Yuxin explores the market stalls, appearing much more composed than she was earlier in the room. Shinny remains stuck in her own head, still questioning if her memories of the night were just a vivid dream. While walking through the market, Yuxin asks Shinny if there is anything specific that catches her eye among the stalls. Yuxin picks up a small decorative charm, examining the detail of the little souvenir. Shinny watches her friend closely, trying to gauge if there is any deeper meaning behind her interest in the item. Yuxin explains that the charm is a keepsake meant for writing down the name of a person someone likes to help them start dating. Shiny gives a skeptical look, not entirely convinced by the folklore behind the little trinket. She asks Yuxin if she actually plans on buying it to write down a specific name herself. Yuxin stares blankly as she processes the situation at the market stall. A sudden wave of realization hits her, and she breaks into an embarrassed smile. Shinny looks on with a skeptical expression, clearly not buying into the local superstitions. She turns her gaze toward the shops, thinking that a souvenir might still be worth picking up. Yuxin becomes incredibly flustered while clutching a small keepsake she found. The two walk away from the stall, with Yuxin still lost in her own thoughts. She reflects on the night before, wondering if the confession she heard was actually just a dream. Fangao interrupts her train of thought to ask if she's planning on buying anything special. Meanwhile, Shinny's attention is caught by something bright and attractive among the vendor's goods. A brief memory flashes back to Shiny happily sharing her creative sketches with her friends. Yuxin's mind drifts back to the confession, making her feel conflicted about what was said. In the present, Shiny keeps a composed and distant look as they finish their shopping. Later, the group arrives back at their room to drop off their bags. Yuxin watches Shiny closely, trying to gauge the mood after their long day. She asks if Shiny had any trouble sleeping or if the room was uncomfortable the night before. Shiny bluntly points out that things were a bit too noisy, causing Yuxin to offer a quick apology. Yuxin looks a bit dejected until she notices Shiny reaching for a small bag. Shiny holds out the gift, explaining that she picked up a souvenir specifically for her. Yuxin's face lights up with pure excitement at the unexpected gesture. She can hardly believe the gift is actually for her and asks for confirmation. Overjoyed, Yuxin celebrates the surprise and praises Shiny for being so thoughtful. Shiny tries to act cool, claiming she simply bought the same thing she got for her family. Yuxin then reveals that she also has a gift to give in return. Shiny waits patiently as Yuxin prepares to show her what she found. With a bright smile, Yuxin presents her special keepsake to Shiny. Yuxin smiles warmly while thinking about the gift she just received. Shiny listens quietly, her expression remaining calm and unreadable. Yuxin's joy is evident as she beams with a bright, cheerful expression. Suddenly, a realization hits Yuxin, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. She begins to voice her thoughts, questioning the deeper meaning behind their meeting. Yuxin remains lost in thought, trying to piece together the events of the previous night. Shiny stares back with a blank look, leaving Yuxin to overthink the situation. Completely flustered, Yuxin frantically waves her hands and tries to explain herself. Shiny maintains her cool composure, while watching the chaotic reaction. In a chibi state, Yuxin vigorously nods and confirms her simple intentions to avoid further embarrassment. Shiny accepts the explanation with a steady, quiet gaze. Relieved, Sun lets out a nervous laugh and offers a friendly smile. The moment is interrupted by friends knocking on the door to invite them out for food. Yuxin turns to answer the door while Shiny stays back, looking exhausted. Declining the invitation on Shiny's behalf, Yuxin decides to prioritize her friend's rest. Shiny's tired expression confirms she isn't up for any social activities right now. Yuxin observes her friend with a concerned and attentive look. She kindly promises to bring some food back so Shini doesn't have to leave the room. Stepping out into the hallway, Yuxin meets with the others to head out. She explains to the group that Shiny needs to catch up on sleep after a long night. Back inside, Shiny settles under the covers to get some much-needed rest. She closes her eyes, finally drifting off into a peaceful nap. A delicate keepsake hangs from its chain, representing a significant personal memory. A memory from the past surfaces, showing a younger Shiny looking quite emotional. An older figure offers comfort and support to the young girl during a difficult time. The woman smiles gently, providing a sense of warmth and security. The focus shifts to the heartfelt sentiment behind the special charm. Internal doubts swirl as Yuxin questions if Shiny actually likes her or if there is simply a misunderstanding. Shiny slowly blinks her eyes open as she begins to wake up from her long nap. Yuxin is caught off guard while looking at her phone, jumping slightly in surprise when she realizes Shiny is awake. The two girls end up startling each other in a comedic moment of mutual panic. After the initial shock, they sit together on the bed to catch up on the time. Shiny questions why she was allowed to sleep for so long without being woken up for the group activities. Yuxin admits she couldn't resist taking a few photos of Shiny's sleeping face because she looks so peaceful. Shiny gives a deadpan look, clearly unamused by the secret photo shoot. Yuxin stands up and invites Shiny to join the rest of the group for another trip to the hot springs. Shiny decides to stay behind and get more rest instead of heading out again. Yuxin points out the food she managed to grab for her despite the long lines at the resort. Shiny turns her head away, looking deep in thought about their current relationship dynamic. Yuxin waits patiently, noticing the subtle change in Shiny's mood. She tries to break the tension with a nervous laugh and a cheerful wave before heading out. Shiny remains silent, staring off to the side with a serious and contemplative expression. Yuxin gathers her courage and tells Shiny they need to have a serious talk once she returns from the springs. Shiny looks back, asking if Yuxin is finally ready to reveal the thoughts that have been weighing on her mind. The sudden directness leaves Yuxin completely flustered and blushing with embarrassment. Shiny maintains a focused gaze, making it clear she wants to understand exactly what Yuxin is thinking about their bond. Yuxin is left speechless for a moment, processing the weight of the upcoming conversation. Later, a friend notices Yuxin's pale face and asks if she is feeling well enough to go to the springs. Carrying her bathing supplies, Yuxin walks forward in a daze while surrounded by a nervous energy. The group continues toward their destination while Yuxin confesses that her heart is pounding and her legs feel like jelly. The night sky hangs over the resort, with a crescent moon peeking through the clouds. Yuxin relaxes in the hot spring, her mind drifting to what Shiny might say to her later. She sinks into the water as the realization hits that she might have to confess her feelings all over again. The thought of things becoming awkward after her talk keeps her on edge while she soaks. Despite the stress, she tries to convince herself she can handle the upcoming conversation. Nearby, her friends watch her eccentric behavior in the water with a mix of confusion and concern. Outside, the resort is quiet and dimly lit by a single street lamp near the signs. After the soak, Yuxin stops by a vending machine with her friend to grab a quick drink. A fresh carton of milk clatters into the pickup slot of the machine. Yuxin beams with joy, explaining that she bought the drink specifically for Shiny. Fangao can only stare in disbelief at how much Yuxin's world revolves around her roommate. Yuxin just laughs it off, clearly happy to be doing something nice for Shiny. The group says their goodnights as they head back to their respective rooms for the evening. Standing before her door, Yuxin hesitates, feeling the weight of the moment. Her nerves are shot as she wonders exactly what kind of reaction she's going to get. She takes a long, deep breath to steady her shaking hands before entering. Pushing the door open just a crack, she cautiously peeks inside to see if Shiny is ready. She finally steps into the room, maintaining a serious expression as she prepares for the talk. Shiny is already waiting out on the balcony, staring quietly into the dark night. As Yuxin announces her return, Shiny turns her head to acknowledge her presence. Yuxin joins her outside, the atmosphere between them thick with unspoken tension. Shiny comments on the cool night air, trying to keep the initial mood light. Behind her back, Yuxin's face contours with pure anxiety as she braces for the confession. Her heart races when Shiny suddenly says her name, signaling the end of the small talk. Shiny cuts straight to the point, asking if the confession from the previous night was actually sincere. Yuxin is caught off guard, her face flushing as she processes the sudden confrontation. A wave of panic hits her as she realizes the weight of the question being asked. She forces herself to push past the overwhelming embarrassment and prepare a real answer. Clenching her hand over her mouth, she tries to steady her nerves before speaking. Stealing her resolve, she looks down before finally blurting out that she truly likes Shiny. The confession is out in the open, leaving her sweating and anxious for any kind of reaction. Shiny turns toward her with a stoic expression, asking for clarification on what that confession actually means. The blunt response leaves Yuxin fuming with embarrassment, as this wasn't the reaction she anticipated. She tries to explain that her feelings are deep and sincere, comparing them to a romantic interest. Shiny remains calm and asks if she can probe further into Yuxin's feelings for others. The questioning begins with Shiny asking if Yuxin has similar feelings for their friend Kimi. Yuxin admits she likes everything about him, leading Shiny to wonder why. With a bright smile, she lists the traits she finds charming and innocent about him. Shiny listens intently, observing how easily Yuxin praises their other friends. Yuxin continues to gush about her appreciation for Guoguo's kindness and support. Shinny cuts to the chase, asking directly where she fits into this list of people Yuxin likes. Yuxin insists that while she likes everyone, she likes Shinny the most because of her hidden kindness. Shinny challenges her, pointing out that this, doesn't seem any different from how she feels about her friends. Caught in a loop, Yuxin struggles to find the right words to differentiate her feelings. Shinny warns her to stop using such vague language to avoid causing any more misunderstandings. Frustrated by her own inability to explain herself, Yuxin has a minor internal meltdown. Shinny turns away, appearing disappointed that the confession lacks a clear distinction from friendship. Despite the tension, Yuxin stands her ground and reaffirms that she is being completely serious. Yuxin maintains a look of concern as she listens to Shiny's cold logic. Shiny remains unmoved, her expression analytical as she breaks down the situation. Yuxin's gaze stays fixed on her friend, desperate to be understood. The tension hangs heavy between them as they stand under the night sky, debating the nature of their bond. Yuxin looks down, trying to articulate why her connection with Shiny feels uniquely different from others. Shinny counters by explaining that everyone is different, dismissing the uniqueness of Yuxin's feelings. Yuxin's face shows her growing frustration as she insists her feelings aren't just typical friendship. Shinny focuses on the conversation, trying to pinpoint exactly what Yuxin is implying. Yuxin lowers her head, feeling the weight of the interrogation. Shinny stands her ground, explaining her reluctance to face the social consequences of vague attachments. Yuxin whispers her genuine appreciation for Shinny as a person, hoping her sincerity breaks through. Shinny tells Yuxin to clear her mind before speaking so recklessly again. Yuxin wonders aloud if Shinny views her feelings as something strange or wrong. Shinny looks away, taking a moment to process the heavy question. Shinny warns Yuxin not to waste her emotions on a feeling she hasn't fully defined yet. Shinny glances sideways, clearly tired of the emotional back and forth. Yuxin asks point blank if Shinny hates her, her worry visible. Shiny keeps her profile turned away, refusing to give an easy answer. Yuxin's face is hidden by her hair as she struggles with the lack of reassurance. Shiny maintains her cold, distant composure throughout the silence. Shinny finally turns back, her gaze sharp and demanding clarity. A close-up highlights Shinny's unwavering eyes as she scrutinizes Yuxin's every word. Yuxin's desperation boils over as she asks what it will take to make Shinny believe her. Shinny looks taken aback by the sudden intensity of the confession. Yuxin falters, her silhouette showing her inner turmoil as she tries to back down. Shinny narrows her eyes, remaining firm despite the emotional outburst. Shinny tells Yuxin to stop the self-pity, calling the behavior annoying. Yuxin looks downcast and contemplative as she stands under the night sky. She apologizes for asking too many questions and crossing a personal boundary during their conversation. Admitting her mistake, she realizes she brought up topics that should have remained untouched. Yuxin holds a bag containing milk, noting that this is the first time Shinny has actually engaged in a deep conversation with her. She reflects on how this lengthy exchange is a significant first for both of them. Seeking finality, she asks Shinny for confirmation if everything said during their talk was meant seriously. Shinny maintains her cold composure, asking if she looks like she is joking about such matters. Yuxin accepts the harsh reality of Shiny's stance, finally understanding where they stand. Shinny announces her plan to clean up and head to bed early for their departure the next morning. Yuxin turns to leave the room while Shiny watches her depart in silence. Shinny looks out at the stars, explaining she brought the refreshment because Yuxin mentioned having trouble sleeping the previous night. Yuxin's eyes well up with tears as she processes the emotional weight of the rejection. She places the carton of milk down on a nearby surface. The carton sits abandoned as the beverage inside quickly loses its warmth in the night air. Yuxin promises not to bother Shinny anymore, her expression full of deep sorrow. Shinny's expression remains unreadable as she hears Yuxin's final words of resignation. Yuxin walks away, leaving Shinny alone on the balcony to her thoughts. Shinny stands in silence, staring blankly as the reality of the situation sinks in. A close-up shows water droplets on a face during a routine hygiene task. The water continues to flow from the shower head while the character reflects on the day's events. Shinny stands under the stars once more, wondering why things had to conclude in such a painful way. Yuxin stares blankly out the window on the ride home, consumed by the lingering sadness of the trip. Back in her room, a cheerful rabbit poster on the wall stands in stark contrast to her heavy mood. She collapses onto her bed, unable to stop the echo of Shinny's hurtful words from replaying in her mind. Curled up in a ball, she tries to shut out the world and the pain of the recent rejection. Her brother enters the room, reminding her that school starts tomorrow and she needs to pull herself together. He watches her closely, sensing that something is deeply wrong beyond just being tired. Yuxin remains face down on the mattress, barely moving as he asks if she is feeling okay. When she claims she has caught a cold, he questions why she can't seem to take better care of herself. He sits on the edge of the bed while she hides under the covers, insisting that she is just physically ill. His expression softens as he realizes the situation might be more serious than a simple fever. He catches a glimpse of her face and suddenly stops mid-sentence. Seeing her tears, he realizes that her heart is what is truly broken. When she asks for a leave of absence from school, he doesn't push for further answers. He looks down, feeling the weight of her silent suffering. He quietly agrees that she should stay home and get some rest until she feels better. The next morning, the school day begins as usual for the rest of the student body. Shinny stands outside the building, her gaze searching the crowd for a familiar face. She wonders if she was too harsh during the trip, her mind drifting back to the image of a hurt Yuxin. The weight of her cold rejection clearly begins to weigh on her conscience. Tiny approaches with a bright smile, greeting Shiny enthusiastically to start the morning. Shinny's reaction is one of visible disappointment, as Tiny wasn't the person she was actually expecting. Tiny immediately notices the shift in mood and asks Shiny looks so let down to see her. Without a word of explanation, Shiny turns and walks away, leaving her friend standing there in total confusion. Tiny is left feeling snubbed, wondering if the bond they formed during the trip has already vanished. Shiny sits distractedly in her classroom, staring blankly out the window while ignoring her surroundings. She rests her chin on her hand, completely detached from the lesson and lost in her own thoughts. A classmate interrupts her solitude to announce that someone is at the door looking for her. Shiny remains seated, showing no immediate interest in the visitor or the buzz at the classroom entrance. She casts a brief, hollow glance toward the door before returning to her internal contemplation. Finding nothing of interest, she turns back to the window to continue her silent sulking. The school day carries on as the campus remains quiet under the afternoon sun. Shiny stands alone in the hallway, holding a canned beverage with a somber expression. Looking at the vending machine triggers a painful memory of Yuxin's constant kindness and previous offers to buy her treats. The rows of drinks behind the glass serve as a cold reminder of the person who is no longer there with her. Shiny's eyes are filled with a visible sense of emptiness as she processes the weight of her isolation. She walks through the campus grounds, her mind clearly weighed down by recent events. Seeking solitude, she sits on a wooden bench beneath a large tree to eat a simple lunch by herself. A stray cat approaches her on the bench, looking up expectantly as she eats. Shiny looks down at the small animal with a rare, softened gaze. She reaches out to gently pet the cat, finding a small moment of comfort in the quiet interaction. Later, she heads to the library where the tall bookshelves are packed with various academic texts. Shiny wanders through the quiet aisles, looking up at the high shelves without any real purpose. She stands behind a row of books, her eyes peering blankly through a small gap in the shelf. Suddenly, a hand reaches in to pull a volume from the other side, breaking her concentration. A male student smiles at her through the gap, asking if she was planning to take the book he just grabbed. Shiny looks at the boy with a cold, unreadable expression that shows zero interest in a conversation. Without offering a single word, she turns her head away and dismisses the interaction entirely. A soccer player runs across the field, cheering as the game heats up. She celebrates with a fist pump, feeling the adrenaline of the match. Shiny sits alone on the bleachers, looking distant as the sun begins to set. The player stops in her tracks, noticing Shiny's unusual presence. Suddenly, a stray soccer ball strikes the player right in the face, catching her completely off guard. Shiny remains lost in thought, barely reacting to the commotion on the field. She eventually shifts her gaze, looking toward the girl who approached her. The player walks over to ask why Shiny is sitting all by herself. Shiny notes that it's unusual for her classmate to still be at school this late. The player is stunned to realize Shiny wasn't even paying attention to the game. Shiny stays silent, her expression remaining cold and unreadable. The player stares back, clearly confused by Shiny's lack of interest. They stand in the fading light of the sunset, the tension growing between them. The player tries to understand Shiny's motivations for being there. Shiny looks away, her mind clearly focused on someone else. She closes her eyes, appearing exhausted by the social interaction. The player holds her phone, calling Shiny a weirdo for her strange behavior. Without another word, Shiny turns and prepares to walk away. She announces her departure while the player checks a new notification. Shiny walks off, her face set in a grim expression. The player asks why she doesn't just send a text if she's so concerned. Shiny offers a brief goodbye as she heads toward the exit. The player watches her leave, still baffled by the interaction. She remains on the field, trying to process Shiny's sudden change in personality. A text on the phone confirms that the person Shiny is worried about is homesick. The city skyline stands quiet under a clear sky as the afternoon begins to fade. Shiny walks down the sidewalk alone, her mind occupied by the news that Yuxin is homesick. She remembers Yuxin's constant care, recalling how her friend would always bring her food and medicine without a second thought. The fashionista looks down in contemplation, realizing just how much she relies on her friend's kindness. Determined to return the favor, Shiny stops in her tracks to plan her next move. She arrives at the entrance of a local pharmacy, intent on picking up supplies for the recovering Yuxin. Inside, Shiny places the necessary remedies on the counter as the clock ticks away. She waits for the transaction to finish, her expression remaining stoic despite her inner turmoil. With the supplies in hand, she steps back out onto the street and considers hailing a taxi to speed things up. Memories of their time together continue to flood her mind as she prepares to head out. She recalls Yuxin leading the way during their usual walks, always energetic and full of life. Shiny remains silent as the weight of their friendship begins to feel heavier than usual. Her shoes click against the pavement, echoing the loneliness of her current walk. She tightens her grip on the plastic bag, her knuckles whitening from the sudden tension. Suddenly, a harsh realization hits her. She has no idea where Yuxin actually lives. She flashes back to Yuxin mentioning how she walks Shinny home every single day, highlighting the one-sided nature of their routine. Shinny bows her head in a moment of self-reflection, feeling the sting of her own self-absorption. The sun begins to set over the apartment complexes, casting long shadows across the city. Inside her home, a woman looks through a cabinet to ensure they have the necessary supplies on hand. Shinny's younger brother sits nearby, watching the adults while discussing the importance of being prepared. Shinny looks down while her brother watches her, her mind still stuck on the fact that she has taken everything for granted. The day begins at the school building under a clear morning sky. Students gather in the hallways to begin their daily cleaning duties. Classmates exchange quick morning greetings while preparing for the day. One student stops and looks on with a curious expression. Shinny walks through the corridor, looking deeply concerned and lost in thought. She stares ahead, contemplating how to fix the misunderstanding with her friend. Her expression remains somber as she continues her walk through the school. A familiar figure appears at the end of the long hallway. Yuxin approaches with a cold, uncharacteristic stoicism. Shinny stops, stunned to see Yuxin back at school so soon. Yuxin looks ahead with a blank, distant gaze, avoiding all eye contact. The two stand briefly in the middle of the corridor as students pass by. Shinny watches her friend, waiting for any sign of their usual closeness. She begins to offer a greeting, but her voice falters. Yuxin walks past Shinny without acknowledging her existence for even a second. Shinny turns around, paralyzed by the sudden and harsh rejection. She flashes back to a time when Yuxin greeted her with warmth and a smile. The contrast leaves Shinny looking devastated and completely hollow. Her hand trembles at her side as the weight of the silence sinks in. Shinny is left standing alone in the hallway, overwhelmed by the growing rift. Students gather around the school store counter as someone orders a bottle of jasmine tea. A hand grabs the requested beverage from the counter to complete the purchase. Xiaohui walks through the school grounds, lost in thought about how many days it has been since she last saw her friend. Suddenly, she is approached by Yuxin, who is sporting a drastically different short haircut. Yuxin offers a light apology for the surprise while Xiaohui stares in disbelief at the transformation. Yuxin runs a hand through her new bob, explaining she wanted a fresh start and felt long hair was becoming too much of a hassle. She smiles and asks for her friend's honest opinion on the new style. Xiaohui excitedly praises the look, noting that it makes Yuxir much more energized. She admits she was initially worried the style might not suit her friend. Continuing the praise, Xiaohui insists the short hair actually looks better than the long style. Yuxin offers a quiet thanks, though her expression remains somewhat distant. Xiaohui then asks what Yuxin did at home while everyone else was away on the school tour. Yuxin simply looks away, stating that nothing special happened during her time alone. Xiaohui begins sharing stories from the trip, mentioning how they set up tents and cooked their own meals. She enthusiastically describes finding crabs in the river during their outdoor adventure. As Xiaohui talks about the campfire and dancing, Yuxin's face remains shadowed and solemn. Xiaohui warmly expresses that she truly wished her friend could have joined them. Yuxin stares into the distance, momentarily caught in her own reflections. She quietly agrees that attending the trip would have been a much better alternative to staying behind. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Xiaohui looks at her friend with growing curiosity. She asks if anything happened while she was away, noticing the change in Yuxin's mood. Yuxin forces a smile, insisting she actually had a decent time on her own. Despite the reassurance, Xiaohui remains concerned as Yuxin claims she is just feeling a bit tired. Gao Fan stands by the school building and asks Yuxin about her sudden decision to cut her hair. They chat in the hallway as she tries to keep the atmosphere light and friendly. Yuxin reaches out to hand him a small gift as a thank you gesture for some tickets he provided. He smiles back and reassures her that she is still the same person to him regardless of her look. Yuxin smiles gently while asking if he enjoyed his recent time away on the trip. They walk down the corridor together as the conversation continues at a steady pace. The boy looks a bit flustered when the topic of his dating status is brought up. He admits that his feelings for someone else were one-sided while she listens intently. Yuxin keeps a neutral expression, showing very little of what she is actually thinking. She stares ahead, seemingly lost in her own thoughts for a brief moment. She quickly flashes a bright smile to keep the interaction from becoming awkward. Gao Fan looks at her with a serious expression, clearly noticing her distant vibe. He remains quiet as she continues to wrap their conversation. Yuxin offers a polite smile, maintaining her emotional guard the entire time. She laughs it off and keeps her responses brief to avoid deeper topics. Yuxin waves goodbye and starts heading back toward her own classroom. Gao Fan watches her walk away with a lingering and thoughtful look on his face. The scene shifts to the school exterior as the sun begins to set over the horizon. A young boy stands outside the gate, catching the attention of pedestrians who find him adorable. He waits patiently while thinking about how sad his sister looked the previous day. The boy keeps a sharp eye on the school entrance, hoping to spot her. Yuxin finally emerges from the building, looking tired and solemn as she walks. He squints into the bright sunlight to get a better look at the person approaching. He realizes it is her and looks completely shocked by her dramatic transformation. Yuxin stands before her brother, who looks up at her with a questioning expression. The young boy stares blankly at Yuxin, processing her drastic transformation. He suppresses a laugh, his face contorting as he tries to hold it in. The brother bursts out laughing, pointing at her head and asking what happened to her hair. Yuxin remains stoic and unbothered while her brother continues to poke fun at her new look. The boy eventually calms down, telling Yuxin that she'll get used to the change sooner or later. The two stand together under the orange glow of the sunset, having a quiet moment. He looks at her with a more serious, puzzled expression, wondering what's wrong. The boy addresses his sister again, his eyes wide with curiosity. He calls out to his sister, watching as she begins to move away. The boy notes that her running away is a rare occurrence as he watches her leave. He turns his attention to Kimi, who is standing nearby. The boy mentions that his sister just left, questioning why she isn't following Kimi around like usual. Kimi looks down thoughtfully, her expression unreadable as she contemplates the situation. The boy suggests they head home, but Kimi remains silent and focused. He suddenly gets an idea and suggests going somewhere else before they return home. Kimi glances over, asking where he wants to go with a neutral expression. He smiles brightly, expressing a desire to grab some treats before their day ends. Yuxin walks alone down the street, her silhouette framed against a brick building. She looks down with a slight blush on her face, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Yuxin continues walking with her eyes closed, still wearing a faint, embarrassed expression. She accidentally bumps into someone, immediately apologizing as she realizes her lack of attention. The city glows under a sunset as two students discuss their uncharacteristically early departure from school. Xia Yuxin smiles while questioning why her companion is walking alone without Shini. The short-haired senpai remains silent for a moment, her expression turning somber. She eventually brushes the question off with a weary, forced smile. Xia Yuxin listens intently as the senpai requests that her name not be mentioned if Shini is spotted. The two continue their walk while discussing the growing tension between friends. Xia Yuxin looks on with a concerned expression, trying to process the heavy news. Her friend admits she made a mistake that led to her being disliked. She laughs nervously, attempting to mask her true feelings about the situation. The younger girl is visibly troubled by the sudden change in the group's dynamic. A sad, resigned smile crosses the senpai's face as she accepts the fallout. Xia Yuxin stares in disbelief, shocked that the relationship has soured so quickly. The older student decides it is best to maintain their distance to avoid further conflict. Overwhelmed, Xia Yuxin asks if the friendship is officially over. The senpai looks away, confirming the rift with a brief, painful glance. She looks down at the ground, appearing completely defeated by the turn of events. Xia Yuxin panics internally, unable to accept her favorite pair splitting up. Tears well up in her eyes as she faces her shocked companion in the street. She clenches her fists and shouts that giving up on the friendship isn't an option. The senpai is caught completely off guard by the sudden, passionate outburst. Determined to fix the mood, the younger girl drags her friend toward a nearby dessert shop. Xia Yuxin brings Yuxin to the famous Po bakery, hoping a sweet treat will lift her spirits. Yuxin remains completely unresponsive, staring blankly as she listens to him praise the shop's cakes. Inside the shop, Shini is already seated at a table, happily telling her companion they can order more food. Still standing outside, Yuxin's expression remains hollow and detached from the situation. Xia Yuxin tries to snap her out of it, calling for her attention as she stands frozen. He gestures toward the door, asking if they should finally head inside. Yuxin gives a short, lifeless confirmation before following him into the building. As they walk through the shop, Xia Yuxin lists off the best flavors, suggesting mango or matcha. Yuxin continues to look ahead with a glazed expression, showing no interest in the menu. Xia Yuxin stops and looks at her with concern, noticing how truly out of it she seems. He presents the menu to her, insisting she can order whatever she wants because he has plenty of money to spend. He offers a bright, encouraging smile, trying his best to be a supportive friend. His expression quickly shifts to confusion when he notices Yuxin staring intensely at something across the room. Across the bakery, Shini and Kimi are seen sitting together, laughing and enjoying their time. Yuxin stops in her tracks, stunned to see Shini out with someone else so soon. Her eyes widen in a mix of shock and heartbreak as she takes in the scene. Shini looks perfectly composed and happy, continuing her conversation without noticing the newcomers. Kimi laughs along, clearly enjoying the outing with her friend. The sight of Shini looking so unaffected by their fallout leaves Yuxin looking devastated. Xia Yuxin watches the interaction from a distance, noting that Shini was clearly busy meeting a cute girl. He smirks to himself, seemingly pleased that Shini is moving on and staying away from Yuxin. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Yuxin abruptly turns around and demands they leave immediately. Xia Yuxin is left completely baffled by her sudden exit before they even ordered anything. Kimi looks over with a curious expression, sensing that someone might have been watching them. Shini and Kimi continue their meal, discussing which flavors of dessert are the best. Kimi smiles, noting that Shini seems to be quite knowledgeable about the menu. Shini admits with a gentle smile that she has been to this specific bakery once before. Xia Yuxin watches Yuxin with a look of pure confusion as she suddenly turns to leave. He trails behind her, asking why she abandoned the restaurant so abruptly. Xiao Xiaohui tries to lighten the mood by suggesting they can just take their order to go instead of staying. As he looks at her closely, he realizes something is seriously wrong with her demeanor. Yuxin struggles to maintain her composure, her eyes welling up with tears as she faces away. She avoids eye contact, claiming a sudden bout of illness as an excuse to leave the area. Xiao Xiaohui stops in his tracks, noting that her voice is visibly trembling. He watches silently as Yuxin walks away with her head down, completely overwhelmed by her emotions. Elsewhere, a hand moves across a sheet of paper, focused on finishing a task at a desk. Shani appears lost in thought, her expression heavy with a sense of melancholy. She recalls a past conversation where Yuxin expressed her wariness regarding the judgment of others. The memory of Yuxin's firm words about ending a cycle of negativity lingers in her mind. Shiny remains focused on her desk, though her thoughts are clearly drifting away from her work. She finds herself unable to escape the memories of a pivotal night that changed their dynamic forever. Attempting to clear her head, she picks up a pen to try and find some peace through drawing. She stares at the blank page, struggling to find the motivation to begin her sketch. Her attention shifts to a small charm she keeps nearby on her shelf. A memory surfaces of the moment she first received this simple keepsake from Yuxin. In the flashback, Yuxin explains the significance of the gift, despite Shani's initial confusion about its meaning. Returning to the present, the sight of her drawing supplies only reminds her of the distance between them. Shiny grips the small charm firmly, her sadness becoming almost tangible as she sits alone. She pulls the keepsake close to her chest, reflecting on the current state of her relationship with her former friend. Under the cover of night, Kimi stands outside a door in a quiet apartment building. Kimi looks hesitant as he reflects on Shiny's recent melancholy. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaohui and a friend discuss the day's events in their dorm. Xiao Xiaohui remains deep in thought about the strange behavior she witnessed. Back at the apartment, Kimi prepares to confront Shiny about her hidden feelings. He finally gathers the courage and knocks on the wooden door. Kimi waits for a response until a voice from inside tells him to enter. He pushes the door open and slowly steps into the room. Shiny is seated at her desk, focused on her work and ignoring his entrance. Kimi stands behind her, unsure of how to start the difficult conversation. Without turning around, Shiny coldly tells him to go to bed if he has nothing to say. Kimi reacts with surprise, questioning if she really wants him to leave. He remains silent for a moment, struggling to find the right word. The tension in the room grows as Kimi stares at Shiny's back. He denies having nothing to say, his face flushing with the weight of the topic. Kimi bluntly asks if she is suffering because of her relationship with Yuxin. Shiny immediately cuts him off, telling him to stop right there. Refusing to back down, Kimi admits he doesn't understand why she cares for her so much. Shiny finally turns to face him, confused by his sudden outburst. Kimi tells her to forget about her, claiming Yuxin is the type to move on too easily. Shiny stares at him, shocked by his direct interference in her personal life. Kimi looks away, feeling the awkwardness of the situation but standing his ground. He continues to speak, determined to bring the hidden truth to light. Shiny listens in silence as Kimi asks if she truly has romantic feelings for her friend. Shiny stares blankly as she processes the blunt accusation. Kimi watches her closely, her expression a mix of concern and frustration. A hand remains frozen over a notebook, mirroring the tension in the room. Shiny stands firm and flatly denies having any deeper feelings for her former friend. Kimi doesn't buy it and shouts back, demanding to know why she is so visibly miserable then. Shiny questions why Kimi is so convinced that her current state has anything to do with Yuxin. Kimi argues that Shiny has never acted this way before and used to be indifferent to everyone else. Shiny remains silent, looking away as the truth of the observation begins to sink in. Frustrated by the lack of progress, Kimi tells her to just demand an apology and settle the matter. Fed up with the confrontation, Shiny finally snaps and tells Kimi to get out. Kimi stands stunned by the bedside, shocked that her friend would speak to her with such hostility. Shiny doesn't back down and repeats her demand for Kimi to leave immediately. Kimi grits her teeth in anger and hurt as she prepares to depart. The door slams shut, leaving Shiny alone with her thoughts. Standing in the hallway, Kimi immediately regrets her outburst and wishes she had offered comfort instead of criticism. She clutches her head in a fit of self-frustration, realizing she likely made Shiny feel even worse. She lingers by the door, wondering if she should go back inside to apologize. A close-up shows her eye filled with hesitation as she debates her next move. Ultimately, she clenches her fist and decides to walk away for the time being. Kimi continues to scold herself as she heads down the corridor, feeling guilty for her lack of patience. Inside the room, Shiny slumps over her desk, completely drained by the conflict. She buries her head in her arms, realizing that she is the one who has been acting poorly. Shiny struggles to understand why the sight of Yuxin with someone else causes her so much internal pain. She hides her face, feeling like she no longer recognizes the person she has become. A memory of the two walking together surfaces, making her wonder why she isn't happier now that she's alone. Shiny hands a blue shopping bag over to Kimi, who accepts it with a quiet thanks. Kimi notices that Shiny looks unwell and asks if she is feeling okay. While walking down the hallway, Kimi realizes Shiny cut her hair and asks for the reason. Kimi studies Shiny's face, noticing her unusually somber and distant expression. Kimi points out that Shini has been acting weird and hasn't spoken for 2 days. Kimi asks about Shini's relationship with her friend, causing Shini to react with a sudden start. Kimi continues to tease her, though Shini insists that absolutely nothing is wrong. Kimi leans in, skeptical of the denial and searching for any sign of the truth. Kimi asks once more if Shini wants to talk, but Shini remains stubborn about staying silent. Kimi playfully threatens to share an old secret unless Shini starts being honest about her feelings. The view shifts outside to the school campus as the conversation takes a more serious turn. Kimi is shocked by Shini's sudden emotional reaction and finds herself at a loss for words. Shini apologizes for her outburst while Kimi looks on with a complicated, wary expression. Kimi asks if the decision to end the friendship is final, seeking clarity on the situation. Shini stares into the distance, her face clouded with regret over the broken bond. Kimi looks at her friend with concern, sensing the deep pain Shini is trying to hide. Shini recalls the harsh words said during the argument, her expression turning even more somber. Kimi listens intently, giving Shini the space to process her complicated emotions. The weight of the situation hangs heavy between them as Kimi continues to observe her friend. Kimi notes that Shini usually keeps her feelings hidden, making this sudden vulnerability surprising. Shini looks away, her profile showing the fatigue of carrying such a heavy emotional burden. Kimi mentions how she thought Shini was genuinely happy with the person she just lost. Shini finally lets her guard down and admits that she truly likes the person she pushed away. Shini admits she initially thought she wouldn't give up so easily. Kimi listens as Shini explains her lack of courage to stay near someone who feels troubled by her presence. Shini looks away, fearing that her persistence might lead to being hated or disgusted. Kimi watches as Shini reflects on her past naivety and how she overestimated herself. Kimi notices Shini's intense emotional state and tells her she doesn't need to say anything more. On the park bench, Kimi offers a shoulder for Shini to lean on while she lets her tears out. Kimi attempts to pivot the conversation to a different topic to help Shini recover. Shini rests her head while Kimi continues to offer support during their deep conversation. Shini clarifies her feelings, stating she would have liked the person regardless of their gender or circumstances. Kimi takes in this honest confession with a look of silent realization. A student reaches into a vending machine to grab a bottled vitamin drink. Xia Yuxin stands nearby, maintaining a stoic and unreadable expression. Kimi approaches her, commenting on how composed she seems to be acting. Xia Yuxin turns toward Kimi, though her gaze remains distant. Kimi brings up the recent rejection and questions why things had to end so poorly. Xia Yuxin looks to the side, acknowledging that feelings aren't something anyone can truly control. Kimi argues that they were friends and there was no need to be so harsh during the fallout. Kimi admits she felt bad seeing the emotional impact the situation had on others. Kimi suggests that even if feelings aren't mutual, they could still maintain a basic level of politeness. Xia Yuxin sharply dismisses the advice, telling Kimi to stop acting like she understands the whole situation. Xia Yuxin walks off, leaving a frustrated Kimi shouting after her by the vending machine. The school building stands quiet under a clear sky. Kimi walks along the fence, frustrated by the stubbornness of her friends. She decides the only way to fix the rift is to force them to talk. Shini shares a cheerful moment, smiling brightly during a conversation. Xia Yuxin maintains a polite exterior while offering her help. The two walk through the halls discussing potential art studies. Xia Yuxin suddenly pauses, her expression turning somber. She spots a specific person in the distance and stops in her tracks. She tells Shini to stay put while she handles something else. Making a quick excuse about a forgotten item, Xia Yuxin slips away. Shini is left confused by the sudden change in plans. She stands alone in the hallway, wondering what just happened. She watches as her friend quickly retreats around the corner. In the distance, a familiar figure begins to approach the empty corridor. Shini realizes the real reason she was left alone as she spots Yuxin. Nervousness takes over as Shini remains standing in the hall. She finally gathers the courage to call out Yuxin's name. Shini offers a shaky, awkward greeting to the stoic girl. Yuxin responds with a cold, piercing gaze that offers no warmth. Shini tries to maintain her composure despite the mounting tension. Internally, she panics, realizing she wasn't prepared for this sudden encounter. She fumbles through a weak explanation for stopping her. Yuxin waits silently, showing absolutely no emotion toward her. Shini realizes she can't back down from this confrontation now. She reaches out and firmly grabs Yuxin's sleeve to stop her. Finally, she prepares to ask the difficult questions about their senior. Kimi looks on with a hesitant expression as she tries to initiate a conversation. Shini maintains a cold and distant gaze, clearly not in the mood for small talk. Kimi smiles nervously, wondering if her direct approach is making things awkward. Shini immediately shuts her down, stating that the situation is none of her business. Looking away with an icy stare, Shini refuses to engage any further. Kimi is left completely stunned by the bluntness of the rejection. Shini keeps her head turned, showing no signs of softening her stance. Without another word, Shini begins to turn away to leave the hallway. She walks past a bewildered Kimi, completely ignoring her presence. Kimi watches her go, her face filled with concern and confusion. Later in art class, Kimi can't focus as Shini's harsh words keep echoing in her mind. She looks down at her materials, feeling completely lost on how to fix the broken friendship. The memory of Shani's intense and scary expression continues to haunt her thoughts. Xiao Xiaohui notices Kimi's distracted state and approaches her during the lesson. Kimi is visibly startled, having been deep in her own head. Xiao Xiaohui points out that Kimi is about to make a mess of her painting supplies. Offering a gentle apology, Xiao Xiaohui asks what has her looking so troubled. Kimi hesitates, unsure if she should share the drama unfolding with their friends. Xiao Xiaohui admits that she is already aware of the tension in the air. Kimi's eyes widen as she realizes she isn't the only one noticing the shift. She listens closely as Xiao Xiaohui prepares to share more information. Kimi quickly asks if Shini has mentioned anything specific to her lately. Xiao Xiaohui confesses that she actually witnessed Shiny and Yuxin's tense confrontation earlier. This revelation catches Kimi completely off guard as she processes the news. Kimi begins to open up about the shocking information she discovered. Xiao Xiaohui listens in silence as the truth comes out about Shini's plan to transfer schools. A hand delicately holds a paintbrush while working on a project. Shini stares off into space, clearly lost in her own thoughts. Xiao Xiaohui looks over with a look of concern on her face. Shini remains unresponsive, her expression completely blank. A single tear rolls down Shini's cheek as she thinks about her situation. Noticing the tears, Xiao Xiaohui is startled by her friend's emotional state. She worries about how much the situation has deteriorated between them. Xiao Xiaohui urges her to resolve the conflict before the planned departure. She believes there has to be a simple misunderstanding at the root of the problem. The student continues to press for a conversation to sort things out. Shini looks down, her eyes filled with a deep sense of sadness. Xiao Xiaohui is left stunned by the lack of a real response. Shini decides to leave early for the day, walking away from her station. Xiao Xiaohui can only watch as she goes, feeling helpless. Outside, a blonde boy peeks from behind a structure to observe the area. He keeps his head down, waiting patiently for someone to appear. A girl with long blonde hair approaches him, catching him by surprise. She gives him a skeptical look, questioning his presence there. He quickly makes up an excuse, claiming he's just waiting for a friend. He tries to convince her to leave first, acting as if his friend is extremely shy. The girl isn't entirely convinced by his nervous behavior. He watches her walk away while wondering why his target hasn't emerged yet. Another classmate approaches the blonde girl with an urgent message. She stops her to deliver some serious news about their peer. The classmate explains that Yuxin is planning on leaving the school soon. The blonde girl stares ahead, absorbing the weight of this revelation. Her friend wonders there's anything they can do before she's gone for good. They stand by the brick wall as the conversation comes to a heavy close. Outside the school, the blonde boy wonders how his target escaped and decides to give up for the night. He sneezes as he walks away through the dark city streets. Back at home, he reflects on whether his target skipped school entirely. He suddenly looks up as if noticing someone else in the room. On the television, a program plays in the background of the quiet house. The blonde girl stares blankly at the screen, lost in her own thoughts. She turns her head slightly when she hears the boy speaking to her. The boy approaches her as she sits on the sofa. He informs her that their parents won't be home and that dinner is ready on the table. He watches her with a nervous expression, sensing her heavy mood. In another location, Xiao Xiaohui looks distressed as she processes the news of the upcoming transfer. The blonde girl decides she can no longer remain silent and needs to reach out. She pulls out her phone, preparing to send a difficult message. She looks away for a moment, hesitating over her choice. Blaming herself for her inability to be honest, she looks down with a somber expression. Sitting alone in her room, she resolves to take action even if it leads to resentment. Her thumb hovers over the keyboard as she types out her thoughts. She recalls a memory of Shani walking past her in the school hallway. Focusing back on the present, she maintains a determined gaze. With a quick tap, she finally hits the send button on her device. She remains seated, feeling a sense of guilt over her decision to interfere. The sent message appears on the screen, asking for confirmation about the recipient leaving. Shini looks at her phone in shock as the unexpected notification arrives. She lies back on her pillow, staring at the ceiling as she contemplates the message. The scene shifts to the exterior of the school building on a clear day. Inside the classroom, Shini sits at her desk looking completely drained of energy. She reflects on her lack of sleep, her expression heavy with exhaustion. Unable to keep her head up, she eventually slumps over onto her desk to rest. Outside, the blonde girl stands alone under a tree while staring intently at her mobile device. Her cold blue eyes remain fixed forward as she processes her next move. Memories of past interactions and promises of taking initiative flash through her mind. She remains stoic and silent while standing in the shade of the schoolyard. Looking down at her screen, she notes how contradictory a certain person's actions are. Back in the classroom, Shini's phone begins to buzz against the wooden surface of her desk. Shini sits up and checks the notification with a cautious look. Her eyes narrow as she carefully reads the contents of the incoming message. A sudden presence at her side causes Shini to jump slightly in her seat. Xiao Xiaohui stands over her, watching Shini's reaction with intense curiosity. Shini looks up at her friend, her initial shock fading into a more neutral expression. She offers a small, tired smile to put her friend at ease. Meanwhile, the blonde girl continues to monitor her phone while waiting for a response. The chat interface shows a request to talk tonight, which has already been acknowledged. The girl looks down with a somber, perhaps even regretful gaze. She sends a final confirmation to seal the plans for their upcoming meeting. Xiao Xiaohui looks over the messages and appears genuinely surprised by the development. She cheers excitedly, hoping that this meeting will finally clear up any lingering misunderstandings. Shiny gives a bright, determined smile and promises to give it her best effort. Xiaohui watches her friend closely, noticing the positive shift in her mood. She feels relieved seeing that Shiny looks much more composed and ready to face the situation. Contempt the progress. Xiaohui closes her eyes and smiles happily for her friend. The scene opens on a quiet day outside the school fence near the trees. Guoguo stands alone, looking off to the side as she waits. She appears frustrated, likely dwelling on the complicated situation with her friends. Suddenly, she notices someone approaching her from across the yard. Shiny walks up with a calm smile, greeting her classmate directly. Guoguo is caught off guard, her eyes widening at the unexpected encounter. She raises a hand in a sheepish wave, trying to act natural despite the tension. Shiny mentions that she's been asked out tonight, causing Guoguo's jaw to drop. Shiny's expression turns intense as she confirms the meeting is happening today. Panicked, Guoguo grabs Shiny by the shoulders, demanding to know what is going on. Shiny explains with a faint smile that they likely won't be seeing each other much longer. Guoguo is left in a state of total shock, unable to process the news of potential transfer. The two girls stand together as Shiny expresses her gratitude for all the help. Shiny admits that while they can't be more than friends, she'd be happy just to stay in touch. Guoguo remains speechless, overwhelmed by the weight of the farewell. Shiny offers a small drink as a final gesture of friendship before they part ways. Guoguo watches her walk away, still looking completely dazed by the interaction. She wonders if Shiny is actually going somewhere, or if she was just fooling around. Inside the school, Shiny walks through the halls, deciding it's time to stop talking about the past. She suddenly senses someone watching her and pauses in her tracks. Looking up, she finds the blonde girl standing right in front of her in the corridor. The blonde girl stares back silently, her expression unreadable as they lock eyes. Shiny calls out to her, surprised to run into her before their scheduled meeting. Without a word, the blonde girl reflexively ducks behind a wall to hide from view. Shiny stands in the hallway alone, wondering why the girl suddenly vanished. She looks down with a saddened expression, feeling the weight of the awkward encounter. The school day begins at the quiet campus building. Kimi sits at his desk, reflecting on a somber past moment with Shiny. He remembers her coldly telling him to leave her presence. Gripping his sleeve, Kimi resolves that he won't let her leave without a proper conversation. He remains lost in thought while resting his head on the desk. A classmate tries to invite him to play games after school. Kimi turns him down, insisting he has a critical task to handle. The sun begins to set over the city skyline as school lets out. Standing outside in the evening glow, Kimi prepares a list of points he needs to address. He keeps a sharp eye out for his target. Students filter through the main school gate as the day ends. Kimi spots his sister and calls out to her. Shiny maintains a distant, stoic expression as she notices him. The two siblings face each other in the middle of the walkway. Kimi explains that he is actually waiting for Xia Yuxin and tells Shiny she can head home first. They stand together awkwardly as other students pass by in the background. Shiny looks away, remaining silent despite the encounter. Kimi worries that their relationship shouldn't end on such a bad note before she moves away. He tries to keep the conversation going while waiting outside. Another student walks past them, heading toward the exit. Yuji arrives on the scene and looks toward Kimi. She realizes that she might not see Kimi again once Shiny leaves. The three of them stand together in the fading light of the sunset. Yuji looks off to the side with a pensive expression. She puts on a smile and calls out Kimi's name. Kimi is taken aback when she tells him to look after Shiny. Yuji begins to walk away from the group. Kimi watches her go, questioning if Shiny is truly giving up and leaving for good. He clenches his fist in frustration over the unfolding situation. He recalls a past moment where Yuji teased him about his sister. In the memory, Kimi looks flustered and defensive. A determined face declares that they won't give up so easily. Back in the present, Kimi looks down with a grim expression. Promotional material displays various scenes and characters from a popular gaming franchise. Shiny walks with a heavy heart, her expression reflecting the somber mood of the evening. She and Yuji walk side by side through the city as the sun begins to set. Shiny remains quiet, lost in her own thoughts while they navigate the streets. Yuji eventually breaks the silence, suggesting they find a quieter place to talk privately. Shiny gives a small nod of agreement, ready to follow her lead. Meanwhile, Kimi is frustrated with himself for getting distracted and losing sight of them. Kimi's irritation grows as he searches the area, determined to find his sister before it's too late. He reflects on his past impressions of Yuji, remembering her as a calm and steady presence. He recalls a time when they all sat together, believing she was truly a good influence on Shiny. A memory of Yuji smiling while holding a book flashes through his mind, contrasting with the current tension. Kimi looks down, feeling the weight of the situation and the ticking clock. He grits his teeth, resolved to intercept Shiny and make things right before she departs. Shiny and Yui eventually find a secluded playground and take seats on the swings. Shiny looks away, feeling the awkwardness of the silence between them. Yuji looks down at the ground, seemingly gathering her courage to speak. Yuji's hand tightens around the cold metal chain of the swing. Shinny finally speaks up, mentioning that it feels like a lifetime since they've had a real conversation. Yuji begins to respond, her face partially obscured by her long hair in the fading light. Shinny watches Yujai closely, sensing that something important is about to be said. She mirrors Yujai's tension, gripping the chains of her own swing tightly. From behind, Shinny sits motionless, bracing herself for a potential request to cut ties. The tension in her hands is visible as she waits for the next words to fall. Shinny looks over at Yujai, encouraging her to speak freely about what's on her mind. Shinny promises to stay as long as it takes and listen to every word Yujai has to say. Yujai maintains a stoic profile, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. Shinny lowers her head, waiting patiently for the conversation to shift toward the past. Yuji prepares to address a specific night that has been haunting their relationship. Shinny's eyes widen in pure shock when Yujai suddenly offers a sincere apology. Yuji admits she wants to share her true feelings before Shinny has to move away. Shinny listens quietly, processing Yujai's unexpected and vulnerable honesty. Yuji recalls how Shinny constantly inserted herself into her personal life, without ever asking for permission. She explains that she used to prefer being solitary and never wanted her routine to change. Shinny reacts with a mix of surprise and slight nerves as she hears this blunt perspective. Despite the initial intrusion, Yujai notes that Shinny never stopped reaching out to her. Shinny remains silent, absorbing the weight of Yujai's deep reflections. Yuji admits that over time she eventually grew accustomed to Shinny's constant presence. The confession catches Shinny off guard, prompting a look of genuine shock. Yujai looks directly at her, confessing she felt quite nervous during their early interactions. She remembers a moment from the past when a simple gesture from Shinny brought her unexpected happiness. Another memory surfaces of a time Shinny's actions deeply moved her at her own front door. Yuji reflects on seeing things she wished she hadn't at school, making her previous life feel empty. She compares her former existence to dull water, lacking any real purpose or excitement. She continues describing how her daily life shifted significantly without her even realizing it. Shinny looks on with a sympathetic expression as the emotional depth of their history is revealed. Yuji looks down at the swings, stating she doesn't feel she deserves to give Shinny an answer regarding her feelings. Shinny stares back, momentarily speechless by her friend's self-deprecating statement. Shinny quickly interjects, firmly disagreeing with Yuji's harsh self-assessment. Yujai raises her voice, venting her frustration about how Shinny just appeared in her life out of nowhere. A flashback shows Shinny checking on Yujai's well-being with a simple, caring touch to the forehead. She recalls Shinny's easygoing nature and how she always seemed to take life's challenges in stride. Yuji continues her emotional outburst, stating she hates how Shinny treats everyone with the same level of kindness. She remembers seeing Shinny look upset and hates that Shinny would ever put herself down. Yuji recalls a time Shinny acted as if nothing was wrong despite the obvious tension between them. Shinny listens with a stunned expression as Yujai's defensive walls finally crumble. Yuji admits she often says things she doesn't mean while feeling the exact opposite deep inside. Her hand slips from the swing chain as she finally lets go of her composure. Shinny steps forward to provide comfort, wrapping Yujai in a supportive embrace at the playground. Shinny's eyes go wide with shock as she processes the sudden weight of Yujai's vulnerability. Yuji breaks down completely, burying her face into Shinny's shoulder while clinging to her tightly. Her hands grip Shinny's sweater with desperation, showing just how much she's been holding back. Stunned by the raw confession, Shinny remains frozen in the embrace as she listens to her friend's pain. Yuji pours her heart out through heavy sobs, admitting her deep-seated fear that Shinny actually hated her. The revelation hits Shinny hard, leaving her speechless as she stares ahead in disbelief. Tears begin to well up in Shinny's own eyes as she realizes the depth of Yujai's emotional struggle. The two stand huddled together by the playground swings, a solitary scene of shared grief and reconciliation. Shinny softens her expression, resting her head against Yujai to offer silent comfort. Yuji's hand trembles as she grips the handle of her shopping bag, unable to let go of her friend. Shinny listens quietly as Yuji admits to feelings of jealousy and the pain of feeling unremarkable. With tears streaming down her face, Yujai confesses that her selfish behavior was born from a fear of being unwanted. She continues to speak through her tears, finally being honest about her inner turmoil. Clutching Shinny's back, Yuji admits she was terrified that showing her true self would end their friendship. The two friends hold on to each other tightly, letting all the unspoken words flow out at last. Yuji's knuckles turn white as she clings to Shinny, representing the weight of the secrets she's finally releasing. Shinny raises her voice with conviction, promising that she would never abandon their bond. Nearby, an empty swing sways gently, marking the quiet intensity of the moment. Overwhelmed by emotion, the two girls sink to the ground together, still refusing to break the hug. Yujai lies on the sand and covers her eyes, her hands, sobbing out apology after apology. Shinny looks down at her friend with a compassionate gaze, understanding the difficulty of such a raw confession. They remain lying on the playground floor, two friends finding peace after a long-awaited emotional breakthrough. Kimi wanders outside, wondering how someone as noticeable as Shinny could just vanish. He continues along the path, confident he's heading in the right direction. His gaze sharpens as he scans the surroundings for any sign of his sister. He finally spots Shinny and Yujai resting together on the playground sand. The sight leaves Kimi completely stunned and wide-eyed. He starts to shout in protest, clearly unhappy with the scene. Before he can make a scene, a hand reaches out and firmly grabs his shoulder. Yuxin and her friend keep him quiet, preventing him from interrupting the peaceful moment. Kimi looks back in confusion, recognizing Yuxin from a previous encounter. The girls explain that everyone is finally getting along and finding happiness. They watch the sunset, content with the idea that things can finally end on a positive note. A woman in a stylish hat smiles while preparing her phone for a photo. She directs Shinny to stand in front of a massive, decorated Christmas tree. Shinny looks a bit stiff as she waits for the picture to be taken. The woman insists on getting the perfect angle to make Shinny look her best. She laughs cheerfully, enjoying the lighthearted moment with the girl. The photo is captured, showing Shinny standing tall amidst the festive scenery. The woman beams with pride at the successful shot she just took. Her expression suddenly shifts as she experiences some physical discomfort and heads for a restroom. A sign indicates she has reached the facility to handle her business. While at the sink, she hears the distinct chime of an incoming call. She pulls out her device, looking surprised as she checks the caller ID. A hand with red nails stirs a warm beverage inside a caf while a phone conversation begins nearby. The woman in the black hat laughs and expresses surprise at the news she's receiving over the line. She continues to stir her drink as she hears about upcoming travel plans for the winter vacation. Suddenly, her expression shifts to confusion when the caller asks a pointed question. She looks a bit flustered as the topic of jealousy is brought up during the chat. Outside, Shinny stands patiently in her red coat and beret, wondering what is taking her companion so long. Back inside, a person in a white sweater holds their cup while sitting in front of a laptop. The woman on the phone listens intently, her expression turning more serious as the conversation deepens. She lets out a warm smile, seemingly reassured by whatever is being said on the other end. Seeing Shiny waiting, she quickly waves and promises she's on her way out. Before hanging up, she gasps in shock at a final revelation from the caller. Shiny asks about the call, and the woman nervously brushes it off as just an old friend. An awkward silence hangs between them for a moment as they stand by the building wall. The woman starts rambling about her history with this friend, mentioning how they used to eat meals together because of their parents' work. Shinny looks confused by her choice of words, forcing the woman to clarify her meaning immediately. She explains that the friend simply moved to Canada years ago and only visits occasionally. Shiny remains unimpressed, looking slightly annoyed by the long-winded explanation. Shinny finally cuts her off, stating she didn't need that much information anyway. The woman follows behind, admitting she was worried about causing any misunderstandings or jealousy. Shinny looks away, dismissively questioning why anyone would feel that way. A soft smile plays on the woman's face as she enjoys their playful back and forth. On a nearby table, a smartphone displays an active call screen, while a voice remarks on the behavior of people in love. A close-up shows a satisfied smile and a sigh of envy for someone's happiness. A hand reaches out to finally pick up the phone and end the session. A pink-haired woman leans on her hand while enjoying a drink, contemplating whether she should give something another try. The desk is ready for the first day of school with a notebook and pen waiting to be used. A student carefully pulls on a pair of dark socks as part of her morning routine. She finishes getting ready by adjusting the pink bow on her school uniform. Yuxin stands confidently in her full school uniform, feeling great about her appearance. While admiring herself in the mirror, she is interrupted by her mother entering the room. Caught talking to her own reflection, Yuxin reacts with pure embarrassment as her mother urges her to hurry up. The morning sky is bright and clear as the duo begins their commute. Yuxin leans into the car window to finalize her plans with her mother. She decides to walk home after class instead of waiting for a ride. With a quick wave, she says goodbye as the car pulls away. Yuxin marches toward the school gates with high spirits for the start of the new semester. She reflects on the academic mishap that led her to repeat this grade. She spots her friend Guogo nearby and calls out to her with a big smile. Guogo points out that it hasn't been that long since they last met over the break. The two friends chat about their summer activities while walking through the crowded school halls. Guogo listens patiently as the conversation shifts toward class assignments. Yuxin is absolutely thrilled to find out she is in the same class as her favorite person. While Yuxin is lost in a daydream, Guogo remains skeptical of her friend's intense enthusiasm. Guogo changes the subject to ask how things are progressing with her crush. Yuxin explains the confusing status of her relationship following a recent confession. Guogo questions why they are still acting like just friends after sharing their feelings. She wonders if Yuxin has actually thought about making the relationship official yet. The suggestion causes Yuxin to turn bright red as she insists their bond remains purely academic. Yuxin vows to put in more effort while Guogo watches her friend's dramatic display. Yuxin heads to the classroom, ecstatic that she's finally been placed in the same class as her little angel. She pictures her friend in a literal golden frame, highlighting her status as a perfect idol. Skipping with excitement, she can't wait to see her friend in a school setting again. She cautiously peeks into the room to see if her target has arrived. Shinny is already at her desk, looking calm and collected in her new uniform. Seeing her friend dressed for the semester leaves Yuxin completely flustered and happy. She walks up and offers a high-energy greeting to start the morning. Shinny stares back with a blank and neutral expression, seemingly unfazed. Yuxin leans in, baffled that Shinny isn't more surprised by their lucky class placement. She laughs it off, leaning on the desk while enjoying her friend's company. Shiny maintains her stoic gaze, watching Yuxin's dramatic antics. Shiny clarifies that she only chose this particular desk by random chance. Seizing the opportunity, Yuxin decides she's going to sit in the neighboring seat. Shiny gives her the okay, allowing Yuxin to settle in right next to her. Yuxin looks on with a determined gaze, plotting to make the most of this school year. When a piece of stationery falls, Yuxin quickly retrieves it and hands it back. Their fingers briefly brush as Shiny examines the returned item in a clinical exchange. Shiny looks down at her desk, appearing slightly more pensive than before. Yuxin leans on her arm, observing Shiny during a quiet moment in class. Shiny looks back and offers a rare, gentle smile that catches Yuxin off guard. Overwhelmed with joy, Yuxin celebrates her good fortune and her love for school life. The teacher arrives at the front of the classroom to officially begin the day's lessons. The students discuss their heights, signaling that a new seating chart might be organized. Yuxin breaks down in dramatic tears at the thought of being separated from her friend. Yuxin looks on with a confused expression as a new situation unfolds. She approaches Shiny outside to discuss their current social dynamic. Shiny remains quiet and stares off into the distance, seemingly indifferent to the conversation. She eventually shifts her gaze back toward Yuxin with a pensive look. Yuxin wonders aloud how Shiny manages to handle being surrounded by people all the time. While standing near the vending machines, Shiny clarifies her stance on the matter. The two girls have a lighthearted exchange about their differing social styles. Yuxin laughs off a blunt comment from Shiny regarding their interactions. Shiny reflects on her preference for keeping things simple and avoiding social drama. In a dramatic daydream, Yuxin imagines Shiny admitting she only needs one person by her side. Shiny snaps Yuxin back to reality with a blank, unimpressed stare. Despite the cool reception, Yuxin remains cheerful and optimistic about their friendship. Yuxin talks about starting fresh in their new class, but Shiny decides it's time to head out. Refusing to give up, Yuxin follows closely behind as they head across the campus. Shiny continues walking, privately concluding that formal socializing just isn't for her. Later, the physical education class begins on the sunny outdoor sports field. Shiny chooses to sit by herself on the concrete bleachers, watching the others from a distance. Other students notice her isolation and whisper about her tendency to keep to herself. One girl wonders why Shiny seems so distant compared to everyone else. Resting her chin on her hand, Shiny looks completely disconnected from the ongoing activities. She suddenly notices someone approaching her spot on the sidelines. Yuxin appears with a bright smile, inviting Shiny to join the volleyball game. Shiny stares back at her, surprised by the persistent offer of inclusion. She remains silent, processing the fact that Yuxin keeps reaching out. Yuxin waits for a response, hoping to get her friend more involved with the group. Deciding to take a break, Yuxin sits down on the bleachers to keep Shiny company. Shiny looks away, though she continues to listen to Yuxin's advice on social dynamics. Yuxin warns her that being too distant might lead to others misunderstanding her personality. Growing more animated, Yuxin explains how others might perceive an unfriendly demeanor. She offers to help Shiny navigate the social scene so she doesn't have to face it alone. A volleyball is struck with force high above the court as the students engage in an energetic match. From the sidelines, a student watches the competitive game unfold under the clear sky. Yuxin and Shiny sit together on the concrete steps, surrounded by a silence that feels all too familiar to the stoic girl. Yuxin reflects on how Shiny seems to prefer isolation over interacting with her classmates. When asked if she is bored, Shiny admits that sitting with Yuxin is actually quite pleasant. A classmate approaches the pair, specifically inviting Yuxin to join the volleyball game. Despite her initial excitement, Yuxin politely declines the offer, choosing to stay by Shiny's side a little longer. Shiny looks down with a somber expression, noticing how the invitation completely bypassed her. Seeing Shiny's reaction, Yuxin realizes that being excluded might have hurt her friend's feelings. Yuxin brings up the girls who previously tried to talk to Shiny, questioning why they left so suddenly. Shiny looks away, dismissing the event as a missed opportunity while keeping her thoughts guarded. Yuxin probes further, wondering if Shiny is simply overwhelmed by asking too many questions. Shiny explains how others often focus on superficial traits like her appearance, making genuine conversation difficult. The realization of Shiny's social struggles hits Yuxin, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yuxin experiences a sudden, intense moment of clarity regarding the difficulties Shiny faces daily. Realizing why Shiny was initially cold to her, Yuxin fears that walking away now would make them strangers once again. Shiny looks down pensively, acknowledging her own difficulty in communicating with others. Yuxin observes Shiny closely, understanding that her friend truly desires a normal way to connect with people. Directing her attention back to Shiny, Yuxin asks if she genuinely wants to build connections with their peers. Shiny looks away with a slight blush, silently admitting her desire for companionship. With a sudden burst of energy and determination, Yuxin vows to take charge and help Shiny navigate her social life. Shiny watches with a mix of confusion and annoyance as Yuxin begins a dramatic, poetic speech. Brimming with confidence, Yuxin declares her mission to help Shiny make amends and find comfort among others. Shiny remains skeptical of the grand plan, questioning exactly what Yuxin is trying to achieve. The school day continues under the steady hum of the classroom equipment. A student passes the time by sketching a detailed drawing of a girl in their notebook. Yuxin ponders deeply while sitting at her desk, wondering how she can help Sheeny become more popular. In the middle of the lecture, the classroom is filled with the quiet scratching of pens as the teacher leads the lesson. Sheeny remains completely focused on her work, diligently writing down every word from the board. Yuxin admires Sheeny's dedication, viewing her as an exemplary student who never gets distracted. Lost in thought, Yuxin rests her chin on her hand while trying to come up with a social strategy. She envisions a scenario where popular students walk through the halls, drawing everyone's attention. Sheeny appears unfazed by the surrounding whispers and the constant gaze of her peers in this daydream. Yuxin imagines herself smiling confidently as part of a popular duo. In her mind, Sheeny finds the constant rumors and attention to be nothing more than a nuisance. Yuxin's gaze sharpens as she focuses on her goal of improving Sheeny's social standing. She visualizes a symbolic gesture of friendship and cooperation between them. A determined and slightly mischievous expression crosses Yuxin's face as her plan starts to take shape. While the rest of the class feels the pressure of the school day, Yuxin is busy plotting her next move. The teacher stops the lesson to address the class about an upcoming administrative task. She announces that it is time to elect a new class president, prompting murmurs from the students. Most of the students look reluctant, seeing the role of president as more of a burden than a privilege. Suddenly, a bright idea strikes Yuxin as she realizes the potential of this opportunity. Her eyes light up with intensity as she finalizes the details of her spontaneous plan. She imagines Sheeny standing tall and confident, wearing the official armband of the class president. Overwhelmed by her own brilliance, Yuxin reacts with shock and excitement at the thought of Sheeny's rising popularity. The teacher waits patiently for a volunteer or a recommendation from the quiet room. Without hesitation, Yuxin shoots her hand into the air to get the teacher's attention. The teacher is taken aback by the sudden, enthusiastic response from the back of the room. She breaks into a warm smile, relieved that someone is actually willing to take on the responsibility. Yuxin stands frozen in a daze as the rest of the class immediately begins cheering and voting for her instead. Realizing her plan backfired, Yuxin wears a strained expression while the class celebrates her volunteer status. The teacher stands at the board, pleased that the election process was completed so quickly. Sheeny glances back with a look of concern, sensing that things have taken a strange turn. Students wander around the school grounds as the day begins to wind down. A couple of friends chat about recent changes to their class while heading out. Kimi waits impatiently outside the building, wondering what is taking everyone so long. He starts to worry if the teachers are giving a lecture on the very first day of school. Finally, Yuxin and Sheeny emerge from the building and head toward him. Yuxin teases Kimi for waiting, while he snaps back that only a fool would wait for her. Kimi demands to know why they were delayed, and Yuxin explains they were just helping the teacher with some materials. Kimi looks on with a skeptical expression, clearly not fully buying the explanation. Sheeny and Yuxin stand together, ready to share some big news from their first day. The two girls wait for the perfect moment to drop their bombshell. Yuxin excitedly announces that Sheeny has been elected as the new class vice president. Kimi is genuinely impressed and offers his congratulations to Sheeny for the achievement. He praises Sheeny's success while poking fun at Yuxin for being a normal student who just causes trouble. Yuxin smirks and reveals that she is actually the one who was elected class president. Kimi is absolutely floored by the news, looking at Yuxin with a face of pure disbelief. The group continues their walk home under the glow of the setting sun, discussing the unexpected election results. Yuxin walks with a determined look, still processing her new role as president. Sheeny remains quiet and composed as they make their way down the path. Yuxin looks ahead, likely thinking about the responsibilities that come with her new title. Kimi follows behind, still struggling to accept the reality of the situation. He turns to Yuxin to mention a sudden realization he just had. He stops for a moment, looking slightly embarrassed about the topic he's about to bring up. Kimi complains that he hasn't grown at all, leading to a quick argument with Yuxin about his height. Sheeny watches the bickering duo, seemingly used to their constant back and forth. Kimi continues to grumble about his lack of growth compared to other guys his age. He looks over at Sheeny, perhaps seeking some validation or a change of subject. Yuxin blushes deeply as she reflects on a recent interaction, feeling a sudden surge of pride in her height. Kimi grinds his teeth in frustration, wondering if Sheeny only respects Yuxin because of her stature. Seeking some reassurance, Kimi turns to Sheeny and asks if she genuinely believes that being tall is an advantage. Sheeny gives the question some serious thought before admitting that having a bit more height certainly has its benefits. The honest answer hits Kimi like a ton of bricks, leaving him completely frozen and disheartened. Yuxin jumps in to tease the group's shortest member, cheerfully telling him he needs to hit a growth spurt as soon as possible. Sheeny remains composed, noting that boys often experience their physical development later in their teenage years. Clearly over the discussion about his height, Kimi sighs and suggests they keep moving. A sudden realization dawns on Kimi as he pictures his classmates, realizing he is indeed the shortest among them. As the sun begins to set over the city, Kimi vows to himself that he must find a way to grow taller. The group reaches their destination in what feels like record time under the evening sky. Standing outside the entrance, Yuxin asks the others if they've strayed too far from their own homes. Yuxin flashes a friendly smile, insisting that she was simply walking in the same direction anyway. Shini watches Yuxin closely, her expression remaining neutral as she processes the situation. Showing her responsible side, Shini tells Yuxin to make sure she gets home safely. Yuxin can't help but tease the pair one last time, though Kimi quickly shuts down her playful remarks. Kimi remains puzzled, questioning why Shini seems to place so much trust in their new class president. As Yuxin departs, Kimi can't help but attribute her confidence and influence solely to her tall stature. Kimi continues to brood over the height difference, his face set in a persistent pout. Reaching the door, Kimi tells Shini to head inside first, while he goes to run a quick errand. Determined to change his fate, Kimi heads off with one goal in mind: buying plenty of milk. Kimi is startled to find Yuxin standing nearby, having seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Completely caught off guard, Kimi wonders if Yuxin possesses some kind of teleportation ability, or if it's just the power of her long legs. Flustered and red-faced, Kimi struggles to find the right words to explain his sudden appearance. Yuxin simply looks back at him with a calm, curious expression, waiting for him to finish his sentence. Seeing his state, Yuxin playfully asks if he's seeking her secret to growing tall. She continues to tease the boy, laughing as she claims her height is purely natural and there are no special secrets. Kimi looks utterly defeated as Yuxin offers the standard advice of drinking more milk and playing sports. Despite Yuxin's offer to help him train, Kimi stubbornly shouts that he doesn't even care about being tall anymore. Yuxin stands her ground, questioning why Kimi would follow her all this way if he wasn't looking for advice. Kimi arrives home looking completely drained and annoyed after a long day. He walks straight past Shini and another woman in the kitchen, ignoring their presence. When asked if he's ready to eat, he stubbornly refuses and insists he will eat later. He heads straight to his room, clutching a bottle of milk like it's his last hope for a growth spurt. Once inside, he tosses his backpack onto the bed without a second thought. He slams the milk onto his desk, ready to get down to business. Kimi quickly flips open his laptop to start his research. He begins clicking around frantically, determined to find answers. His fingers fly across the keyboard as he types at lightning speed. He focuses on the search bar, looking for any possible way to increase his height. With a look of pure intensity, he scrolls through endless articles, desperate for a solution. Meanwhile, Shini sits down for a meal and catches up with the woman in the kitchen. The woman asks how the first day of class went and if anything interesting happened. Shini pauses for a moment, reflecting on the day's events. She calmly reveals that she has been appointed as the class vice president. The woman is genuinely surprised, noting that she never expected Shini to take on such a public role. Shini explains that someone else proposed it, prompting the woman to praise the person's good taste. Shini blushes slightly, clearly moved by the recommendation. Across town, loud laughter echoes from an apartment building as the night settles in. Yuxin's father can't help but laugh at the idea of his daughter leading the class. Yuxin snaps back, insisting that she is actually very popular among her peers. Her father continues to tease her, jokingly questioning the judgment of her classmates. He eventually relents, telling her it's a good opportunity, but that she'll need to work harder than ever. He then asks who ended up being the vice president. Yuxin happily mentions that it's the same person she had talked about before. Her father makes a witty remark that leaves Yuxin momentarily speechless and annoyed. The sound of their playful bickering continues to drift out from their home. Fed up with the teasing, Yuxin retreats to her bedroom to find some peace. She collapses onto her bed and immediately reaches for her phone to check her messages. She spots a notification that catches her completely off guard. Excitement takes over as she kicks her legs back and forth while staring at the screen. On the other end, Shini maintains her usual stoic expression while holding her phone. Yuxin misinterprets the early message, wondering if the vice president is asking for a morning date. Her face drops into a blank stare of disbelief when she reads the actual content of the text. Realizing Shini is only messaging her to list out her presidential duties for the next morning, Yuxin sits in stunned silence. The sun shines over the apartment complex as a new day begins. Inside, a bear-shaped alarm clock rings loudly on the nightstand. Kimi peeks into the room, noticing the alarm has been going off for a while. He finds the room empty and wonders why she left so early. Sunlight hits the school building as students begin to arrive for classes. Inside class 201, Yuxin is already busy sweeping the floor. She happily hums to herself, enjoying the quiet morning before anyone else arrives. Shini walks in and is surprised to see Yuxin working so early. Yuxin looks for some recognition, proud of her proactive start. Shini remains stoic, questioning why Yuxin is doing extra chores that aren't part of her job. She explains the actual responsibilities involve preparing the chalkboard for the teachers. Yuxin finishes writing the weekly schedule on the chalkboard as instructed. She asks what the next task is while Shini reviews her notes at a desk. Yuxin realizes they arrived early just for a few small tasks and feels a bit deflated. She remarks on Shini's incredibly serious approach to her duties. Shini doesn't break her composure, focused entirely on the morning's goals. She asks if there was ever a time when she wasn't serious. Yuxin is left momentarily speechless by the question. The two share a quiet moment in the empty classroom. They continue their discussion about their new leadership roles. Shini maintains eye contact, emphasizing her point. She looks down, reiterating that they must take their positions seriously. Yuxin listens intently to the vice president's firm stance. Shani gives a direct answer to a question, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Yuxin observes her partner's dedication with a thoughtful expression. Shani looks away, a faint blush appearing on her face. Another student arrives at the door, greeting them with a bright smile. Shani remains quiet and composed as the conversation continues. She seems slightly distracted by the new arrival's presence. Yuxin celebrates her early start while Shani turns down a social invitation to stay focused on her book. The school building stands tall under a clear morning sky as the day begins. At a snack stall, Yuxin and Kimi pick up some items to start their morning. As they walk away, Yuxin mentions that she also bought a treat for Shani. She wears a bright, cheerful smile while thinking about her friend. Kimi looks at her with admiration, thinking about how kind Yuxin is to the vice president. The two continue their walk, discussing how Yuxin ended up as the student council president by mistake. Yuxin sheepishly admits she actually wanted to recommend Shani for the role instead. Kimi begins to daydream about the dynamic between the tall president and her vice president. They continue their stroll through the campus, enjoying the lighthearted conversation. The pair gets fired up while discussing how well the student council duo complements each other. From behind, they look like typical students heading toward their next class. Yuxin's expression turns serious for a moment as she gets lost in her own thoughts. She suddenly turns bright red, wondering if Shani is embarrassed to be around her after their recent interactions. Kimi then brings up a popular theory about how people can't maintain eye contact with those they like for more than 3 seconds. Yuxin recalls a moment in the classroom where she found herself staring directly at Shani. She held the gaze for exactly 3 seconds before the tension became too much. Panicking, she looked away with a beet red face, realizing the rumor might actually be true. Back in reality, she stammers nervously while Kimi remains oblivious to her internal crisis. She tries to compose herself, feeling the weight of her own self-consciousness. Another memory surfaces of her leaning over Shani's desk to get a better look at her. Yuxin stood there for a long time, simply watching Shani work at her desk. The silence stretched on as she remained fixed in place, unable to look away. She continued to hover nearby, caught in a trance while observing the vice president's focused expression. The spell finally broke when Shani looked up and asked why she was staring, causing Yuxin to jump back in surprise. Guaguo listens with a skeptical expression as the theory of 3-second eye contact is explained. The two friends stand by the window, discussing the possibility that someone might have a hidden crush. Guaguo remains unconvinced, while Yuxin grows more animated about the romantic implications. Yuxin shouts in excitement, fully convinced that there's no doubt about the feelings involved. They continue their conversation, bathed in the bright light coming from the large windows. Guaguo looks pensive, wondering why such a simple sign has gone unnoticed for so long. Yuxin reacts with total shock, realizing she might have missed a very important clue. Guaguo explains that a true friend wouldn't stick around so long if they didn't care deeply. The two girls look out over the city as they let the conversation settle. They remain by the window, continuing to analyze the situation from every possible angle. Guaguo leans against a desk, deep in thought about the nature of their social circle. Yuxin waits with bated breath, eager to hear more of her friend's insights. The two girls continue to dissect every interaction they've had recently. Yuxin claps her hands together, her face glowing with excitement over the potential romance. Even when Guaguo tries to leave, Yuxin insists on continuing the discussion a little longer. Later, Yuxin sits at her desk, lost in her own thoughts during a quiet moment. She crosses her arms, debating whether or not it's time to finally say something. A look of realization washes over her as she connects the dots between recent events. After being caught daydreaming, Yuxin quickly snaps back to reality and prepares to leave. Shani and Yuxin walk together through the hallway, the atmosphere between them quiet and expectant. Yuxin glances at Shani, weighing her friend's earlier advice against her own fears. She worries that asking for clarity might make her repeat the same mistakes from the past. The pair walks down the long corridor, each lost in their own world of thought. Yuxin looks on with a surprised expression as the conversation takes a sudden turn. Shani questions if she really wants to let go of the monitor position she recommended. Flustered and blushing, Yuxin struggles to find the right words to respond. Shani decides to take charge, turning away to finish the work herself. This leaves Yuxin completely baffled, with confusion written all over her face. Feeling a bit dejected, Yuxin watches as Shani continues to walk ahead. Shani explains her reasoning, noting that she won't get used to working with others if she keeps switching partners. Yuxin stares at her, taking in the explanation. Suddenly, Yuxin beams with joy, her face lighting up with a happy glow. She cheers for their happy cooperation as they move down the hallway. They arrive at the administrative office to handle their next task. Inside, a staff member discusses the need to collect class fees for upcoming activities. Shani and Yuxin stand together as they're asked who will take on the responsibility of collecting the funds. Yuxin looks confident, believing Shani is well suited for the social interaction. However, Yuxin is stunned when Shani immediately volunteers for the job without hesitation. Shani walks off to start her new duty, leaving Yuxin trailing behind. Looking up at the ceiling lights, the gravity of the situation sinks in. Yuxin expresses her concern, worried that the introverted Shini is taking on too much by interacting with so many people. Shini calmly retorts that it's just about collecting money and doesn't require unnecessary chatter. Yuxin realizes that Shini is stepping up specifically to help her out. Yuxin is struck by Shini's reliability, finding her incredibly admirable in this moment. When Yuxin offers to assist, Shini declines, stating she needs to get to know her classmates better on her own. Yuxin enthusiastically cheers her on as they continue their walk. The following day, students are ready with their cash to hand in the fees. Shini sits diligently at her desk, carefully organizing the money and the name list. In the background, other students are preoccupied with their own social circles. Yuxin listens as classmates discuss their after-school plans for karaoke and shopping. Shini remains focused, her expression serious as she works through the task. She pauses for a moment, looking up to scan the room. A close-up reveals her detailed checklist, ensuring every student is accounted for. Shini stands at the front of the classroom, calling out names from her list. She notices one student who is completely ignoring the proceedings. The boy is glued to his phone, frustrated by a game he's playing. Shini approaches him directly to ask for his contribution. He looks up with an annoyed glare, clearly unhappy about the interruption. The student grumbles about being bothered while he's busy with his game. Shini doesn't back down, telling him to stay out of her way if he's not going to cooperate. The rest of the class watches the tense exchange with bated breath. Shini stands her ground firmly against the uncooperative student. Yuxin looks on from a distance, her worry for Shini growing. Shini repeats her demand, making it clear that everyone is required to pay. The student's anger flares up as he confronts her. He yells at another classmate, claiming they were supposed to have covered for him. His attitude remains defiant and aggressive. He points accusingly, trying to intimidate the other student into paying his share. The intimidated classmate looks visibly shaken by the confrontation. Other students whisper about how the new monitor has picked a fight with the wrong person. Shini's gaze hardens as she witnesses the bullying behavior firsthand. Dark silhouettes in her mind suggest she's seen this kind of behavior before. A memory of being isolated and mocked surfaces as she looks at the scene. Shini looks down, momentarily lost in thought before regaining her resolve. She firmly states that everyone must pay their own fees individually. The aggressive student shouts back, insisting the other boy did it voluntarily. The victim of the bullying sits silently, caught in the middle of the dispute. Shani asks the aggressor directly if he is bullying his classmates. The student explodes in rage, standing up to loom over Shiny and threatening to report her. He looks shocked when someone suddenly grabs his arm, stopping him mid-motion. Yuxin appears with a terrifying, dark expression, confronting him for trying to push Shini. Her aura is overwhelming as she questions if he's really causing this much trouble over a small fee. A close-up of Yuxin's intense, focused eye shows she is not playing around. The student is completely paralyzed by fear, unable to even speak. Yuxin places a firm hand on his head, forcing him to submit and pay up. The situation finally cools down as the student realizes he's outmatched. He walks away, complaining about his rotten luck. Shini tells Yuxin that the collection is finally complete. Yuxin offers to take the money to the teacher herself. She heads toward the office, finishing the chore in record time. Peeking back around a corner, Yuxin keeps an eye on Shini. She notices that Shini is heading in the opposite direction of the classroom. Outside, the sun shines brightly over the school building. Shini is found sitting alone on a bench beneath a large tree. Yuxin wonders why she would suddenly isolate herself like this. Approaching her, Yuxin finds Shini looking thoughtful and a bit surprised to be discovered. Yuxin looks on with a startled expression as she finds Shini outside. Shini appears deeply troubled and looks away from her friend. Yuxin's beside her on the bench and asks what's wrong. Shini remains silent, looking down with a somber face. Yuxin watches her closely, clearly concerned about her well-being. A heavy silence falls between the two as they sit together in the courtyard. They continue to sit in quiet reflection, neither saying a word. Yuxin's expression turns serious as she tries to understand Shini's feelings. A memory of Shini, standing tall in the classroom, flashes through their minds. The image of the aggressive classmate shouting earlier highlights the source of the tension. Yuxin asks if the earlier incident with the bully is the reason for her mood. Shini remains unresponsive, hiding her face in the shadow of her hair. Shini suddenly stands up and announces that she is heading back to class. Yuxin realizes that Shini was likely terrified earlier, but was just putting on a brave face. Yuxin follows after her, offering to handle the class fees next time to spare her the stress. Shini looks back with a determined gaze, insisting that she will handle her own duties. Yuxin is left momentarily stunned by Shini's resolve. Shini walks away with a steady pace, leaving Yuxin watching her from behind. Back at the school building, the classroom door slides open forcefully. Shini enters the room, maintaining her usual composed and serious expression. She pauses at the entrance, sensing that the atmosphere in the room has shifted. The other students in the back of the classroom stop what they are doing to look at her. Shini looks toward her classmates, unsure of why they are staring. A group of students approaches Shini, calling out to her as the vice president. The girls praise her for being incredible and standing up to the class bully. Shini listens quietly as they describe how cool and calm she looked under pressure. They call her a great leader and even ask to exchange contact information. The conversation continues near the entrance of Class 1 as more students gather. Yuxin arrives at the door and sees the unexpected crowd surrounding Shiny. Yuxin storms into the classroom with a look of pure rage directed elsewhere. She glares across the room, looking like she's ready for a confrontation. A student asks why his classmate has come all this way to find him. She urgently requests a favor, catching him off guard with her intensity. The conversation shifts to Sheenie, though the student clarifies he isn't good at handling emotional matters. He listens as she begins to explain the situation regarding Shiny's well-being. A deadpan expression crosses his face as he processes her sudden request. She pleads with him to reconsider, but he finds the whole situation completely uncalled for. He looks away, unsure of how to respond to her protective stance over Shiny. She recalls how Shiny was mocked and ridiculed, hiding her pain behind a strong front. Fueled by passion, she declares that she won't stand by and let Shiny be bullied anymore. The student finds her dramatic outburst a bit cringy despite the fiery determination in her eyes. He reveals that he is no longer the president, prompting her to wonder if he was kicked out. He explains that senior year responsibilities have forced him to step back from his previous roles. Surprised by the news, she realizes the club dynamics have changed significantly. She insists that only a top-tier martial artist will do, leaving him secretly flattered by the compliment. He notes her self-awareness as she gets flustered thinking of her own physical presence. Desperate for help, she claps her hands together and begs for his assistance once more. She dashes off before he can even agree to her plan, leaving him shouting in the hallway. She walks down the corridor alone, focused on her new mission. With a determined smirk, she prepares to handle anyone who might cause trouble. She visualizes herself as Shiny's ultimate protector, ready to stand against any crowd. She arrives at the entrance of Junior Class 1 to check on her friend. Entering the room with a serious expression, she looks for any signs of conflict. She pauses at the door, spotting Shiny in the middle of the classroom. To her surprise, Shiny is surrounded by classmates who seem to be admiring her. The sight leaves her confused, wondering if something unexpected happened while she was away. Other students greet the class representative as she stands there trying to process the scene. Shiny sits quietly at her desk, seemingly unbothered by the attention from those around her. The atmosphere in the room is calm as Shiny maintains her usual composed demeanor. When Shiny finally offers a soft smile, the class representative is instantly overwhelmed by a wave of affection. The school day winds down as Yuxin asks Shiny about her plans for the upcoming weekend. Shiny looks quite indifferent to the idea of hanging out with the rest of the class. Yuxin is surprised by the news and asks if Shiny is actually planning on attending the social outing. Shiny admits she hasn't given an answer to the group yet, looking somewhat uncertain about the whole thing. The vice president remains silent for a moment as she weighs her options. Yuxin enthusiastically confirms that she will definitely be going to the event. Shiny stares intensely at her friend, processing this information with a serious expression. Yuxin is caught off guard by the sudden, focused attention and wonders what's going on. Shiny bluntly states that Yuxin is the only person she really knows, so the event would be boring without her. Yuxin is visibly shocked and touched by the realization that Shiny values her company so much. Overjoyed, Yuxin celebrates internally, imagining herself in a playful and energetic light. Shiny looks away with a slight blush, offering a quiet word of thanks to her companion. She keeps her gaze lowered, trying to hide how flustered she feels after the honest admission. Shiny quickly starts walking ahead, reiterating that she should be the one thanking Yuxin for everything. She keeps her back turned as she continues down the hallway toward the exit. Stopping for a moment, Shiny turns back and suggests that they should walk home together. Yuxin is stunned by the rare initiative shown by her usually quiet friend. Internally, Yuxin is ecstatic that Shiny was the one to suggest the joint commute today. Meanwhile, Kimi has equipped a pair of thick, height-boosting sneakers to increase his stature and confidence. He looks incredibly pleased with himself, feeling much taller than usual. Kimi waits outside the school building with a determined and serious look on his face. Eventually, Yuxin and Shiny walk out of the building and spot him waiting near the entrance. Kimi greets them with a beaming smile, feeling a renewed sense of security thanks to his extra height. Shiny barely reacts and immediately continues walking, leaving Kimi looking confused by the lack of acknowledgement. He wonders if the height difference is simply not obvious enough for her to notice. Kimi remains hopeful, staring at them and waiting for someone to point out his new look. Yuxin looks at Kimi with a suspicious and calculating expression. She suddenly sparkles with a moment of clarity, believing she has finally uncovered his secret. Kimi tries to play it cool, laughing and claiming he has always been this tall. Shiny questions if she is the one providing a sense of security in their current group dynamic. Yuxin carefully analyzes the situation, noticing how Kimi's changed far too quickly. She immediately calls him out for wearing height-boosting shoes, causing Kimi to panic as his secret is exposed. Elsewhere on campus, the former student council president stands by a window, waiting for someone who has yet to arrive. Wan Yi walks into the classroom, identifying herself as a top-tier student with a focus on her future. She believes her average appearance means finding romance is a distant possibility, so she chooses to ignore social distractions. While her peers are caught up in the excitement of youth, she remains strictly dedicated to her academic pursuits. She is convinced that her consistent hard work will eventually earn her the trust and respect of those around her. Adjusting her glasses, she feels her spotless behavioral record makes her the ideal candidate for a leadership role. She stands with confidence, believing she is the most qualified person to lead the new class. On the first day of school, she waits expectantly for the teacher to begin the selection process for class representatives. The teacher addresses the room, asking for nominations or volunteers to step forward for the positions. Wan Yi smiles to herself, fully expecting her former classmates to recognize her previous experience and nominate her. She stands up to remind everyone of her past service as a representative, ensuring her credentials are fresh in their minds. She decides to play it cool and wait for others to speak up on her behalf rather than nominating herself. To her absolute shock, Yuxin raises her hand and immediately receives overwhelming support from the rest of the students. Though frustrated, Wan Yi pivots her strategy and sets her sights on the vice class representative position instead. Her plans are interrupted again when she hears another unexpected nomination being called out. Yuxin takes the initiative to nominate Xini for the vice position, leaving Wan Yi stunned. Xini sits quietly, appearing indifferent to the nomination while the rest of the class begins to gossip. Wan Yi feels a sense of injustice, believing her years of experience are being tossed aside for someone completely new. She looks into Yuxin's background, noting her athletic reputation, and the fact that she is repeating the school year. She scoffs at Yuxin's popularity, convinced that she could easily outperform her if given the same opportunity. She waits on the sidelines, expecting the new leadership to fail so she can eventually step in. A confrontation breaks out in the classroom over missing paperwork, drawing everyone's attention. Wan Yi watches the tension rise, surprised by the sudden hostility between the students. She grows concerned that Xini's lack of experience will lead to a physical altercation with a local bully. A hand reaches out to intervene, firmly grabbing an arm to prevent the situation from escalating any further. Yuxin stands her ground with a fierce, intimidating gaze to shield her classmate from the aggressor. Xini steps forward to calmly question the bully, asking if they really want to make such an embarrassing scene. Wan Yi observes Xini's stoic expression as she handles the high-pressure situation with ease. Seeing the conflict resolve so effectively, Wan Yi finally admits that the new representative seems surprisingly reliable. Sunlight hits the city buildings on a clear morning. A brother checks in, announcing breakfast is ready. Yuxin prepares for her day by applying makeup. Her brother is shocked by her intense transformation. Yuxin looks sophisticated and ready for her social outing. She playfully asks if her new look is unrecognizable. Her brother suspects she's meeting someone special. Yuxin clarifies she's meeting Shiny and their classmate. She explains that looking stunning is essential for group hangouts. The sun shines brightly as the weekend begins. Stylish black boots hit the pavement as she heads out. Yuxin's tall frame and chic outfit turn heads in public. She feels confident, hoping her appearance impresses Shiny. A text notification prompts a quick response from Yuxin. 3 classmates gather at the mall, waiting for the others. The group spots a striking individual approaching them. Yuxin arrives with a model-like presence that commands attention. She greets her friends, leaving them stunned by her style. The classmates offer enthusiastic praise for her polished look. Yuxin smiles, enjoying the positive feedback from her peers. The group wonders why Shiny isn't with her. Yuxin realizes there was a mix-up regarding Shiny's location. She checks her phone while the others discuss food. A message requests a private meeting in the first-floor restroom. Yuxin excuses herself to head to her meeting spot. She questions why Shiny chose such a specific location. The signage points the way to the mall's restroom area. A pink-haired girl waits patiently near the railing. She scans the area, clearly looking for a specific person. The girl remains focused and stoic while waiting. She stands prominently in the corridor as shoppers pass by. Brother spies on Shiny from behind a wall at the mall, looking suspicious of her behavior. He notes that she seems distracted and wonders who she could possibly be meeting. Earlier that morning, Brother walked into Shiny's room asking for help with a homework problem. His eyes widen in total shock as he sees her getting ready for the day. Shiny prepares to head out, dressed in a stylish white top and striped pants while holding a black jacket. Brother stands frozen, blushing at the sudden sight of his sister's chic new look. He demands to know where she's going, surprised that she's so dressed up. Shiny casually mentions she's meeting some classmates, which only makes him more suspicious. As she walks toward the door, Brother remains unconvinced by her vague explanation. A dark, intense aura surrounds Brother as he decides he needs to investigate this further. Shiny heads out with her bag, looking completely confident and ready for her outing. She waves goodbye, leaving a stunned Brother standing alone in the hallway. He watches her depart, feeling like there's something she isn't telling him. Driven by a mix of curiosity and frustration, he crumples his book in a fit of comedic rage. Back at the mall, Brother hides behind a pillar, judging Shiny's choice of meeting spot near the restroom. Shiny waits patiently by the railing, looking around for her friend. She spots someone in the distance and prepares to greet them. Yuxin appears, waving enthusiastically while wearing a fashionable polka-dot cardigan. Brother's jaw drops in horror as he scratches the wall, realizing the classmate is Yuxin. Yuxin explains she rushed over because she thought Shiny was in some kind of trouble. Shiny looks away with a slight blush, seemingly embarrassed by the misunderstanding. Yuxin admits that she really just wanted an excuse to hang out with Shiny. She starts daydreaming with a happy glow, overwhelmed by how cute Shiny looks today. Shiny stands bathed in a bright light, her makeover clearly having the intended effect on Yuxin. Shiny tells Yuxin to stop spacing out and hurry up since the others are waiting. The two girls start walking together, leaving the spying brother behind. Brother is consumed by a dark cloud of angry thoughts, feeling betrayed that they met up without him. A group of onlookers watches in amazement as the main duo approaches. Yuxin and Shini strut through the mall, drawing eyes with their impeccable and coordinated fashion choices. The classmates admit they feel like background characters compared to the stylish pair. The girls point out how impressive it is that the class representatives even dress in similar styles. While Shini seems a bit overwhelmed, Yuxin is clearly proud of her summer shopping results. The group decides to head toward a budget-friendly restaurant for a meal. Unbeknownst to them, Shini's brother watches their every move from the shadows. Consumed by jealousy, the brother hides behind a pillar, fuming that his sister is out on a date instead of being at home. His eyes turn bloodshot with rage as he realizes how much closer the two girls have become recently. He watches from a distance, terrified by the possibility that the two might actually be dating. The group finally arrives at a restaurant called Saziri Y to grab some Italian food. Shini stares at the menu, looking a bit stunned by the mention of free refills. Yuxin checks in to see if Shini has decided on her order yet. The other girls observe Shini closely, wondering if her quiet nature is just extreme shyness. As they sit down, the group discusses how Shini has a reputation for being hard to approach. Yuxin laughs it off, telling the others that Shini is easy to talk to once you get to know her. When asked about her hobbies, Shini admits she mostly stays home and studies. Yuxin reveals her own creative side, mentioning her love for drawing and photography. Shini starts to feel the pressure of the social situation, realizing she rarely talks to anyone but Yuxin. She closes her eyes, desperately trying to find a way to stay calm in the group. She wonders if imagining everyone as Yuxin would make the interaction any easier. The classmates are thrilled to learn Yuxin visits anime conventions and immediately invite her to go with them. They try to rope Shini into the plan as well, calling her adorable and perfect for photos. The social anxiety begins to peak as Shini looks down, feeling completely overwhelmed. One of the girls focuses back on the menu to keep the conversation moving. Outside the window, the brother's face is frozen in a look of pure, unadulterated shock. He stands glued to the glass, looking like a ghost as he watches the group from the street. Yuxin, Kimi, and Shini sit together as the classmates at Kimi's good looks and express their envy over Shini, having such a handsome younger brother. Shini turns to Kimi and directly asks if he has been following them the entire time. Kimi tries to play it off with a nervous grin, but Yuxin shoots him a suspicious and annoyed look, knowing he's lying. Kimi leans into his confident persona, explaining that his father is British and confirming the classmates' suspicions about his multiracial background. The classmates discuss how they always thought Shini looked multiracial as well, while she quietly listens to the conversation. Shini remains composed and takes a sip of her drink, seemingly unaffected by the attention. The group dynamic shifts as the classmates excitedly suggest heading to a karaoke bar next. Kimi mentions that it has been a full year since he last went to karaoke, catching the attention of the group. One of the girls officially invites him to join them, and he realizes he's been roped into the plan. Kimi agrees to go, claiming he has no other plans, while Yuxin watches him with a judging expression. The scene moves to the flashy, dimly lit hallway of a karaoke venue. Inside the private room, Kimi sits stiffly on the couch, while a classmate starts the first song with high energy. Kimi looks increasingly nervous and focused as the music continues to play around him. A classmate leans in with the microphone, asking Kimi if he recognizes the current song. The group pressures Kimi to take the stage, expecting an authentic performance since he grew up abroad. Kimi turns to Yuxin and asks if she wants to perform a duet with him to take the pressure off. Yuxin ignores the request and begins operating the song selection tablet, telling him she isn't in the mood to sing. Kimi panics internally, terrified that his English pronunciation will be mocked by the group if he sings alone. Yuxin accidentally cuts off the current track while navigating the menu, causing Kimi to shout in surprise. A new song starts playing, and the classmates look around in confusion, wondering who selected it. Yuxin raises her hand and enthusiastically claims the track as her own choice. She grabs the microphone and ignores Kimi's remark about her having an outdated and strange taste in music. Yuxin locks eyes with Shini and boldly announces that this specific song is dedicated to her. The classmates enjoy the upbeat, retro disco vibes and clap along to the rhythm. Kimi watches from the side with a skeptical look, judging the choice of music. Shini remains silent and focused, watching Yuxin's performance with an intense gaze. Kimi's eyes go wide as he listens to the lyrics, wondering if Yuxin is using the song to make a public confession. Yuxin puts her heart into the performance, belting out the high-energy chorus into the microphone. Kimi grits his teeth in frustration when he realizes that Yuxin's English pronunciation is actually superior to his own. Shini continues to watch the performance with a look of quiet fascination. As the lyrics become more sentimental, Shini touches her face, appearing deeply moved by the gesture. The karaoke room features elegant padded walls and a classic wooden door. Yuxin sits quietly on the couch, waiting for the performance to continue. Kimi puts his all into the lyrics, belting out a famous retro hit. The group claps enthusiastically as Kimi finishes his song on a high note. Kimi basks in the praise, feeling quite proud of his singing ability. Yuxin isn't easily impressed, teasing him about his outdated song selection. One of the classmates uses the touchscreen to encourage Shinny to take her turn. Shinny remains reserved, claiming she doesn't really have a song to perform. Yuxin takes charge, deciding she will pick the perfect track for her friend. Kimi watches closely as a popular song choice appears on the monitor. Shinny finally accepts the microphone, preparing to sing for the group. The screen displays the credits for the chosen song, accompanied by animated graphics. Tension builds as Shinny stands ready, microphone in hand. Yuxin and Kimi lean in with intense focus, desperate to hear her voice. Shinny opens her mouth to start the first verse as the music plays. Yuxin stares in absolute anticipation, waiting for the very first note. Kimi's eyes are wide with excitement at the thought of hearing his sister sing. Suddenly, the screen cuts to a message notifying them that their time has expired. The entire group is left in a state of shock as the music abruptly cuts off. Shiny realizes they've spent the whole afternoon singing and it's time to head out. The karaoke session ends and the group prepares to vacate the room. Yuxin and Kimi are visibly drained from the disappointment of missing the performance. As they walk through the arcade, the group spots a row of colorful claw machines. Shinny admits she isn't very good at these types of games and plans to skip. Kimi notes that his sister rarely shows interest in collecting keepsakes or toys. One of the girls tries her luck at a machine, but comes up empty-handed. Seeing a chance to shine, Yuxin decides to step up and try her hand at the game. Kimi watches with a skeptical expression as Yuxin prepares to use the controls. Yuxin focuses on the machine, aiming to win a prize for her friend. Kimi wonders why Yuxin is putting so much effort into a simple charm. A cute raccoon keepsake holding a heart appears as the successful prize. Yuxin surprises everyone by winning the toy and immediately offering it to Shiny. The classmates look on with mixed expressions of surprise and curiosity as the group lingers near the prize machines. Kimi appears completely baffled, questioning the unfolding situation with a skeptical look. Shinny stands by the crane game, maintaining a stoic and indifferent posture. Yuxin beams with a radiant smile, clearly proud of her recent success at the game. Yuxin attempts to hand over the raccoon keepsake, but Shinny flatly refuses to take it. This rejection leaves Yuxin in a state of comical despair while Shiny remains unimpressed. Kimi grumbles to himself, recalling how his sister has never been a fan of cute trinkets in the past. The group decides to shift gears, heading toward the entrance of the Aishin arcade for more competition. On the game screen, digital avatars celebrate a victory with energetic poses. Kimi takes charge of a light gun game, determined to vent his frustrations on the virtual targets. Shinny joins him at the cabinet, watching as Kimi aggressively blasts through the level. She maintains a calm and focused gaze, observing the fast-paced action on the monitor. While the others play, Yuxin sits on a nearby stool, looking dejected as she holds onto her unclaimed prize. She stares down at the small raccoon charm, feeling the weight of the earlier rejection. Kimi eventually clears the stage, boasting about his performance and the number of coins he used. Shinny notes that someone else in the group looks bored, though Kimi is too distracted by his win to notice. The arcade screen prompts for more coins as the virtual characters continue their trek. Yuxin steps up to the machine and effortlessly outshines Kimi's score, leaving the entire group stunned by her efficiency. Refusing to back down, Kimi challenges her to a racing game to reclaim his prize. Yuxin completely dominates the race, crossing the finish line first and setting a new high score on the leaderboard. The rivalry moves to the basketball hoops, where Yuxin continues her winning streak with rapid-fire shots. She then moves to the rhythm section, demonstrating perfect timing on the arcade drums. Kimi stands in the spotlight of his own defeat, realizing he is no match for Yuxin's gaming prowess. The classmates shower Yuxin with praise, though she still seems a bit preoccupied. As the sun sets over the city's skyline, the outing finally comes to an end. The classmates wave their goodbyes, leaving the main trio to head home. Shinny steals a quiet glance at the raccoon keepsake still in Yuxin's possession. Yuxin walks with a somber expression, still feeling a bit downcast after the long day. Shinny continues to watch the small charm, her expression unreadable but thoughtful. Unexpectedly, Shiny reaches out and takes the raccoon keepsake from Yuxin's hand. The exchange is brief and silent as the two make contact for a split second. Yuxin is frozen in total shock, her eyes wide at the sudden change of heart. Shinny looks away, clutching the charm, while Yuxin continues to stare at her in disbelief. Shinny explains that she simply doesn't want to ruin the positive mood of the day. Kimi watches the interaction from the side, looking absolutely stunned by the turn of events. Yuxin's face lights up with pure joy, feeling a surge of happiness now that her gift has been accepted. Shinny walks forward into the night, quietly keeping the small charm with her. The school building stands tall under a bright sky as the day's lessons come to a close. Shinny remains focused at her desk, diligently finishing up her remaining assignments. Yuxin approaches with a bright smile, offering to help carry the workload to the teacher's office. Shinny accepts the offer with a quiet word of thanks, handing over the papers. Nearby, a student with glasses watches the exchange with a cold, analytical gaze. A group of girls in the background chatters about how Yuxin is always looking after the vice class rep. The student with glasses continues to listen as they mention how Yuxin even won a prize for one of them at the arcade. She privately reflects on how the new representative has managed to get on everyone's good side in just 1 week. Adjusting her glasses, she worries that Yuxin is being too naive and allowing others to use her. The classmates continue their gossip, noting how much they prefer Yuxin's approachable nature. One student recalls their previous representative, who was far more rigid and intimidating. They described the old rep as someone who only cared about studying and was far too formal to talk to. The student with glasses walks away silently, having overheard the harsh comparisons to her own past behavior. Outside the classroom, for Junior Class 1, the atmosphere is much lighter. Yuxin and Shiny walk together through the quiet hallway after finishing their duties. Shiny thinks back to earlier when she decided to accept Yuxin's gift just to keep the mood positive. Yuxin is secretly thrilled, convinced that Shiny has a hidden, irresistible charm. She begins to wonder where Shiny might be keeping the little charm she won for her. Yuxin's imagination runs wild, picturing Shiny sleeping soundly with the small keepsake. She can't help but giggle at the cute mental image, drawing a confused look from her companion. When Shiny asks what's so funny, Yuxin quickly tries to play it off as nothing. Shiny isn't entirely convinced, staring back with her usual blunt expression. Yuxin's cheerful mood dips slightly as the conversation takes a more serious turn. Shiny tells her that while she appreciates the help, she wants to handle her own tasks from now on. She explains that if she can do something by herself, she should be allowed to do so. Shiny remains firm and direct, setting clear boundaries for their academic partnership. Yuxin is momentarily stunned by the directness, realizing she can't easily argue with that logic. She forces a laugh and agrees to keep Shiny's preferences in mind. Later, Yuxin stands by a vending machine, feeling a bit downcast after the interaction. She sighs, feeling like Shiny is still keeping a wall up between them despite their recent trip. She wonders why it feels so difficult to truly bridge the gap between their feelings. Looking out toward the courtyard, she contemplates how much further she has to go. The school day begins with an aerial view of the campus grounds and the parking lot. Gao Fan looks over his shoulder, clearly surprised to hear a familiar name being mentioned. Near the vending machines, a frustrated student grumbles about how a senior could possibly have time for a social life. A girl waves goodbye as she runs off, leaving Gao Fan standing alone under the trees. Gao Fan turns around, wondering why people feel the need to do everything in groups. He nearly jumps out of his skin when a classmate suddenly appears right behind him. The newcomer immediately starts grilling him about the girl who just left, questioning if she's his girlfriend. Gao Fan gives her a deadpan look, reminding her of a meeting she completely blew off. The girl realizes her mistake and tries to act shocked to cover up her forgetfulness. She closes her eyes and clutches her drink, offering up a weak excuse for missing the event. Gao Fan isn't buying it and decides he's better off walking away from the conversation. She refuses to let him leave and follows right at his heels, trying to get back on his good side. She sighs deeply, explaining that she only reached out for help because things have become so troublesome. Gao Fan stares at her in disbelief, wondering what kind of logic she's using this time. She looks up at him with a serious expression, questioning why their own dynamic is developing so slowly. An awkward silence falls between them as they stand in the middle of the school courtyard. Gao Fan breaks the silence by mentioning he knows a pair of girls who actually confess their feelings to one another. The news hits her like a ton of bricks, causing her to freak out with a bright red face. Gao Fan rubs his chin, instantly regretting bringing up such a distracting topic. Her eyes light up with a mix of intense curiosity and competitive jealousy. Gao Fan leans back, startled by the sudden shift in her energy. She demands an introduction, her face beaming with an overly enthusiastic smile. Gao Fan gives her a blank stare, realizing he has made a massive tactical error. She wears a determined, wide-eyed grin that suggests she won't be taking no for an answer. Gao Fan imagines the chaotic chain reaction of introductions and concludes, it's definitely not worth the effort. He flatly refuses to share any details, even as she continues to pester him while they walk. He finally asks why she is so desperate to meet these people in the first place. She strikes a dramatic pose, declaring she needs to learn their secrets to finally win over Shiny. Hidden nearby, the former class representative watches the pair with a sharp, resentful gaze. A student walks down the quiet school hallway alone. The former representative maintains a cold and formal demeanor while reflecting on her reputation. Her focus intensifies as she recalls being overlooked by her peers. Frustration builds as she grips the fabric of her uniform tightly. She marches through the corridor, feeling bitter about her replacement. The contrast between the new, popular representative and her own rigid personality weighs heavily on her mind. The former rep steps outside, catching sight of a conversation nearby. She stops in her tracks, noticing something unexpected. In the courtyard, Yuxin and Gao Fan are deep in a private discussion. Seizing the opportunity, the former rep adjusts her glasses and prepares to listen in. Gao Fan looks skeptical as he questions his intense requests. From behind a pillar, the former rep carefully watches their every move. Yuxin remains focused, her mind set on a specific goal. A devious smirk crosses the former rep's face as she realizes she's found some dirt. Yuxin loudly declares her intention to win over Shiny, leaving no room for doubt. The shocking revelation leaves the eavesdropper completely stunned. From her vantage point, the former rep looks down at the pair, struggling to process the news. Gao Fan warns that she needs to find her own way instead of copying others. Yuxin considers his advice while clutching her water bottle. The former rep's eyes narrow as she tries to make sense of the situation. Gao Fan brings up a past event that seems to bother Yuxin. Yuxin reacts with a mix of embarrassment and frustration at the mention of her memories. The former rep leans back, realizing how complicated the situation actually is. She remains hidden, absorbing every detail of their interaction. The two students continue their back and forth about relationship dynamics. Yuxin expresses her frustration over the lack of experienced people to talk to. The former rep's suspicion grows as she listens to Yuxin's bold claims. Yuxin stands firm, her resolve regarding Shiny remaining unshaken. A close-up reveals the sheer intensity in the former rep's gaze. Looking down at the courtyard, she realizes she has stumbled upon a massive secret. The school day continues under a bright, sunny sky as students go about their business. Glasses Girl remains deep in thought, clearly preoccupied with the secret she recently discovered. Inside the classroom, the atmosphere is busy as students chat and prepare for their upcoming lessons. Glasses Girl looks on with a focused expression, her mind racing with possibilities. She seems visibly tense, clearly feeling the weight of the information she is holding. Nearby, Shiny sits quietly at her desk, completely engrossed in her reading. Glasses Girl casts a wary glance in her direction, noticing Shiny's calm demeanor. At her own desk, Glasses Girl overhears classmates discussing a stomach ache and the upcoming gym class. Shiny remains indifferent to the chatter, simply continuing to focus on her book. The tension is palpable as Glasses Girl watches Shiny's every move from across the room. Later on the track, Yuxin is seen struggling and clutching her stomach in obvious pain. Glasses Girl observes the situation from the sidelines, her expression unreadable. As Yuxin heads off to see the nurse, Shiny and Glasses Girl remain on the track with the rest of the class. Glasses Girl's gaze follows Yuxin, her mind continuing to work through the unfolding drama. The scene shifts toward the campus facilities as the school day progresses. Glasses Girl ponders the nature of Yuxin's feelings and whether Shiny even realizes what is going on. She continues to wander the halls, lost in her own analytical thoughts about the situation. Suddenly, she spots Shiny heading toward a specific building on campus. Shiny arrives at the nurse's office, looking around for the person she came to visit. Inside, Yuxin is resting on a bed, still dealing with her sudden illness. Shiny approaches the bedside, prompting Yuxin to look up in total surprise. Yuxin is shocked to Shiny standing right there in the clinic. She sits up immediately, questioning why Shiny isn't currently in her scheduled class. Yuxin explains that she has no idea where the nurse went at the moment. Shiny listens intently, asking what the teacher had to say about her condition. Yuxin reveals the diagnosis of potential food poisoning, though she cannot recall eating anything bad. The two girls share a quiet moment in the sterile environment of the office. Shiny explains they was genuinely worried about Yuxin's sudden departure from class. Yuxin looks on with wide eyes, surprised by the unexpected visit and the concern shown. Yuxin stands frozen in shock as the words, "I was worried," echo in her mind. Her head spins as she tries to process Shiny's sudden show of concern. Shiny maintains a stoic and calm expression while looking at her friend. The two maintain their positions in the clinic, one sitting on the bed and the other standing nearby. A quiet moment passes between them as they stare at each other in silence. Yuxin is absolutely delighted, imagining little cupids celebrating the breakthrough. She gets a bit too hopeful, sporting a dazed and excited expression. Shiny immediately gives her a cold, blunt look to bring her back to earth. Yuxin snaps back to her senses, feeling embarrassed by her overactive imagination. She keeps a close eye on Shiny as the other girl turns away to do something else. Shiny begins searching through a cabinet stocked with various medical supplies. She stays focused on finding the right item among the numerous bottles. Yuxin watches curiously as Shiny prepares to bring something over. Shiny presents a red box containing a traditional health product. Yuxin identifies it as flower oil, traditionally used for improving circulation. Shiny holds the small bottle, questioning whether this remedy is actually effective. She hands the medicine over so Yuxin can begin the treatment. Yuxin carefully pours a small amount of the red liquid into her palm. She begins applying the oil to her midsection to help with her stomach pains. Yuxin continues the application process while Shiny observes her progress. Shiny stops her, realizing Yuxin might be doing it correctly. Shiny takes the bottle back, clearly intending to assist with the procedure. She pours the oil into her own hand to prepare for a more thorough application. Yuxin's face turns bright red as she reacts with total shock to the situation. Glasses Girl watches the scene from afar, looking completely baffled by what she's seeing. Shiny continues applying the liniment to Yuxin's stomach to help her feel better. From the doorway, the former representative watches the scene in total disbelief. She can't believe how close the two have become, especially considering Shiny's usual cold demeanor. Shiny stays completely focused on the task, ignoring the world around her. Yuxin is completely overwhelmed by the direct physical care she is receiving. Her face turns a bright shade of red as she processes the vice president's kindness. Shiny maintains a calm and stoic expression while finishing the application. The soothing effect of the medicine leaves Yuxin feeling incredibly relieved and happy. Shiny wraps up the treatment, telling Yuxin to see if she feels any better later on. Yuxin is quick to express her gratitude, calling Shiny the absolute best for helping her out. Feeling completely satisfied, Yuxin thinks to herself that today has turned into a great day. Outside the room, the observer is still reeling from what she just witnessed. She begins to suspect that the two are hiding the true nature of their relationship from everyone else. Seeing them together, she realizes their bond is much deeper than anyone suspected. As the sun begins to set over the school, students start heading home for the day. Shiny and Yuxin walk together, with Yuxin looking noticeably more cheerful than usual. They run into Kimi, who is surprised to see his sister hanging out with Yuxin again. The young boy catches a strange scent in the air and starts sniffing around. He bluntly asks why everything smells like strong medicinal liniment oil. Yuxin explains with a big grin that Shiny was just helping her apply some medicine because she wasn't feeling well. Later that night, the lights are on in the apartment as everyone settles in. Gaofan catches the same medicinal scent and looks around the room in confusion. He asks Yuxin why she reeks of liniment, to which she happily replies that it's actually the smell of love. A beautiful morning begins with the sun shining brightly over an apartment complex. A white sedan zips down the road, carrying Yuxin and her brother Kimi to their destinations. Yuxin is in high spirits, but Kimi is puzzled by her sudden burst of morning energy. He points out that school has only just started, making her excitement about a vacation seem a bit misplaced. The conversation takes a turn when Kimi asks if any of her classmates would be interested in a photo shoot. He explains his company needs some fresh faces for their new interns to practice their photography skills. Yuxin listens intently as he describes the need for someone expressive and professional. A light bulb goes off in Yuxin's head as she realizes she knows the perfect person for the job. However, back at school, Shiny isn't exactly jumping at the opportunity, giving a flat refusal. Yuxin tries her best to sell the idea, calling Shiny stunning while the stoic girl just keeps reading her book. Shiny shuts down the conversation with an icy glare that sends a chill down Yuxin's spine. Not one to give up easily, Yuxin pleads her case, claiming her focus has always been on Shiny. Shiny remains completely unimpressed, looking away with her usual cold indifference. Yuxin continues to hover, mentioning that she won't be the one behind the camera this time. She tries a different angle, suggesting they go together to make it a fun outing. To seal the deal, Yuxin mentions it's finally time for Shiny to meet her mother during the event. Shiny heads for the restroom to escape the pressure, while Yuxin yells out that she's taking the silence as a yes. Watching from a distance, Glasses Girl misinterprets the whole scene as Yuxin harassing the vice president. She convinces herself that Yuxin is a delinquent, using some kind of leverage to force Shiny into uncomfortable situations. Standing at her desk with her arms crossed, she decides it's time to step in and play the hero. She watches Yuxin's smug expression and decides that Shiny is just too soft-spoken to defend herself. Pushing up her glasses, she plots a way to rescue Shiny and expose Yuxin's supposed true colors. She imagines a grand scene where she confronts Yuxin and the entire class realizes they were wrong about the new representative. In this fantasy, the students beg for her to return as the class representative to restore order. A self-satisfied smile creeps onto her face as she prepares to deliver her brand of justice. She stands tall in the classroom, feeling completely righteous in her misguided mission. Meanwhile, Shiny is just trying to wash her hands in peace, unaware of the drama brewing. Suddenly, Glasses Girl appears in the reflection, startling the vice president. Shiny turns around, clearly confused as to why she's being cornered in the restroom. Glasses Girl drops the hammer, sternly ordering Shiny to refuse whatever Yuxin is asking of her. Glasses Girl confronts Shiny in the restroom, advising her to simply refuse the request. Shiny looks back with a flat expression, asking if this is about Xia Yuxin. Confused by the sudden intervention, Shiny admits she has no idea what the other girl is talking about. Glasses Girl becomes intensely serious, convinced that Shiny is being secretly threatened or pressured. She insists that Shiny shouldn't do anything she doesn't want to do over the weekend. Shiny remains silent, staring at her classmate with an unreadable expression. Determined to intervene, Glasses Girl claims she is perfectly used to handling these types of situations. She urges Shiny to make up an excuse and lie about having other arrangements. When Shiny asks if she wants to join them, the girl immediately turns down the offer. Shiny watches her with a look of pure bewilderment as the conversation takes a strange turn. The former class rep heads back to class, leaving a baffled Shiny behind in the restroom. Walking through the halls, the girl ponders the interaction in silence. She begins to worry that Shiny's calm demeanor was actually a sign of having no alternative. A sudden realization hits her as she wonders if Shiny was actually signaling for her rescue. She recalls how her classmates used to mock her for being a boring and overly formal representative. Meanwhile, in the classroom, a student is ecstatic about the chance to visit a professional company for photos. Shiny sits at her desk, clearly annoyed that a group of students is using her space to gossip. Yuxin watches the lively group from a distance, keeping an eye on the social dynamics. Shiny shoots a sharp glance toward the students crowding her desk. Glasses Girl makes a grand entrance, announcing to the entire class that she has accepted the invitation. She turns her attention to Yuxin, questioning exactly what was agreed upon for the weekend. Shiny breaks into a cold sweat, completely blindsided by the girl's sudden change of heart. The surrounding students are shocked, whispering about how close Shiny and the former rep must be. Yuxin is internally reeling, unable to fathom why Shiny would invite someone else after refusing her. Feeling triumphant, Glasses Girl smirks at Yuxin, believing she's about to unmask a hidden truth. She watches Yuxin intensely, certain that her presence has thrown the other girl into a panic. Yuxin stares back with a dark expression, convinced that the former rep is up to no good. The lunch hour begins in the bustling school cafeteria, where various food stalls offer everything from pastries to vegetables. Yuxin sits at a table, looking completely dejected as she aimlessly pokes at her meal. She continues to listlessly drop food back into her bowl, clearly distracted by her sour mood. The repetitive splashing of her broth highlights just how much the current situation is bothering her. Shani watches from across the table, noticing the gloomy aura radiating from her companion. Attempting to play it cool, Yuxin claims she isn't petty and is fine with the extra guest joining their weekend plans. An uncomfortable silence falls between the two as they continue their meal without another word. Neither of them makes eye contact as the tension in the air remains thick and unresolved. Finally, Yuxin breaks the silence to ask why Shiny invited the former representative along when she's clearly upset about it. Shiny looks up calmly, confirming that she was indeed the one who extended the invitation. Yuxin is visibly stunned by the response, realizing that Shiny isn't picking up on her frustration at all. Sensing the awkwardness, Shiny quickly changes the subject by asking if a time has been set for their meeting. Yuxin looks totally drained of energy, replying with a hollow expression that nothing has been decided yet. Shiny can't help but notice Yuxin's sudden lack of enthusiasm and looks on with concern. Hoping to clear the air, Yuxin asks Shiny directly if she's actually mad at her. Her head begins to spin as she overanalyzes the question, wondering if Shiny's potential guilt means she truly cares. She stares intently at Shiny, desperate for a sign that her feelings are being reciprocated. Suddenly, Yuxin's eyes light up with hope as she imagines a breakthrough in their relationship. Her mood does a complete 180, and she begins eating happily with imaginary cat ears and a tail wagging in excitement. The peace is short-lived when the former class representative arrives at their table, asking if the empty seat is available. Yuxin's joy evaporates instantly, replaced by a look of pure saltiness and irritation. The intruder ignores the bad vibes and takes a seat right next to Shiny, much to Yuxin's dismay. Yuxin immediately tries to get Shiny to shift seats, claiming the newcomer is making the space too cramped. The glasses girl remains unfazed, explaining that she's only there because she feels she neglected Shiny in the past. Watching the unwanted guest's persistence, Yuxin reaches her breaking point and fumes in silence. The former rep then turns her focus toward Yuxin, noting how friendly she has been toward Shiny lately. She follows up with a blunt confrontation, asking Yuxin if she is trying to win Shiny over. Yuxin doesn't back down, meeting the girl's gaze with a serious expression as she openly declares her intentions. Wan Yi and Shiny look on in silence after the sudden confession. Yuxin stands up with absolute determination, shouting that she wants Shiny to be her girlfriend. The table falls into a stunned silence as everyone processes the outburst. Wan Yi breaks the tension by addressing Shiny directly. Yuxin immediately worries that Shiny will get angry and tell her she's hated. She panics at the thought, shaking her head frantically to erase the mental image. Wan Yi tries to talk about class duties, but Yuxin snaps at her for breaking the silence of the meal. When Wan Yi offers help, Yuxin feels her position as class rep is being threatened. She puts on a forced, competitive smile while insisting she can handle things on her own. Wan Yi stares back coldly, fully aware of Yuxin's romantic intentions. Yuxin's expression turns menacing, making Wan Yi feel like her safety might be at risk. Switching tactics, Wan Yi turns back to Shiny to ask for a favor. She boldly suggests that the two of them should walk home together. The request leaves Yuxin completely flabbergasted and speechless. Wan Yi internally prepares to lie about her route just to stay close to Shiny for protection. Yuxin desperately begs Shiny in her head to reject the offer. Shiny remains indifferent, telling Wan Yi she can do as she pleases. This response leaves Yuxin feeling completely crushed and emotional. Later, Yuxin hears from other students about Wan Yi's background as a former class rep. They explain that she was a serious loner who rarely interacted with anyone. Yuxin grows suspicious, wondering if Wan Yi is intentionally trying to interfere. The students admit they find Wan Yi's sudden social behavior very unusual. Yuxin listens with a skeptical look, realizing how strange the invitation truly was. She remains focused on uncovering Wan Yi's ulterior motives. As the group walks together, Yuxin keeps a sharp, frustrated eye on her rival. Shiny walks along quietly, seemingly oblivious to the intense tension surrounding her. Kimi walks alongside the group with a look of pure suspicion and annoyance. Wan Yi keeps her distance, maintaining a serious and silent expression as they head home. Kimi glances at his sister Shiny, wondering why she is surrounded by so many strange people. He feels an even weirder presence lurking directly behind them. Yuxin follows closely with a grim expression, ruining the atmosphere for everyone else. Kimi and Shiny walk ahead as Wan Yi observes the siblings' dynamic from the back. Identifying Kimi as the younger brother, Wan Yi notes his presence as part of her role as a former representative. She finds the absolute silence of the group during their walk home quite surprising. Wan Yi steals a glance at Shiny, feeling the stress of the awkward group walk. The four of them continue in a stiff formation, with no one saying a single word. The silence remains unbroken as they walk through the neighborhood. Suddenly, Yuxin breaks the ice by reaching out to fix a strand of hair on Shiny's face. Yuxin flashes a devious, triumphant grin now that she's reclaimed her spot next to Shiny. Wan Yi is immediately annoyed by the gesture and tells Yuxin to keep her hands to herself. Ignoring the friction, Yuxin asks Shiny what time they're meeting up this weekend. Kimi is shocked by the news and demands to know where they are going. The protective brother begins lecturing Shiny for being so careless about her plans. Kimi warns his sister to be careful while Yuxin looks on with a smug, delighted expression. When Kimi tries to invite himself along, Yuk shuts him down by calling him too short and just a kid. Wan Yi interrupts the bickering to tell Shiny she'll reach out once the time is finalized. Yuxin is completely stunned to realize that Wan Yi already has Shiny's phone number. Without another word, Wan Yi waves a quick goodbye and splits off from the group. Adjusting her glasses, Wan Yi feels proud of herself for successfully completing her mission for the day. The trio stands at the crosswalk, watching the former representative disappear into the distance. Yuxin, Shini, and Kimi are left standing there in a state of total confusion. Yuxin looks absolutely drained and defeated as she processes her new competition. The scene opens with a view of towering skyscrapers reaching toward a clear blue sky. Inside one of these buildings, a professional photo studio is in full swing with a model posing on a stool. Photographers capture various angles as the model works through different summer looks. Shani and her friends arrive at the bustling studio, clearly impressed by the high-tech equipment and professional atmosphere. A young man working the set turns around in surprise when he hears someone call out to him. The group greets the man, who seems a bit overwhelmed by the sudden influx of guests. Shini stands quietly among them, her pale complexion and unique fashion choice drawing silent observation. Yuxin excitedly introduces Shini to the staff member, emphasizing how much she looks like a doll. The man feels a bit flustered by the group's intense energy compared to his usual work environment. Despite Shini's visible annoyance, Yuxin continues to gush about her friend's cute appearance. The man eventually leads the group further into the studio toward the intern section. Nearby, a person with long black hair and glasses looks visibly stressed and out of place. Wearing a casual green tracksuit, this individual feels like a complete outsider amidst the polished professional crowd. Two cheerful staff members greet the group and thank them for volunteering their time. Yuxin and the staff discuss the potential of the group, noting that some members have a versatile, gender-neutral appeal. The staff members are eager to get started and finalize the plan for the day's shoot. They call out for anyone interested in being photographed to step onto the main stage. One of the girls quickly clarifies that she's only there to tag along and take her own casual photos. Shini also remains on the sidelines, showing zero interest in being the center of attention. The staff is left confused when they realize that out of the large group, only one person is actually ready to pose. The person in the green tracksuit adjusts their glasses, feeling the weight of the awkward situation. One of the group members suddenly remembers to ask if Wan Yai will be joining the photo session. Everyone turns their attention toward the back of the room where the tracksuited individual is standing. The staff members look on with realization as they focus on the quiet figure. The entire room falls into a brief silence while waiting for the mysterious person to speak. All eyes are fixed on the individual in the green jacket as the tension builds. Finally, the person removes their glasses and confirms their identity as Wan Yi, surprising everyone with their dressed-down appearance. The group stares in disbelief as the mystery person in the tracksuit is revealed. Yuxin can't believe her eyes as she breaks into a cold sweat. It turns out the person in the plain green tracksuit is actually Wan Yi, looking surprisingly cool without her glasses. The entire room goes silent as they process this unexpected transformation. Wan Yi seems confused by the attention and tries to put her glasses back on. Yuxin immediately swipes the glasses away to get a better look. Wan Yi tries to reclaim them, but Yuxin is determined to see the truth. The back and forth continues as the group realizes just how different she looks. Yuxin admits that Wan Yi actually looks great without the frames. A studio staff member rushes over, completely captivated by Wan Yi's unique vibe. Yuxin stands frozen, realizing Wan Yi has mastered the trope of looking better without glasses. The staff member practically drags Wan Yi away to start the photo shoot. Wan Yi stands tall in her tracksuit, looking effortless next to the other models. Yuxin watches from the sidelines, feeling a mix of annoyance and shock. Her brother rubs salt in the wound by mentioning that Wan Yi is stealing the spotlight. The models are split into pairs to showcase two distinct fashion styles. The photography team is thrilled to have such a diverse group to work with. Yuxin tries to stay positive, happy that Shani finally agreed to be in the pictures. Wan Yi starts to feel the heat of the spotlight, her face turning bright red from the attention. She quickly hides behind her glasses again to cope with the awkwardness. Yuxin makes a sour face as the others continue to gush over Wan Yi's handsome look. While holding a prop umbrella, Yuxin suggests that Wan Yi should switch to contacts permanently. The praise for Wan Yi's cool demeanor continues to fill the studio, much to Yuxin's irritation. Yuxin glances over at Shini, noticing her quiet observation of the scene. A wave of jealousy hits Yuxin as she worries Shini might prefer the cool type over her. Suddenly, someone in an elaborate dress rushes up and surprises Yuxin. The energetic girl is thrilled to see Yuxin, adding even more chaos to the studio day. The onlookers watch the scene unfold with curiosity. Yuxin is caught off guard by an unexpected arrival. A girl in an elaborate dress clings to Yuxin while Shiny watches from the side. Shini remains stoic as she listens to the group's conversation. The new girl smiles warmly during the interaction. Shini's gaze narrows as she observes the pair. The group discusses the modeling potential of their classmates. The girl in the dress seeks Yuxin's opinion on her appearance. Shini maintains a neutral expression while watching the duo. Shini turns away as the girl offers to collaborate in the future. Staff members are impressed by the stunning looks on display. Kimi watches the interaction Yuxin with a stern, judgmental look. The girl in the dress heads off to her shoot with a cheerful grin. Yuxin waves goodbye while getting a playful pinch on the cheek. Kimi fumes internally at what he perceives as poor behavior. The photo shoot continues as characters move to their designated spots. Kimi grows increasingly annoyed by Yuxin's lack of focus. Yuxin tries to bridge the gap as Shini stays occupied with her phone. Kimi's frustration peaks as he watches the awkward dynamic unfold. Shini remains focused on her device, while Yuxin tries to start a conversation. Yuxin shows signs of visible distress and hesitation. Yuxin attempts to laugh off the tension with an awkward story. Shini delivers a sharp, cold response that shuts down the chatter. Yuxin nervously suggests planning the next round of poses. Yuxin takes a bold step and suggests a joint photo shoot. Kimi stands ready as the shoot is about to begin. Yuxin's expression hardens as she processes the situation. A look of pure shock takes over Yuxin's face. Wan Yai and Shini begin their joint photo shoot, posing professionally as the camera captures their chemistry. Onlookers are impressed by Wan Yi's modeling skills, noting how she seems much more approachable than the rumors suggest. The students continue to praise the class representative for her impressive connections to professional models. Meanwhile, Kimi stands off to the side, practically radiating a dark aura of intense jealousy. Her frustration boils over as she watches them, convinced that Wan Yi is a dangerous threat to her relationship with Shiny. From Kimi's perspective, the bright studio lights only make the two models look more like a perfect pair. Wan Yi notices the heavy gaze and glances toward the source of the tension with a suspicious look. She senses a massive, menacing presence looming over the entire room, though she can't quite make out who it is. Later, Wan Yai and Kimi walk toward the restroom, their footsteps echoing through the quiet hallway. Wan Yai looks visibly nervous, wondering if a confrontation is about to break out in such a private place. The two girls stand near the sinks, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. Kimi leads the way into the stall area, maintaining a cold and intimidating silence. As Wan Yai enters a stall and tells the other to close the door, things take a sudden turn. Kimi uses her foot to block the door from closing, forcing her way inside. Wan Ye reacts with pure shock and confusion at the sudden intrusion into her personal space. Kimi corners her against the wall, looking down with a determined and serious expression. Panicking, Wan Yi demands to know what she thinks she's doing by following her in there. Kimi keeps her eyes hidden in shadow, creating an incredibly tense and pressurized atmosphere. She looks directly into Wan Yai's eyes, asking if she harbors any ill intentions towards Shiny. Wan Yai gulps nervously, struggling to find the right words under such intense scrutiny. The two girls stare each other down in the cramped space, neither one willing to back away. Kimi flatly asks if Wan Yi is the one responsible for pressuring Shiny into things she doesn't want to do. Wan Yai looks genuinely surprised by the accusation, her defensive stance softening into confusion. Kimi doesn't let up, bluntly asking if she has a crush on Shiny and is actively pursuing her. The question hits home and Wan Yai's face turns bright red as she completely loses her cool. She tries to regain her composure by adjusting her glasses and accusing Kimi of being the half-hearted one. They continue their heated debate, arguing about the validity of their feelings and their actions toward Shiny. Kimi watches her closely, waiting to see if a real confession is finally coming. Wan Yai remains flustered, her glasses reflecting the light as she tries to process the confrontation. The argument reaches a peak as Wan Yi insists she has never been half-hearted about her feelings. Wan Yi reflects on her past actions and her desire to earn back the respect and trust of those around her. She notices that the person involved in her discovery seems completely unbothered and won't stop talking. Kimi shouts passionately, insisting that her feelings for Shiny are genuine and that she won't let anyone spread rumors. Wan Yi observes Kimi's intense reaction with a stoic and focused expression. Kimi turns the interrogation around, asking Wan Yi if she has a crush on Shiny as well. Her gaze sharpens with suspicion as she waits for a direct answer. Wan Yi immediately dismisses the idea with a wave of her hand, denying any such feelings. She stands her ground in the small space, clarifying her stance to the confrontational girl. A brief and awkward silence fills the restroom stall between the two students. Wan Yi begins to panic internally, wondering if her bluntness made her seem insensitive. Kimi remains quiet for a moment, her face clouded with a serious expression. Suddenly, Kimi bursts into a joyful laugh, feeling immensely relieved by the denial. Wan Yi is left completely confused by the sudden and drastic shift in Kimi's mood. Kimi explains that she was simply worried about having a love rival for Shini's attention. Wan Yi realizes the entire confrontation was based on a massive misunderstanding. Thinking the air is finally clear, Wan Yi suggests that they both head back to the shoot. She warns Kimi that being too overbearing might end up causing trouble for the person she likes. Kimi confidently refutes this, claiming her relationship with Shiny is perfect just the way it is. Wan Yi stares back, clearly unimpressed by Kimi's bold assertions. Wan Yi then threatens to ask Shiny directly about the situation to see if she agrees. Kimi's eyes widen in total shock at the prospect of a direct confrontation. She slams her hand against the wall with a loud bang to stop Wan Yi from leaving. Kimi blocks the exit with a determined look, stating that her feelings are her own business, and she wants to protect Shiny from being burdened. Wan Yi takes a moment to look at Kimi's serious and protective expression. She eventually looks away, signaling that she understands Kimi's perspective. Kimi offers a soft and appreciative smile now that the tension has finally dissipated. She turns to leave while Won-yi reflects on how quickly the girl's attitude changes. Won-yi watches her go, still trying to make sense of the erratic encounter. Kimi admits to herself that she is inexperienced and often becomes overly sensitive about her feelings. Won-yi notes that Kimi has been an exemplary person since they were young, despite her current behavior. She follows Kimi out of the area, concluding that the girl is quite strange and difficult to understand. Standing alone in the hallway, Won-yi decides she will help hide Kimi's secret to protect her sincere feeling. Junior Class 1 is buzzing with excitement over an exclusive new pamphlet. Students crowd together, thrilled to finally see the professional photobook results. Won-yi stares at the book, promising to cherish her first-ever feature forever. Yuxin enjoys the praise from her classmates before turning her attention elsewhere. Shiny sits quietly at her desk while the rest of the class celebrates. Yuxin approaches Shiny and presents her with a special, decorated copy of the book. Fired up, Yuxin insists Shiny must treasure this memento of their first project. Nearby, classmates begin whispering about Yuxin's suspiciously high level of kindness towards Shiny. The gossip intensifies as the girls wonder if there's a deeper reason for the favoritism. They continue to speculate, unaware that someone is listening in on their conversation. Won-yi shuts down the rumors immediately, telling them Yuxin is just naturally kind to everyone. The classmates are stunned into silence by Won-yi's sudden and stern intervention. They quickly change their tune, agreeing that Yuxin's helpfulness is just part of her personality. Maintaining her strict persona, Won-yi reflects on the dynamic while holding her copy. She decides to repay Shiny by keeping her secret safe from prying eyes. Shiny looks down at the gift, her expression unreadable under the bright light. Despite the effort, Shiny bluntly calls the photobook hideous, shocking Yuxin. A teacher interrupts the moment, summoning both girls to the school office. Looking confused, Shiny and Yuxin prepare to follow the sudden request. In the office, the teacher explains they need a fresh idea for the upcoming sports festival. The duo is tasked with creating a majestic entrance that stands out from previous years. Yuxin is immediately motivated, saluting the teacher and promising to deliver her best work. Walking back, Shiny suggests a medieval theme, though she claims to lack imagination. Yuxin loves the idea, but worries that most people won't look as good in the outfits as Shiny. Shiny quickly denies that she's been dwelling on her model friend's influence during the planning. Yuxin and his classmate discuss the school's unusual decision to change up the standard sports festival format this year. A student wonders if they'll participate, but the group laments that senior year is mostly filled with endless homework and tests. The girl listens intently as the conversation shifts toward the lack of motivation for school events. While sipping his drink, the guy admits he usually has to be forced into signing up for anything. He dismisses the rewards as just useless stationery and certificates that aren't worth the effort. The trio shares a laugh as they tease each other about their lack of school spirit. Elsewhere, Xiaohui is beaming with excitement as she brings up the upcoming sports festival. She finds the whole planning process incredibly interesting and is eager to share her thoughts. The students chat about their respective classes, realizing that neither side has settled on a theme yet. A sudden idea strikes Xiaohui, and she thinks she's found the perfect concept for her seniors. She excitedly pitches a fantasy-themed cosplay featuring a magical sister and her normal sibling. Her companion is a bit puzzled by the suggestion, but Xiaohui insists they would look great together. Back in class, Yuxin motivates everyone by promising a round of snacks if their entrance takes first place. The Yuri Frozen theme officially makes it onto the list of potential ideas for the vote. Students huddle together to discuss the suggestions as the class rep jots everything down. The group questions where the frozen idea came from, discovering it was a suggestion from a neighboring class. Won-yi tries to stay composed, though she seems slightly rattled by the mention of the outside suggestion. One student skeptically doubts that such a design would be enough to beat the competition. A couple of girls decide to head to a nearby exhibit to find some fresh inspiration for their project. Won-yi is taken aback when they actually invite her to come along, marking a rare moment of inclusion for her. The group agrees it's a great plan and decides to see if Shiny is interested in joining the outing. Yuxin happily bounces over to Shiny's desk to deliver the news of their group trip. The onlookers comment on how the two class reps are always together, figuring it's just part of their shared duties. The night sky hangs over the apartment complex as the lights within various units remain active. Inside one of the rooms, a young boy examines a photo book while confirming a detail with his sister. He looks closely at the pages, appearing somewhat flustered by what he sees inside. While Shiny stays focused on her desk work, the boy continues to flip through the book on the bed. He questions the flashy wrapping of the book, suggesting it has Yuxin's personal touch all over it. Shiny explains calmly that the protective layer is simply there to prevent the corners from getting damaged. The conversation shifts to the upcoming weekend, with Shiny confirming she's heading out with a group. She notes that the trip to the art exhibition is purely for school project inspiration. The boy makes a bitter face, clearly annoyed that he won't be able to join the outing. He points out that Shiny and Yuxin seem to be getting much closer lately. A brief silence fills the room as Shiny continues writing her notes. The boy breaks the quiet to ask a serious question that's been on his mind. He looks her straight in the eye and asks exactly what stage her relationship with Yuxin is at. The sudden inquiry causes Shinny to stop her pen mid-sentence. The room falls into a heavy silence as she processes the unexpected question. When she asks for clarification, the boy bluntly asks if the two of them are dating. The weight of the question lingers in the air as neither of them speaks for a moment. Shinny turns around with a flustered expression, demanding to know where he got such an idea. Feeling the heat of her gaze, the boy starts to sweat and look visibly nervous. He quickly backtracks, claiming he was just curious since their friendship has obviously improved. The boy shouts that he's only asking because he cares about his sister's well-being. He blushes deeply, trying to turn the focus back on her feelings instead of his own. Shinny listens quietly as he mentions how she still attends these outings, despite her usual bitter attitude. He boldly claims that the only reason she's even going is because of Yuxin's presence. Shinny remains silent, looking away as she reflects on his observation. She recalls moments of her classmates interacting and sharing photos during their time together. Memories of the group laughing and enjoying each other's company flash through her mind. Returning to the present, she maintains a stoic and thoughtful expression. She catches the boy off guard by calmly admitting that he might actually be right. Shinny looks down, adding that she isn't the only person Yuxin shows concern for. The boy is completely stunned into silence, never expecting her to actually agree with his theory. Crowds gather outside the bustling art museum for the special exhibition. A mascot character invites guests to take free pictures near the entrance. Students look on with confusion at the eccentric costumes and displays. Shinny's brother watches the group with a skeptical and observant gaze. He questions whether the girls are focusing too much on taking photos of Shinny. The group moves inside to explore the wide variety of artwork on display. They discuss the unique and sometimes bizarre designs found throughout the gallery. The students chat excitedly about the impressive scale of the exhibit. Yuxin opens up about her past opportunities and her decision to stay in school. Shinny's brother listens closely, surprised by Yuxin's mature outlook on life. Shinny looks distant as she mentions there was someone she couldn't leave behind. The group continues their stroll, discussing how family support shaped their paths. Her friends express how impressed they are with Yuxin's level of experience. Yuxin smiles while acknowledging that her mother helped her build many connections. The conversation shifts as they pass by several framed portraits and sculptures. One student realizes she recognizes a girl from a high-profile modeling job. Shinny's brother becomes visibly flustered as the topic turns toward his social circle. Shinny remains quiet, observing the group with a serious expression. Both Wan Yi and the brother shout in unison to deny any close relationship. A thick silence falls between them after their loud and defensive reaction. Wan Yi confirms they have met before, leaving the others curious. Desperate to escape the awkwardness, the brother points out a unique design nearby. Yuxin feels a wave of gratitude for Wan Yi's timely intervention. She watches her friends with a look of quiet appreciation. Shinny decides to head toward another part of the hall, walking away from the group. The group stands outside a large building covered in doodle-style art as the day winds down. The friends notice the sky darkening and worry about the upcoming rain. Yuxin looks up at the sky, realizing the weather is changing quickly. Inside the station, the group studies a complex transit map to figure out their route home. Shinny stares forward with a neutral expression while waiting. Yuxin calls out Shinny's name to grab her attention. Yuxin tries to convince Shinny to accompany her on a quick shopping errand. Shinny gives a flat refusal, not interested in the detour. Despite the rejection, Yuxin pleads for help, claiming she'll get lost without Shinny's superior sense of direction. Their friends check in to see which train line the pair will be taking. Yuxin explains to the others that they are heading off to buy something first. As they walk away, Shinny questions why Yuxin didn't ask anyone else for help. Yuxin gives a bright smile, admitting that she trusts Shinny the most. Shinny remains silent, looking at Yuxin with a contemplative expression. The urgent item turns out to be a fresh box of takoyaki topped sauce and mayo. Shinny stares at the snacks with a look of pure disbelief and annoyance. Yuxin happily takes her food from the shopkeeper, while Shinny threatens to lose her cool. On the train, Yuxin tries to offer Shinny a bite, but Shinny strictly reminds her not to eat on public transit. The train arrives at the station, and Shinny prepares to exit at her stop. Shinny begins to walk away through the crowded station. She stops and looks back, noticing that Yuxin is still following her. Yuxin enthusiastically announces that she plans to walk Shinny all the way home. Shinny tries to argue against it, pointing out that it's about to pour. Confident in her weather-predicting skills, Yuxin insists they have plenty of time before the rain starts. Shinny remains skeptical of Yuxin's bold claims. Heavy rain begins to fall across the city almost immediately. The two take shelter under an awning, completely drenched by the sudden downpour. Shinny shoots a glare at Yuxin, whose predictions have clearly failed. Yuxin laughs awkwardly, admitting that the situation is her fault. Since they can't travel in this weather, Shinny offers Yuxin a place to stay at her home. Yuxin accepts the invitation with a cheerful smile. However, Yuxin reveals a devious internal thought, suggesting this was her plan all along. The girls arrive at their floor and prepare to exit the elevator. Shinny and Yuxin stand together in the lift, still dripping wet from the sudden downpour. Yuxin is internally overjoyed, thinking about how long it has been since she was last at Shinny's place. She realizes that Shinny's brother is likely away at school prep, meaning they will have the house to themselves. Her heart begins to race as she tries to keep her composure during this unexpected turn of events. Upon entering the apartment, they are met by Shani's mother, who wonders why they didn't wait for the rain to stop. The mother is shocked to see them completely drenched and ushers them inside immediately. Yuxin is totally overwhelmed by the meeting, her face turning a bright shade of red. Shani's mother maintains a warm and welcoming smile for their guest. In a fit of nervous energy, Yuxin accidentally shouts out her internal thoughts about how stunning and kind the mother is. The mother finds Yuxin's honesty amusing, while Shani looks on with a completely deadpan expression. To prevent them from catching a cold, the mother suggests that they both take a shower right away. Yuxin is moved by the warm atmosphere of the home and the kindness she's been shown. She remains in a happy daze as the hospitality continues. Shini's mom insists that Yuxin needs to get into dry clothes as soon as possible. Shini looks a bit skeptical as her mother suggests finding some loose clothes for Yuxin to borrow. The realization that she will be wearing Shini's personal clothing hits Yuxin like a ton of bricks. Her face flushes even deeper as her mind races with the implications of requests. The mother ignores the tension and tells Shini to go pick out a good outfit for her friend. Yuxin feels like a lifelong dream is finally becoming a reality. In her mind, Shini's mother has been elevated to the status of a literal angel. She drifts off into a blissful daydream about the night's possibilities. The sheer excitement of the situation causes Yuxin to experience an intense physical reaction from the pressure. Shiny and her mother stare at the frozen, red-faced girl in confusion. Shiny attempts to get her friend moving so they can deal with their wet clothes. The mother panics when she sees Yuxin has developed a sudden nosebleed from the excitement. Yuxin quickly wipes herself off and insists she is fine, though her mind is clearly still racing. Yuxin sits frozen on the couch, her face flushed as she processes the sheer intensity of being in Shini's home. Shini's mother offers some juice to calm her nerves, but the hospitality only makes the representative more flustered. The mother laughs off the formal atmosphere, telling Yuxin she looks great in the borrowed clothes. As they sit together, Yuxin can hardly believe she's having a casual conversation with the vice president's mom. Mom expresses her gratitude, mentioning that Shini hasn't had many close friends since they moved. Yuxin quickly agrees, noting that while Shini isn't great at expressing herself, she's still amazing. A warm smile spreads across the mother's face as she listens to Yuxin's high praise of her daughter. Yuxin listens intently as the mother shares more personal details about Shiny's social life. The conversation continues as Mom explains how she's only heard about Yuxin through Shiny's rare mentions. Hearing that Shiny actually talks about her at home sends Yuxin into a state of pure shock. The chat is interrupted when Shini finishes her shower, surprising both of them as she enters the living room. Shini stands in the doorway wearing an oversized shirt, explaining she hurried so Yuxin wouldn't catch a cold waiting. Yuxin stares blankly, completely captivated by the vice president's casual and considerate appearance. In her mind, Shini is practically glowing with an angelic aura of kindness and beauty. It's finally Yuxin's turn, and the warm water starts flowing as she begins her own shower. Even under the spray, Yuxin's face remains frozen in a look of intense internal panic. She tries to maintain her composure while processing the fact that she's currently using Shiny's bathroom. Her eyes fixate on the various bottles of shampoo and toiletries lined up on the shelf. Seeing the specific brand of keepsakes used by the vice president sends Yuxin's mind into another tailspin. Back in the kitchen, Mom starts prepping for a meal, while Shini offers to help out. Outside, a massive bolt of lightning strikes as the storm over the city intensifies. Yuxin emerges from the bathroom wearing a pink t-shirt provided by the family, looking completely refreshed. Mom points out that the rain isn't stopping anytime soon and suggests that Yuxin stay for a meal. Despite Yuxin's polite hesitation, Mom reveals that a portion has already been prepared just for her. The rain continues to pour down on the apartment complex as evening sets in. Over at Yuxin's house, her mother watches TV while waiting for her daughter to return. The phone rings and Mom answers to hear the update on the rainy situation. Yuxin explains that she's currently wearing borrowed clothes and has been invited to stay for dinner. Her mother listens with a deadpan expression, likely used to her daughter's dramatic nature. Yuxin excitedly tells her mom about the troublesome situation while secretly enjoying every second of it. Rain lashes against the apartment complex as the storm intensifies outside. Shiny's mother peers through the window, noting that the downpour is only getting heavier. In the kitchen, Yuxin secretly hopes the rain continues for a few more days while she helps out. Shini considers whether she needs to head out and pick up her younger brother from his class. Yuxin realizes the boy likely forgot his umbrella and worries about him getting soaked. Shini's mom reassures them that her husband is already on his way to fetch him. The realization that she's about to meet Shini's father sends Yuxin into a state of nervous excitement. Yuxin beams at the thought of finally meeting both of her friends' parents in one night. While Shini looks on in confusion, Yuxin takes deep breaths and tries to rehearse her formal introduction. Kimi finally arrives home, looking thoroughly unimpressed by the miserable weather outside. Yuxin offers an overly enthusiastic welcome, catching the young boy completely off guard. Kimi is visibly shocked to find Yuxin hanging out in his living room while wearing his sister's clothes. Shani's mother watches the chaotic scene with a gentle, amused smile on her face. Still stuck in her rehearsal, Yuxin accidentally calls out for Dad, much to Shini's disbelief. Dinner is officially served just as a tall, imposing figure enters the room from the hallway. Yuxin spins around with a bright smile, ready to deliver her perfectly timed greeting to the man of the house. Shani's father walks in, looking professional and serious in his work attire. The sight of the tall man causes Yuxin to completely freeze as her mind goes totally blank. An awkward silence fills the room as everyone stares at the motionless, pale-faced guest. Shini's dad notices her strange behavior and asks she has something she wants to say. Yuxin remains frozen like a statue, unable to process the situation or find any of her words. Yuxin stares in stunned silence as the pressure of the situation begins to set in. The entire family gathers around the dinner table, with Shini's parents observing their guest while the siblings sit across from them. Feeling the heat, Yuxin nervously explains that she's visited before, though it was only when Shini was homesick. Shini's father notices her hesitation and asks if she's finding the meal to her liking since she's only eating plain rice. Kimi eats his meal with a skeptical expression, listening as his mother makes lighthearted comments about Shini. The mother then pivots the conversation toward an exhibit the girls recently attended, prompting an enthusiastic response from Yuxin. Shini's father keeps the conversation professional, inquiring about the specific date for the school's upcoming sports festival. Yuxin eagerly encourages the parents to attend, highlighting how lively and exciting the event will be. Kimi checks his phone and realizes the festival falls on a Saturday, meaning he won't have to attend his usual prep classes. His mother asks if he's interested in his sister's school, causing him to look away with a slight blush. He tries to play it cool, claiming he only wants to see the rare sight of his sister actually exercising. However, he quickly changes his tune, loudly declaring that he's actually going to cheer for Yuxin instead. This sudden outburst leaves him blushing furiously as the adults laugh about Yuxin's popularity. Outside, a massive lightning strike illuminates the apartment complex as the storm continues to rage. After dinner, the family transitions to the living room, sitting in a heavy, awkward silence while everyone focuses on their own tasks. Shini and Yuxin sit together on the edge of their seats, feeling the stifling atmosphere of the quiet room. Yuxin's nerves reach a breaking point as she realizes the rain isn't letting up, making her stay even longer. Shini looks over at her friend, maintaining a calm and unreadable expression. Noticing that Yuxin is physically shaking from the stress, Shini decides it's time for a change of scenery. She stands up abruptly, preparing to lead her guest away from the crowded living area. Shini invites Yuxin to head to her bedroom, which catches the nervous girl completely off guard. Kimi watches the duo leave with a look of pure shock, wondering what they could possibly be up to. Once they are safely behind closed doors, Yuxin lets out a massive sigh of relief, feeling like she has finally escaped the intense pressure of the parents. Shini stands by quietly, watching as her friend tries to regain her composure. Yuxin beams, explaining that she feels significantly more relaxed now that they are alone in a private space. However, the realization of the quiet, intimate setting quickly causes her eyes to widen. Shini takes a seat on the edge of the bed, waiting patiently for her guest to settle in. Yuxin immediately panics, covering her face as she realizes her heart is now racing even faster than it was in the living room. Rain lashes against the window as the curtains flutter in the stormy breeze. Yuxin is instantly impressed by the simple yet elegant interior of the bedroom. Shini points out that this isn't exactly a new location for her guest, wondering why it feels different now. The sudden observation leaves Yuxin feeling a bit called out and flustered. Shini maintains her usual cool and collected expression while waiting for a response. An awkward atmosphere settles over the room as the two girls stand in silence. Panic sets in for Yuxin as she desperately tries to figure out how to keep the conversation going. She stands there frozen with a swirling mess of thoughts while Shini continues to watch her. Shini decides to step out for a moment to grab some drinks, leaving her guest alone. Once the door shuts, Yuxin is left standing in the middle of the room by herself. She takes a cautious look around to make sure the coast is finally clear. A mischievous grin spreads across her face as she realizes this is the perfect chance to investigate. With a burst of energy, she rushes toward the bed to get a closer look at Shani's personal space. She can't help but marvel at how soft the bedding is as she leans into it. Her excitement peaks as she rolls around on the mattress, enjoying the comfort of the room. While lying down, something small and familiar catches her eye near the headboard. It's the raccoon plushie that was once a gift, sitting proudly right on the bed. Yuxin is moved to see that Shini keeps the keepsake so close to her every night. She imagines her friend sleeping peacefully with the gift and feels a surge of happiness. Her investigation continues as she spots another item sitting out on the desk. She discovers a photo book she gave Shini, realizing it wasn't hidden away on a shelf but kept out in the open. The thought that Shini might look this every day sends her into a total emotional meltdown. Overwhelmed with joy, she falls back onto the bed and kicks her legs in the air. She quickly scrambles to put the book back exactly where she found it before she gets caught. She collapses back of the mattress in a state of pure bliss, thanking her lucky stars. The door swings open as Shani returns with 2 cans of soda, only to find her guest acting very strange. Shini stares in deadpan silence while Yuxin freezes mid-flail, realizing she's been caught red-handed. Shini brings out 2 cans of soda, mentioning that the milk is reserved for Kimi. Yuxin is overwhelmed with embarrassment after being caught acting silly. Shini looks back from the balcony, wondering why Yuxin is just standing there instead of relaxing. The representative is completely frozen in place, unsure of how to react to the situation. She attempts to play it cool by putting on an incredibly serious and intense expression. Shinny points out how happy she looked just a moment ago, prompting a panicked apology from the guest. The storm continues outside, leaving the two girls to wonder how long the rain will last. Shinny watches the downpour with a calm, stoic expression. Yuxin lets out a nervous laugh to break the heavy tension in the room. She realizes that if the rain doesn't stop, she will definitely miss the last bus home. Her face contorts into another bizarrely serious look as she considers her options. This over-the-top expression is her final attempt to stay composed and hide her inner thoughts. Shinny remains unbothered, seemingly ignoring the strange faces her guest is making. The vice president asks if a walk home is out of the question since it is late and raining. Yuxin's frantic movements cause her accidentally knock a soda can right off the side table. Both girls immediately dive to the floor to retrieve the rolling can. Their faces end up just inches apart during the scramble to grab the drink. Yuxin is just relieved the can didn't burst open upon hitting the ground. She tries to show off a one-handed opening trick, but the pressurized soda sprays directly onto Shinny's face and clothes. In a total panic, Yuxin rushes forward to wipe the sticky mess off Shinny's shirt. Shinny is left stunned and covered in soda, while Yuxin frantically tries to clean the stains from her face and torso. The realization of the chaotic situation finally hits the representative as she stops to look at Shinny. Kimi chooses that exact moment to walk into the room, carrying a bowl of fresh fruit. He stops dead in his tracks, seeing the two girls in a very awkward and misunderstood position. The younger brother's face turns beet red as he completely misinterprets the cleanup effort before him. Shinny's mother looks on with a curious expression as the commotion continues down the hall. Shinny stands at the door, explaining that she simply got splashed with soda during the chaos. Still wearing her damp shirt, Shinny looks completely drained by the series of misunderstandings. She looks away with a slight blush, likely replaying the accidental closeness in her head. Yuxin is left wide-eyed and reeling from the intensity of the situation. Shinny remains flustered, her expression turning somber as she tries to process everything. She awkwardly wipes her face, clearly uncomfortable with how things turned out. Back in the room, Kimi is absolutely fuming, his face contorted with annoyance. Yuxin tries to play it off with a nervous, shaky smile, but it's not convincing anyone. The two engage in a tense standoff, with Kimi refusing to let the matter go. Kimi is so worked up that he's practically vibrating with rage and frustration. Yuxin starts to question if her actions were actually misinterpreted by everyone else. The bickering continues as they sit on opposite sides of the room, neither willing to back down. Kimi's face turns bright red as he struggles to articulate his anger toward her. Yuxin makes a ridiculous face to mock him, further escalating the tension. Her expression shifts to a dark, grumbling scowl as the verbal sparring gets personal. Kimi is convinced that Yuxin is a bad influence and vows to protect his sister from her antics. He stares her down with a sharp, judgmental look, clearly not finished with his lecture. Yuxin is completely blindsided when Kimi drops a heavy accusation her way. The argument reaches a boiling point as they shout insults back and forth. Shocked by the harsh words, Yuxin stands frozen as the weight of the insult sinks in. Their petty fight turns into a full-blown shouting match that could probably be heard through the walls. Suddenly, a wave of realization hits Yuxin, and she stops mid-argument. She reflects on her behavior toward Shinny, wondering if she was actually being way too forward. Kimi watches with a smug expression, thinking he's finally won the psychological battle. He prepares to deliver one final insult to seal his perceived victory. Kimi levels a shocking accusation about a past gift, leaving Yuxin looking completely drained and solaced. Shinny returns to the room looking completely baffled by the sudden, awkward atmosphere. She finds Kimi celebrating his supposed win while Yuxin sits in a state of total defeat. Rain pours over the large apartment complex as the night sets in. Kimi maintains a skeptical and annoyed expression, while watching the others. Yuxin shares the same sentiment, wondering why their guest has not decided to leave yet. The group sits in an awkward silence, with Shinny focused on her device, while the boys sit nearby. Shinny eventually looks up, sensing the heavy atmosphere in the room. To break the tension, she suggests they play a game of Uno. The trio gathers around to standardize the rules before starting the match. A hand reaches out to draw the first card from the deck to begin the round. Shinny reveals the starter as a red 3 and prepares her hand. Yuxin tries to play a card, but Kimi quickly intercepts with his own move. The two boys immediately begin bickering over the turn order and specific house rules. Shinny remains calm and focused on the game despite the chaotic energy from her companions. Yuxin confidently plays a red 8 while Kimi looks on with visible stress. Shinny shuts down the momentum by playing a skip card, much to the others' dismay. Realizing she's no playable cards, Yuxin is forced to draw from the deck. Both Yuxin and Kimi stare in utter shock as Shinny suddenly unloads a massive stack of matching cards. The two competitors stand defeated, realizing they have no way to counter her strategy. The game continues with the others silently drawing more cards as they fall further behind. Shinny announces she is down to her final card, signaling her imminent victory. Yuxin and Kimi react with pure horror at how quickly they were dismantled. Shinny wears a subtle, competitive smirk as she prepares to lay down the winning card. The boys realize they've been completely outclassed by her hidden gaming skills. Kimi stands dejected after losing the match and facing the consequences. The digital screen displays the designated penalty, which involves posting an embarrassing selfie with a specific caption. Yuxin enthusiastically offers to help take the photo, while Kimi protests the unfairness of the situation. A social media post eventually goes live, featuring a blurry photo of Kimi paired with the humiliating caption. A hand pauses over a notebook while a phone sits nearby. The smartphone screen lights up with an incoming call from a contact labeled idiot. A girl answers the phone, looking surprised by the sudden interruption. She listens in disbelief as the caller claims to be a victim of bullying. Frustrated by the nonsense, she immediately ends the call. The group argues over the embarrassing photo penalties. One guy sports a drawn-on mustache as a forfeit for losing. The girl demonstrates 4 exaggerated expressions of rejection. A humiliating penalty forces the guy to sit in a strained, awkward position. The group continues the games with a ridiculous animal imitation. A blurred frame shows a decorative tree painting on the wall. Sheenie remains smug as she maintains her winning streak. The opponents suddenly realize Sheenie hasn't lost a single round yet. They glare at her, determined to see her finally face a penalty. An intense silent agreement forms between the two to take Sheenie down. Sheenie remains unfazed, leading the next round with a red 5. The challengers play aggressively, shouting their moves with intensity. Sheenie's turn is skipped as the others try to lock her out. The pile grows with various action cards and color changes. A +4 penalty is dropped, targeting Shiny directly. Another skip card ensures Sheenie cannot make a move. Sheenie is forced to draw even more cards, increasing her hand size. With only 1 card left, the guy triumphantly calls, "Oh no." The girl realizes they finally have a winning strategy in hand. A subtle wink signals a color change to secure the victory. She slams down a wild card, aggressively calling for the color green. Sheenie wins the round anyway, leaving the duo in complete shock. Sheenie looks on in confusion as her opponents celebrate her win. Kimi and Yuxin cheer excitedly, demanding that Sheenie finally face a punishment for her winning streak. Sheenie remains skeptical, calling out the pair for their obvious and suspicious teamwork throughout the game. When Sheenie asks if they were colluding, Yuxin and Kimi quickly try to defend their individual play styles. The duo ignores her accusations and pressures her to hurry up and draw a card from the penalty deck. Sheenie reluctantly reaches toward the pile to see what destiny has in store for her. She pulls a card and stares at the instructions with a look of pure disbelief. The card requires a specific physical mark to be placed on the oldest player's neck. A heavy silence falls over the group as they sit on the bed and process the task. Everyone looks at each other awkwardly, realizing the implications of the draw. Yuxin blushes while gesturing toward herself, while a shocked Kimi berates her for being so bold. Sheenie is visibly confused and asks why such a task is even part of the game. Yuxin and Kimi argue that since they haven't redrawn all night, everyone deserves a second chance. Feeling the pressure, Shiny agrees to let Yuxin draw a different card to avoid the first task. Yuxin lets out a sigh of relief, though she still seems quite flustered by the ordeal. A hand reaches out to carefully select a new card from the pile on the bed sheets. The trio leans in to inspect the new challenge, hoping for something less awkward. Kimi gets distracted by something else and turns away from the group in surprise. Claiming to be busy, Kimi leaves the 2 girls alone to figure out the next step. Shani and Yuxin look at each other with blank expressions as they read the new card together. The new instruction requires them to hold a piece of paper between their faces for 10 seconds. They continue to stare at one another, realizing this replacement task isn't much better than the last. Shinny looks concerned, realizing the game has taken another unexpected turn. Realizing the proximity required for the task, Yuxin reacts with a shout of pure shock. Yuxin freezes in place, blushing intensely while holding a small piece of paper. Shinny tells her that, because Kimi is busy, they have no choice but to accept the loss and proceed. Shinny stares at paper in her hands, her face turning red as she prepares for the countdown. Both girls sit close together, feeling the weight of the awkward 10-second rule. Yuxin stammers through her embarrassment, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. Shinny tells Yuxin that she will owe her a major favor for going through with this challenge. Yuxin stares blankly with a deep blush spreading across her face. Shiny and Yuxin stand awkwardly in the middle of the room, clearly shaken by the previous proximity task. Shinny looks away, wondering if the other person can hear her racing heart. Yuxin feels the tension rising, noticing a sound that seems to be getting louder. Kimi suddenly bursts through the door with a bowl of fruit, completely oblivious to the mood. The girls sit frozen on the bed as the younger brother asks about the results of the card draw. Yuxin is completely overwhelmed by embarrassment, unable to find her words. Shinny avoids eye contact, her face glowing bright red from the intensity of the moment. Kimi points at them in shock, demanding to know why both of their faces are so flushed. Yuxin quickly tries to cover up the situation by blaming it on a game penalty. Both girls remain tense as they try to navigate the awkward questioning. Yuxin makes up a wild excuse about performing an interpretive dance to explain their appearance. Kimi is left entirely confused, unable to wrap his head around such a strange explanation. He continues to press them, questioning why Yuxin is also blushing if she wasn't the one dancing. Yuxin claims she simply felt embarrassed on behalf of her friend's performance. Shini remains quiet while Kimi tries to visualize the supposed dance. Eventually, Shini grabs the cards and announces she needs to take a quick break in the restroom. Kimi and Yuxin watch her leave as the atmosphere remains heavy with unspoken tension. Yuxin collapses onto the bed, claiming she is far too tired to continue playing right now. Kimi looks down at her, clearly not buying the sudden exhaustion. A slight blush appears on Kimi's face as he contemplates the events of the evening. He sits in silence, wondering if his sister's friend actually looked good during the alleged dance. Frustrated, he accuses Yuxin of faking sleep just to avoid further interrogation. Yuxin keeps her eyes closed, fully committed to her pretend nap. Kimi realizes he is being ignored and grumbles about the obvious avoidance tactic. A few minutes pass before Shani finally returns to the bedroom. She is met with the sight of both Yuxin and Kimi resting quietly on the bed, leaving her utterly baffled. Outside the window, the heavy rain finally settles into a quiet drizzle on the balcony railing. Shini's mother notices the change in weather and mentions that the storm has passed. She turns her attention back toward the room with a look of mild surprise. Inside, Shiny remains focused on her book while Yuxin and Kimi lie motionless on the bed. The mother questions why both of them are suddenly fast asleep. Kimi keeps his eyes shut tight, fully committed to his act of resting. His mother gives him a firm nudge, insisting he needs to sleep in his own room so Shini has space to rest. Internally, Kimi fumes at the unfairness of being the only one forced to wake up, while Yuxin stays put. The mother looks on, wondering if he is actually as deep in sleep as he appears. Realizing he can't win, Kimi lets out a big stretch and complains about being treated like a child. He eventually gives in and prepares to head back to his own quarters as instructed. Before leaving, he shoots a suspicious glare toward the still sleeping Yuxin. He can tell she is just waiting for the right moment to claim victory in their little game of acting. Kimi abruptly slaps the bed to startle her awake, earning a quick scolding from his mother for being rude. Yuxin sits up with a fake yawn, pretending she has no idea how she drifted off. The mother kindly informs her that since the rain has stopped, it is time for her to head home. Yuxin is momentarily stunned by the sudden news that her stay is over. Shiny glances over from her desk, maintaining her quiet and observant demeanor. The mother considers the logistics of the late hour and how to get her home. Yuxin remains in a daze, processing the quick end to the evening. Her face turns bright red as she desperately hopes for an invitation to stay the night instead. She tries to jump at the chance to stay, but Shini immediately shuts down the idea with a firm refusal. The group gathers in the room as they finalize the plan for Yuxin's departure. Shini points out that Yuxin shouldn't leave her own mother home alone for the entire day. Agreeing with the logic, Shini's mother offers to help pack up Yuxin's belongings into a bag. Everyone gathers at the front door as Yuxin prepares to step back out into the night with her things. Kimi waves a cheerful goodbye, clearly amused to see his sister's friend finally heading out. Walking away, Yuxin grumbles to herself about the harsh return to reality and her frustration with the weather. Back inside, the father offers a warm and supportive smile to the family. Yuxin calls out one last farewell to Shini, but Kimi tells her to keep it down while his sister studies. Shini stays focused on her reading, though a faint blush lingers on her face. Shini stares ahead with a focused and somewhat intense expression. She looks down at Yuxin and Kimi, who are both sprawled out on the bed. To make them more comfortable, Shiny grabs Kimi's legs and pulls him into a better position. After fixing the younger brother, she turns her attention toward Yuxin. Shiny gives Yuxin's legs a firm tug to align her properly on the mattress. Satisfied with the arrangement, Shiny heads back to her desk while the two guests rest. Yuxin and Kimi lie perfectly still side by side, appearing to be fast asleep. Yuxin secretly cracks an eye open to see what Shiny is doing at her desk. Seeing Shiny looking her way, Yuxin quickly closes her eyes and wonders if she's being watched. Suddenly, Shiny reaches out and gently places a hand on Yuxin's cheek. The unexpected contact causes Yuxin to blush intensely as she tries to remain still. Her face heats up and she begins to sweat from the sheer tension of the moment. Yuxin's heart races as she wonders what will happen next. However, the hand is quickly withdrawn, leaving Yuxin in a state of flustered confusion. Shiny simply returns to her books, leaving the room in a quiet, studious atmosphere. The two remain in silence, with Shiny focused entirely on her academic work. Yuxin realizes that was the end of the interaction and stays quiet on the bed. Later, while riding in a car, Yuxin can't help but smirk at the memory of the encounter. She recalls Shiny's practical concern about sleeping at a bad angle causing neck pain. Yuxin chats with her companion during the drive home, looking much more relaxed. The woman driving shares some of the funny things Kimi has said about Yuxin in the past. Yuxin laughs off the comments, jokingly calling the younger boy a brat. The mood shifts when the driver suddenly offers a sincere thank you to Yuxin. She explains that Shiny is usually very guarded and doesn't open up to people easily. It turns out Shiny had a very close friend once, but things ended poorly after a major argument. Yuxin listens closely, realizing why Shiny might be so hesitant to make new connections. A brief memory shows Shiny looking dejected and withdrawn in the past. The old friend is shown being cheerful and inquisitive before the falling out happened. Shiny is seen reacting coldly, telling the former friend to stop bringing up certain topics. Back in the car, Yuxin reflects on this hidden side of Shiny's history. She finally asks if the driver knows exactly who this mysterious former friend was. The car cruises down the quiet night road as the conversation continues. Yuxin listens intently to the surprising details about Shiny's past struggles. Shiny's mother drives while explaining her daughter's history of maturity and isolation. Inside the vehicle, the two discuss how Shiny once brought a friend home, only to deeply hurt. Yuxin is shocked to hear that Shiny was betrayed by someone she trusted as a teenager. The mother expresses her hope that Shani will eventually find someone truly kind. The betrayal leaves Yuxin feeling empathetic toward her friend's guarded nature. A mental image of Shani shows her as a stoic student, hardened by her past experiences. Yuxin realizes that Shani's distant behavior was a defense mechanism to avoid further pain. The atmosphere in the car shifts as Shani's mother looks toward Yuxin with a specific request. With a gentle smile, the mother asks Yuxin to be the person who stays by Shani's side. Without a second thought, Yuxin enthusiastically accepts the responsibility. She vows that no matter what happens, she will never do anything to hurt or betray Shani. Shani's mother watches her with a look of surprise and appreciation. Relieved to have found such a loyal companion for her daughter, the mother beams with joy. The car finally arrives at the apartment complex under the dark night sky. Yuxin steps out and waves a friendly goodbye as the vehicle prepares to leave. Standing alone, she reflects on the heavy task she has just taken on. Suddenly, the excitement hits her, and she celebrates the fact that Shani's mom trusts her. Overjoyed, she skips toward her home, officially declaring herself Shani's protector. The next morning at school, Yuxin greets Shani with an incredibly bright and cheerful attitude. Shani is visibly confused by the sudden and intense surge of energy from her classmate. Yuxin immediately presents a bag of breakfast items she bought specifically for her. While Shani holds her things, Yuxin prepares to dive into their daily school responsibilities. She practically snatches the work away, insisting on handling all the tallying herself. With flowers practically blooming around her, Yuxin asks if there's anything else Shani needs. Shani stares at her blankly, wondering what could have caused such a drastic change in behavior. Yuxin simply laughs it off, keeping her true motivations a secret for now. The awkward tension continues as Yuxin hovers around Shani's desk with a massive smile. From Shani's perspective, she worries she's being punished for something that happened the previous night. Meanwhile, Yuxin is purely motivated by the promise she made to Shani's mother. A student's hand reaches out and presses a button on a school vending machine. A fresh bottle of milk clangs into the retrieval slot. Yuxin picks it up and offers it to Shani with a bright, overly helpful smile. Shani takes the drink but points out that she was perfectly capable of reaching the button herself. Yuxin brushes off the cold response, walking alongside her friend with relentless cheer. Shani narrows her eyes, immediately suspicious that Yuxin is plotting something behind all this unnecessary kindness. Yuxin acts offended, insisting that she is just trying to be genuinely nice. Shani remains skeptical, giving her a side eye that shows she isn't buying the act. Yuxin pouts slightly, realizing her sudden change in attitude is a bit too obvious. She explains that after the previous night, she realized she needs to work harder to gain trust. However, she quickly remembers the promise she made to Shani's mom to keep their secret talk under wraps. Feeling the pressure, Yuxin stammers and tries to come up with a believable excuse for her behavior. She claims she simply had so much fun playing the night before that she wants to do it again with more people. Shani stares back with a blank, unimpressed expression as the explanation falls flat. Yuxin's mind flashes back to a flustered moment from the previous evening, leaving her feeling quite shaken. Shani turns bright red and snaps at Yuxin, calling her mean for bringing up the past. She begins to walk away, sternly ordering Yuxin to stop talking about what happened last night. With a final glare, she threatens to never speak to Yuxin again if the subject comes up one more time. Instead of being deterred, Yuxin feels a metaphorical arrow to the heart, captivated by the intense reaction. She watches Shani walk off, thinking to herself how pretty the girl looks even when she's angry. In a small chibi form, Yuxin wonders why she's seeing her friend blush more and more frequently. She puts a hand to her chin, pondering the deeper meaning behind these emotional outbursts. As she continues to think, she realizes there might be a specific reason for the sudden change. Suddenly, Yuxin recalls a specific 10-second encounter from the night before that she had almost forgotten. She theorizes that Shani's bright red face is a sign of embarrassment, which only happens around someone a person truly cares about. This leads Yuxin to the wild conclusion that Shani must be secretly in love with her, sending her into a state of ecstatic excitement. Back in the classroom, the other students are going about their day and chatting amongst themselves. Yuxin scans the room, desperate to find someone to share her newfound joy and theory with. She eventually approaches a classmate, twisting with a mix of nervous energy and pure happiness over her discovery. Yuxin recalls her past confession to Wan Yi while feeling flustered. Wan Yi notices the odd behavior and asks what is on her mind. Yuxin excitedly claims she just wants to share some happy news. Wan Yi remains skeptical as she listens to the upcoming explanation. Yuxin tells a story about a friend who has harbored a long-term crush. Wan Yi immediately suspects the friend in the story is actually Yuxin herself. The giggle-filled story continues with the friend discovering her crush likes her back. Wan Yi gives a blank, silent stare in response to the obvious setup. When Wan Yi asks for clarification, Yuxin panics and insists she's only talking about a friend. Wan Yi decides to play along and keep the mood light for now. Wan Yi asks for specific evidence regarding how this friend knows her crush likes her. Yuxin explains that the crush's face turns bright red whenever they look at her. Wan Yi realizes Yuxin has absolutely zero experience when it comes to romance. She points out that blushing happened for a variety of non-romantic reasons. Looking like an expert, Won Yi continues to break down the social logic. Won Yi warns that jumping to conclusions can lead to very awkward misunderstandings. Yuxin realizes she almost made a massive mistake by being far too obvious. She then asks Won Yi for a lesson on how to correctly identify if a friend has feelings. Won Yi takes a moment to consider the best way to explain the situation. She prepares to list the genuine signs of affection. According to Won Yi, a person who likes you will always be attentive and treat you with warmth. Yuxin listens with a blank but focused expression. The list continues, noting that a person in love will worry about your problems and try to cheer you up. Won Yi finishes her thought while starting to check her phone. She checks back in on the friend's story one last time to see if it matches. Yuxin turns a shade of gray as she realizes Shinny's behavior does not match any of these positive signs. Won Yi starts typing rapidly on her phone to find a more reliable method to help her friend. Across the room, Shinny continues reading her book while the duo talks behind her. Shinny looks up with a suspicious glance, sensing that something is definitely off. Yuxin balances a pencil on her lip, wondering why she doesn't feel comforted by her current situation. She gathers more pencils, resolving to test if the VP actually harbors positive feelings for her. The representative imagines a scenario where she finally confirms the truth about their relationship. A cheerful smile spreads across her face as she envisions a positive outcome to her plan. As the dismissal bell rings, she stands up with renewed determination to follow her friend's advice. Yuxin approaches Shinny at her desk, handing over a class folder to test her reaction to physical proximity. She notes with internal excitement that Shinny doesn't immediately move her hand away from the folder. Shinny looks up with a neutral expression as Yuxin takes a seat right next to her. The VP briefly looks away, seemingly reacting to the sudden close contact. Encouraged by the lack of a negative response, Yuxin prepares to move to the next phase of her inquiry. She leans in and asks Shinny for her opinion on people having feelings for others. With a hopeful look, she questions if being liked is generally a positive or stressful experience. Shinny maintains a calm and steady gaze while processing the question. The VP bluntly labels such attention as annoying, catching the representative off guard. Undeterred, Yuxin shifts her questioning to ask what Shinny thinks of people with her personality. Shinny looks down, appearing to give the specific question some serious thought. An imagined version of the representative acts overly confident about being popular. Shinny repeats her previous assessment, once again calling the behavior annoying. Despite the setback, Yuxin decides to be more direct to ensure she gets a clear answer. She leans over to speak directly to Shinny, setting a serious tone for the conversation. Shinny listens intently as the representative prepares to share a personal detail. The two remain at the desk in a quiet classroom, surrounded by a tense atmosphere. Yuxin begins to state that she has someone she likes, watching for a reaction. Shinny turns her head slightly, meeting the representative's gaze with a steady look. Yuxin waits with a nervous expression, hoping for a breakthrough in their interaction. Shinny stares back with total indifference, leaving Yuxin desperate for any kind of reaction to her confession. Stunned by the complete lack of interest, Yuxin freezes as her plan to spark some jealousy immediately backfires. Shinny abruptly ends the conversation, announcing she's headed to the restroom without giving the news a second thought. Yuxin watches her walk away, frustrated that her target isn't even the slightest bit curious about who the crush might be. She initially hangs her head in defeat, realizing her attempt to gauge Shinny's feelings was a total failure. However, she quickly begins overthinking, wondering if Shinny actually ran off because she was too embarrassed to stay. Finding comfort in this logic, Yuxin nods to herself, convinced that her plan worked after all. Meanwhile, Shinny walks through the school corridor, maintaining her usual calm and detached demeanor. She moves through the hallway without a hint of the embarrassment Yuxin imagined. As she walks, memories of Yuxin's previous interactions and her recent confession flash through her mind. Shinny keeps her gaze fixed forward, seemingly unaffected by the revelation. She continues on her way, dismissively wondering who would actually be interested in such things. Back in class, Yuxin holds a ballot box while standing in front of a chalkboard filled with bizarre sports festival themes. She turns to Shinny, curiously asking which of the many options she decided to vote for. Shinny looks over the strange list of suggestions while holding her folded slip of paper. Yuxin watches her intently, hoping they might have picked the same magical girl theme. After collecting all the votes, Yuxin prepares to tally them up to see which theme won. She pulls out a slip and stares at it with a deadpan expression, questioning the questionable tastes of her classmates. Nearby, the student responsible for the esoteric suggestion adjusts her glasses with a look of immense pride. Yuxin tries to get Shinny's input on the winning idea, but she is met with a cold and dismissive response. The rep is visibly confused by Shinny's prickly attitude during the vote count. When asked if she's mad, Shinny bluntly denies it before walking away with the box of ballots. Yuxin is left standing there, completely baffled by how quickly Shinny's mood shifted. Later, Yuxin approaches Shinny at her desk, eager to show off some design sketches for the upcoming event. She points to a specific costume design she liked, even though the idea didn't end up winning the vote. Trying to lighten the mood, Yuxin laughs and tells Shinny she would look like a professional model in anything. Shinny stares at her with a sharp, piercing look, asking if she has a specific preference for that type of person. Yuxin is completely baffled, wondering why Shinny is suddenly mentioning a model. Shinny continues packing her things in silence, giving Yuxin the cold shoulder. A flustered Yuxin tries to keep up with Shiny's sudden change in mood and confusing accusations. Shinny maintains a stern expression, clearly bothered by Yuxin's previous claims. Yuxin panics, loudly denying that she has any interest in a model. Shinny shoots a sharp look back, reminding Yuxin that she was the one who claimed to like someone else. The realization hits Yuxin hard as she realizes her fake crush plan has backfired. She tries to defend herself by pointing out she never actually mentioned a specific person. Shinny shuts down the conversation immediately, stating she has no interest in hearing any more explanations. Shinny looks away with a dismissive gaze, acting as if she doesn't care about Yuxin's preferences. Yuxin is left standing there in stunned silence as the tension between them grows. Feeling the situation is totally unfair, Yuxin protests against Shinny's harsh judgment. Yuxin's eyes go wide as she struggles to process Shinny's blunt attitude. Shinny remains distant, refusing to look back while they move through the classroom. An awkward silence fills the room as Shinny prepares to leave. Shinny bluntly calls Yuxin a liar before turning her back and walking out. Frustrated, Yuxin shouts after her, finally confessing that the person she actually likes is Shinny herself. Yuxin chases after her in the hallway, loudly declaring that Shinny is the only one she ever liked. As they walk, Yuxin sheepishly admits she was just trying a different way to express her feelings. Shinny scolds her, telling Yuxin that she needs to be clear about her intentions when talking to people. Yuxin pauses, staring at Shinny as she tries to rid the situation. Emboldened, Yuxin asks Shinny directly if she feels the same way about her. Shinny avoids eye contact, her face showing a hint of frustration and hidden emotion. Yuxin gets close and teases Shinny, suggesting that her anger is actually proof that she likes her back. The two continue down the hallway with Yuxin pestering Shinny for a clear answer. Shinny finally breaks her silence to state that she definitely doesn't hate her, leaving Yuxin hopeful. Yuxin processes the confirmation of Shiny's feelings with a stunned expression. She quickly shifts into a joyful, blushing state, convinced their feelings are mutual. The two walk home against a sunset backdrop, Yuxin playfully teasing while Shinny remains grumpy. Shinny maintains a stern face as Yuxin continues her energetic chatter. Yuxin ignores the scolding, laughing brightly as she follows along. The pair continues their walk, Shiny's annoyance failing to dampen Yuxin's high spirits. Back at school, a student with glasses explains the project's significance to a skeptical Yuxin. A blonde classmate watches the exchange with a flat, unimpressed look. Shinny clarifies the religious theme for the group with her usual serious demeanor. Yuxin reacts with shock, clearly not a fan of the suggested roles. She looks defeated after learning the class won't fund her outfit designs. The blonde student reminds her that the class works as a collective unit. Yuxin stares blankly at the paper she just drew for the character lottery. She stands before the classroom, waiting to reveal her assigned role to the others. Realizing she drew the role of God, Yuxin looks absolutely miserable despite the glowing aura. She nervously glances over at Shinny, curious about what role the VP received. Shinny quietly examines her own slip of paper, her expression unreadable. Yuxin's eyes widen in realization as she figures out Shiny's assignment. She can't help but tease Shinny for landing the role of Mary, much to the VP's frustration. Yuxin looks back at her own paper, still processing the irony of their luck. She offers a mock trade to help Shinny avoid the spotlight. Shinny remains composed, insisting they stick to the results of the fair draw. Yuxin and Shinny walk to school together, noting how they've been running into each other more frequently lately. Yuxin smiles as they approach the school's announcement boards. They run into Xia Yuxin, who is busy putting up posters for the upcoming school events. Xia Yuxin confirms that the new displays are indeed for the sports festival. The group chats about their class themes, with Yuxin's class preparing a religious-themed performance. Xia Yuxin shifts the conversation to an upcoming anime convention happening nearby. Yuxin is instantly hyped for the event, though Shinny has no idea what it even is. Yuxin explains the appeal of dressing up as characters and meeting fellow fans. Shinny remains unimpressed, bluntly stating that the whole idea sounds boring. Yuxin tries to sell the idea by claiming they need costume inspiration for their school play. Shinny suggests a more practical approach, like simply ordering outfits online to avoid the trip. Xia Yuxin joins the persuasion effort, begging Shinny to come along for the day. Shinny looks slightly taken aback by the junior's high level of enthusiasm. Xia Yuxin confesses that she really just wants a chance to take a commemorative photo with Shinny. Shinny stares back silently while processing the intense request. Eventually, Shinny agrees to go but makes it clear she will only wear her own normal clothes. On the day of the event, Yuxin shows up in a simple white shirt and shorts. The two meet up at the entrance, both dressed in very casual, everyday outfits. They look around the crowded area, searching for their junior among the fans. Xia Yuxin finally appears, decked out in a highly detailed costume and a large hat. Yuxin is amazed by the elaborate outfit and asks about the niche character. Shinny observes Yuxin's heavy backpack, wondering what she is actually carrying inside. The convention grounds are buzzing with fans dressed as various iconic anime characters. Surrounded by cosplayers, Shiny begins to feel self-conscious about her plain attire. Yuxin reveals she brought extra clothes in her bag, admitting she planned for them to dress up all along. The convention hall is packed with people waiting near the fitting room area. Xiao Hui and Yuxin wait with high expectations for Shiny to finish her transformation. Shiny emerges wearing an elaborate white and pink dress paired with long hair extensions. The sight of Shiny's transformation leaves both Yuxin and Xiao Hui completely starstruck. The friends immediately start taking numerous photos of the impressive outfit on their phones. Shiny nudges Yuxin toward the fitting room, reminding her that it is now her turn to change. Before entering, Yuxin playfully warns the others to prepare for her own reveal. Xiao Hui expresses her admiration for Yuxin's design talent while they wait. Shiny remains patient but silent as she adjusts to the attention her new look is drawing. Nearby attendees are impressed by the quality of the costume and ask for permission to take pictures. Xiao Hui enthusiastically agrees to the requests, pulling Shiny along into the spotlight. Shiny maintains a stoic expression, while her junior interacts with the growing crowd. Xiao Hui confidently poses for the cameras, fully embracing the convention atmosphere. A small group of photographers gathers around the pair to capture Shiny's detailed attire. Shiny takes a moment to process the overwhelming experience of being the center of attention. Noticing her silence, Xiao Hui checks in to see if Shiny is feeling overwhelmed by the event. The two walk through the hall together, discussing their past experiences with similar gatherings. Xiao Hui shares how Yuxin's influence helped her overcome low self-esteem and find happiness. Shiny listens quietly as the junior describes how much her perspective on life has changed. With a bright smile, Xiao Hui notes that Yuxin's positive energy is truly contagious. Shiny reflects on this sentiment, wondering if she has experienced a similar personal growth. She realizes that she does feel a similar sense of happiness when spending time with her friend. Yuxin cautiously peeks out from behind the fitting room curtain, appearing slightly hesitant. Xiao Hui and Shiny encourage her to step out and show everyone the final result. Yuxin prepares herself mentally for the reaction her completed ensemble will receive. The group waits expectantly for the reveal of the second half of the costume set. Yuxin finally reveals her matching dark-themed dress, completing the coordinated look to Xiao Hui's absolute joy. A girl in a red Victorian outfit approaches the group, catching them completely off guard. The trio looks on in confusion, trying to figure out who the stranger is. The newcomer stares at Shiny with a look of recognition, thinking she has found the right person. Lei Qiao chats with Yuxin, wondering if her heavy makeup is making it hard for them to recognize her. Yuxin finally has a moment of realization while Xiao Hui and Shiny watch the interaction unfold. The group continues their conversation as Lei Qiao laughs about the awkwardness of not being remembered initially. Lei Qiao asks enthusiastically if they are all friends, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shiny remains silent, observing the newcomer with a skeptical and guarded expression. Xiao Hui is completely charmed by Lei Qiao's beauty, thinking she looks just like a real anime protagonist. A photographer joins the group and suggests taking some professional photos of the cosplayers together. The photographer is thrilled about the potential for new followers from these high-quality group shots. Lei Qiao leans in to check out the initial results on the camera screen. Yuxin beams with joy during the shoot, while Shiny maintains her cool and detached persona. Lei Qiao looks at the pair, noting how famous and well-matched they seem in their coordinated outfits. Yuxin returns the kindness by complimenting Lei Qiao's perfect cosplay execution. Eager to be friendly, Lei Qiao asks Shiny for her name to get to know her better. Shiny hesitates, appearing unsure about how to handle the direct social interaction. Shiny gives a short confirmation, clearly feeling out of her element with the enthusiastic stranger. Lei Qiao keeps up a polite and friendly expression as she tries to bridge the gap between them. The blonde girl reaches out to take Shiny's hand, asking for the specific spelling of her name. Yuxin notices the awkward tension and tries to step in to smooth over the conversation. Shiny stares forward with a serious gaze as the spelling of her name is discussed. The exchange concludes with Shiny looking slightly overwhelmed by the sudden social attention. Lei Qiao is overjoyed after collecting the contact information of several beautiful cosplayers. Yuxin is shocked to discover that Lei Qiao is actually a junior who was held back a year. Shiny observes the conversation with a skeptical and guarded look on her face. Xiao Hui listens in, surprised by the revelation about Lei Qiao's academic status. While the others look on with concern, Lei Qiao remains focused on her phone. Xiao Hui feels a bit overwhelmed by the intense social energy radiating from the group. Lei Qiao extends an invitation to Yuxin to join an exclusive photography group. Yuxin is genuinely excited about the idea and asks if she can really participate. Yuxin turns to Shiny to see if she wants to tag along, but Shiny looks completely disinterested. Lei Qiao pauses for a moment as she waits for Shiny to respond to the invitation. She follows up by encouraging Shiny to join them, trying to be inclusive. Shiny flatly refuses the offer, making it clear she has no intention of going. A heavy, Awkward silence settles over the four girls as they stand in the middle of the hall. Li Kao attempts to smooth over the tension by laughing it off and calling Shiny shy. The conversation shifts as Li Kao mentions a store needing a model for cute clothing this weekend. Yuxin thinks the modeling gig is a great fit for Shiny, though Shiny remains unmoved. Xiao Hui watches the interaction closely, sensing the growing friction between the girls. Li Kao looks slightly dejected after her suggestions are repeatedly turned down. A nearby photographer calls out to Li Kao, prompting her to wrap up the chat. Li Kao asks for one quick commemorative photo with Yuxin before she has to head off. The two girls pose closely for a bright and cheerful selfie together. Shiny watches the photo being taken with a visible sense of irritation and jealousy. Shiny continues to glare at the pair, clearly unhappy with the sudden closeness. As Li Kao walks away with her friend, they discuss how cute Shiny actually is. Li Kao enthusiastically agrees with her friend's assessment, still in high spirits. Yuxin gushes over how cool Shiny looks in her outfit, praising her professional appearance at the convention. Shiny remains stoic and silent, seemingly unaffected by the constant stream of compliments. Yuxin continues to hype her up, claiming Shiny looks exactly like the character and has perfectly immersed herself in the role. Noticing the group has been walking for a while, Yuxin excitedly offers to go grab some food for everyone. Shiny maintains her blank expression, while Xiao Hui eagerly tells Yuxin what she wants to eat. Yuxin waves a cheerful goodbye and runs off to find snacks, telling the others to stay put so she can find them later. Xiao Hui remarks on how nice it is that Yuxin always prioritizes their opinions before making a decision. She then turns to Shiny with a bright smile, asking for her thoughts on the convention experience so far. Shiny looks off to the side, appearing deep in thought or perhaps a bit socially drained. She continues to stare away silently, maintaining her usual reserved and mysterious demeanor. Xiao pulls Shiny close for a quick photo, noting they haven't had a chance to take a picture alone together yet. After checking the shot, Xiaohui compliments Shiny on looking great even without putting effort into a pose. However, she observes that Shiny's expression doesn't seem quite as natural as it does when Yuxin is around. Xiaohui bluntly asks Shiny if she simply feels safer and more relaxed when she's with Yuxin. Shiny stands in stunned silence, processing the question as a slight blush begins to creep onto her face. Yuxin suddenly returns with bags full of boba and pudding, effectively breaking the tension of the conversation. Xiaohui immediately points out that Shiny's face is turning red, which Shiny quickly tries to deny. Later in the locker room, Yuxin reflects on the long day, feeling a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction that the event is over. She turns to Shiny and asks if she found the anime convention interesting after all. Shiny stands nearby holding her folded outfit, looking somewhat reluctant to let the day end despite her quiet nature. Xiaohui joins in, commenting on how incredibly popular Shiny with all the people asking for photos. Yuxin continues to praise her friend's performance, while Shiny tells her to stop exaggerating her impact. Shiny stares blankly ahead, lost in her own thoughts about the events of the day. She admits to herself that she doesn't actually like the anime they were cosplaying, making her participation even more significant. The next morning at school, Shiny makes a small, frustrated sound to herself while thinking about the previous day. When Yuxin greets her with a bright smile, Shiny's turns bright red as she tries to act natural and return the greeting. Night falls over the city as lights flicker on inside a quiet apartment building. Inside her room, a girl prepares for the upcoming school event by packing her gear. She hums a cheerful tune while carefully tucking a costume wig into her bag. A boy suddenly peeks into the room, catching her off guard in the middle of her packing. Startled, she frantically stuffs her belongings away and shouts at him to mind his business. The boy looks thoughtful as he mentions his own busy schedule for the next day. She clutches her bag tightly, looking annoyed when he questions if she actually wants him to visit. The high school sports festival kicks off with a massive crowd gathered outside the main building. Shiny scans the area, turning around when she hears someone calling out her name. She meets up with a friend who mentions that another student is too busy to attend today. The two catch up on which sports events they've decided to participate in for the festival. The friend looks a bit puzzled when asking Shiny which class she belongs to. Nearby, a group of students starts whispering and pointing at someone in the crowd. Kimi walks through the yard, instantly becoming the center of attention due to his striking looks. Onlookers gossip about the girl standing beside him, curious about their relationship. Shiny spots the duo and jokingly asks Kimi if he'll ever find a partner while sticking so close to his sister. Shiny flashes a bright, happy grin as she suggests they all head toward the class meeting point. The pale-haired girl remains silent, watching the interaction with a reserved expression. Kimi pulls Shiny aside to talk privately, leading her away from the rest of the group. He reveals that his sister spent the entire night stressed out and troubled over her costume. Shiny listens closely as he explains how much the upcoming performance is weighing on his sister's mind. Kimi expresses his fear that any mistake in front of the large crowd will be devastating for her, showing a rare moment of vulnerability. He asks Shiny to keep a close eye on her. Shiny pauses, taken aback by the genuine concern the boy is showing for his sibling. She offers a reassuring smile and promises to take full responsibility for looking after her. The moment shifts when Shiny teases him for being a softie, making Kimi explode in embarrassment. Feeling satisfied with the plan, Shiny leads the quiet girl toward the sports field. Kimi watches them go, grumbling about Shiny being the only person he could trust with this task. A flashback shows the sister alone in her room the previous night, visibly overwhelmed while clutching her gear. Kimi watches from the doorway, realizing just how much pressure his sister is putting on herself. Shiny stands in the locker room, wearing a blue and brown robe for the festival. A classmate watches in awe as Shiny reveals her costume. The girl approaches Shiny to check if she's ready to head out. She starts a conversation with the stoic vice president. Shiny remains silent, clearly feeling the pressure of the upcoming performance. She eventually admits that is feeling incredibly nervous. Her classmate steps in to adjust the fabric on Shiny's shoulders. To help her hide her anxiety, the girl pulls a blue hood over Shiny's head. The classmate continues to fix the outfit, teasing Shiny about her pretty face. She smiles at Shiny, hoping the hood makes her feel more comfortable. Shiny looks down shyly, feeling a bit better with the extra coverage. Outside, the teacher takes attendance for a group of students dressed as clergy members. The teacher is in a great mood, excited to see the rest of the class efforts. She notices someone approaching from the hallway and turns to greet them. Thinking it's a stranger, the teacher politely asks if the man needs any help. It turns out to be Yuxin, who is wearing a thick fake mustache and a wig. The rest of the class rushes over to see the class representative's ridiculous transformation. Yuxin stands proudly in a full biblical robe, looking like a completely different person. The teacher can't help but laugh while asking where Shiny is hiding. Shiny peeks out from the doorway, hesitant to join the crowd after hearing all the laughter. She finally steps out, and the entire class is stunned by her ethereal, saint-like appearance. The teacher claps her hands to gather everyone as they prepare to move out. Shiny and Yuxin walk side by side at the back of the group, looking like a classic historical duo. Despite the attention, Shiny keeps her hood up and remains focused on the task ahead. Yuxin leans into the theme, glowing with a dramatic aura that makes Shiny chuckle. The stadium is buzzing with energy as the high school sports festival kicks off, bringing in a massive crowd of parents and friends. Kimi stands in the bleachers, sipping a drink while surveying the packed stands for a good vantage point. He notes just how many people have shown up to get in on the action today. Finding a seat, he prepares his gear, confident that this is the perfect spot to take photos of the performances. From his position, Kimi looks out over the field, unaware that he's already drawing attention from those around him. Nearby students whisper about how handsome he is, debating whether or not they should approach him for a selfie. Kimi feels their eyes on him and grows impatient, finding the unwanted attention to be quite troublesome. Suddenly, a woman in a cherry-patterned dress approaches him with a friendly smile and her phone in hand. Kimi is instantly caught off guard by her beauty, his face turning bright red as she speaks to him. He nervously stammers that he's from Spain when she asks about his background. The woman laughs at his reaction, commenting on what a romantic country that must be. Completely flustered, Kimi struggles to keep his cool during the brief interaction. She continues to smile warmly, enjoying the pleasant atmosphere of the summer day. Kimi tries to act natural, blushing as he tells her that being there is no big deal. After their short chat, the woman waves thanks and heads off, leaving Kimi alone with his thoughts. He briefly thinks that visiting his sister's school was a great idea after all. However, he quickly scolds himself, remembering that he's here for a serious mission and not for frivolous distractions. As the sophomore classes are announced, Kimi grows restless, wondering how much longer he has to wait for his sister's group. His eyes light up with excitement the moment he sees her class finally entering the track. Shiny leads the way in her blue saint-like robe, looking focused as she carries a large prop. Kimi peers through his camera lens, trying to make sense of the unique costume and the item in her hands. Even though most of her face is hidden by the hood, he can't help but think his sister still looks incredible. His focus then shifts to the person right behind her, who is dressed in a full biblical robe and a fake mustache. Kimi stares in total disbelief, struggling to process the ridiculous sight of the class representative's disguise. Spectators sit in the stands watching the sports festival performances unfold. Several students in blue polo shirts and caps stand ready on the field to assist with the events. Yuxin stands tall in his biblical robe and fake mustache, holding the Junior Class 1 sign for the parade. Despite his confident stance, Yuxin breaks a sweat as the pressure of the performance finally gets to him. The audience watches the display with mixed reactions, as some spectators feel a bit of secondhand embarrassment. Shiny walks ahead in her blue robe, appearing calm and collected to the onlookers. Underneath her hood, Shiny's expression is actually quite serious as she manages her nerves. A large group of students dressed in purple wizard costumes follows closely behind on the track. One girl in a witch hat excitedly snaps photos of the unique costumes with her phone. An announcement over the speakers dismisses the classes, instructing participants to head to their respective event sites. Yuxin and Shiny stand together on the track after completing their parade walk. Kimi approaches the duo to ask if they plan on changing out of their costumes right away. He holds up his camera, insisting on taking a few high-quality photos before they head to the locker rooms. Shiny looks away skeptically, doubting if her current outfit is actually worth documenting. Kimi gets flustered and defensive when he is teased about just wanting more pictures of his sister. Yuxin strikes a peace sign pose for the camera, though his wide-eyed expression makes the look a bit comical. Kimi captures the shot, catching a rare moment where Shiny is secretly laughing at the silliness. The trio reviews the image, with Yuxin wondering why he still looks ridiculous despite his best efforts. A new announcement calls for all girls participating in the long to report to the sand pit immediately. Yuxin realizes they are in a hurry and prepares to lead Shiny toward the next competition area. Kimi yells in frustration as Yuxin grabs Shinny's hand to rush her through the crowded field. Shiny maintains a neutral expression as she is guided through the throng of students. The focus remains on the platonic gesture of Yuxin ensuring Shinny doesn't get lost in the shuffle. Yuxin looks ahead with determination, focused on making it to the long jump event on time. Shiny contemplates how she has grown surprisingly accustomed to having Yuxin around during school activities. A brief flashback shows the two walking together in casual clothes, highlighting their long-standing academic and social connection. A student hits the sand hard, sticking the landing during the long jump event. The officials record the distance while onlookers marvel at how the shorter athletes manage to clear such impressive gaps. Shinny watches the competition with a focused and neutral expression from the sidelines. Nearby, other students take a break from the heat to share a refreshing bottle of water. Shinny continues to observe the bustling activity on the track field. The atmosphere is lively as classmates socialize and hand out drinks to the competitors. Yuxin and his classmate discuss their physical advantages, with Yuxin confidently noting his long legs for the jump. Shiny decides to step away for a moment to buy some refreshments before it's her turn to compete. Yuxin jokes about his upcoming performance while Shinny heads toward the vending machines. Two visitors walk through the festival grounds, with one of them recognizing Yuxin from a distance. Yuxin looks surprised as he notices the familiar face approaching him in the crowd. Shinny glances back, wondering who the newcomer is before continuing her errand. A girl named Li Kao introduces herself, though her new look makes her nearly unrecognizable to the group. Shiny's friend is shocked to realize she actually knows the woman, who seems to have a talent for disguises. Li Kao strikes a playful pose, teasing them about how easily they forgot her face. Meanwhile, Shinny stands alone in front of a vending machine, carefully considering her options. Shinny stares thoughtfully at the selection of beverages, trying to decide what to get for everyone. She finally reaches out and presses a button to make her first selection. Carrying several cold drinks, Shinny starts walking back toward the track. She stops in her tracks when she spots her brother talking to a stranger. Yuxin and Li Kao continue their conversation about why she decided to visit the school today. Yuxin reacts with a cheerful, sweat-dropped smile as the conversation flows. Shinny returns the drinks and joins the group, prompting Li Kao to ask about her identity. Li Kao observes Shiny with a curious and knowing gaze. Finally, Li Kao formally greets Shinny, acknowledging that they have met once before. Kimi watches from the background, stunned that Shiny and this newcomer seem to know each other. Shiny gives a skeptical side-eye, trying to place exactly where they have met before. Li Kao happily reveals her identity, reminding Shiny that they previously exchanged contact information. Shinny remains wary and asks the visitor exactly what brings her to their school today. Yuxin grabs a drink and prepares for her turn in the competition while the others chat nearby. Yuxin steps up to the mark, looking focused and ready to give the event her all. The whole group gathers at the sidelines to watch the performance, with Li Kao leading the cheers. Li Kao is absolutely thrilled, shouting out praise for Yuxin's impressive 13-meter jump. Yuxin is all smiles after a successful attempt, modestly brushing off the compliments from her friends. The athlete rushes over to Shiny to grab a refreshing drink and celebrate the great result. The four of them stand together on the track as the conversation shifts back to the visitor's presence. Kimi and Shinny share a silent, questioning look as they try to figure out the newcomer's true motives. Li Kao teases the group by claiming she specifically came to the school just to see Yuxin. A heavy silence falls over the group as everyone processes the sudden and bold statement. Li Kao eventually laughs it off, clarifying that she is actually there to support a friend's brother. The visitor keeps up her friendly demeanor while suggesting they head over to watch the high jumps next. Shinny isn't quite buying the casual act and looks on with a highly suspicious expression. Shinny suddenly turns and walks away, claiming there is a specific shot putter she is interested in seeing. Kimi is left standing alone in the background, wondering how he ended up excluded from the group's plans. At the shot put event, a student launches the heavy ball into the air while the crowd watches closely. Yuxin observes the competition with a serious and focused expression. As the group moves on, Shinny leads the way while the others follow behind. Kao suddenly senses someone watching her and looks around with curiosity. Nearby, two students recognize Kao and debate whether they should go talk to her. Kao turns her head as the girls approach to confirm her identity. The two fans excitedly ask if she's the famous person they follow online. They mention how they never miss a post and ask for a quick photo together. Kao happily poses with the students while the others watch the impromptu fan meeting. After the fans leave, the group discusses Kao's career as a professional model. Kao laughs it off, mentioning that having fans follow her around has become a normal part of her life. Shinny remains quiet and observant as the conversation turns to social media and fashion. Kao compliments Yuxin's tall stature, suggesting she'd make an excellent model for various outfits. Shinny looks away, appearing deep in thought, while the others continue their chat. The group keeps walking as Kao offers fashion tips to the photographer as well. Shinny stops in her tracks, watching the others with a distant look. A track official stops the group, informing them that the lane is closing and they need to move. The trio continues ahead, unaware that they are leaving Shiny behind in the crowd. Shini watches them walk away, her expression unreadable as the distance grows. She finally turns her back on the group and starts heading in a different direction. Yuxin suddenly notices the silence and looks back toward the spot where Shini should be. She looks around frantically, realizing that her friend has completely vanished. The group stops to discuss Shini's sudden disappearance, wondering if she went to the locker room. Qiao suggests they just keep exploring the school since they're already there. Yuxin remains troubled, looking off into the distance where Shini walked away. Qiao observes Yuxin's concern with a calm and silent gaze. Yuxin looks around the field, worried that Shini left because she felt ignored during their conversation. The camera pans to a quiet corner of the school campus away from the athletic events. Qiao walks through a deserted hallway, deep in her own thoughts. She checks her phone and realizes that Shini's social media presence is completely empty. Qiao finds it strange that Shini doesn't post anything, considering she posts updates almost every day. She wonders what kind of person Shini really is and why Yuxin is so fond of her. Qiao imagines Shini dressed in frilly, Gothic-style outfits, thinking they would look great on her. She questions if she was too confident in her initial impressions of the group. Qiao stops in her tracks as she notices someone sitting outside. Under a large tree in the courtyard, Shini sits alone on a circular bench. Shini keeps her head down, her hands tightly clasped, looking extremely lonely. She wonders if Kimi and Yuxin have even realized that she's gone. Shini looks off into the distance, feeling hurt by the perceived abandonment. Qiao stands in the hallway, silently observing Shini's isolation from a distance. Without making a sound, Qiao turns around and decides to leave Shini alone. She eventually crosses paths with Yuxin, who is still searching for their friend. Yuxin immediately asks if Qiao has seen where Shini went. Qiao looks at her calmly, hiding the fact that she knows exactly where Shini is. She lies and tells Yuxin that she hasn't seen at all. Meanwhile, Shini remains at the tree, still feeling forgotten by her friends. Yuxin looks lost and worried, unsure of where to look next. Qiao steps closer to Yuxin to grab her attention. She invites Yuxin to hang out this Saturday with some friends who enjoy trying on new outfits. Yuxin stands there speechless as the conversation takes an unexpected turn. Meanwhile, Shini sits alone outside, her expression filled with a quiet sadness. Qiao looks down, acting as if she has something difficult to say. The two girls stand in the school corridor while Qiao brings up a sensitive topic regarding Shini. Qiao looks Yuxin in the eye, maintaining a serious and focused demeanor. She asks Yuxin to keep their weekend hangout a secret from Shini. Yuxin looks back at her, clearly caught off guard by the request. Qiao continues her act, claiming she's actually a bit intimidated by the vice president. She stands close to Yuxin, suggesting that Shini is difficult to get along with and avoids others. Shini remains isolated outside, unaware of the way she's being described. Qiao keeps pushing the narrative, suggesting that Shini wouldn't be happy about their invitation. Yuxin listens intently, trying to process these claims about her close friend. Yuxin laughs it off, insisting that Shini actually wants to be friends with everyone but just struggles to express herself. Qiao listens quietly as Yuxin defends Shini's true nature. She looks toward Yuxin, preparing to pivot her strategy. Yuxin stops to listen as Qiao suggests that walking on eggshells around Shini must be exhausting. Shini continues to sit in silence, looking more dejected than ever. The full view shows her completely alone on a bench beneath a large tree. Yuxin considers the question but remains firm in her stance. Shini's profile shows her looking down, disconnected from the others. Yuxin explains that while Shini seems indifferent, she's actually very considerate toward her friends. Qiao looks slightly stunned that her attempt to sow discord didn't work immediately. She quickly changes her tone, laughing and apologizing for speaking poorly of Shini. The two girls begin walking back toward the classrooms to continue their search. Shini is left behind, still sitting in the shadows of the courtyard tree. The brother looks around frantically, clearly stressed by the current situation. Yuxin is nearly in tears as she realizes she still hasn't located Shini. Qiao ponders whether Shini has already gathered her belongings and left for the day. As the group moves to search, Yuxin decides to try calling Shini's phone to find her location. They finally spot Shini walking toward them from the direction of the restrooms. Yuxin rushes over, questioning why Shini didn't say anything before walking away from the group. Shini calmly explains that she did mention it, but they likely didn't hear her over the noise of the festival. Qiao remains silent, observing the exchange with a calculating look. Qiao laughs it off, teasing Shini about how the others thought she was lost in the school. She emphasizes how worried Yuxin and the brother were during the search to make Shini feel guilty. Shini looks on with an unimpressed expression as she realizes what Qiao is trying to do. The tension remains high between the two as they stand together in the school courtyard. Shini keeps her guard up, sensing the underlying friction in every word Qiao says. Qiao waves toward the track, wondering aloud if Wan Yi still remembers who she is. Wan Yi glares back with a sharp, unfriendly look from the middle of the field. Without a word, Wan Yi turns her back on the group and continues with her own business. Qiao complains about the cold shoulder while Yuxin tries to make excuses for the athlete's behavior. Qiao shifts her tactics, showering Yuxin with praise for always being so protective of her friends. Yuxin listens to the flattery, appearing somewhat taken aback by the sudden compliments. The brother watches the interaction with deep suspicion, questioning Qiao's true motives for the constant praise. Shiny and the brother feel like outsiders as the other two dominate the entire dialogue. Shinny finally speaks up, asking Yuxin if the friend she came with has completely forgotten her. An awkward silence falls over the group as the truth of the social dynamic sinks in. Meanwhile, Won Yi stands alone on the track, wondering if she just heard someone calling her name. Yuxin looks absolutely overwhelmed and flustered after being showered with praise. Shini remains skeptical while Kiao continues to play the part of a helpful friend in front of the group. As Kiao prepares to leave, she makes sure to keep the attention focused on Yuxin. Kiao leans in close to whisper a secret reminder into Yuxin's ear, keeping the others in the dark. The group shares an awkward goodbye as Kiao departs, leaving a lingering sense of unease. Shini watches them go with a look of intense suspicion, clearly not buying the act. Later that night, the city lights flicker as everyone settles into their own homes. Back in her room, Shini relaxes on her bed while scrolling through her recent messages. Her expression remains serious as she contemplates how to approach the situation with her friend. She begins typing a message, carefully choosing her words to see where she stands. After a moment of hesitation, she decides to delete her draft and starts over. Meanwhile, Yuxin is also glued to her screen, feeling the weight of the secret she is keeping. She recalls Kiao's specific request to keep their upcoming Saturday plans a secret from Shini. The memory of Kiao's manipulative request to exclude Shini continues to haunt her. Yuxin stares at her ceiling, feeling guilty about purposefully hiding things from her close friends. Suddenly, a new notification pings on her phone, catching her off guard. She checks the message to see what the latest update is regarding their weekend. Upon learning the meeting is cancelled, she sits up and breathes a massive sigh of relief. Her brother suddenly pops into the room to ask if she has any plans for the upcoming Saturday. He explains that a partner company needs someone to help out with a new fashion line. Yuxin is confused as to why they aren't just using the professional models they already have. He clarifies that the specific look they are going for requires someone with her exact stature. Yuxin realizes that despite the previous cancellation, her Saturday is about to get busy again. Just then, her phone beeps again with another incoming message. She starts to panic, realizing that navigating her schedule without alerting Shiny is becoming impossible. Across town, Sheen is still staring at her phone, anxiously waiting for a response to her inquiry. A notification finally appears, and she quickly checks to see what Yuxin has to say. Seeing the obvious excuse, Shiny's face darkens with anger as she realizes she is being lied to. Kiao excitedly points out a cute find to Yuxin during their outing. While the two laugh together, Shiny stands off to the side feeling like an outsider. Kiao confronts Shiny, claiming that Yuxin is always the one carrying their friendship. She continues her manipulation by suggesting that Yuxin will eventually burn out from the effort. Yuxin appears to agree, looking weary as she admits she might actually get tired. Shiny's eyes snap open as she suddenly wakes up from a stressful nightmare. She remains motionless in bed, processing the unsettling dream she just had. Finally sitting up, she reflects on the painful memories that are haunting her sleep. Sweat beads on her face as she wonders why that specific memory is resurfacing now. The morning sun shines over the school as a new day begins. Shiny walks through the campus, still stuck in her own head about the conflict. She replays the accusation that she never takes the initiative in her relationships. Her expression remains cold while she internally defends her past attempts to reach out. She thinks back to a morning when she actually intended to be the first to say hello. Before she can open her mouth, Yuxin spots her from across the yard and shouts her name. Yuxin charges forward with infectious energy, offering a bright morning greeting. Shiny's attempt to speak is completely drowned out by her friend's overwhelming enthusiasm. Yuxin brags about timing Shiny's arrival perfectly, leaving Shiny feeling sidelined once again. Shiny looks down at a bag of extra breakfast she bought specifically to give to her friend. However, Yuxin beats her to the punch by offering her own food first with a wide grin. Shiny stands there in silence, realizing her attempt at being thoughtful was completely eclipsed. Speech bubbles fill the top of the classroom as the lecture continues. Shiny sits at her desk with a focused expression, though her mind seems to be elsewhere. She glances back over her shoulder, checking on her friend during the lesson. While the rest of the class is busy, Shiny wonders what more she can do to be a better friend. Her focus wavers as she continues to look back toward Yuxin. Shiny's expression turns more pensive as she struggles to stay present in the moment. The teacher suddenly calls Shiny out for looking around, catching her completely off guard. Yuxin notices the commotion and realizes Shiny was actually looking in her direction. Misinterpreting the look as a sign of deep affection, Yuxin beams with joy. Once the lecture finally ends, Shiny gathers her things and prepares to make her move. She stands up from her desk, intending to invite Yuxin to go buy something. Before she can speak, she's startled by Yuxin suddenly popping up right in front of her. Yuxin excitedly asks Shiny to head to the school store, beating her to the invitation once again. Shiny can only look on with a blank stare as her proactive plans are constantly thwarted. They arrive at a food stall where snacks are ready for purchase. Shiny pulls out her phone, determined to pay for her own portion this time. Yuxin quickly swipes her phone across the scanner to pay for both of them before Shiny can even react. With a cheerful smile, Yuxin announces that the treat is on her. Shiny is left feeling defeated as her attempts to take care of her friend fall flat. During lunch, the two girls carry their trays through the crowded cafeteria to find a place to sit. Shani tries to plan out a conversation about clothes, but Yuxin is already deep into a story about a TV show. Yuxin continues her nonstop chatter, leaving Shani realizing she has no room to even take the initiative. Shani looks completely caught off guard by the suggestion, her face flushed with surprise. The group stands outside as Shani's brother points out the absurdity of her walking them home when she lives in the opposite direction. Yuxin remains silent and observant while Shani desperately insists that their house is actually on her way. Despite the logic, Shani takes the lead and starts walking them toward her own place anyway. As they travel, Shani maintains a determined expression while her brother follows with a look of pure skepticism. Shani tries to tell her brother to head home if he's in a rush, but he stubbornly refuses to leave her side. The trio continues their sunset stroll past the local shops, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. The brother can't help but worry, thinking about how bizarrely his sister is behaving today. Shani puts on a forced, nervous smile, aware that her brother is watching her every move with suspicion. Shani seems lost in her own thoughts, wearing a gentle smile as they get closer to her home. Yuxin watches her closely, wondering if Shani's strange mood is actually her fault. They finally arrive at the apartment complex just as the last bits of daylight fade away. Standing at the entrance, Shani impulsively invites Yuxin inside for a drink, offering anything from tea to milk. The brother immediately shuts down the idea, reminding them that they still need to get back to their own house. Shani tries to play it cool with a laugh, pretending she isn't bothered by the rejection. She claims she was really just craving some milk herself to cover up the awkward invitation. Her brother looks on in disbelief, convinced that his sister has officially lost her mind. The reality of her social blunder hits Shani all at once, causing her face to turn a deep shade of red. Yuxin gets a serious look in her eyes, deciding that meeting Shani's family is only fair since the roles were previously reversed. Shani happily welcomes them into her apartment, telling her guests to make themselves comfortable. Yuxin and the brother step into the small living space, taking a moment to scan the room. Shani encourages them to not be shy while Yuxin continues to silently observe the modest home. Yuxin speaks up, asking where the rest of Shani's family is currently. Shani explains with a bright smile that her mother is stuck working overtime for the day. Yuxin looks visibly disappointed by the news, realizing the meeting she expected isn't happening. Seeing Yuxin's reaction, Shani falls silent as the mood in the room shifts. Shani is overcome with embarrassment once again, her face glowing red as she processes the awkward silence. 2 steaming mugs of hot drink sit untouched on a wooden table. Shani and Yuxin sit side by side on the sofa in an awkward, heavy silence. Yuxin grows suspicious, wondering why Shani insisted on getting milk when she hasn't even taken a sip. Shani stares blankly ahead, frustrated with her inability to take any social initiative. Shani remains stoic and unresponsive as the tension in the room continues to build. Suddenly, a girl peeks through a doorway and excitedly invites Shani to see her freshly cleaned room. Yuxin is immediately skeptical and questions why she would suddenly decide to clean up now. He is caught off guard when Shani actually stands up to follow the girl. Despite Yuxin's protests about boys not being allowed in girls' rooms, the 2 girls enter and promptly slam the door, leaving him alone in the hallway. The girl blushes with excitement while Yuxin continues to shout through the door about the rudeness of leaving a guest alone. Shani stands quietly by the window, and the girl realizes they are finally in a private space together. She feels like she's in a dream, noting how Shani has been unusually cooperative all day. The girl approaches Shani and mentions that she seems like a completely different person today. She gives Shani a bright, genuine smile, clearly happy to have her undivided attention. Shani maintains her typical neutral gaze while listening to the girl's observations. Looking away slightly, Shani softly admits that she isn't as cold as people might think. This rare moment of vulnerability leaves the girl momentarily stunned. Shani looks down with a faint blush, appearing more serious than usual. An expectant silence falls between the two as they stand in the middle of the room. Outside, Yuxin stands dejectedly by the closed door, feeling completely excluded from the conversation. He grows increasingly agitated by the silence, wondering what could possibly be happening inside. Inside the room, the girl looks down nervously, struggling to find her voice. Shani remains patient, waiting for her to continue her thought. The girl finally looks up and asks Shani if she remembers a specific conversation they had previously. She specifically reminds Shani about a certain punishment that she still owes her. Qiao presents a card detailing a social challenge from a previous game, catching Shani completely off guard. Shani experiences a sudden moment of realization and looks away with a deep blush. Qiao reminds her of the game they played at her house, bringing up the unfinished business between them. Shani tries to keep a straight face, but her visible embarrassment gives her away. Her blush intensifies as she finally recalls the exact terms of the challenge she agreed to. Qiao brings up the specific 10-second duration required for the task to be completed. Shani stares back with a serious expression, carefully considering the request. She glances down, feeling the pressure of the social obligation she still owes. Qiao smiles brightly, happy that her friend finally remembers their agreement. Shani keeps her gaze lowered, still struggling with her internal conflict. Qiao watches her closely, waiting for her to acknowledge the situation. Standing together in the room, Qiao suggests that the current quiet moment might be the best time to settle the debt. She insists the atmosphere is perfect for completing the challenge they started. Outside the door, Shiny's brother grows suspicious of the sudden silence coming from the room. The private conversation is cut short as the door begins to swing open. The brother walks in, questioning what the two were doing alone in the room together. The scene transitions to the exterior of an apartment building under the night sky. Shiny's mother greets her warmly as she returns home for the evening. Shiny and her brother walk through the front door after their long day out. Shiny pauses in the hallway, looking contemplative as she reflects on her interaction with Kiao. Her mother notes how close the group of friends has become lately. The brother seems slightly irritated by the observation as he moves past them into the house. Later that night, Shiny sits at her desk and tries to focus on her schoolwork. Her mind drifts back to Kiao's reminder about the pending 10-second challenge. A sudden knock at her bedroom door snaps her back to reality. Her mother peeks in to see how she's doing before the night ends. She offers Shiny a pink hat she bought, thinking it would suit her daughter better than herself. Shiny accepts the gift despite her usual dislike for wearing cute accessories. While looking at the new hat, a sudden inspiration flashes through her mind. The school day begins as the sun shines over the campus buildings. Inside the classroom, Shiny stares at the gift bag her mother gave her, which contains a pink hat with a small bunny mascot. She contemplates the best time to give the present to her friend. A sudden shout from a classmate catches Shiny off guard, snapping her out of her thoughts. A group of students gathers nearby, laughing over some drawings and making a scene. Shiny finds the environment far too noisy to do anything meaningful and decides to wait until lunch. Yuxin approaches Shiny with her usual bright energy. The two head to the cafeteria, with Shiny keeping the gift bag close by her side. Shiny stays silent as they navigate through the crowded lunchroom. As soon as they sit down, Yuxin is immediately distracted by other friends passing by. Shiny realizes that the constant stream of interruptions makes this the wrong time to present her gift. She focuses on her meal while trying to figure out a better plan. Yuxin notices the bag and asks if Shiny brought books to study while eating. Shiny dismisses the idea, noting that the cafeteria is far too loud for any serious work. After lunch, they walk through the schoolyard, but the crowds don't let up. Even in the hallways, Yuxin is constantly stopping to greet more people. Shiny's frustration grows as she realizes she can't get a single moment alone with her friend. On the walk home, Yuxin gets into a playful argument with a classmate about their height. Shiny sighs, realizing that even after school is turning out to be a bust. Night falls over the city as everyone returns to their respective homes. Back in her room, Shiny looks at the gift bag and worries that she'll never find the right moment. Her phone suddenly lights up with a video call request from Yuxin. Yuxin shows off a fashion magazine on screen, asking if a certain style would look good on her. Shiny listens as her friend rambles about the clothes designed by the person Shiny's mother mentioned. She remains composed while observing Yuxin's excitement through the screen. Yuxin mentions her plans for the upcoming Saturday. Getting overly excited, Yuxin begs Shiny to set up another date with her. Yuxin is struck with realization when Shiny brings up their previous conversation. Shiny calmly suggests they meet up on Sunday instead since that day is completely open. She recalls specific details of their earlier chat to clear up the confusion. Yuxin agrees to the new plan, though she seems a bit exhausted by her own memory lapse. Shiny ends the call by bluntly stating the outfit in the magazine is ugly, leaving Yuxin in mock despair. Yuxin narrows her eyes with a serious expression as she reflects on recent events. She sits at her desk, surprised that Shiny has been so forward about inviting her out lately. A smug grin spreads across her face as she wonders if Shiny has a specific destination in mind. Her thoughts take a softer turn as she notes how unusually bold her friend is acting. She starts imagining a flustered version of Shiny being incredibly shy. In her imagination, Shiny looks determined yet completely embarrassed while offering a letter. Overcome with curiosity about Shiny's plans, Yuxin collapses onto her desk in a fit of excitement. A light bulb goes off as she decides the best course of action is to cancel her existing plans with her mom. Her brother is absolutely floored by the sudden change in schedule, shouting in disbelief. The two siblings get into a loud argument in the living room over her flaky behavior. Yuxin's expression sours as she realizes she is stuck with her original commitments. The scene shifts to a bright, clear day at school under a vast blue sky. Yuxin rests on the bleachers during gym class, lost in her own thoughts. Shiny sits nearby and asks why Yuxin is taking a break from the usual activity. The two girls sit side by side on the concrete steps, enjoying a quiet moment away from the rest of the class. Yuxin looks over at her friend with a curious and relaxed gaze. Shiny avoids eye contact, appearing a bit flustered as she brings up their weekend plans again. A brief silence falls between them as they continue to sit together in the sunlight. Yuxin suggests a casual stroll through the shopping plaza once the school day ends. Shiny looks over, wondering if there is a specific item her friend is looking to purchase. They remain on the bleachers, the atmosphere between them feeling calm and expectant. Shiny realizes that an after-school trip is the perfect opportunity to finally deliver her gift. Yuxin is visibly startled when Shiny quickly agrees to the outing. She can't believe her luck, noticing that Shiny is definitely acting more cooperative than usual. Elsewhere, a student approaches a classmate to invite him to join a group game after school. A quick text message reveals that one of them has to stay behind for a class meeting instead. The scene opens on a bustling city district filled with modern buildings and high-end shopping centers. Yuxin stands in the middle of a mall, looking quite worried about the current mood between her and her friend. Walking beside Shiny, she notices the heavy silence and feels the pressure of the awkward atmosphere. Shiny reflects on her own behavior, realizing she needs to be more direct with her communication. The tension breaks momentarily as both girls try to speak up at the exact same time. Yuxin immediately yields, excitedly insisting that Shiny share her thoughts first. Shiny simply asks where they are headed and what Yuxin actually needs to shop for today. Relieved that her friend isn't upset, Yuxin claims she is happy going anywhere as long as they are together. Shiny maintains a stoic expression, seemingly unmoved by the enthusiastic response. Her cold gaze lingers, making the situation feel even more tense for the nervous Yuxin. Despite Yuxin offering up ideas for snacks and bubble tea, Shiny remains distant and uninterested. Shiny criticizes Yuxin for being too easily distracted by everything around them. She narrows her eyes, pointing out that Yuxin doesn't seem to understand the concept of a refusal. Confused, Yuxin leans in closer to figure out what Shiny means by that sharp remark. She begins to panic, wondering if this cold shoulder is actually due to the scheduling conflict on Saturday. Yuxin desperately tries to change the subject, telling Shiny to stop bringing up the weekend plans. She doubles down on her excuse, claiming she has a strict promise to keep with her mother. To make it more believable, she adds that her mom threatened to cut off her allowance if she doesn't follow through. Internally, Yuxin realizes she needs to stay humble and find a way to shift the conversation quickly. Her mind races as she struggles to choose the right words to fix the deteriorating mood. With a determined but stressed face, she commits to her plan of changing the topic entirely. She abruptly brings up the 10-second debt Shiny owes her while they continue through the mall. Distracted by her own frantic talking, Yuxin nearly walks right into a group of strangers. She continues to stumble through the crowd, her focus entirely on Shiny, rather than where she is walking. The chaotic energy continues as she tries to maintain pace with Shiny's steady stride. Feeling the weight of her social blunders, Yuxin claps her hands together and offers a loud, tearful apology. Yuxin blushes intensely as she worries her public reaction made things worse with Shiny. Shiny remains stoic, internally annoyed that Yuxin agreed to her terms. Looking at the mall crowd, Shiny realizes the situation has become increasingly awkward. Yuxin is startled when she hears Shiny calling out to her from the side. Shiny stands in a secluded corner near a fire extinguisher, waving Yuxin over. Yuxin stops and stares, unsure of why she's being beckoned into the corner. A look of pure shock crosses Yuxin's face as she considers Shiny's intentions. Shiny tells Yuxin to hurry up since no one can see them in this quiet spot. Yuxin gears up, determined to get through the promised 10-second debt quickly. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yuxin loses her composure as she prepares for the moment. She clumsily shuffles toward the corner, eager to fulfill the agreement. Yuxin blushes and laughs nervously while asking what is about to happen. Her expression shifts to confusion as she notices Shiny holding a shopping bag. Shiny presents a gift to Yuxin, catching the girl completely off guard. Yuxin stares at the bag, wondering why she is suddenly receiving a present. Shiny avoids eye contact, appearing slightly embarrassed by her own gesture. Yuxin yells out, accusing Shiny of using the gift to escape their previous deal. The two face off, arguing over the meaning of the gift versus their prior agreement. Shiny insists that the gift and the debt are two entirely separate matters. They stand in the hall together, continuing their debate over the shopping trip. Yuxin is stunned to realize she doesn't have to choose between the gift and the debt repayment. Shiny maintains a firm, slightly irritated expression as the misunderstanding clears up. She looks away, ready to move on from the awkward conversation. Shiny dismisses the topic entirely, claiming there was no special reason for the purchase. As they stand together, a mysterious figure snaps a photo of them from the shadows. The girl holding the phone is visibly shaken after getting caught in the act. She quickly tries to act natural as she looks up from her device. Shiny and Yuxin stand together as the girl approaches them, questioning what she's doing there. Shiny narrows her eyes, immediately suspicious that their private moment was being observed. The girl frantically explains she was only taking photos of the environment and didn't mean to intrude. Shiny remains cold and skeptical of the excuse, while Yuxin holds onto her new pink hat. Curious about the accessory, the girl asks if Yuxin just bought it. Shiny's face turns red when Yuxin reveals the hat was actually a gift from her. The girl notes that the hat looks a bit different from the ones she's seen before. Shiny realizes the unique handmade details are being scrutinized. Her embarrassment grows as the truth about the custom work starts to surface. Shiny looks increasingly flustered as the conversation centers on her efforts. She admits that she hand-sewed the accessory herself when challenged. Yuxin is overcome with joy, realizing how much effort Shiny put into the gift. Shiny pouts and blushes harder, unable to handle the sudden outpouring of gratitude. Yuxin wonders if this was meant for their Saturday meeting, but Shiny flatly denies it. Their friend beams with excitement, noting how much closer the two have become. The girl then shifts the focus, asking Yuxin what her plans are for the upcoming Saturday. Shiny listens intently, waiting to see how Yuxin will respond to the inquiry. She reveals that her mother is forcing her to help out at the family company instead. The girl looks confused by the sudden change in topic regarding her schedule. Yuxin feels the pressure rising as everyone seems invested in her weekend plans. Shiny internally regrets giving the gift now that it's drawing so much attention. The third girl stares blankly as she tries to piece the situation together. She suddenly speaks up, having a realization about the duo's dynamic. Yuxin looks stunned by the girl's observation about her and Shiny's relationship. Yuxin stands frozen in embarrassment, sweating under the pressure of the situation. Shiny gives a cold, judging stare as she tries to piece together the inconsistencies in the story. The friend probes further into the situation, causing Yuxin to panic while Shiny remains stoic. Yuxin's face contorts as she struggles to maintain her facade while feeling incredibly guilty. Yuxin tries to laugh it off and claims she was actually planning to extend an invitation. She continues her nervous explanation, claiming the details of her weekend commitment are quite complicated. The pressure reaches a boiling point as Yuxin's thoughts become a tangled mess of frantic excuses. Xiao Hui listens with a look of genuine confusion as the story starts taking strange turns. Xiao Hui makes a shocking assumption about the photo shoot, causing Yuxin to scream in denial. Shiny wears a look of utter disappointment as the conversation devolves into nonsense. The friend enters deep thought, trying to analyze the logistics of the supposed event. Shiny remains unimpressed, her expression fixed in a state of perpetual boredom. Xiao Hui continues to guess the nature of the shoot, suggesting an awkward public setting. Yuxin reaches her breaking point, forced to come clean about the embarrassing reality. She tearfully confesses that her mother is forcing her to model overly cute outfits for a designer. Shiny feels the weight of the situation as the blame for the secrecy is shifted. Xiao Hui notes how much Yuxin seems to value Shiny's personal opinion of her. The friend beams with realization, concluding that Yuxin's actions are driven by her strong feelings for Shiny. Desperate to escape the awkwardness, Yuxin abruptly changes the subject and invites Xiao Hui to join them. She quickly turns to Shiny to ensure she is also included in the upcoming plans. Yuxin strikes a shy pose in a frilly pink dress while asking the photographer if she's doing it correctly. The photographer is absolutely thrilled with the shots, praising Yuxin for giving him exactly the look he wanted. Yuxin follows the directions to place her hand under her chin while looking off to the side. Shiny and Xiao Hui watch the photoshoot from the sidelines, taking in the unusual scene of their friend modeling. Feeling her dignity slip away, Yuxin blushes deeply as she realizes her friends are witnessing her embarrassing work. Shiny and Xiao Hui are greeted by a woman who is surprised to see that Yuxin actually brought guests along. The woman introduces herself to the two students and acknowledges the new faces in the studio. Xiao Hui laughs and engages in a friendly, upbeat conversation with the woman. The woman looks puzzled as to why the girls refer to her daughter with such a formal title as senior. She laughs off the title, jokingly telling the girls that while Yuxin looks bright, she is actually a bit of an idiot. From the set, Yuxin watches the group chat with growing concern that her mother is ruining her reputation. Yuxin is quickly told to keep her focus on the shoot and snaps back into her modeling persona. The woman admits that while Yuxin is popular in her class, it's mostly due to her height and looks. Shiny and Xiao Hui listen as the woman claims Yuxin only manages to fool people when she stays quiet. The woman leans in to whisper a secret to the girls, piquing their curiosity about her daughter's private life. She openly wonders if Yuxin has managed to find a boyfriend at school yet. Shiny immediately shoots down the idea with a flat no while Xiao Hui looks on thoughtfully. The woman ponders her daughter's social life, worried that someone as simple as Yuxin might be easily misled. Xiao Hui defends her friend, reassuring the mother that Yuxin is actually very popular among her peers. Shiny remains silent and observant as the woman asks if anyone at school has a crush on her daughter. The woman laughs, feeling confident that she would know immediately if Yuxin were interested in someone. She reflects on Yuxin's past, noting that she has primarily spent her time hanging out with other girls. Xiao Hui listens intently as the woman questions what kind of boy would even be interested in her daughter. Xiao Hui chimes in with a bold suggestion, stating that spending time with girls is actually a great alternative. The mother looks genuinely surprised by Xiao Hui's sudden and pointed comment. Shiny stands by with a stunned expression as the conversation takes an unexpected turn regarding Yuxin's preferences. Mother is stunned by the suggestion, asking if they are really talking about dating girls. Xiao Hui is full of energy, explaining how aesthetically pleasing it is to see two girls together. Her enthusiasm doesn't waver as she continues to praise the concept. Realizing she might be saying too much, Xiao Hui quickly claims she just enjoys art and movies with similar themes. Mother considers the point, admitting that the idea had never crossed her mind before. She takes a long look at Shiny and Xiao Hui, mentally picturing the scenario. A smile spreads across her face as she admits the two would look visually appealing together. The tension eases as the mother decides the idea is actually perfectly fine. Shiny stands by quietly, processing the shift in the conversation. A staff member interrupts to announce they are starting, drawing the mother's attention. Mother waves a hand, telling the girls she needs to go help out now. Xiao Hui bids her farewell while Shiny remains somewhat reserved. Xiao Hui maintains a pleasant smile as the hectic moment passes. She continues to watch the proceedings with a calm expression. Shiny realizes she's let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. The two girls stand together, reflecting on the surprising turn of events. Xiao Hui laughs, feeling a massive sense of relief that things didn't go south. Shiny looks away, still feeling a bit flustered by the mother's comments. They share a brief, awkward glance before the shoot continues. Shiny tries her best to look cute for the camera as requested by the photographer. Yuxin is forced into an elaborate costume, crying from the sheer embarrassment of the poses. After the long session, the mother mentions she needs a break. Yuxin finally returns in her everyday clothes, visibly shaken by the ordeal. Shiny is confused, asking why she's so upset when she usually likes that style. Shiny listens as Yuxin explains that wearing the outfits is a completely different experience. Yuxin covers herself in shame, terrified that her friends might have taken photos. Shinny watches her, realizing she had completely misjudged Yuxin's feelings. Overcome with guilt, Shinny suddenly blurts out a sincere apology. Yuxin is shocked by the sudden change in tone, immediately suspecting pictures were taken. Shinny stares back with a blank expression, leaving Yuxin even more confused. Shinny admits she thought the outfit actually looked good on her, causing Yuxin to blush furiously. The compliment leaves Yuxin feeling a mix of embarrassment and genuine happiness. A man laughs to himself while recalling a past conversation. A girl expresses her feelings for Shiny with a surprised and determined look. Back in the classroom, Shinny stares blankly ahead with a bored expression. She leans her head on her hand, clearly preoccupied with her own thoughts. The classroom remains quiet while Shinny sits alone at her desk. Nearby, other students notice Shinny's troubled demeanor and start whispering. They gossip amongst themselves, wondering if she might be dating someone in secret. The quiet atmosphere of the room continues as the students continue their speculation from afar. Shinny feels frustrated, thinking she is being influenced by someone else's nonsense. Yuxin suddenly appears, excitedly inviting Shinny to go buy something. Shinny stands up to follow while Yuxin urges her to move faster. A nearby student watches them leave with a look of utter shock. The two girls sit outside at a stone table, sharing drinks under the sun. Shinny watches Yuxin, reflecting on how nice it must be to have a friendly relationship with a parent. Yuxin laughs heartily, wondering if her recent modeling activities will make her famous. Shinny maintains a serious gaze as she listens to her friend's cheerful banter. Without warning, Shinny reaches out toward Yuxin's head, telling her not to move. Her fingers gently grasp a stray leaf that had landed in Yuxin's hair. Shinny stays focused on the task, carefully plucking the debris away. She holds up the small piece of greenery to show what she found. Shinny leans across the table to double-check for any more stray bits in her friend's hair. She eventually sits back down, confirming that Yuxin's hair is now clean. The two continue their conversation while enjoying the peaceful outdoor scenery. Shinny blushes slightly as she asks Yuxin what the important topic of discussion was. Yuxin takes a long sip of her juice, building up the anticipation for her news. She excitedly reveals a hotel experience voucher she received from her mother. Shinny immediately begins to imagine a quiet trip for just the two of them. She asks if there are only 2 vouchers available for the trip. Shinny looks expectant, hoping for a private outing away from others. However, Yuxin enthusiastically shows off a whole stack of vouchers, planning a big group party instead. Students are ecstatic upon hearing the news about a resort hotel trip. The group gathers in the classroom to check the vouchers and discuss the upcoming break. Shinny watches the group from the side, feeling skeptical about why so many people are being invited. Yuxin turns to Wan Yi to ask if she is available to join the group outing. Wan Yi hesitates at first, mentioning her usual study habits during school breaks. The girls begin planning 2 days of fun activities and finding places to eat nearby. Wan Yi is reminded to bring a swimsuit for the pool, realizing it has been a long time since she has gone swimming. The thought of staying overnight with friends for the first time starts to build her excitement. Shinny questions the size of the group, wondering if more people will be tagging along. The conversation continues in the classroom as the group confirms Shiny was also invited. Shinny wonders what they will be doing at night, and if they will just be hanging out the whole time. One of the girls excitedly suggests they hold a pajama party during their stay. The idea of a pillow fight sparks confusion among some members of the group. She explains that it is really just about wearing comfortable clothes and relaxing together. Wan Yi and her friend listen intently to the explanation of how the party helps everyone bond. Some of the girls think the activities sound pretty normal, despite the cool-sounding name. Despite the initial skepticism, the group starts to agree that the idea is actually great. Shinny remains a bit confused about the concept as the group finalizes the plan for a night of fun. A younger student looks on with stars in her eyes, thrilled to be included in the festivities. While walking, the girls debate whether the resort or the party is the main highlight of the trip. One girl tries to recall the exact details of how the event was explained to her. The younger student uses her vivid imagination to picture how interesting the trip will be. Outside by the fence, Shinny admits that she is worried the whole experience might end up being boring. Her friend remains optimistic, hoping this trip will be even happier than their previous hot springs visit. Shinny looks on with a neutral expression, still uncertain about how the group dynamic will play out. A girl looks back at a stressful memory while feeling quite flustered. She worries that all of her terrible past memories are starting to resurface. The two students sit together outside, sharing a quiet moment over drinks. One girl promises that this upcoming experience will be much happier than the last one. The blonde student admits that she is also genuinely looking forward to the event. This sincere admission catches her friend completely off guard. A bright smile spreads across her face as her mood finally begins to lift. As night falls, the lights flicker on inside a quiet apartment complex. A boy snacks on some grapes while questioning how quickly all the vouchers were used. The girl insists the group is meeting for the friendship, though her brother remains skeptical. She excitedly looks through her phone to pick out the perfect outfit for the night. She is determined to wear something nice for the highly anticipated pajama party. Her brother looks on with a judgmental expression, finding the whole idea a bit weird. He continues eating his fruit while asking about the girls from the previous photo shoot. The girl claims that both of those friends are actually very fond of him. A long silence follows as the two sit on the couch processing the claim. She reacts with a massive blush and a loud shout when he asks for specifics. He gives her a totally unimpressed look, clearly not buying her reaction. He turns the tables and asks her which of the group members she prefers. He teases her further while she tries to focus on her phone and ignore him. She stands up and shouts in a flustered panic, trying to defend her choices. He warns her not to come back acting defeated like she did after the last outing. The scene shifts to another part of the city where the lights are still on. The blonde girl stares ahead with a very serious and focused expression. She lays out several different outfits on her bed to evaluate her choices. After a quick inspection, she decides that her current wardrobe is just too average. She immediately pulls out her phone to start some serious internet shopping for the trip. Wang Yi is spotted waiting at the station, looking composed and ready for the trip. Her friends soon arrive and ask if she has been waiting long at the terminal. She claims to have only arrived a few minutes early, though she actually showed up much sooner to be prepared. The group shares their excitement about this being their first big outing together. They all realize they are in the same boat, having shared the same level of anticipation for the resort. Yuxin and Xini finally join the rest of the group as they prepare to board. Another friend from the culture department arrives and greets everyone with a cheerful wave. Once settled on the train, one of the girls immediately starts handing out snacks to her travel companions. Wang Yi reveals a massive bag of refreshments she brought along for the long journey. Xini looks a bit drained as she is offered a treat to help wake her up. The others notice her lack of energy and ask if everything is all right. Xini admits that she ended up staying up quite late the previous night. A friend playfully teases her, suggesting she was too excited to get any rest. One girl jokes about how they are all acting like kids while Wang Yi looks on with a nervous sweat. Finding the constant chatter a bit overwhelming, Xini leans back in her seat. She decides the best course of action is to try and catch a nap during the ride. Xini closes her eyes and drifts off while the train speeds through the countryside. After some time, Xini opens her eyes and notices that the noisy carriage has finally gone silent. She looks over to see that her friends have all succumbed to the swaying motion of the train and fallen asleep. Xini is startled to find her neighbor has slumped over and is now leaning against her. Her friend remains fast asleep, completely unaware of where her head has landed. Xini sits perfectly still, feeling a bit awkward about the unexpected proximity. The sleeping girl shifts slightly as the train continues its steady journey. Xini remains frozen in place, trying her best not to disturb her friend's rest. The girl continues to sway back and forth, barely maintaining her balance while asleep. Xini watches with a deadpan expression as her friend's head bobs precariously in mid-air. Another friend briefly opens her eyes, sees the awkward situation, and immediately pretends to be asleep to avoid getting involved. Xini checks her phone after arriving at the station, noting they need to catch a bus that runs every 30 minutes. The group gathers under the station awning, feeling the intense heat and sun as they prepare for the next leg of their trip. Wang Yi presents her summer survival kit, including a small umbrella, a fan, and some sunscreen to help everyone stay cool. While the others decline the extra layers, they notice how prepared and eager Wang Yi is to help out. The bus finally pulls up to the stop, and the group gets ready to board for the final stretch of their journey. As the bus travels along, a scenic view of a calm lake appears through the window. Excitement builds among the travelers as they watch the beautiful landscape pass by, even if they mistake the lake for the sea. Inside the bus, the atmosphere is light as some passengers take photos of the clear blue sky and pretty clouds. One of the friends shows off a great photo she just took, seeking a quick approval from her seatmate. The entire group settles into their seats, filling the back of the bus as they enjoy the ride together. Xini starts to feel a bit self-conscious about her appearance in the photos compared to her photogenic friends. Her friend reassures her that she looks great even without any filters, showing off the latest shots on her phone. Xini finds herself in a much better mood, engaging more in conversation and enjoying the company of her peers. Meanwhile, another friend who is invited to liven things up ends up dealing with a sudden sneezing fit. Wearing a mask and feeling out of place, she navigates through a dense crowd of tourists at a historic site. The group finally arrives at the massive resort, which looks even more impressive and modern than they imagined. Standing before the grand entrance, they realize how lucky they are to have vouchers for such a high-end location. Despite the excitement, the large number of people at the destination makes Xini feel a bit overwhelmed and embarrassed. She stands there quietly, her face flushing as she tries to process the busy environment of the resort. A young woman looks on with a surprised expression as the group discusses their arrival. The news hits that the resort has completely run out of extra rooms, forcing a change in plans. Two of the girls discuss the situation, figuring that sharing a room between 3 people should be manageable. One student looks visibly disappointed by the crowded situation and the lack of individual space. The group coordinates their room assignments to ensure everyone is settled despite the limited availability. Xini looks on with a skeptical expression, feeling a bit awkward about the new sleeping arrangements. She closes her eyes and tries to maintain a positive mindset to get through the trip. Another student realizes she'll be sharing a room with both the senior and Xini. She becomes incredibly excited at the prospect of being a first-hand witness to all the group's interactions. The elevator doors remain shut as the group prepares to head up to their floor. Inside the elevator, the trio stands together, feeling a mix of exhaustion and anticipation. Upon reaching the floor, the group splits off toward their respective rooms to drop off their belongings. One friend looks back with a curious and slightly suspicious glance as the others head toward their door. The trio walks down the long, brightly lit hotel corridor toward their assigned room. Adjusting her glasses, one student finds the unfolding dynamics between her friends to be quite interesting. The culture friend is overwhelmed with joy, hoping the roommates get along during the stay. A hand swipes the electronic keycard against the reader, signaling their entry into the suite. The door opens to reveal a luxurious room featuring a single, massive bed. The three girls stand in the entryway, staring at the unexpected furniture layout in stunned silence. Realization dawns on them as they all blush, processing the fact that they'll be sharing the same sleeping space. An awkward silence hangs in the air, while the trio stands motionless in the middle of the room. Eventually, they decide to push past the embarrassment and start unpacking their gear for the vacation. Shini stares at the massive bed, feeling awkward about the prospect of three people sharing it. Yuxin worries about the sleeping arrangement, fearing how uncomfortable it will be to wake up squeezed in the middle. She considers sleeping on the side instead, but then worries Shini will simply turn away from her all night. Her concerns escalate as she wonders if she might accidentally kick Shini right off the mattress while dreaming. She realizes she completely forgot to consider her own restless sleeping habits and starts to panic. A sudden spark of inspiration hits Yuxin as she realizes there might be another way. Her eyes land on the plush white couch, which looks like the perfect alternative sleeping spot. Meanwhile, the culture friend worries that her presence in the bed will only get in the way of the others. She feels conflicted, wanting to make the most of this rare opportunity without any regrets. However, she realizes that being too close to them would make it impossible to take any pictures discreetly. The culture friend is struck by the same realization that sharing the bed might be a bad idea for her goals. Her gaze shifts toward the same piece of furniture Yuxin was eyeing just moments ago. To her, the couch glows with potential as the ideal place to maintain a tactical vantage point. She quickly hops onto the soft cushions, praising the luxury hotel's comfortable furniture. Yuxin joins her immediately, agreeing that the couch is soft enough to serve as a secondary bed. Both girls simultaneously announce their intention to sleep on the couch for the night. They sit side by side in a sudden, heavy silence, realizing they've both had the exact same idea. The culture friend starts sweating, wondering if Yuxin is actually uncomfortable sharing a bed with her. Yuxin is equally nervous, worrying that her peer thinks she's taking up too much space and is just being polite. They awkwardly confirm their mutual desire to avoid the bed and stay on the sofa together. Shini watches them with a blank, unreadable expression as her roommates effectively abandon her. She stares at the two of them bonding over their shared decision to occupy the small couch instead of the bed. A spotlight shines on Shini, highlighting how she's been left completely alone with the massive, empty mattress. Shini's expression turns in more deadpan as she offers to join them on the couch as well. Seeing Shiny looking isolated under a literal rain cloud, the other two immediately panic. Afraid of making Shiny feel shunned, they both quickly backtrack and agree that everyone should just sleep on the big bed together after all. A girl excitedly shows off a blue and white swimsuit she's only worn once before. She asks her senior if she has anything similar while they prepare for their trip. Shani looks on with a list of reasons why swimming might not be best idea today. Suddenly, the room phone starts ringing, interrupting their conversation. Yuxin answers the call and discovers that people from other rooms can reach them. Shini is surprised to hear the news that the swimming plans might be canceled. The girls on the other end explain that it's too sunny and crowded to go to the pool. Instead of staying in, they decide to check out a brochure for local tourist spots. Yuxin relays the message that they're heading somewhere else since the pool is too busy. The group arrives at a massive glass bridge suspended high above a mountain valley. Two of the girls are thrilled to finally see the famous attraction in person. A friend hands out jelly drinks to everyone, trying to keep the group hydrated. Wan Yi takes a drink but looks noticeably grumpy and tense. Yuxin suggests that Wan Yi should take off her glasses to change her look. While eating a snack, Yuxin points out that the glasses make her look a bit too cold. Another girl joins in, teasing that the glasses are hiding her true attractiveness. Shani unexpectedly speaks up and offers a pair of spare contact lenses as an alternative. Wan Yi tries to argue that their prescriptions are different, but Shani insists they're better than nothing. The whole group starts pressuring Wan Yi to ditch the thick lenses and try something new. Yuxin suddenly proposes a contest to see who is the bravest on the bridge. Without waiting for an answer, Yuxin sprints onto the transparent walkway. She starts off feeling completely confident and ready to conquer the heights. With a sparkle in her eye, she stands proudly over the massive drop. However, the moment she actually looks down through the glass, reality sets in. Her legs immediately turn to jelly as she grips the railing in total terror. Wan Yi stands before the daunting glass bridge, sweating as she realizes even the usually bold Yuxin is intimidated by the height. A close-up shows her grip on her glasses as she tries to find the strength to step out onto the transparent walkway. With her eyes shut tight and one hand firmly on the railing, she gingerly makes her way across the bridge. The rest of the group watches from the side, commenting on the terrifying height while marveling at their friend's perceived bravery. Yuxin is currently questioning her own life choices, regretting the surge of bravery that pushed her so far out onto the glass. Both girls continue their slow, shaky progress across the bridge, clinging to the railing for dear life. Further ahead, the rest of the group seems perfectly fine, even stopping to take pictures of the scenery. One of the peers checks back, asking Yuxin if she's actually afraid of heights and offering a hand. Yuxin forces a smile and insists she's just taking her time to enjoy the midair experience. As the group moves further away, Yuxin is left trailing behind, looking increasingly stressed. She refuses to give up in front of the others, even as she breaks out into a cold sweat. Looking around for a distraction, Yuxin wonders where Shini has gone. She spots Shini further back, her legs visibly shaking as she grips the safety rail. Seeing someone else in a worse state gives Yuxin a sudden boost of morale. Her confidence returns instantly as she realizes she isn't the most terrified person on the bridge. Shini remains frozen, sweating profusely as she stares down at the drop below. Yuxin turns around and smugly offers to pull Shini along despite her own legs still trembling. The two exchange words from a distance, with Shiny insisting she just prefers to walk slowly. Suddenly, the glass panels beneath them begin to show massive cracks, catching both girls off guard. Yuxin's face contorts into a mask of pure terror as she hears the glass seemingly shattering under her feet. Shini asks if everyone is feeling better after bridge incident. Wan Yi looks a bit worn out but manages to nod in response. The two chat by a rock, with Shini noting that Wan Yi handled the height much better than their senior. Meanwhile, Yuxin is completely drained, looking like she's seen a ghost after her panic attack. The group gathers around to check on the exhausted senior, suggesting she take more time to recover. The culture friend feels a wave of guilt as the others praise Wan Yi's impressive composure. One of the girls finds a nearby waterfall online and suggests they head there for a change of pace. They arrive at a small man-made waterfall, finding the peaceful scenery better than nothing. Nearby, a group of kids splashes around in the cool water without a care in the world. Watching the children play makes the girls wish they could be that carefree again. The culture friend initially calls the idea embarrassing, but her blushing face betrays her true desire to join in. The group stands at the edge of the stream, invited to jump in and join the fun. Shiny and her friend wade in right away, excited to discover shells resting in the shallow water. The culture friend remains hesitant, questioning why high schoolers are acting like little kids. Shini points out that they are technically still teenagers and shouldn't take life so seriously. More of the group decides to jump in, ignoring the culture friend's worries about getting their clothes wet. They tease the culture friend for being a killjoy who doesn't know how to relax. Wan Yi watches the group from the sidelines, feeling a restless urge to participate. To everyone's shock, the culture friend removes her glasses, revealing a completely different look. The girls joke about hiding the glasses forever now that the curse of her plain appearance is broken. Wan Yi watches her friends laughing and playing, realizing just how much fun they're having. She admits to herself that she actually wants to be part of the crowd for once. A soft blush creeps onto her face as she considers stepping into the water. The girls call out to her, encouraging her to come help them collect more keepsakes. With a gentle smile, Wan Yi finally decides to join her friends and enjoy the moment. While standing near the waterfall, the girls chat about letting their clothes air dry as they enjoy the cool mountain stream. Nearby, parents usher their children away, telling them not to follow the group's example of getting completely soaked. Yuxin retreats to the shade, focusing on wringing the excess water out of her damp shirt to stay comfortable. Wen Yai approaches her, questioning why she isn't drying off in the direct sunlight with the rest of the group. The others stay out in the open water, making the most of the bright sun to help their clothes dry faster. Wan Yi joins Yuxin under the trees, expressing concern that staying wet in the shade might cause her to catch a cold. Yuxin calmly explains that she is used to the shade and prefers staying out of the direct heat. Wan Yi listens intently, processing Yuxin's preference for staying tucked away from the light. In a sudden burst of confidence, Wan Yi tells Yuxin that she wants to be her personal source of warmth while they sit in the shade. The bold statement leaves Yuxin looking completely bewildered as she tries to make sense of the comment. Realizing how awkward she sounded, Wan Yi blushes and quickly tries to explain it as a literal comment about her high body temperature. Despite the clumsy explanation, Yuxin looks out at the water and admits that the quiet moment is actually quite nice. Wan Yi watches her closely, her heart clearly racing after their small moment of connection. As they sit together, Wan Yi realizes her feelings for Yuxin are becoming much harder to ignore. From a distance, their friend watches the two of them sitting peacefully by the water's edge. She adjusts her glasses, feeling proud of herself for helping Yuxin cure some valuable alone time. She keeps a watchful eye on the pair, ensuring their conversation remains uninterrupted. Shini looks on with a satisfied expression, happy to see her friends getting along so well. As evening approaches, the sun begins to set over the resort's modern buildings. Back at the room, the group discusses how uncomfortable the walk back was while wearing damp clothes. Wan Yi suggests that the others take the first turns in the shower to warm up quickly. Yuxin and Shiny go back and forth, debating who should go first since they've already partially dried off. Shini pauses for a moment, clearly formulating a plan to push the situation forward. A realization sparks in her eyes as she looks between Yuxin and Wan Yi. Shini suddenly claims she feels itchy and rushes toward the bathroom, making a hasty exit to leave the other two alone. Left standing in the hallway, Yuxin and Wan Yi are puzzled by Shini's sudden and dramatic departure. A text box clarifies that Shini avoids sitting on the bed because her pants are still dirty from the outing. She chooses to sit upright on the sofa instead, keeping a stiff and formal posture. Shini stares ahead with a blank expression, seemingly lost in thought. In the background, Yuxin paces nervously back and forth behind the seating area. Shini finally breaks the silence to ask why Yuxin is wandering around so restlessly. Yuxin quickly explains that she is still damp from the water and sitting down would be uncomfortable. Shini responds with a flat, skeptical look that shows she isn't entirely buying the excuse. Getting defensive, Yuxin waves her hands and insists she's only talking about her own discomfort. Shini blushes slightly while mentioning that sitting in class has made her used to minor discomforts. Yuxin remains quiet, appearing slightly flustered by the shifting atmosphere. A sudden sneeze from Shini catches Yuxin completely off guard. Panicking, Yuxin rushes toward the controls to see if the air conditioning needs to be adjusted. Shini looks away with a light blush, noting that their other friend has been gone for quite a while. Yuxin turns back and suggests that Shini should really change out of her damp gear to stay warm. Shini gives her a silent, wide-eyed stare as the suggestion sinks in. The two stand in the middle of the room as a heavy, awkward silence fills the space between them. To break the tension, Yuxin frantically suggests using a towel for warmth as a practical alternative. Shini looks down with a deep blush, quietly acknowledging that she understands the practical advice. Shini's face turns bright red as she deals with the overwhelming awkwardness of the situation. Realizing her suggestion is being taken seriously, Yuxin begins to feel the heat as well. She looks to the side, sweating nervously, while trying to maintain her composure. Yuxin reaches out and grabs a clean, dry towel from the nearby surface. She carefully drapes the large white towel over Shini's shoulders to provide some much-needed warmth. With a shy expression, Yuxin asks if the extra layer helps her feel any better. Shini remains quiet, her face still flushed as she adjusts to the close proximity. Their friend suddenly bursts back into the room, shocked to see the duo in such a radiant and intense moment. Wan Yi peeks through the door, blushing at the sight in front of her. Shini and Yuxin stand close together in the middle of the room, the silence between them growing heavy. From her hiding spot, Wan Yi marvels at the perfect atmosphere while wondering why neither of them is making a move. The tension is suddenly broken when Yuxin lets out a loud sneeze, covering her face in embarrassment. Shini looks over with a surprised expression, checking to see if her friend is okay. She stares blankly for a moment, processing the sudden interruption to their quiet time. A faint blush creeps across Shini's face as she continues to watch Yuxin, realizing she's damp and at risk of catching a cold. Yuxin decides she needs to handle her wet clothes immediately. She begins to move her shirt, much to the shock of those watching. This display causes Wan Yi to have an over-the-top reaction, completely overwhelmed by the scene. Shini quickly looks away, her face turning a deep shade of red from the unexpected sight. A hand reaches up to the high shelf of a closet to grab a fresh towel. Shini stretches as far as she can to reach the linen stored away. Yuxin steps in close to help, reaching for the towel at the same time. Watching the two interact in such close proximity is too much for Wan Yi, who continues to react with intense excitement from the hallway. Shini looks down, feeling the heat in the room rise while Yuxin prepares to dry off. Yuxin stands there stunned, unsure of how to handle the mounting awkwardness. Shini remains still, her back to the camera as she waits for the next move. Yuxin's eyes go wide as she realizes Shini hasn't moved an inch. The two stand together under the dim light, both wrapped in towels to keep warm while the silence returns. Shini keeps her head down, her profile showing just how flustered she really is. They share a final, intense look, both wondering if this is their opportunity to say something. Wan Yi peers from behind a wall, her face bright red as she watches the scene unfold. Yuxin stands frozen in her robe, a heavy blush creeping across her face as she considers her next move. Shini looks away quietly, maintaining a calm but slightly flustered demeanor while wrapped in her towel. Wan Yi cheers silently from her hiding spot, her eyes sparkling with intense excitement at the brewing tension. A drop of water falls as Wan Yi continues to watch, her hands clasped together in anticipation. Wan Yi is suddenly startled, her face turning even redder as she reacts to an unexpected sound or movement. Wan Yi pops out with a forced, cheerful expression, trying to act natural after a secret observation. Shini quickly retreats into the other room, closing the sliding door behind her to escape the awkwardness. Shini stands alone behind the door, her face glowing red as she processes the strange encounter. Back in the main room, Wan Yi clutches a towel and stares blankly, her mind racing with regret over being caught. The two remain seated on opposite ends of the bed, a massive wave of silence and awkwardness filling the space between them. Yuxin hangs her head in absolute shame, her face completely flushed as she dwells on her embarrassing actions. Wan Yi mirrors the sentiment, clutching her towel tightly while wishing she could disappear from the room. The pair sits in a state of total distress, neither one able to break the heavy silence as they process the recent events. Wan Yi suddenly stands up and announces she needs to leave, desperate for any excuse to get out of the situation. Wan Yi waves a quick goodbye as she hurries toward the exit, leaving the room as fast as her legs can carry her. Yuxin watches her go with a hollow expression, feeling completely drained by the chaotic series of events. Alone once more, Yuxin stares off into space, her mind a complete blank after the intense emotional roller coaster. A sudden realization hits her like a bolt of lightning, causing her eyes to widen and her face to turn a bright shade of pink. Since the provided allowed tags list contains no valid tags, no panels have been selected for description in this batch. Shinny hides away, looking flustered and covering her face as she tries to process the recent chaos. She stays tucked away, wondering how to handle the mounting awkwardness of the situation. A sudden click at the door startles her, causing her to look up in surprise. Yuxin stands at the entrance, awkwardly asking Shiny if she has finished her shower. Shiny responds with a cold, silent stare, clearly still affected by the earlier tension. Her expression remains stoic and unimpressed as she watches Yuxin. Yuxin reacts with a comical, sweat-dropped expression, feeling the full weight of the uncomfortable atmosphere. He tries to explain that he only entered because he heard a scream and was worried, but Shinny quickly shuts down the conversation. This leaves Yuxin feeling misunderstood and slightly wronged by her sharp dismissal. Later, Shinny sits alone in the bathtub, surrounded by steam while she reflects on the day's events. She worries that sharing a room tonight will only lead to more awkward encounters. While still in the bath, she overhears the other girls outside discussing their plans for the evening. She hears them decide to head off to the pajama party without waiting for her. The sound of a door slamming shut makes her realize that Shinny might still be quite upset. In another room, a massive pile of snacks is spread across the bed in preparation for the gathering. One of the girls excitedly explains that she went all out and bought these treats specifically for their trip. Two friends sit together, chatting happily about their shopping trip and the discounts they found. Wan Yi is then questioned about her choice of attire, as she opted for a set of men's-style pajamas. The group teases her, noting that they rarely see her wear anything traditionally feminine outside of her school uniform. One of the girls turns the attention to Shiny, asking where her pajamas are. Shiny stands there silently, clutching a bag and looking incredibly hesitant. She gives a nervous nod when asked if she actually brought something to change into. Shiny tells the group she is going to change immediately, though her expression remains full of doubt. She heads toward the changing area, holding her bag tightly as the others imagine what she might be wearing. Once alone, she pulls out an unconventional penguin-themed costume and immediately regrets her fashion choice for the party. Shinny stares blankly ahead, a single bead of sweat rolling down her blushing face as she processes her current situation. She stands in the middle of the bathroom, fully decked out in a bulky penguin onesie that leaves her questioning her life choices. Looking at her reflection, the sight of the oversized bird costume from behind only adds to her growing sense of regret. A quick flashback reveals Shinny scrolling through pajama options on her phone, dismissing the more standard sets as too boring. She even passes on the more revealing options, feeling completely fed up with the lack of unique choices. Her thumb hovers over a listing for a set of cute animal-themed pajamas, while she browses the online shop. Though she initially judges the outfits as childish and fit only for kids, the high number of adult buyers catches her eye. She remains frozen in thought, unable to look away from the screen as she considers the unconventional choice. Shiny imagines a cheerful girl looking bright and full of energy, perhaps hoping the outfit might elicit a similar reaction. Despite her reservations, she continues to stare at the screen, the pressure of the upcoming trip weighing on her mind. Convinced that the adult label makes it acceptable and seeking some form of praise, she finally hits the button to add the suit to her cart. Back in the present, she slumps her shoulders while wearing the costume, convinced she must have been possessed when she made the purchase. The cartoonish eyes of the penguin hood look on as Shiny's anxiety spikes while she hears the others talking outside. She blushes intensely under the hood's beak, terrified that the outfit won't suit her at all. Taking a deep breath, she steels her resolve and prepares to step out of the bathroom to face the music. Shinny's eyes widen as she finally steps out and sees the other girls waiting for her. She stands face to face with Yuxin, who surprisingly is also wearing a matching animal onesie in a different color. Yuxin stares back with a stunned expression, her face turning pink as she takes in Shiny's unexpected look. The rest of the group watches from the bed, teasing the pair for somehow managing to buy such similar outfits. Yuxin quickly tries to hide her embarrassment, telling Shiny that the style actually suits her quite well. Shiny's turns bright red as she receives the unexpected compliment, feeling a bit better about her choice. Yuxin insists that her own bear costume is far stranger, trying to deflect the attention while the two stand awkwardly together. A girl happily munches on spicy snacks that remind her of her childhood. The group gathers on the hotel bed to enjoy a feast of snacks, fulfilling a lifelong dream of eating until they're full. Wan Yi questions if a pajama party is really just about eating junk food. The conversation turns to romance as a friend asks Wan Yi if there's anyone she currently likes, catching her completely off guard. The girls exchange knowing looks, eager to dive into the typical gossip that defines their late-night hangouts. Wan Yi's face turns bright red as she processes the sudden question about her love life. Seeing her reaction, the group continues to tease her, suspecting she might be hiding a secret crush. Wan Yi adopts a super serious stance, declaring that she has no time for dating because she needs to focus on her studies. The spotlight then shifts to Xiao Hui, who is asked if she has feelings for anyone. Xiaohui pauses to think it over, her expression becoming momentarily soft and contemplative. Nearby, Shiny and Yuxin sit quietly in their animal onesies as the personal questions continue. Xiaohui quickly dismisses the idea, claiming she doesn't actually have anyone in mind. Shiny notices the interaction and wonders if Xiaohui was specifically looking in her direction. She steals a quick glance back, trying to read the situation without drawing too much attention. The group turns their attention to Yuxin, mentioning a rumor about her liking someone from a neighboring class. Yuxin tries to brush off the claim, though her blushing face suggests there might be some truth to it. Shiny maintains a calm and focused expression while listening to the ongoing discussion. Much to everyone's surprise, Yuxin suddenly admits with a bright smile that she actually does have someone she likes. Shiny looks away, her voice softening as she asks Yuxin to reveal the identity of this person. Yuxin prepares to spill the secret, looking incredibly cheerful about the prospect of sharing her feelings. Before she can say a word, Wan Yi lunges forward and grabs Yux's face to silence her. Wan Yi glares with intense determination, making it clear she won't let the secret slip out so easily. Yuxin freezes in a cold sweat, realizing how close she came to revealing something she probably shouldn't have. The rest of the group stares on in blank confusion, unsure of why the atmosphere suddenly became so tense. Wan Yi keeps a close eye on Yuxin, maintaining a stern posture to ensure she stays quiet. Xiaohai reacts with sheer shock, overwhelmed by the dramatic turn the conversation has taken. A girl looks on in surprise as the group discusses Yuxin's interest in a specific individual. The girls gather in a circle on the bed, questioning the identity of this relatively unknown figure. Suspicion fills the air as two of the girls stare at each other, sensing that someone is hiding the truth. The focus shifts as a new question is posed, asking one of the others if they have a crush of their own. Shiny and her friend sit together, caught off guard by the sudden turn in the conversation. Shiny tries to keep a straight face, but a noticeable blush begins to creep across her cheeks. She attempts a weak denial, though the visible heat in her face betrays her true feelings. One friend jumps up in excitement, calling out Shiny for her obvious reaction and demanding answers. The rest of the group joins in, shocked that the usually composed Shiny might actually like someone. Shiny gets flustered and annoyed as the group continues to tease her about her reddening face. The girl with glasses adjusts her frames while analyzing the situation to see how this affects her friends. Nervousness takes over as another friend wonders if she might be the object of Shiny's affection. One of the girls leans forward with a mischievous grin, convinced she has figured everything out. The group huddles close together, creating a tense atmosphere as they wait for the big reveal. Shiny drops a bombshell by claiming her interest is actually in the scientist Nikola Tesla. A long silence follows as the group tries to process such a strange and unexpected answer. The girl with glasses is utterly disappointed, realizing her matchmaking plans have been derailed. Confusion sets in for the girl in the orange onesie, who can't believe the conversation took a turn for the academic. One friend stares blankly, completely drained by the bizarre direction the gossip session has taken. They question Shiny on her sudden interest in science, finding the whole thing incredibly suspicious. Shiny looks away, insisting that she simply finds the subject matter interesting. Her friend remains unconvinced, noting that this interest seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Shiny doubles down, explaining that even most unlikely subjects can be learned and appreciated. One girl reacts with a heavy blush, interpreting Shiny's words in a much more romantic light. Two girls return to the room carrying bags filled with various drinks. Wan Yi takes a closer look at one of the bottles and realizes it contains alcohol. The group discusses the purchase, with the girls claiming they only bought them because they looked tasty. One of the girls notes that the colorful liquid looks just like regular fruit juice. Wan Yi panics and lectures the group about the consequences of high schoolers drinking. When a friend tells her to relax, Wan Yi is shocked by how experienced she sounds. Another girl admits that she has occasionally had a drink during family events. A younger student excitedly holds up a soft drink, eager to taste it. Wan Yi refuses to back down, insisting that any amount of alcohol is a problem. Yuxin sits on the floor among the refreshments, arguing that a few sips shouldn't be an issue. She flashes a bright smile while asking Shiny if she wants to try a specific flavor. Shiny shoots her a cold look, reminding her of the last time she overindulged and got sick. Yuxin's cheerful expression turns to a nervous sweat at the mention of her past failure. She tries to play it off as a humble mistake where she simply had a bit too much fun. Shiny doesn't let her off easy, describing the aftermath of that night as a total disaster. Realizing she's been caught, Yuxin agrees to stay away from the alcohol for the night. She looks dejected while putting the bottle back into the shopping bag. Shiny offers her a carton of warm milk instead, telling her it's better for her. Yuxin stares at the carton, caught off guard by the thoughtful gesture. She smiles warmly and accepts the milk, feeling much better. Shiny points out that the milk is still hot, keeping her eyes fixed on Yuxin. She eventually looks away, maintaining her usual cool composure. Xiaohui is moved to tears by the heartwarming interaction, feeling like her hope has been restored. Suddenly, Wan Yi does a total 180 and starts opening a bottle, complaining that they didn't buy enough. The rest of the girls watch in stunned silence as the former lecturer immediately loses her composure due to her low tolerance. Wan Yi is completely out of it, sleeping soundly after the party. The girls admire her look without glasses, noting she looks surprisingly handsome. They realize it is time to get everyone back to their own rooms for the night. Xiaohui insists she is still awake despite her obvious state of exhaustion. Since she can't walk, her friend gives her a piggyback ride down the hallway. Shiny walks along silently, listening to the chatter. Xiaohui starts rambling about being a huge fan of the relationship between Shiny and her senior. The group makes their way through the quiet hotel corridor as the conversation continues. Xiaohui keeps going, claiming that everyone knows the two have feelings for each other. She yells out about true love, forcing the others to try and keep her quiet late at night. Once they reach the room, Xiaohui flops onto the bed and declares her eternal support for the pair. Her friends laugh off the messy situation as they settle in. The senior apologizes for the chaos, hoping there won't be any more surprises. Shiny turns away with a visible blush, clearly affected by what was said. Her senior is equally flustered, her face turning bright red from the awkwardness. They try to have a normal conversation about their evening routine but end up confused. The senior is completely overwhelmed by the realization that Shiny might actually like her back. Meanwhile, the cause of all the drama is already fast asleep and dreaming. The senior can't stop blushing as she processes the sudden revelation. She covers her mouth in shock, her heart racing at the possibility of Shiny's true feelings. Trying to snap out of it, she agrees to finally head to sleep despite her extreme nerves. She takes a moment to compose herself before the night ends. In the middle of the bed, Xiaohui has taken over the entire space, leaving no room for anyone else. Yuxin stands shocked in her onesie because Xiaohui is sleeping right in the middle of the bed. Xiaohui is fast asleep on a pillow with a satisfied, slightly drunken expression. Shiny and Yuxin stand together, looking down at the bed-hogging situation with mixed expressions. Yuxin stands alone against a polka dot background, looking completely stunned by the turn of events. Yuxin stares blankly, realizing that having a drunk person in the middle might actually be the safer option. Yuxin sheds a single tear of frustration, accepting that there's nothing she can do to change the sleeping arrangements. Xiaohui suddenly rolls over in her sleep, moving toward the edge of the bed. Yuxin's face turns bright red as she watches Xiaohui vacate the middle spot. Yuxin leans over the bed, flustered and trying to figure out where everyone is going to sleep now. Yuxin looks incredibly nervous, her face flushed with heat as she considers the new proximity. Shiny watches the chaos with a calm but slightly judgmental expression, questioning if Yuxin is actually okay. Yuxin suggests that Shiny should sleep in the middle instead to keep things orderly. Shiny remains firm, stating she will sleep on the side regardless of the risk of falling off. Yuxin beams with a bright, sparkling aura, thankful for what she perceives as Xiaohui's helpful meddling. The three girls are finally settled in bed, with Yuxin wide awake in the middle and the others on either side. Yuxin stares at the ceiling with an intense, blushing expression. Paralyzed by the awkwardness of the situation, she looks over toward Xiaohui, wondering if she should just try to drift off like this. Sweat beads on Yuxin's forehead as she realizes sleeping face up is making her way too self-conscious. On the other side, Shiny is curled up and seemingly asleep, though her presence is clearly affecting Yuxin. Yuxin's heart thumps loudly in her chest, her blush deepening as she feels a sudden urge to be closer. Sitting bolt upright in bed, Yuxin panics, realizing she can't find a comfortable position to save her life. Shiny lies awake on her side, her expression unreadable as she deals with her own discomfort. Yuxin tries lying down again, but the sound of her own racing heartbeat is making it impossible to breathe. Finally, Yuxin and Shiny turn toward each other, their eyes meeting in the dim light as the tension reaches its peak. Shiny lies awake, her face flushed as she stares into the darkness. Yuxin is equally flustered, realizing Shiny has turned to face her. The two remain frozen in place, inches apart while the others sleep. Stress builds for Yuxin as she processes the unexpected proximity. Shiny hopes the low light hides her intense blushing from Yuxin. They maintain eye contact in a heavy, silent atmosphere. Yuxin decides her best move is to simply feign sleep. Both girls experience racing heartbeats that seem audible in the quiet room. Yuxin finds herself completely unable to move due to the tension. Shiny's physiological response is just as intense as she tries to remain still. Shiny closes her eyes, feeling the heat from her own embarrassment. Yuxin notices the scent of Shiny's hygiene products nearby. The proximity leaves Yuxin feeling overwhelmed by the moment. She carefully peeks to check if her companion has drifted off. Shiny seems to have finally fallen asleep under the covers. Her peaceful expression only makes Yuxin more nervous. A fresh wave of heat hits Yuxin as she stares at her friend. Overwhelmed by her internal monologue, Yuxin ducks her head down. She covers her face, trying to contain her frantic thoughts. Yuxin panics over the possibility of a significant romantic milestone. She continues to hide her face while staring through her fingers. Shiny remains motionless, though her face is still quite red. Yuxin's physical trembling becomes impossible to ignore. When Shiny questions her, Yuxin claims she is just cold. Yuxin tentatively reaches out to close the gap between them. She settles her arm beside Shiny, solidifying their contact. Internally, Yuxin is ecstatic about finally making a move. Shiny stays awake, her face flushed with nerves. Yuxin is equally flustered, staring wide-eyed in the dark. Both girls lie close together, unable to relax. Yuxin nervously wonders why Shini isn't reacting to their proximity. She overthinks the situation, questioning if her presence is even noticed. Shini remains silent and frozen, caught in the tension. Outside, the night sky remains still as the awkwardness lingers. The first light of dawn begins to hit the city skyline. Sunlight fills the room as the long night finally ends. Xiaohui wakes up refreshed, letting out a loud yawn. She rubs the sleep from her eyes, unaware of the night's events. Xiaohui greets her friends as she starts her day. Yuxin sits up quickly, looking completely drained and red-faced. Xiaohui is confused by Yuxin's sudden movement and exhausted look. Xiaohui decides to head to the shower to wake up. She then checks in on Shini to see how she's doing. Shini appears just as tired, sporting clear dark circles. Xiaohui worries that her own sleep-talking kept them awake. Shini blames the heat for her lack of rest. Xiaohui considers if the heavy pajamas were the real problem. A sudden realization hits Xiaohui as she looks at them. Both Yuxin and Shini look incredibly guilty and flustered. Xiaohui stares in shock, suspecting she missed something big. Shini maintains a blank stare while Xiaohui continues to sweat. Xiaohui panics, asking if she did anything embarrassing overnight. Shini looks at her with a calm, unbothered expression. The group shares an awkward moment of silence. Xiaohui realizes she was the only one actually sleeping. Shini remains stoic while the others deal with the aftermath. The friends gather for breakfast, thankful that they were woken up in time to avoid missing the meal. Yuxin and Shiny both look completely drained as they attempt to act natural despite their exhaustion. The rest of the group eats while one friend deals with a nagging headache from the night before. Shiny remains quiet and pensive as the conversation continues around the table. One of the girls asks Shiny if her stiff posture is the reason her arm feels so sore this morning. Shiny awkwardly explains that she likely stayed in the same position for too long while sleeping. Yuxin tries to maintain a polite expression, though she is clearly flustered by the topic. Xiaohui sips her drink while observing the pair with a highly suspicious gaze. Both Shiny and Yuxin look like they would much rather be back in bed than heading out for activities. Most of the group heads to the resort pool to enjoy the water and the sunny weather. Yuxin can barely keep her eyes open and lets out a massive yawn. She watches the others play from the sidelines, feeling too tired to participate. Claiming she has a stomach ache, Yuxin decides to head back to the room to catch up on sleep. The friends in the pool notice that Shiny has also disappeared from the poolside area. The elevator indicator shows the lift moving up toward the guest rooms. Yuxin steps into the elevator, relieved to finally be getting some rest. She reaches the hotel room and prepares to finally collapse into bed. Yuxin throws herself onto the mattress, exhausted from the long night. After a moment, she opens her eyes and realizes she isn't the only one in the room. Shiny is already tucked under the covers, fast asleep beside her. Startled and blushing, Yuxin bolts upright in a state of total shock. She starts to apologize out loud before realizing that Shiny is still sound asleep. Yuxin looks down at the vice president, who finally looks peaceful while resting. She wonders to herself when Shiny managed to slip away from the group. Yuxin's face turns a deep shade of red as she stares at her friend. The realization hits her that they are now completely alone together in the quiet room. Shiny is completely knocked out, sleeping peacefully under the covers. Yuxin stands by, her face turning bright red as she realizes they're finally alone together. She tries to snap out of it, frantically waving her hands to clear her head of distracting thoughts. Clutching her cheeks, she wonders if Shiny is also exhausted from staying up the night before. In a small chibi thought, she finds it a funny coincidence that they're both totally drained. Yuxin carefully crawls onto the bed to lie down beside her sleeping friend. Shiny doesn't stir, remaining deep in her slumber. Yuxin watches her with a soft, blushing smile as she settles in. Suddenly, a wave of nervousness hits her, and she can't stop blushing. She pulls the blanket up to her face, wondering when Shiny plans to deliver a certain punishment she mentioned earlier. Looking at Shiny again, she thinks that now might be the perfect time for it. She peeks over the edge of the blanket, feeling a mix of anticipation and nerves. Seeing how calm Shiny looks, Yuxin decides to get a bit closer. She slowly inches across the bed, closing the distance between them. Shiny stays fast asleep, completely unaware of how close Yuxin has moved. Yuxin jumps in a panic when she thinks she hears something, her heart racing. She freezes in place, staring intently to see if Shiny is waking up. Sweat beads on her forehead as she worries about what would happen if she got caught. She sits up slightly to catch her breath and scan the room. Shiny has a gentle smile on her face, making Yuxin wonder if she's having a good dream. Yuxin looks at her with an affectionate gaze, feeling more at ease. A small, genuine smile appears on her face as she watches her friend. She realizes she doesn't want to keep things a secret anymore. She wants Shiny to be direct with her when they finally talk things out. Looking at her again, she thinks about the debt Shiny owes her and how it should be settled. Shiny continues to sleep soundly while Yuxin stays right by her side. Yuxin's blush returns as she looks down at her companion. Finally, she settles in close, deciding that just being near her like this is enough for now. The elevator displays up to the second floor as the group returns from the pool. Dressed in robes, the girls discuss how the water was getting crowded. Xiaohai notes that both the senior and Shiny have disappeared from the group. The friends speculate on where the pair might be while exiting the elevator. Wan Yai quickly tries to shut down the conversation to prevent further analysis. She deflects by claiming that swimming has simply drained everyone's energy. Getting serious, she insists they focus on their own plans for now. Xiao Hai stands in the hallway, holding a small pouch while contemplating her friend's relationship. She walks toward the room, curious about the progress Shani and Yuxin might be making. Upon reaching the door, she stops to find her entry method. Her expression turns to panic when she realizes the item she needs isn't in her bag. She recalls a memory of borrowing the key from the senior back at the poolside. With a sigh, she realizes the senior has the only other way inside. She raises her hand to knock on the door but hesitates. Standing in the quiet hallway, she considers the situation. Her imagination flares up with dramatic thoughts of the pair sharing a private moment inside. Deciding not to interrupt, she turns and bolts down the hall, wishing them luck. She arrives at the other room looking flustered and out of breath. The other girls ask if she's ready for lunch as she claims she forgot her key. With a wide grin, she suggests that the senior and Shiny are likely just catching up on some much-needed sleep. The group looks on with varying degrees of skepticism. Wan Yi suspects something is up, thinking the excuse is a bit too convenient. However, she decides to play along, noting they were all tired from the previous night's events. The group agrees to leave them alone and bring back some takeout later. Back in the quiet room, the morning sun hits the top of the bed frame. Shiny remains perfectly still, lost in a deep sleep. Slowly, she begins to stir and opens one eye to the bright room. She finds herself resting comfortably beside Yuxin, both of them enjoying the peaceful morning together. Shiny wakes up to find herself lying right next to a sleeping Yuxin, her face instantly turning a bright shade of red. Yuxin remains deep in her slumber, completely unaware of her friend's sudden wakefulness. Shiny can't help but stare, her heart racing as she processes the situation. Looking around, she wonders exactly when Yuxin decided to join her in the bed. The realization of their proximity leaves her completely stunned and motionless. Her face flushes even deeper as she tries to handle the sudden increase in her temperature. Despite the heat, she finds herself unable to look away from the peaceful scene. Yuxin looks incredibly calm while resting, presenting a side of her that Shiny rarely sees. Shiny reflects on how different their personalities are and how much she admires the senior's composed nature. She continues to watch the sleeping girl, her expression filled with a mix of wonder and nervousness. Reaching out a trembling hand, she prepares to fix a stray lock of hair on Yuxin's forehead. She gently brushes the hair aside, her touch light and careful not to wake her. Getting a closer look at her friend's facial features, she notices every small detail of her resting face. A memory of a flustered Xiaohui holding a small cloth flashes through her mind as she contemplates the current situation. Yuxin remains still, though her breathing seems to change slightly as Shiny stays near. Shiny leans in even closer, her curiosity getting the better of her as she observes the sleeping girl. However, Yuxin's eyes stay shut tight as she remains motionless. Deep down, Yuxin has actually woken up and is internally panicking about Shiny adjusting her hair. Yuxin's heart hammers against her ribs as she wonders what her friend's intentions are in this close proximity. She decides to remain still and see what happens next, bracing herself for the tension. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere is shattered by a loud sneeze that sends them both jumping. Yuxin's eyes fly open, her face burning with a mix of surprise and embarrassment. Shiny is equally caught off guard, her own face turning a deep crimson as she realizes she's been caught. They both stare at each other in a stunned, silent deadlock for several long seconds. The awkward silence is broken by a sudden, loud knocking at the bedroom door. Shiny looks toward the entrance in a panic, worried that their friends might walk in at any moment. She immediately tries to pull back and create some distance between them. Quick to react, Yuxin signals for absolute silence to avoid being discovered as they stay hidden under the covers. Shiny lies in bed with a flushed face, listening intently to the persistent knocking at the door. Yuxin also remains frozen under the covers, blushing as the noise from the hallway continues. Outside, the rest of the group decides to head out for a meal, assuming the two are still caught up in a deep sleep. Once the voices fade, the room falls back into a heavy, expectant silence. Shiny stares upward, trying to process the tension of the near discovery. She eventually finds her voice and notes that the others have finally stopped knocking. Yuxin looks over with a serious gaze, asking a bold question that catches her friend completely off guard. The sudden shift in the conversation sends Shiny's face into a bright red panic. Yuxin sits up slightly to face her, while Shiny remains flustered and pinned to the mattress. Yuxin leans over, noting the heavy atmosphere currently filling the quiet room. With a determined look, she brings up the topic of carrying out a pending punishment. She moves even closer, looming over Shiny, who is trapped against the pillows. Shiny looks up with wide eyes, completely frozen by the sudden proximity. In a moment of panic, Shiny quickly covers her mouth with both hands to shield herself. Yuxin looks down with a focused and slightly teasing expression. Shiny refuses to budge, keeping her hands firmly in place as a barrier. Yuxin lets out a small laugh, asking if the defensive posture is due to a fear of being kissed. Feeling completely embarrassed, Shiny stays hidden behind her hands while her mind races. She eventually begins to lower her guard, looking up with a hesitant and nervous expression. Yuxin leans down further, bringing their faces into extreme proximity as the tension reaches its peak. Shiny reaches out and tightly clutches Yuxin's sleeve, her heart racing from the contact. Her eyes go wide as she fully realizes the intensity of the moment they are sharing. Yuxin looks completely flustered, her face glowing bright red as she tries to process what just happened. Shini lies there in a daze, her cheeks burning from the intensity of the encounter. Catching her breath, Yuxin stammers while looking away, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. Shini covers her mouth with her hand, looking totally shocked and winded from the close proximity. Yuxin asks if they can keep going, but a panicked Shini immediately shuts the idea down. Realizing she has to honor their deal, Yuxin lets out an awkward, nervous laugh. Shini suddenly bolts up and announces a desperate need for the restroom to escape the tension. Left alone on the bed, Yuxin stares blankly ahead as the reality of the moment sinks in. She looks down with a bashful expression, still reeling from the shock of their interaction. Yuxin dives face first into the pillows, letting out a muffled scream into the bedding. She peeks out from behind the pillow, her eyes wide as she replays the memory of the kiss over and over. Still hiding her face, Yuxin reflects on the sensory details of being so close to her friend. A vision of Shini's blushing face flashes through her mind as she recalls the softness of the moment. Over in the bathroom, Shini sits with her arms crossed, looking deeply conflicted and flustered. A close-up shows Shini's face remains bright red as she struggles to calm her racing heart. She touches her mouth, unable to shake the lingering feeling of the recent encounter. Shini buries her face in her hands, frantically questioning her own feelings and actions. The group heads out to a busy dining area to grab a meal together. Two of the girls enjoy their drinks while waiting for the rest of the group to join them. Xiao Hui and Wen Yi discuss their afternoon activities, mentioning they spent their time taking photos nearby. Wen Yi remains suspicious of what really happened while they were away, eyeing the others closely. The conversation turns to local attractions, with the group suggesting they go see the fireworks later that night. Yuxin is immediately flustered, her mind racing at the mention of the event. However, Wen Yi quickly kills the mood by pointing out that the fireworks show ended a month ago. Xiao Hui saves the evening by recommending they visit a nearby musical fountain instead. Shiny remains quiet throughout the planning, focused on her drink as the group agrees on the new destination. They arrive at the fountain to find a vibrant and colorful display of water and lights. The area is packed with people, and the group secures a spot at the railing to watch the performance. The night air turns chilly, causing Yuxin to sneeze as they stand by the water. Wan Yi notes the drop in temperature, adjusting her own clothing against the coastal breeze. Shani observes Yuxin's discomfort silently while the show continues in the background. Yuxin shivers, regretting her decision to leave her jacket behind. She looks over as Shani begins to move toward her. Shani removes her own outer layer and offers it to her friend. Yuxin is taken aback by the sudden gesture, her face turning bright red. Shini insists on providing the garment to help her stay warm. Shini stands stoically after the handoff, trying to maintain her composure. Yuxin hesitates for a moment before closing the distance between them. She decides to drape the jacket over both of their shoulders so they can share the warmth. Shini looks down in silence, her expression softening as they stand close together. Yuxin beams with joy, thrilled that Shini accepted the shared gesture. Nearby, Wan Yai and Xiaohui are stunned, speculating on whether the two have finally made their relationship official. Wan Yai quickly tries to distract her friend with a random movie recommendation to give the pair some privacy. Someone packs their belongings into a bag as the trip comes to an end. A character reflects on the previous night's festivities and regrets not making more memories. Determined to make the most of the final night, she radiates an intense energy while sitting on her bed. She wonders if her secret movements are being noticed by others in the room. Shini stands nearby, quietly folding a piece of clothing. She remains focused on her task, seemingly unaware of the eyes on her. The observer blushes, questioning if Shiny was actually trying to catch a glimpse of her. Later that night, the character lies awake in bed, lost in her own thoughts. She ponders the complex relationship between Shiny and the senior, wondering about Shiny's true feelings. On the other side of the bed, Shiny lies awake with a faint blush on her face. A memory of a very close, personal moment between the two flashes through her mind. The thought leaves Shiny feeling restless as she stares into the darkness of the room. She eventually closes her eyes, firmly telling herself that it's time to get some rest. The three girls share a large bed, all seemingly settled in for the night. In the middle of the night, a hand reaches out and gently brushes against Shiny's cheek. Shini wakes up in surprise to find Yuxin leaning over and looking directly at her. Shini is momentarily frozen, unsure of how to react to the unexpected contact. Yuxin maintains the close proximity, her expression unreadable in the dim light. The senior moves even closer, narrowing the gap between them as they share a quiet moment. Startled by the boldness, Shini quietly asks what exactly is going on. Yuxin quickly places a hand over Shini's mouth to keep her from waking the others. They remain locked in a tense, silent standoff just inches apart. Yuxin leans her head forward, resting her forehead against Shini's in a display of trust. Nearby, Xiao Hui lies perfectly still, having witnessed the entire exchange. She is completely terrified to even breathe, feeling trapped in the middle of an incredibly awkward situation. A high-speed bullet train races across a bridge as the group heads back from their resort trip. Inside the cabin, the friends notice Yuxin has developed a cough and wonder if she caught a cold. Yuxin covers her mouth, feeling a bit under the weather after the events of the previous night. Suddenly, Shini sneezes as well, prompting the others to wonder if she is also getting sick. The group speculates that the illness spread because the two girls shared a bed, which makes sense given the close proximity. Xiaohai looks on silently, her mind racing as she recalls exactly what she witnessed in that room. She quickly turns bright red, overwhelmed by the realization of how close her friends actually were. One of the girls asks why Xiao Hui hasn't caught the cold despite being around them the whole time. Panicking, Xiao Hui waves her hands frantically to dismiss any suspicious thoughts. She claims her strong immune system is the only reason she hasn't fallen ill yet. After getting off the train, the group walks through the station while Yuxin and Shini deal with their lingering symptoms. Yuxin wonders to herself if the physical contact from the night before is the real reason Shini is sick now. Shini looks down thoughtfully, contemplating how often they've been closed lately. As they stand outside in the city, one of the friends mentions her father is arriving to pick her up. Yuxin looks over at Shini, her face flushed with a slight blush as they prepare to part ways. Shani asks and is feeling well enough to keep going or if she needs to rest. Yuxin insists she is fine and offers to walk Shini the rest of the way home. As they walk side by side, their hands graze against each other in the crowded street. Yuxin reacts with a startled but soft expression to the unexpected contact. Moving with more confidence, Yuxin reaches out and takes Shini's hand firmly. Shini looks down at their joined hands, her face turning a deep shade of pink. She glances back at Yuxin, clearly surprised by the bold gesture. Yuxin quickly looks away, trying to maintain her composure despite her embarrassment. She makes a quick excuse about the heavy foot traffic to justify why they should stay close. Shini looks forward again, silently accepting the guidance as they walk together. Even with her face still red, Shini doesn't let go as they continue their journey. The two of them walk hand in hand through the busy city, appearing much closer than before the trip. Yuxin steals a glance at Shini, feeling a sense of relief and warmth. A genuine smile begins to form on Yuxin's face as she enjoys the quiet moment. She closes her eyes happily, content with how the trip ended and where they stand now. The scene transitions to the exterior of an apartment complex under a clear blue sky. Shini prepares to head upstairs while Yuxin stands nearby, telling her to be careful on her way home. Yuxin pauses, a visible blush creeping onto her face as she considers her next words. She calls out Shini's name, stopping her friend in her tracks. With a shy expression, Yuxin asks if Shini is free to spend more time together. Shini looks back with a neutral expression, though a slight tint of pink colors her cheeks. Shini bluntly states she has homework to finish, leaving Yuxin looking completely stunned. Yuxin awkwardly scratches her head, quickly agreeing that she also has a mountain of work to get through. Shini remains quiet, her gaze lingering on Yuxin with a subtle, thoughtful look. She tells Yuxin that she should probably hurry home and rest. Suddenly, Yuxin stops her and holds out her arms, boldly asking for a hug before they part ways. Shini turns around, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected request. The moment is interrupted when Shini's younger brother suddenly appears and calls out to his sister. He asks if they just arrived, while the two girls stand there looking incredibly awkward. Yuxin panics and quickly makes her exit, reminding Shani to take her medicine as she runs off. The brother watches her leave and asks his sister why she hasn't gone inside yet. As they enter the building, he questions how she managed to catch a cold so suddenly. He shoots her a suspicious look, clearly not buying the simple explanation. Inside the elevator, he presses her for details about what actually happened during the vacation. Shini's face turns bright red as she struggles to maintain her composure. She looks away, trying her best to hide her obvious embarrassment from her brother's prying eyes. She stammers out that nothing special happened, but her blushing face tells a completely different story. Shini hurries to the back of the elevator to avoid further questioning. Her brother remains unconvinced, narrowing his eyes as he analyzes her strange behavior. He bluntly asks if she spent the last 2 nights sharing a room with Yuxin. Shini frantically explains there was a third person with them to avoid any misunderstanding. The brother stares at her with a look of pure skepticism. He points out that her face is incredibly red, making his suspicions grow. Shini blames her worsening cold and insists she needs to take her medicine immediately. The brother is left standing in silence, processing her frantic reaction. His expression darkens as he becomes absolutely certain that something significant happened on that trip. Yuxin returns home to an empty house, realizing she'll have to cook for herself since her mother is working late. She feels a bit lonely and immediately regrets not asking Shini to join her for a meal. Determined to make a move, she sprawls out on the couch and grabs her phone to send a message. Suddenly, she freezes with anxiety, worried that she might be coming on too strong after their recent trip together. She decides to play it cool and starts the conversation with some simple small talk about food. Shiny responds almost instantly, reminding her to stay on top of her medication while she's sick. Yuxin takes a moment to carefully calculate her next response to keep the chat going. She mentions that she's all alone tonight, hoping to draw out more of a reaction. Shini stares at the message, processing the information with a stoic look. Her mother interrupts, announcing that dinner is ready and asking if she wants to eat. Shini quickly makes an excuse, telling her mother she isn't hungry right now. She develops a slight blush as she tells her family she needs to head out for a bit instead. Messaging back, Shini questions if Yuxin even knows her way around a kitchen. Yuxin gets competitive, boastfully claiming to be a top-tier chef in her chibi-style excitement. Shini doesn't buy it for a second and flatly calls out the obvious lie. Pouting, Yuxin insists she's telling the truth and gets defensive about her skills. She starts typing a message promising to show off her cooking another time. She panics again, realizing she basically just invited Shinny over for a meal. The two continue their lighthearted bickering through text messages. Shinny stays focused on her screen, waiting for the next message to pop up. She looks down at the phone, feeling a bit flustered by the direction of the conversation. She types out a quick reply to wrap things up and mentions seeing her at school. Yuxin is absolutely delighted by the sweet response and the immediate interaction. Her face turns bright red as she wonders if her feelings are actually being reciprocated. She rolls around on the sofa in a state of pure romantic bliss. Back at Shinny's house, her plans to head out are thwarted as she ends up sitting down for dinner with her family anyway. Yuxin arrives at school with high energy, excited to see Shinny again after the break. Xiaohui spots Yuxin in the courtyard and gives her a friendly greeting. Xiaohui notices Yuxin's good mood and asks if something special happened this morning. Yuxin is caught off guard and looks confused when the topic of midterms is suddenly brought up. Xiaohui explains her goal to reach the top 50 and asks the top-ranked Yuxin for academic help. Realization hits Yuxin that midterms are only a week away, leaving her shocked. Xiaohui pleads for a study session, hoping Yuxin will guide her through the material. Yuxin agrees to the plan, even though she admits she doesn't usually study for tests. Yuxin gives an enthusiastic thumbs up, deciding that a group study session sounds like a great experience. Xiaohui suggests bringing Shinny along since she seems like a very studious person. Yuxin is touched by the suggestion, knowing she would be much happier if Shinny joined them. The two girls celebrate their plan to turn the study session into a successful group outing. The focus shifts to the signage outside the junior class 1 classroom. Yuxin nervously peeks into the room to find Shinny sitting at her desk. Inside, Shinny is focused on her books, looking as diligent as ever in the quiet classroom. Yuxin hesitates at the door, feeling overwhelmed by her feelings just by looking at Shinny. Shinny senses a presence nearby and looks away from her book toward the entrance. Shinny's eyes widen as she notices Yuxin standing right outside the door. Shinny blushes slightly, clearly surprised and affected by the unannounced visit. Yuxin gathers her courage and asks Shinny to join them for a study session at the library this weekend. Yuxin immediately starts sweating, worried that she's being too forward with the invitation. She moves closer to Shinny's desk to discuss the details of the weekend plan. Shinny blushes and admits she was already planning to study, making the invitation very timely. Yuxin gets flustered while trying to explain how the library atmosphere is better than being alone. Shinny agrees to the plan, and Yuxin mentions that Xiaohui will also be part of the group. Yuxin feels a bit of internal conflict about the group setting compared to a private meeting. The day of the study session finally arrives with Yuxin appearing ready for the challenge. Shinny shows up for the group meeting, looking as composed and focused as usual. Xiaohui joins the group, eager to start their session and hit the books. Unexpectedly, the brother tags along, insisting he also needs to study for his upcoming exams. Shinny maintains a stoic expression as Yuxin introduces her brother, who is also preparing for an upcoming exam. Outside the library, the group gathers as the brother questions the necessity of their joint study session. The brother remains highly skeptical, casting a wary glance at the others. Yuxin leans in to whisper a secret to Xiaohui, claiming her brother has a protective complex. Xiaohui laughs off the comment, admitting she had a feeling about his personality earlier. Looking back at a past encounter, the brother realizes he recognizes Xiaohui from a suspicious moment in the park. Deciding to end the chatter, Yuxin and Shinny lead the way into the library to begin their work. Xiaohui beams with excitement while the brother watches her with a look of pure confusion. Noticing her intense focus, the brother wonders if Xiaohui is hiding some sort of secret knowledge. Inside the library, students quietly browse the tall bookshelves and focus on their tasks. The group spots an empty table where a solitary student is already working. The student, wearing glasses, looks up as the group approaches her space. Yuxin is surprised to find her acquaintance, Wan Yi, already studying at the table. Xiaohui is immediately struck by Wan Yi's cool and sophisticated appearance. Yuxin eagerly offers to help Shinny with her social science studies, much to her brother's annoyance. The entire group eventually settles down at the long table to maintain a quiet study environment. The brother is genuinely stunned that the group is actually focusing on their books instead of just hanging out. Yuxin leans in closer to Shinny to explain a difficult concept from the textbook. Xiaohui watches the two interact with sparkling eyes, clearly enjoying the dynamic. Nearby, Wan Yi remains completely focused on her own writing, ignoring the surrounding chatter. The brother is unsettled by Xiaohui's shining gaze and begins to question the nature of the girls' relationship. Feeling protective, the brother fumes as he watches Yuxin and Shinny share a close moment over their studies. Xiaohui enthusiastically praises Yuxin's teaching abilities to the rest of the table. The brother looks on with suspicion, wondering why his sister is acting so differently. He continues to stare blankly, trying to make sense of the group's behavior. Shinny simply nods in agreement, confirming that the tutoring session is helpful. While Xiaohui drifts off into a romantic daydream, Wan Yi is interrupted by a sudden coughing fit. The brother is left completely baffled by the strange atmosphere surrounding the study group. Xiaohui and Wan Yi agree that the group's previous trip was a shared experience. The brother starts overanalyzing the details of the room arrangements from the trip. Looking skeptical, the brother continues to grill Yuxin about the specifics of their time away. Shini remains calm, viewing the past events as a simple promise between friends. A sudden realization hits the brother like a bolt of lightning as he processes the news. Despite the tension, the group tries to maintain focus on their library study session. The brother looks completely drained after hearing more details about the group's sleeping arrangements. Xiaohai radiates excitement while Wanyi looks increasingly stressed by the interrogation. Shini quickly clarifies that they weren't alone, trying to settle her brother's nerves. The whole group sits awkwardly at the table while the brother refuses to drop the subject. Shini questions why her brother is so focused on gossip instead of his actual schoolwork. Wanyi grows frustrated, noticing how uncomfortable the brother is making everyone else. Yuxin seems perfectly content and blissful, ignoring the growing tension at the table. Xiao Hui stands silently as a strange, determined aura begins to surround her. To change the subject, the brother asks Shini to explain a difficult part of the lesson. The study session continues with the group huddled around their books in the library. Wanyi is annoyed by the maturity gap between the high schoolers and the middle schooler. Xiao Hui resolves to take charge and fix the mood before it gets any worse. The brother grits his teeth, convinced that Yuxin is up to something suspicious. An argument breaks out between the brother and Yuxin over who is actually the smart one. Xiao Hui and Wanyi reach their limit and decide the brother has to go. The brother is caught off guard when the girls suddenly ask if he's hungry. With menacing smiles, the girls suggest taking him to a great place to eat nearby. The brother realizes he's about to be forcibly removed from the study session. Yuxin and Shiny sit side by side in the library, attempting to focus on their midterm studies. Yuxin feels a wave of nervousness now that the two of them are finally alone. She ponders the current state of their relationship, wondering if things have changed between them. Shiny remains quiet, her gaze fixed on her book while a light blush creeps across her face. Yuxin decides that asking for clarification out loud would only make the situation more awkward. Shini continues to look flustered, her mind clearly elsewhere despite the open textbook. Yuxin steals a glance toward Shani, feeling the tension build as they sit in silence. When their hands briefly brush, Shini quickly pulls away and blames the accidental contact on gravity. Yuxin looks on in surprise at the sudden and defensive reaction. Shini tries to regain her composure and refocuses on the pages in front of her. Yuxin covers her face, reflecting on the lingering warmth of the brief contact. She admits to herself that she has wanted to get closer for a long time. Shini appears stunned, her face turning a deep shade of red as she processes the moment. Both girls immediately dive back into their books, desperately trying to resume their study session. Yuxin finds it impossible to concentrate on any of the material she is reading. Shini is just as lost, her thoughts completely derailed by the recent interaction. The heavy atmosphere is interrupted when someone approaches their table from behind. Kyo suddenly pops up between the two of them, beaming with a bright smile. Yuxin and Shini look up in shock, completely caught off guard by the intrusion. Kyo explains she is there to capture some content for her social media followers. She chats about the constant pressure of updating her feed for her fans. Shini looks on with a skeptical and unimpressed expression. Kyo seems oblivious to the awkward atmosphere she has just walked into. Yuxin and Shini share a brief, silent look of mutual confusion. Kyo leans closer to Yuxin, further disrupting the duo's private study time. With a cheerful grin, Kyo asks if Yuxin remembers the plans they previously discussed. Yuxin stares in confusion as the conversation takes an unexpected turn. Kyo laughs off a cancelled plan, while Shini sits by with a cold, unreadable expression. Shini shoots a sharp, suspicious glance toward the group. The vice president remains stoic, clearly bothered by the interruption. Kyo mentions Yuxin's comment about Shini being shy around strangers. Shiny quickly shuts down the invitation, claiming she has no interest in joining. Undeterred, Kyo cheerfully suggests they can reschedule for another day. Kyo reminds Yuxin of her promise to attend the upcoming gathering. Yuxin stammers, suddenly feeling the pressure of her conflicting schedules. Shini takes charge, asking for Yuxin's availability so she can coordinate the plans. Kyo asks to join the table, completely oblivious to the thick tension between the other two. Shini abruptly stands up to find the next volume of her study guide. She walks away toward the library shelves, leaving the others behind. Yuxin and Kyo exchange a quiet, awkward look as the atmosphere shifts. Yuxin makes a hasty excuse to follow Shini, leaving Kyo alone. Kyo teases her friend, asking if she's rushing off to comfort an angry Shini. Yuxin desperately tries to play it cool, insisting she just needs more books. She waves goodbye and retreats into the library stacks. Kyo watches them leave, her curiosity starting to peak. Left to her own devices, Kyo pouts at being abandoned by her friends. She reflects on how exhausting their dynamic seems and how patient Yuxin is. Kyo checks her phone, finding the whole situation increasingly strange. A thought crosses her mind about Shini's true feelings, but she quickly brushes it off. Realizing she's been left all alone, Kyo decides to head out and take photos elsewhere. Elsewhere, a group of three stands together as they plan their next move. The young man looks determined, sensing that getting information will be difficult. His companion looks on with a serious expression, ready to support the mission. The man with glasses decides to find a distant location to buy them some extra time. Yuxin scans the library aisles, searching for Shini, who vanished from the table moments ago. She wonders how the VP could have disappeared so quickly and where she might be hiding. Tucked away in a quiet corner, Shini stands alone, engrossed in a book and avoiding everyone. Her expression is somber as she stares blankly at the pages, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. A memory surfaces of a past photoshoot where friends laughed and posed together in elaborate costumes. Yuxin finally tracks Shini down among the tall bookshelves and calls out to her. She approaches with a bright smile, trying to break the heavy tension between them. Peering over Shini's shoulder, Yuxin asks about the science book she's reading to start a conversation. The senior notices Shini's cold demeanor and begins to feel a bit uneasy about the interaction. Despite Yuxin's attempts to be friendly, Shini remains silent and focused on her reading. The VP keeps her gaze fixed downward, offering no response to the interruption. Her silence continues as she avoids eye contact entirely, making her frustration clear. Yuxin finally asks directly if Shini left the table earlier because of Chaos' presence. Shini's expression hardens at the mention of the influencer, confirming Yuxin's suspicions. She looks away, clearly bothered by the topic, but refusing to admit it out loud. Yuxin watches her closely, realizing that her friend is genuinely upset about the situation. Yuxin leans in and asks why she's being ignored, hoping for some kind of reaction. Shini remains stoic, staring straight ahead with a conflicted look in her eyes. After a moment of silence, Yuxin observes her friend's behavior with a thoughtful expression. She teasingly suggests that Shini's avoidant behavior is actually a sign of jealousy. Yuxin is secretly thrilled, convinced that Shini's coldness stems from her protective feelings. She looks Shini in the eye and promises that she won't go through with the plans if it makes her uncomfortable. Yuxin reaffirms that Shini's feelings are her top priority in this situation. The VP's face flushes as she looks up, surprised by the sudden change in Yuxin's tone. Yuxin also finds herself blushing as the two share a quiet, intense look. They stand close together in the narrow aisle, the atmosphere shifting between them. Yuxin looks down, her face turning a deep shade of red as she gathers her courage. She admits that she really wants to understand what is going on in Shini's mind. Shini asks for clarification, her face still bright red from the close proximity. Yuxin leans in closer, closing the distance between them for a private conversation. They share a very close, quiet moment in the seclusion of the library shelves. Their figures are partially hidden by the surrounding books as they lean into each other's space. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes watches through a gap in the shelves, witnessing the entire interaction. The group navigates the quiet aisles of the library as they search for study materials. Qiao browses the foreign literature section, carefully selecting a book from the shelf. She takes a moment to document her academic efforts with a quick photo. After judging the aesthetic of the book, she decides to look for a more appealing cover. Peering through a gap in the bookshelf, she catches a glimpse of something unexpected. She observes Yuxin and Shini standing in very close proximity behind the stacks. The sight leaves her completely stunned as she stands frozen in the aisle. Between the shelves, the two share a quiet moment, both appearing noticeably flustered. Yuxin quickly redirects the attention back to the books, pointing out a specific passage. Yuxin asks a tentative question, her expression full of anticipation. Shini remains silent, her face turning a deep shade of red as she processes the situation. Feeling the tension, Shini suggests they finish their work and head back immediately. Yuxin watches her go, acknowledging that she didn't get a direct verbal response. Despite the silence, Yuxin smiles, viewing the lack of a refusal as a positive sign. The pair walks through the library, debating whether to wait for the rest of their group. They leave the aisle behind, unaware that they are still being monitored from the shadows. Qiao remains hidden behind the shelves, carefully tracking their movements. Processing the scene she just witnessed, Qiao realizes the true nature of their dynamic. Outside the building, the group reconvenes as the sun begins to set. The teammates check in, asking if the study session was productive for everyone. Yuxin brightly confirms that everything went well, much to the relief of the others. As they prepare to depart, Yuxin teases Kimi about his constant presence around Shini. Kimi bristles at the comment, defending his habit of walking his sister home. The group continues their walk, with the conversation turning into a lighthearted argument about habits. Shini stays quiet, appearing lost in her own thoughts as she listens to the bickering. Kimi catches a glimpse of his sister's expression, his annoyance momentarily fading. He considers Shini's current state of mind before quickly reverting to his usual defensive attitude. Qiao browses a search engine for information regarding same-gender attraction. She wonders why she is looking this up and notes she isn't even the main character of this story. Looking at her phone, she questions if Yuxin and Shini are actually in a relationship despite not acting like it. She continues to doubt Shini's worthiness while sitting in her room. Later that night, the city lights glow outside the apartment complex. Yuxin walks into her room with a towel over her head, prompted by notification on her phone. She collapses onto her bed to check the message, hoping it might be from Shini. Instead, she sees a text from Qiao and sends a quick reply after her shower. Qiao asks to meet up the following day. Yuxin looks skeptical of the invitation. She sends a polite decline, explaining that she wouldn't feel right joining the group. Qiao is frustrated, immediately suspecting Shini's influence. She sends a follow-up asking for a reason. Yuxin remains firm, stating she's uncomfortable meeting new people. Xiao accepts the answer with a simple "okay." Yuxin sighs and closes her eyes, feeling the weight of the interaction. Xiao isn't giving up, suggesting a one-on-one meeting instead. The next day, the sun shines brightly over the school campus. In the cafeteria, a girl celebrates ranking 100th in her class. The group discusses their scores over lunch. Another student is thrilled to have reached rank 23. Shini sits quietly, having achieved rank 33. One student looks unsatisfied despite ranking second. The group remains upbeat about their collective performance. They decide to celebrate with a trip to a new dessert shop in the finance district. Nearby classmates overhear and excitedly ask to tag along. Shini remains silent as her friends check if she's okay with the plan. The group is full of energy while Shini keeps to herself. Shini looks away with a slight blush, lost in her own thoughts. In the hallway, Kimi checks his phone while other students pass by. He receives a text from Shiny informing him that she will be late. Kimi looks at the message, absorbing the fact that she's hanging out with friends. He stares at his phone, noting that his sister seems much happier lately. The group walks through a crowded city street filled with pedestrians. Shiny and her schoolmates stand outside a popular shop, excited to check out the new items on sale. One friend points out a specific item on the flyer, trying to catch Shiny's interest. The group discusses Shiny's preference for blueberry-flavored treats as they prepare to order. Wan Yi suddenly spots something in the crowd and pauses her conversation. Her friends notice her distraction and ask if she recognizes someone nearby. Shiny and the others turn their gaze toward a group standing across the way. A group of students in different school uniforms can be seen lingering across the street. The girls wonder if the strangers have mistaken them for someone else as they continue to watch. One girl from the other school approaches and calls out Shiny's name directly. The newcomer greets Shiny, mentioning it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Shiny looks at the girl with a neutral, almost distant expression. The atmosphere becomes noticeably tense as the two groups face each other in silence. Shiny acknowledges that she knows the girl from her past, but remains very reserved. The girl from the other school looks slightly uncomfortable under Shiny's cold gaze. Realizing the conversation isn't going anywhere, the girl prepares to make her exit. The stranger quickly says her goodbyes and walks away from the group. Shiny's friends watch the departure, feeling the heavy silence left behind. Two of the friends whisper to each other about how awkward the reunion felt. One of the girls narrows her eyes, sensing there is more to the story than Shiny is letting on. She continues to observe Shiny closely, trying to decipher her friend's true feelings. Shiny remains silent while her friend beside her looks visibly stressed by the encounter. Another friend realizes that Shiny's reaction confirms something significant happened between them in the past. The group remains in a state of confusion as they try to process the strange mood shift. Two elaborate ice cream sundaes sit on a checkered tablecloth, ready to be eaten. The girls quickly pull out their phones to snap photos of the treats before the photo shoot turns into a snack break. Meanwhile, Xiao, Shiny, and Yuxin sit in heavy silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Xiao watches Shiny closely, her interest piqued by the vice president's unusual lack of conversation. Yuxin stares blankly at her dessert, appearing completely absent from the group's activities. She remains in a daze, clearly distracted by the earlier encounter with the stranger. Shiny finds the situation incredibly annoying, her mind still racing over the identity of the mysterious girl. Yuxin absent-mindedly offers Shiny a bite of her sundae, and Shiny accepts without even thinking. The rest of the table stops everything to stare at the surprisingly casual display of affection. Yuxin asks if the bite tasted good, causing Shiny to suddenly realize what just happened in front of everyone. Wan Yi reaches her breaking point, unable to handle the public display while the others remain oblivious. Yuxin just laughs it off, apologizing because she assumed their close bond was already common knowledge. Shiny is left speechless and flustered by the bold statement. Yuxin maintains a cheerful and carefree attitude, seemingly unaware of the tension she's causing. Wan Yi is left sweating, wondering if she's the only one who didn't get the memo. Xiao narrows her eyes, her suspicions about the duo growing stronger by the second. The other friends look on in total confusion, trying to piece together the strange dynamic. Later that evening, Yuxin and Shiny walk home together under a beautiful sunset sky. Yuxin keeps a close eye on Shiny, noticing that her friend is still acting very distant. Shiny remains preoccupied with the past, unable to shake the image of the girl who approached them. Yuxin finally speaks up, trying to break through Shiny's icy exterior. She asks Shiny if the dessert trip helped her feel any better after the long day. Shiny gives a short, dismissive answer, insisting that nothing is bothering her. Shiny heads inside her home, leaving Yuxin to walk the rest of the way by herself. Yuxin walks away looking visibly distressed, feeling the weight of the growing gap between them. Back at her own place, Wan Yi checks her phone and sees a new message from a friend. She looks at the candid photo she took earlier, capturing the moment Yuxin fed Shiny at the shop. Wan Yi realizes that if photos like this are circulating, their secret is definitely out in the open. The day begins at an apartment complex under a bright, clear sky. A young man in a suit prepares to leave for the day, asking his roommate if he needs a ride to school. The roommate looks completely exhausted, claiming he stayed up all night contemplating the mysteries of a girl's heart. Over at the school, the morning sun hits the campus as students begin to arrive. The man drops off his friend at the gate, offering to pick her up once classes are over. Shinny stands nearby looking totally spaced out, appearing deeply lost in her own head. She begins walking away absent-mindedly, completely ignoring someone trying to get her attention. Her friend watches from the car, concerned that she looks entirely unhinged and distracted. Shinny wanders through the school hallways with a serious and distant expression on her face. Inside the classroom, the morning routine begins as students take their seats. Her friend notices that Shinny hasn't arrived at her desk yet, which is very out of character for her. Despite feeling uneasy, she decides she has to ask Shinny about the situation even if it leads to a cold response. Shinny finally enters the room, drawing immediate stares from her classmates. Her friend stands up to greet her, but Shinny remains stoic and says nothing. She gives her friend a brief, silent glance before moving toward her seat. Shinny sits down quietly as the teacher begins an energetic lecture about different stories. She focuses on her notebook, maintaining a cold aura that keeps everyone at distance. Suddenly, a crumpled-up paper ball lands right in the middle of her notes. A classmate points toward the back of the room to indicate who threw the message. Shinny opens the note to find a question asking about the person she was seen with the day before. She looks at the message with a skeptical and unimpressed expression. She casts a quick look back at the sender, acknowledging the curiosity without providing an answer. Her friend silently pleads for some kind of information, looking desperate for the truth. Shinny looks away, seemingly deciding whether or not to engage with the inquiry. The friend loses all color and feels defeated when she doesn't get an immediate reaction. After class ends, she approaches Shinny's desk to try and talk things through in person. Shinny looks down, appearing hesitant to share any details about her private life. The friend suddenly gains a burst of energy and suggests they head outside for a private chat. The two girls sit on a courtyard bench with drinks, but an awkward silence hangs between them. The friend watches Shinny closely, waiting for her to finally break the tension. Shinny continues to stare straight ahead, clearly struggling with how to explain herself. She finally begins to speak, her nervous expression showing how difficult this conversation is for her. Wan Yi and Shinny sit together as Shinny admits a former friendship has ended. Wan Yi is caught off guard by the cold way Shinny describes the relationship in the past tense. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Wan Yi breaks into a nervous sweat. She tries to keep the conversation going, gently probing for more details about what happened. Shinny remains stoic, her expression hardening as she recalls the memory. The pain is visible in her eyes as she reflects on a time when things weren't exactly good. In a flashback, a younger classmate visits Shinny's home and is immediately impressed by how fancy it looks. Shinny is generous, even offering to give her friend a small keepsake if she likes it. The friend is thrilled by the gift, seemingly grateful for Shinny's kindness. The two girls look up as Shinny's brother makes a brief appearance in the room. The young boy stares blankly, showing no interest in his sister's guest. He walks away silently, leaving a cold impression on the visitor. The friend turns back to Shinny, curious about the strange dynamic between the siblings. She quickly deduces that the two of them aren't very close at all. The girl looks at Shinny with what seems like genuine concern. She offers to be a shoulder to lean on, telling Shinny she's always happy to listen to her vent. Thinking she finally found a real friend, young Shinny gives a small, hopeful smile. However, the betrayal is swift as Shinny overhears that same girl mocking her in the restroom. Shinny stands frozen outside the stall, listening to the girl claim she was only pretending to be her friend. The cruel laughter and insults leave Shinny completely devastated and alone. Returning to the present, Shinny is clearly still affected by the sting of that old betrayal. Wan Yi watches her friend closely, noticing the subtle shift in her mood. Shinny's grip tightens on her juice box as her hands begin to tremble. Wan Yi reaches out, placing a steadying hand over Shinny's to calm her down. She asks directly if the person from her past did something to hurt her. Shinny remains quiet, unable to find the words to describe the old wounds. Seeing her friend's distress, Wan Yi pulls her into a firm, protective embrace. Wan Yi closes her eyes, feeling the weight of the sadness Shinny has been carrying. Shinny is stunned by the sudden show of affection, her eyes widening in surprise. As they sit together on the bench, Wan Yi vows to never let anyone hurt her friend again. Shinny and Wan Yi sit quietly on a bench behind a large tree. Wan Yi looks on with a hint of concern. The two share a quiet moment with their drinks, though Wan Yi struggles with what to say next. She remains deep in thought, unsure how to proceed with the conversation. Wan Yi is caught off guard when Shinny breaks the silence. They sit together as the tension begins to lift. Wan Yi responds brightly while Shinny keeps her usual calm demeanor. With their break coming to an end, the pair stands up to return to class. Wan Yi feels a sense of relief despite her lingering questions. A warm smile spreads across her face as she appreciates Shinny's attentiveness. Leaves swirl around them as they walk away from the secluded spot. The scene shifts to the busy city streets outside the school. A woman waits inside a car, checking to see if the kids have come out yet. She watches the sidewalk closely, timing her arrival perfectly. A blonde student makes his way through the crowd of silhouettes. Wan Yi and Shinny meet up with the blonde boy as they head out. The group stops when they hear a familiar voice calling out to them. Wan Yi is stunned to find her mother waiting right there at the curb. Overcoming her surprise, she offers her friends a ride home. While the blonde boy seems reluctant, Shinny remains silent. They all settle into the car to take advantage of the convenient lift. Won Yi's mother chats about her early shift and her daughter's odd behavior. Shini stares out the window while the mother continues her playful teasing. The mother catches a glimpse of the girls in the rearview mirror. She probes for more details about their day, but gets a polite refusal. The blonde boy looks on silently from the back seat. Won Yi waves a frantic goodbye as the car prepares to move on. Shiny and the boy are left standing together on the sidewalk. The boy glances over at Shini, noticing her quiet mood. Shini looks away, lost in her own thoughts as they prepare to head home. Shini is caught off guard and blushes as the blonde boy asks her point blank if she and Sis Yu are a couple. He stares at her intently, demanding to know if she has feelings for their mutual friend. Shini remains frozen in place, stunned by the direct interrogation. The boy points out how much she has changed since their vacation, noting her behavior at home and elsewhere. He claims that even an idiot could see the truth, while Shiny looks away in silence. She stares at the ground, processing his blunt observations. The boy watches her closely, waiting for a response as the tension hangs in the air. Shiny finally looks him in the eye and confirms that she does indeed like her. The boy is momentarily stunned by her sudden and honest confession. He looks off to the side, admitting that he is feeling unsure about the situation. Shiny listens as he wonders aloud if he should even bother trying to change. He questions if things will simply stay the way they are between them all. He explains that if their future is going to be worse than this, he'd rather keep things exactly as they are now. The two stand a few paces apart as he grapples with the complexity of their changing dynamics. Shiny tells him to drop the subject and warns him not to bring it up once they get back home. The boy looks startled and a bit nervous by her stern tone. She begins walking away, signaling that the conversation is over for now. He calls after her, telling her to relax and listen to what else he has to say. Shiny stops in her tracks as he continues to speak to her back. He promises to support her, which makes her look back at him in surprise. They face each other again on the sidewalk as the boy finds his resolve. He declares that he will always be by her side no matter what she chooses to do. Shiny is visibly moved by his unexpected show of loyalty and support. A gentle smile appears on her face as the tension between them finally breaks. She thanks him and notes how much he has matured before they head home to their mother's cooking. The boy reflects on the heavy conversation they just shared. He watches her walk ahead, thinking to himself that his sister is truly something special. Shiny hums happily while riding in the car. Her brother notes her sudden shift from depression to joy. He brings up a weekend photoshoot opportunity for a winter clothing line. He encourages her to take the job for the experience and future goals. Shiny hesitates, preferring to spend her Saturday watching a movie with her crush. He mentions the pay for this shoot is double the usual amount. Hearing about the money, Shiny's eyes sparkle with immediate interest. She sends a series of texts explaining her change of plans. Shiny celebrates when her crush replies that she also has family plans that day. Later, Shiny stands in a shop questioning how she ended up there. A girl with braided hair shows off a set of cute bunny earrings. Shiny gives an awkward, forced compliment to the girl's choice. She explains she is looking for items for a friend rather than herself. Shiny grows impatient and wonders when she can finally head home. Shiny poses for the camera in a frilly outfit while clutching a teddy bear. She endures the embarrassment only because of the high paycheck. The photoshoot area is filled with various professional portraits on the walls. Relieved the work is over, Shiny waits for her payment to be processed. The girl from the shop suddenly appears and greets Shiny. Her brother explains he has more work and tells her to leave early. The other girl takes the chance to invite Shiny to hang out elsewhere. Her brother is caught off guard by the invitation as the girls leave. Shiny sits quietly at a table, looking somewhat drained from the day. The two girls share drinks while sitting together at a cafe. The girl offers to buy Shiny a gift as a token of appreciation. Shiny politely declines, insisting that the drink is more than enough. A momentary silence falls between them as the girl stares intently. They talk about the awkwardness felt during their previous group meeting. The girl explains that she is actually quite shy in larger social circles. She asks Shiny if they can start meeting up just by themselves. Shiny reacts with a look of mild surprise during their conversation. The two girls sit across from each other at a cafe table, enjoying their drinks. Shiny pauses for a moment, appearing deep in thought. She wonders why Kiao is so insistent on spending time alone together. Taking the initiative, Shiny directly asks Kiao about her motives for the invitation. Kiao is caught off guard by the bluntness of the question. Kiao explains that she simply wants to get closer to Shiny and sees great potential in her. She playfully teases Shiny, asking if she thought there was a romantic interest involved. Shiny quickly denies the idea, looking quite flustered by the suggestion. Kiao laughs it off and clarifies that she already has someone else she likes. A quiet moment passes as Kiao looks on with a calm expression. Shiny admits she wouldn't have expected that, while Kiao listens intently. The mood shifts as Shiny notes how quickly the conversation became serious. Kiao turns the tables and asks Shiny about the person she is interested in. Shiny describes her crush as a perfect and flawless individual. Kiao smiles, noting that anyone Shiny likes must be incredibly fortunate. Shiny expresses her hope to one day find a partner who only has eyes for her. Kiao points out that Shini is already the center of attention for many people. She watches Shini closely while resting her chin on her hand. Kiao dismisses the general public's interest as mere aimless worship. She reinforces the idea that Shini's talent is what naturally draws people to her. Kiao continues to observe Shini with a supportive and thoughtful look. Shini laughs at the compliment, feeling happy about their honest exchange. The reflection in eye reveals the two friends continuing their chat inside the cafe. Outside, Sisu appears, watching the scene from a distance with an unreadable look. Kiao and Shini stroll down the street as Kiao tries to remember what errands they need to run. Kiao notices Shini seems distracted and calls out her name to get her attention. Shini insists that nothing is wrong while they continue their walk past the nearby shops. Sisu watches them from a distance, frustrated that Shini is out instead of at her scheduled photo shoot. The sun shines brightly over the city buildings as the day continues. Shini receives a notification on her phone showing a successful money transfer from her mother. She relaxes on her bed, eagerly planning a movie outing for the following day. Shini scrolls through her phone, debating which movie genre would be the best choice for their first time watching one together. She starts to worry when she doesn't get a response, wondering if the other person is simply busy. Tossing and turning on her bed, Shini grows increasingly anxious over the silence. She eventually decides to stop waiting and tries to initiate a phone call herself. The phone rings as Shini nervously waits for the other person to pick up. She is shocked and confused when the call is abruptly ended from the other side. Sisu stares at her vibrating phone, clearly conflicted about answering the incoming call. Shini finally gets through and answers with a cheerful greeting, hoping to break the ice. Her excitement quickly fades when she is met with an icy and distant tone. Sisu stands in her room looking stern, making it clear that she's currently upset. Shini tries to smooth things over by suggesting a highly rated movie for them to see. She waits in silence, hoping her suggestion will be enough to fix the mood. Shini talks about how well her photo shoot went, and the professional pay she received for her work. Sisu listens to the explanation but privately thinks that Shini isn't telling the whole truth. Shini eventually confesses that she met up with Kiao after the shoot and admits she felt guilty about it. Sisu's expression remains neutral, though she internally acknowledges that Shini is finally being honest. Shini is taken aback, wondering if her feelings and actions were that easy to read. Sisu decides to move past the tension and agrees to buy the tickets and pick out the seats for their movie date. Shini stands by the window, feeling a sense of relief wash over her after the difficult conversation. She looks down at her phone, satisfied that the plans for tomorrow are officially set. A close-up shows the genuine relief and happiness in Shini's eyes now that the conflict has been resolved. Shini stands in the mall, checking her coordinated outfit and feeling excited about their matching styles. A random girl approaches Shini, but Shini is distracted by something in the distance. Shini notices Sisu arriving and completely ignores the stranger. Excitedly, Shini waves her hand and calls out to her date. Sisu walks through the mall entrance, looking adorable in a red dress with her hair in twin braids. She stops and looks ahead, her expression calm and slightly expectant. Shini stands ready to greet her, while the random girl from before watches from the side. Shini asks the stranger if she needed something, but the girl quickly dismisses it and leaves. The two walk together through the mall, drawing attention from onlookers who admire their style. They head over to the counter to pick up their movie tickets. Since the movie doesn't start for another hour, Shini suggests they walk around for a bit. She flashes a bright smile, clearly enjoying the time spent together. Shini leads them into a shop specializing in silver ornaments and charms. Inside the store, Shini tells the clerk she's there to pick up something she left behind previously. Sisu watches Shini with a curious look, wondering what she's getting. She looks around the shop, noticing the various items on display. The clerk hands Shini a small package, while Sisu observes the exchange. The shop assistant gives a warm, friendly smile as she completes the service. Sisu seems a bit confused by the mysterious errand. She looks down at the display case, trying to figure out what Shini bought. The case is filled with shimmering trinkets and decorative keepsakes. Sisu remains puzzled as they prepare to leave the shop. The pair walks back out into the mall hallway, heading toward the theater. Shini glances over at Sisu, keeping a secret for just a little longer. She reaches out and gently takes Sisu's hand to guide her through the crowd. Shini tells her she'll explain everything once the movie is over. Sisu looks down, feeling a bit flustered but happy as they continue their date. The pair arrives at the vibrant Lala Theater for their weekend movie date. Shini and Sisu stroll through the lobby, enjoying the surprisingly quiet atmosphere. They head toward the ticket counter, noticing that the theater isn't as crowded as expected for a weekend. Sisu laughs, enjoying the private moment while Shini stays focused on the plan. They maintain a firm grip on each other's hands, savoring the rare peaceful time together. Sisu can't help but feel a sense of warmth from the simple gesture. Her expression remains soft as she appreciates the smooth start to their outing. Suddenly, Kiao pops up with an energetic look, catching the duo completely off guard. Kiao approaches them, looking thrilled to have run into her friends at the mall. Sisu is visibly stunned to see her friend appearing out of nowhere during her date. Shini observes the situation with a calm but cautious gaze, wondering what Kiao is up to. Kiao excitedly shows off a new accessory she purchased, explaining her spontaneous shopping trip. She asks the pair if they are there to see the popular film everyone has been talking about. Xia mentions that today might be the last chance to catch the movie on the big screen. The group stands in a circle as Xia realizes the timing is perfect for her to join in. Without hesitation, Xia asks if she can tag along, leaving the couple in an awkward spot. Shiny and Sis Yu stand frozen, realizing their private date is about to become a group outing. Xia doesn't wait for a formal answer and rushes toward the ticket booth to secure a seat. The two are left standing in the lobby, processing the sudden change in plans. Shiny glances over at Sis Yu, sensing the shift in the romantic mood. Over at the counter, Xia tries to find a seat as close to her friends as possible. Shiny reluctantly provides their seat location so Xia can finalize her purchase. Xia returns with a big smile, announcing that they are all set to enter the theater together. Feeling the pressure of the situation, Shiny abruptly lets go of Sis Yu's hand. Sis Yu is startled by the sudden loss of contact and looks over at Shiny in confusion. Her heart sinks slightly as she wonders why the mood shifted so quickly. Shiny stands with her back turned, her mind racing as she tries to handle the awkward interruption. Sis Yu is left questioning if the earlier romantic connection was just a fleeting accident. Sis Yu feels a wave of tension as she sits in the dark theater, her eyes fixed forward. She finds some relief in the seating arrangement, thinking that sitting directly next to Shiny would have been far too awkward. Despite the initial nerves, the two sit together with a bucket of popcorn between them, settling in for the show. Sis Yu can't help but smile, feeling like they are finally experiencing a classic movie date. Though she's still a bit confused about their actual relationship status, she decides to push those thoughts aside and enjoy the moment. Both girls reach into the popcorn bucket at the exact same time, their hands meeting amidst the snacks. The accidental contact sends a small jolt of excitement through Sis Yu as their fingers brush together. They both pause for a second, feeling the lingering sensation of the brief touch. Sis Yu is absolutely thrilled by the interaction, convinced this is exactly how a real date should feel. Shiny looks down at her hand with a contemplative expression, clearly affected by the moment as well. Sis Yu continues to snack with a look of pure bliss on her face. Shiny turns her gaze toward her companion, noticing just how much she is enjoying herself. Breaking the silence, Sis Yu asks if the theater feels a bit chilly to her. Shiny admits that it is a little cold, especially since she didn't dress for the low temperature. Sis Yu suggests that Shiny should prop her feet up to get more comfortable in the seat. Shiny is caught off guard by the suggestion and asks why such an offer is being made. Feeling bold, Sis Yu leans over, realizing she should have just taken initiative instead of asking for permission. On the big screen, the movie continues with an action scene featuring a character riding a giant white creature. Xiao sits nearby, watching the film while remaining largely ignored by the pair. When Sis Yu offers her coat to keep Shiny's legs warm, Shiny quietly tells her to just focus on the movie. Xiao watches the two of them interact, noting that they seem to be completely lost in their own little world. Eventually, the movie concludes, and the theater doors open for the departing crowd. The trio makes their way through the busy mall, discussing the film they just watched. Sis Yu is in high spirits, genuinely glad that they all spent the afternoon together. Xiao looks over at Sis Yu with a knowing and curious expression. She points out that she could hear the two of them whispering to each other throughout the entire film, which leaves Shiny and Sis Yu looking flustered while Shiny quickly heads for the restroom. Sis Yu watches her leave, still riding the high of their close interactions. She wears a satisfied smile, feeling that the outing was a major success. However, she is caught by surprise when Xiao remarks that her behavior is reminiscent of a protective partner. Sis Yu looks completely stunned when her friend catches her off guard with a sudden question. Xiao walks alongside her, asking if her observation about Sis Yu's feelings was incorrect. Looking nervous and sweating, Sis Yu wonders how her behavior could have been so obvious to everyone. Xiao maintains a calm expression, stating that she was able to notice the connection immediately. Sis Yu can only blush and look away, unable to find a way to deny the truth. Xiao gets straight to the point and asks exactly why Sis Yu likes Shiny so much. As they continue through the mall, Xiao presses for a specific reason behind the attraction. Sis Yu goes silent for a moment, appearing to be deep in thought as she considers her answer. Xiao wonders aloud if someone even needs a logical reason to develop feelings for another person. She admits her surprise at their bond, noting that the two girls seem to come from completely different worlds. Xiao points out that while Sis Yu is naturally cheerful, Shiny often carries a much gloomier aura. She suggests that a good relationship should involve both people improving, rather than one person dragging the other down. Sis Yu listens quietly as her friend claims that Shiny's heavy mood seems to stifle her natural brightness. Xiao looks at her expectantly, waiting to see if her blunt assessment of the situation hits home. Sis Yu finally speaks up, telling Xiao that she only feels that way because she doesn't truly know Shiny. She begins to open up about the hidden depths of their relationship that others don't see. Xiao listens as Sis Yu explains that Shiny has her own unique way of showing she cares. They continue walking while Sis Yu explains how Shiny's attention to small details makes her like the girl even more. With a warm and sincere smile, Sis Yu concludes that while anyone can care, nobody is quite like Shiny. Xiao is left momentarily speechless by the sheer depth of Sis Yu's genuine affection. Xiao realizes the intensity of those feelings, while a flustered Sis Yu begs her not to tell anyone to avoid putting pressure on Shiny. Xia wonders if she will ever meet a person who inspires her change for the better. Sis Yu reassures her that when the right person arrives, the desire to improve will happen naturally. The two friends share a quiet moment of understanding regarding the complexity of relationships. Shinny eventually returns to the group, prompting them to wrap up their private conversation. Qiao agrees that it is time to head out, looking back at her friend one last time. Shiny walks ahead with her usual stoic expression, unaware of the conversation that just took place. She glances back briefly, perhaps sensing the shift in the atmosphere between the other two. Qiao watches them walk away, reflecting on how pure and sincere feelings can truly be. Qiao bids farewell to the pair as they prepare to head out for their own plans. With a cheerful wave and a bright smile, Qiao heads off to meet her friend for lunch. Shiny remains as stoic as ever, offering a simple goodbye as she watches Qiao depart. Yu and Shiny begin their walk through the bustling city streets side by side. Yu takes the lead by grabbing Shiny's hand, eagerly suggesting they get their day started. Yu checks in to see if Shiny is comfortable holding hands now that they are among strangers. Shiny offers a quiet look of contemplation as she processes Yu's forwardness. Feeling a bit flustered, Shiny looks away and tells Yu she's fine going wherever is planned. Yu is thrilled by the response and flashes a wide, enthusiastic smile. The duo continues their stroll, with Yu energetically swinging their joined hands in the air. Shiny points out that Yu is acting quite childish, though she doesn't actually pull her hand away. Overjoyed by the moment, Yu admits she can't help being excited about their first real outing together. Shiny keeps her eyes on Yu, silently observing her companion's high-energy behavior. In Yu's mind, the two are walking through a dreamlike, romantic atmosphere. Shiny maintains a steady gaze on Yu, her thoughts remaining unreadable. Noticing the constant attention, Yu turns back to meet Shiny's eyes with curiosity. Yu playfully teases Shiny for staring at her so much throughout the day. Shiny blushes and questions why Yuing so observant of her habits. Yu responds with a confident look, clearly enjoying the dynamic between them. Feeling a sense of victory, Yu strikes a cute pose while surrounded by floral effects. Shiny looks on with a mix of confusion and suspicion, wondering if Yu has overlooked something. Yu checks her phone and suggests they visit a creative park to see some interesting artwork. Once they arrive, Yu plays the role of photographer while Shiny poses stoically on a brick ledge. The two head inside for a quick selfie in a vibrant, pink-themed room. While exploring, they stop to check out some traditional snacks from a street vendor. Yu happily munches on her treat while Shiny looks on with her usual calm demeanor. As the day winds down, Yu laughs about how quickly time passes when they're together. Shiny grows quiet, realizing Yu hasn't brought up a certain topic the entire time. Yu remains in high spirits, blissfully unaware of Shiny's internal monologue. Finally, Shiny stops walking and asks Yu directly if she's forgetting something important. Yu looks confused by Shiny's question about forgetting something important. Shiny turns away flustered, telling Yu to just head home. Yu playfully teases Shiny while being pushed away. Yu maintains a bright, mischievous expression. Yu explains she was testing Shiny to see if she remembered their post-date promise. Shiny realizes Yu was only joking around with her. Yu laughs, admitting the prank was intentional. Shiny stares blankly at Yu's playful behavior. Yu reaches into her bag to grab a surprise. Yu presents a heart-shaped keepsake for Shiny. Yu worries that Shiny might not like the gift. Shiny looks away, appearing visibly flustered. Shiny confirms she likes the gift despite her reaction. Yu smiles happily at the positive response. Yu helps Shiny fasten the charm around her neck. Shiny looks down at the new accessory. Yu claps, praising how great the keepsake looks. Shiny wonders why Yu didn't keep it for herself. Yu reveals she bought a second matching piece. Shiny watches as Yu prepares her own charm. Yu asks for help securing the clasp. Shiny looks at Yu with a quiet, thoughtful expression. Shiny begins the academic task of helping Yu with the keepsake. Shiny mentions the date is officially over. She notes that their time together is concluding as planned. Shiny mentions traditional date-ending customs. Shiny moves closer to Yu during the quiet pause. Shiny tells her friend she can get up now that they've finished their conversation. The two stand together as the sun begins to set on their day out. Shiny expresses her gratitude for the time they spent together. Yu looks back with a soft, appreciative expression. When Shiny asks for a quick hug, she gets a flat rejection. Shiny tries to use her charm to change her friend's mind. Yu stands her ground, calling the request a bit much. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of a young boy. Shiny quickly shifts her focus and relaxes as the boy approaches them. Kimi remains silent, looking unimpressed by the scene before him. He decides he's seen enough and starts heading inside without a word. The girls watch him go, noting his surprisingly mature attitude. He disappears through the doors without looking back once. Yu is shocked that he didn't try to cause a scene or tag along. Shiny finds the whole situation amusingly out of character for him. She's genuinely impressed that the kid seems to have grown up so much. Suddenly, Shiny is caught off guard by an unexpected gesture of affection. Her face turns bright red as she processes the sudden closeness. Yu decides to give in and offers a brief, friendly embrace to end the day on a high note. The night sky hangs over the quiet apartment complex where the day's events finally settle. Yu takes a moment to relax in a bubble bath, her mind drifting back to the unexpected moments shared with Shiny. Across town, another building stands illuminated under the stars as the evening continues. Shiny sits at her desk, still processing everything that happened during their time together. She quietly examines a small red charm, holding the keepsake close while lost in thought. With her phone in hand, she hesitates, trying to find the right words to reach out. A soft blush creeps onto her face as she stares at the screen, feeling the weight of her lingering emotions. She opens a messaging app featuring a colorful, customized keyboard to draft a note. Every time she types something out, she second-guesses herself and hits the delete key. She struggles to compose a message about the gift she received, worried about how it might come across. Ultimately, she settles on a more formal reminder about school regulations to keep things grounded. She stares at the final product, hoping the tone isn't too cold or distant. Meanwhile, Yu finishes up and dries her hair, still buzzing with excitement over the hug they shared. Suddenly, a notification chime echoes through the room as her phone lights up on the bed. Yu lunges for the device, eager to see if her intuition about a message was correct. The text from Shani arrives, strictly reminding her to be on time for a class meeting the next day. Yu's eyes sparkle with joy as she reads the simple words from her friend. She clutches the phone to her chest, convinced that the message is a sign that she was being missed. She quickly fires back a series of energetic responses, promising to bring a surprise breakfast for everyone. On the other end, Shani looks at the rapid-fire replies and worries that her initial message was a bit too blunt. The following morning, Yu arrives at the meeting spot full of energy and carrying bags of food. She greets Shani and Kimi, proud of her perfect timing and the breakfast she prepared. Yu leans in close to point out that she and Shani are wearing matching outfits for the day. She remains high-spirited, suggesting they take their time eating as they walk to school. Kimi watches the lively interaction with a flat, unimpressed expression. He remains quiet, observing the usual chaotic energy that follows Yu wherever she goes. When Yu hands him a bag of food, he offers a brief word of thanks despite his skeptical look. Yu finishes the exchange with a playful wink and a peace sign, joking about her duties to look after the group. Yu reminds the group they need to hurry for their morning recitation. She glances back, realizing they are cutting it close. Shani and Kimi suddenly stop as something on the ground catches their attention. A tiny white kitten sits alone on the pavement. Yu gently pets the kitten as it nuzzles against her hand. Shani looks on with concern, noting the kitten appears abandoned. Yu feels an immediate sense of sympathy for the small stray. Kimi stares at the tiny creature, unsure of what to do. The trio huddles together to discuss the kitten's fate. Shani and Kimi question the logistics of the situation since they have class. Yu decides they should just bring the kitten to school with them. The scene shifts to the school building as the day begins. Wan Yai stands among the arriving students, looking observant. She notices something suspicious happening nearby. Shani and Yu sneak across the school grounds carrying a hidden box. Wan Yi watches their secretive behavior with a skeptical glare. Inside Junior Class 1, the teacher prepares to start without the class leaders. The teacher looks disappointed that neither the president nor vice president has arrived. Yu and Shani finally burst into the room, looking completely flustered. The teacher sternly tells them to report to the office after the session. Wan Yu watches them, wondering where they were hiding earlier. Once the bell rings, the two girls sneak back out into the hallway. Wan Yai follows them closely, peering around a corner to maintain her cover. Yu and Shani check on the kitten hidden in a quiet nook. They worry about the risks of keeping a pet on campus. Wan Yi walks up behind them while they discuss getting supplies. The girls are terrified when Wan Yi suddenly demands to know what they're doing. They show her the white kitten they've been hiding in the box. Wan Yai connects the dots regarding their suspicious behavior all morning. Yu excitedly discusses the prospect of raising the kitten at school. Wan Yi remains practical, pointing out the potential for accidents. Shani looks down, contemplating the weight of their new responsibility. Yu wonders if someone else might have been better suited to take the kitten home. Students on the field notice the sports balls are flat and decide someone needs to fetch new ones from storage. A girl with light brown hair stands by, listening to the conversation. She takes the initiative and walks off toward the school's storage area. Arriving at the door, she wonders why such a place doesn't even have a lock. Inside the dusty room, she begins searching the shelves for the equipment. Suddenly, a strange rattling sound comes from the dark corner of the room. Panic sets in as she jumps back, fearing she's encountered something supernatural. A tiny white kitten peeks out from under the shelf, letting out a soft meow. The girl stares in disbelief at the unexpected visitor. She softens her expression and crouches down to talk to the little stray. Meanwhile, back in class, the group is distracted and worried about their secret. Wan Yi and Shani try to focus on their lessons, but the thought of the kitten's safety weighs on them. Shani keeps her head down, diligently working through the school day. The group heads toward the school store to stock up on essentials after class. With bags full of snacks and supplies, Yu, Shani, and Wan Yi prepare to visit their hidden pet. The trio approaches the storage room, ready to check on the kitten. Yu leads the way, excited to show off the treats she bought. They open the door and peer into the room, expecting to see their furry friend. The group freezes in shock at the sight before them. The box where they left the kitten is completely empty. Panicked, they realize the kitten has managed to escape the storage room. Yu and Shani rush outside, determined to find the pet before anything happens. Wan Yai follows close behind, trying to keep everyone calm. She stops at the doorway, sensing that something else is going on. Shani and Yu look around the school grounds with worried expressions. Yu is visibly distressed, fearing that someone might have taken the kitten away. Suddenly, a familiar meow catches her attention, causing her to spin around. The white kitten is standing right there on the pavement, looking perfectly fine. An older cat approaches the kitten with a protective air. The two felines nuzzle together, realizing they have found each other again. Yu gets overly emotional at the reunion while Shiny watches with a more grounded perspective. The sun shines over the school building as the day winds down. Wan Yai looks on with a skeptical expression while the others talk. Yu and Shiny discuss their decision to leave the kitten at school where it found a friend. The trio walks home together, debating who was supposed to take responsibility for the small stray. Shiny suggests a simple name for the cat, but the suggestion doesn't seem to go over well. Wan Yi dismisses the naming ideas as increasingly strange. Yu laughs and suggests the vice president just name the kitten after herself. Wan Yi remains quiet, observing the interaction with a blank stare. He looks away, seemingly disinterested in the ongoing naming debate. The group approaches a large residential complex as they continue their walk. Yu suggests the name Cactus because of the kitten's prickly fur, leaving the others baffled. Shiny gives a deadpan look, unimpressed by the latest naming suggestion. A student from their school suddenly appears on the path ahead. The girl walks with her head down, lost in her own thoughts. She stops in her tracks when she realizes she's bumped into the trio. Yu, Shiny, and Wan Yi freeze as they recognize the unexpected visitor. The girl stands awkwardly, unsure of how to react to the cold reception. She knees her down with an icy, unforgiving gaze. Yu remembers seeing this girl before and senses the rising tension. Yai loses his cool and immediately begins shouting at the intruder. Yu is caught off guard by his sudden and intense aggression. The girl tries to apologize, claiming she was simply passing through the area. Wan Yi isn't buying it and barks that she is absolutely not welcome there. Yu and Wan Yi watch closely as the confrontation reaches breaking point. Shiny looks away, clearly distressed by the girl's presence. The others hang back while the girl attempts to approach Shiny directly. When the girl reaches out to touch her arm, Shiny snaps and aggressively shoves her hand away. Shiny looks visibly shaken and distressed by the sudden encounter. Without a word, she turns her back and prepares to walk away with a cold expression. Yu watches the tense exchange with a look of pure confusion and concern. Shiny and Wan Yai head down the path, leaving Yu standing alone as she watches them depart. Yu lingers for a moment, silently processing the heavy atmosphere. The mysterious girl stands alone on the sidewalk, looking down at the ground in silence. She eventually looks up, her expression filled with a sense of longing and sadness. Yu decides to stay behind and approaches the girl to figure out what is going on. Yu stares at her, trying to gauge the stranger's intentions. The girl seems surprised that someone stayed behind to talk to her. She looks at Yu with a mix of uncertainty and curiosity. When asked about her relationship with Shiny, Yu confidently confirms they are friends. The girl is taken aback when Yu clarifies that their bond goes much deeper than that. She looks down again, seemingly overwhelmed by Yu's directness. Yu suggests they find a place to talk so she can finally get some answers. The two move their conversation to a quiet outdoor cafe nearby. They sit across from one another at a small table, ready to dive into the past. Yu waits patiently for the girl to explain her history with the VP. A flashback reveals a younger Shiny looking exhausted and troubled while resting. Wan Ye appears in the memory, looking worried about his sister's well-being. The siblings are shown together in the past, clearly dealing with a difficult situation. Shiny's past self is seen with a distant, melancholic gaze during their school days. Back in the present, the girl introduces herself as Sun Zhaoan and reveals she was Shiny's middle school classmate. Yu listens closely as Zuin explains they didn't just share a classroom, but sat next to each other as well. Zuin stares ahead, lost in the memories of their time together. She pauses for a moment, the weight of the past clearly hanging over her. Yu asks for clarification on the comment about them being more than just friends. Yu focuses intensely on Zuin, sensing that a major revelation is coming. Zuin explains that their relationship was on an entirely different level than a normal friendship. Someone nearby catches a snippet of the conversation and listens in closely. The eavesdropper tries to act natural while hiding her blushing face behind her drink. At the outdoor cafe, Yu and Zuin sit across from each other, while the curious student lingers at a nearby table. The girl recognizes Zuin from a previous encounter and wonders what she could possibly be discussing with a senior. She remains completely focused on the conversation, eager to hear every bit of gossip. A sense of unease fills the air as the discussion turns toward a more personal subject. Zuin suddenly admits that her feelings for Shiny are strictly romantic, shocking her companion. Yu is left completely stunned by the bluntness of the confession. She quickly asks if the two are currently in a relationship. Zuin stares back with a serious and unwavering expression. Her intense gaze shows that she isn't joking about her intentions. Yu waits for a response, her face filled with curiosity. She looks on expectantly, wanting to hear the truth about their status. Zuin clarifies that while they aren't together yet, she is doing her best to make that happen soon. The girl at the next table is blown away by how direct Zuin is being. Yu brushes her hair back, feeling a bit flustered by the bold statement. She looks away for a moment, processing the unexpected information. Zuin asks if Yu is worried that Shiny might misunderstand why they are talking. She explains that her feelings are no secret, and that she has mentioned them multiple times. The two continue their conversation in the quiet atmosphere of the cafe. Yu gives an awkward smile, wondering why Xuan is choosing to share all of this with her. Xuan insists that these are her genuine feelings, and she sees no reason to hide them. Yu questions if Shiny's cold and introverted nature is really the kind of personality Xuan is attracted to. Xuan admits that she was initially drawn to Shiny because of her unique appearance and aura. She notes that Shiny's tendency to keep others at a distance only makes people want to understand her more. A flashback shows a younger, quiet Shiny offering a simple greeting. A younger Sun Xuan introduces herself with a bright and friendly smile, marking the start of their history. In a flashback, Sun Xuan introduces herself to Shiny, who remains silent and distant. Shiny gives a cold, expressionless look that reinforces her reputation as an unapproachable student. Despite the lack of response, Xuan continues to observe the quiet girl from a distance. The two stand side by side in silence, highlighting the vast social gap between them. While the rest of the class socializes and bonds, Shiny remains completely isolated from her peers. She walks away from the crowd, choosing to do everything on her own without disturbing anyone. Xuan is visibly moved as she recalls the moment Shiny finally offered her a small, rare smile. She remembers wanting to be more than just a casual acquaintance to the mysterious girl. The two begin spending more time together, even following each other through the school halls between classes. Other students start taking notice of their unusual bond and begin asking prying questions. Xuan initially feels proud of being the only one who could get the vice president to open up. However, the constant questioning from her peers starts to make her feel cornered and defensive. A group of students gathers in the hallway to gossip about the nature of their relationship. Xuan is caught off guard when they suggest her feelings for Shiny might be more than just platonic. Bombarded with intrusive questions about their private interactions, Xuan becomes visibly flustered and embarrassed. Her heart pounds as she struggles to find a way to deflect the peer pressure and protect her reputation. Under the stress of the situation, she forces a nervous smile and prepares to make a regrettable comment to fit in. Shiny stands frozen in the background, having overheard the hurtful words that would ultimately shatter their friendship. Xuan sits alone at a cafe table, looking downcast as she reflects on her past. She meets with Yu at an outdoor table to discuss her complicated history with Shiny. Xuan offers a pained smile while admitting she's the only one doing the talking. Yu listens with a neutral expression as the story of their former bond unfolds. Xuan recalls the time they were close, her expression filled with bittersweet nostalgia. Her hands fidget nervously in her lap, betraying the guilt and regret she feels. She looks away, clearly troubled by the weight of her previous actions. Yu remains silent, absorbing the confession without offering immediate comfort. Xuan continues to look somber, trapped in her own thoughts. She tries to speak up again as Yu prepares to leave the conversation. Yu stands firm, stating she won't involve herself in their past misunderstandings. She bluntly explains that as an outsider, she won't pass on any messages. Xuan stares down at the table, processing the cold reality of Yu's refusal. Yu admits she wants to know Shiny's past, but has no right to change it. Xuan looks up, expressing a faint hope to be part of Shiny's future again. A close-up shows her wide, vulnerable eyes as she listens to Yu's advice. Yu tells her to apologize directly instead of hiding behind a stranger. Xuan is stunned by the directness of the suggestion. She realizes that her own fear has been the primary cause of her current isolation. Yu stands up to depart, signaling that the meeting is over. She walks away from the cafe, leaving Xuan alone with her thoughts. Yu glances back momentarily as she makes her exit. As she walks, Yu muses on how differently they handle their problems. Her face flushes with frustration as she struggles with her own curiosity about the situation. The day begins at the school campus under a bright, clear sky. Shiny walks through the grounds, appearing lost in her own thoughts. Yu follows behind, clearly struggling with a lack of sleep after a long night. Her exhaustion is obvious as she dwells on the secret she's keeping from Shiny. Despite the crowds, Yu remains annoyed by the drama surrounding the mysterious girl from the previous day. Meanwhile, Wan Yi is also feeling the effects of a restless night spent overthinking. She recalls a moment where Yu seemed particularly resolute. This memory has her swooning, fully embracing her status as a fan. She walks with a bounce in her step, determined to keep the positive momentum going. Wan Yi catches sight of Yu and Shiny walking together ahead of her. She rushes up to them with a high-energy greeting, surprising the duo. The group pauses to discuss their plans for lunch later in the day. Yu looks completely drained, barely managing a weak agreement to the plan. Wan Yi notices the change in energy and wonders why her senior seems so unenthusiastic. Lunchtime arrives as the students head toward the various food stalls in the cafeteria. Yu starts on her meal, though her mind is clearly elsewhere. She continues eating mechanically while deep in thought. Yu steals a glance at Shiny, contemplating their current dynamic. She decides to stop overthinking and wait for Shiny to open up on her own terms. Nearby, Wan Yi observes them closely, questioning the true nature of their relationship. She perceives that Yu under a lot of pressure following yesterday's events. Despite her internal conflict, Yu keeps eating while trying to ignore her growing curiosity. Wan Yi's brain goes into overdrive as she plots a way to get the two of them some alone time. Yu and Shiny listen as a sudden suggestion for an after-school activity is made. The idea of a high-stakes environment like an escape room catches Yu off guard. Yu suddenly perks up, shouting that she needs the excitement to wake up her sluggish brain. She insists they go immediately, fearing she'll stay in this daze forever if they don't. The group arrives at Lala Horror Escapes, a venue decorated with industrial gears and brick walls. At the reception desk, the staff explains that each room varies in difficulty and horror rating. Shiny and Yu consider starting with a typical, standard-themed room to keep things simple. Wan Yi ignores the safe choice and enthusiastically demands they take on the hardest challenge available. Guided by an employee, the three girls enter the pitch-black room, while wearing blindfolds to let their eyes adjust. While unable to see, Yu asks the guide if they should expect any jump scares from actors. The staff reveals a twist where one member of the group will be randomly kidnapped during the session. Wan Yi secretly hopes she is the one taken since she managed to sneak her phone inside. Yu expresses concern that her specific appearance might make her a prime target for the actors. Shini stares ahead, worried that the experience might be too intense for her friends if they get separated. The trio stands together in the center of the dark, eerie room waiting for the game to officially begin. Following instructions, the girls lift their blindfolds to finally reveal their surroundings. They quickly spot a laptop sitting on a nearby desk, serving as their first potential clue. The computer screen is locked, requiring a password to access the next stage of the puzzle. While Yu and Shiny examine the laptop, Wan Yi searches for numbers hidden within the nearby books. Yu realizes the logic behind the puzzle and celebrates her quick thinking. Yu kneels down to input the code while her friends stand by to assist. Shiny leans in close to Yu as they both focus intensely on solving the digital lock. Wan Yi watches the two from the side, satisfied that her plan to bring them together is working perfectly. She prepares to use her hidden phone to capture a photo of the moment in the dim light. Suddenly, an unknown hand reaches out and touches Wan Yi's shoulder from the shadows. Wan Yi turns around and is met with a pale, masked figure staring directly at her. The sudden fright causes her to let out a deafening scream of absolute terror. Startled by the noise, Yu whips her head around to see what happened to her friend. The masked NPC remains perfectly still, maintaining an unsettling presence in the dark. Panicked, the three girls huddle together in a defensive bunch to face the threat. The creepy actor drops to the floor and crawls away into the darkness, leaving them on edge. The group stands frozen in shock, processing the terrifying encounter before trying to continue the game. Visitors in these attractions usually group together and hold hands for comfort. They often huddle and shout when faced with a spooky surprise. However, this trio continues through the dark halls without showing any outward signs of fear. Wan Yi suggests switching positions to move to the back of the line. Yu claims that she doesn't get scared easily while maintaining a confident expression. Wan Yi is impressed by her friend's bravery, even as her own nerves remain high. Loud sound effects and flashing lights fill the room as the group proceeds. Yu thinks about how the intense sound effects help build an immersive atmosphere for her plan. They continue walking deeper into the attraction as the loud noises persist. Yu glances back, seemingly satisfied with the way the event is unfolding. A masked actor peeks out from behind a corner room, decorated with red stains on the walls. Startled by the figure, Wan Yi shouts and quickly moves toward her friends for safety. Wan Yi tries to play it cool, suggesting she stay in the back while the others lead. Wan Yi offers to protect the others as they navigate the scary environment. Yu claims she is just recovering from a previous surprise and is actually quite brave. The group begins searching the area for clues to solve the next puzzle. A prop hand with red markings suddenly drops from the ceiling, causing a momentary panic for Wan Yi and Yu. Despite the sudden prop, Shiny remains stoic and unaffected while the others react. Yu is baffled by Shiny's lack of reaction to the intense environment. Wan Yi finds Shiny's fearlessness impressive as the student leader examines a newly found note. The group follows the instructions and stands in individual stalls as part of the challenge. Yu feels anxious about the possibility of being the one separated from the group. Wan Yi hopes her previous analysis of the game's mechanics keeps her safe. Wan Yi nervously asks if standing together would result in everyone being taken by the actors. Wan Yi looks completely shocked when she realizes that Shiny has suddenly disappeared from their side. Yu and Wan Yi panic in the dark escape room, realizing their friend was whisked away to another section of the challenge. The two remaining girls try to communicate through a wall, hoping Shiny can hear them from wherever she ended up. Yu places her hands against the partition, relieved to finally hear Shiny's voice coming from the other side. Wan Yi senses a hint of judgment in Shiny's calm response, despite the frightening situation they are in. Yu blushes slightly while promising to find Shiny and bring her back to the group as soon as possible. Shiny stands alone in her section, looking away with her usual stoic and unfazed expression. Shiny calmly acknowledges the plan, showing absolutely no signs of fear while waiting in the dark. Back in the main room, Yu and Wan Yi look around for any clues that might lead to Shiny's location. Yu spots a potential clue, her eyes widening as she focuses on the task of saving her friend. Yu moves toward a mysterious box, determined to solve the puzzle and prove her reliability. In a dramatic mental visualization, Yu sees herself as a heroic knight in shining armor ready for battle. The fantasy continues with Knight Yu vowing to protect Shiny, who is depicted as a princess in need of rescue. Wan Yi is overjoyed, imagining the dynamic between her two friends is finally moving in the right direction. The girls continue their search, but a small jump scare pops out of a box and catches them off guard. Shani remains completely unimpressed by the scares, maintaining her neutral expression while the others scream. Shani stands patiently in her area, waiting for the others to finish the puzzle and reunite the group. She reflects on the experience, deciding that participating in these social activities is a productive way to bond. Even with her stoic demeanor, Shani seems to appreciate the genuine effort her friends are making for her. Shani's gaze softens slightly as the group finally reunites and prepares to exit the attraction. The group successfully completes the Lala horror escape room in just over an hour. Outside in the lobby, the girls chat with the staff about the highlights of the experience. As they walk outside, they notice the overcast sky and decide it's time to head home before the rain starts. A yellow taxi pulls up to the curb to pick up the students and take them home. Yu checks in with her friends to see who lives in the same direction so they can share a ride. Wan Yi waves a cheerful goodbye, clearly satisfied with how the day turned out. Shani looks out from the back seat of the taxi as she prepares to depart for the evening. The girls exchange final goodbyes through the car window as their weekend outing comes to a close. A yellow taxi cruises through the city streets as the group heads home after their outing. Inside the cab, Wan Yi talks excitedly about how thrilling and exhilarating the escape room experience was. Shani stares out the window, seemingly deep in her own thoughts and logic regarding the fear she felt. Noticing the silence, Wan Yi looks over at her friend with a curious and concerned expression. The atmosphere in the back seat remains quiet as the two girls sit together. Wan Yi eventually asks Shani what she is thinking about, but Shani claims it is nothing. Shani doesn't offer much more of a response, keeping her gaze fixed on the passing scenery. The taxi soon pulls up to a large, modern apartment complex. Wan Yi lowers the window and waves goodbye, promising to see Shani the next day. Shani steps out and heads toward the entrance while Wan Yi watches her from the car. She stands on the sidewalk for a moment as the yellow cab disappears into the distance. She begins walking toward the building entrance with a neutral, stoic expression. As she nears the door, she senses someone nearby and turns her head slightly. Back in the taxi, Wan Yi reflects on Shani's unusual mood, noting she doesn't seem as happy as she was before. She continues to look out the rear window, pondering what could be weighing on her friend's mind. Meanwhile, a girl with short hair is seen standing near the entrance of the building. She looks off to the side, appearing to be waiting for someone to arrive. The girl's eyes widen in shock and realization when she spots Shani approaching. Shani stops in her tracks, looking back at the unexpected visitor with a flat stare. An awkward silence falls between the two as they stand face to face in front of the building. The short-haired girl looks incredibly anxious and begins to break into a nervous sweat. They maintain a significant distance between each other in the quiet courtyard area. Shani's expression remains cold and completely unreadable. The girl looks down at the ground, admitting she likely made Shani feel uncomfortable by showing up. Shani continues to stare her down, offering no immediate comfort or reaction. They stand like opposites in the large glass entryway, surrounded by the weight of their shared history. The girl remains tense and keeps her gaze lowered, unable to meet Shani's eyes. Shani bluntly asks the girl if she hates her. A dark memory flashes through Shani's mind of being surrounded by mocking silhouettes and cruel whispers from her past. She closes her eyes for a moment, seemingly processing the painful recollection. The girl explains that she has actually wanted to apologize for her past actions for a very long time. She closes her eyes and bows her head in a gesture of sincere regret. She admits she was naive and cared too much about what others said, instead of trusting her own feelings. Shani remains stoic and tall, telling the girl that she doesn't need to hear any explanations for what happened. Sun Suin stands quietly, processing the weight of the conversation. Shani stands firm, asking if the other girl truly understands the gravity of the situation. Shani explains that a person's desperate need for group acceptance often stems from low self-esteem and a fear of outside opinions. Xuan starts to object, her expression turning desperate as she tries to explain the motivation behind her past behavior. Shani remains stoic, waiting for her former classmate to find the right words. Xuan struggles with her internal conflict, looking down as the tension rises. The student wonders if she should finally be honest about her real thoughts and reveal the truth. She admits that her hurtful words were a result of her own selfishness and a desperate need to escape the pressure of her peers. Xuan's eyes reflect her realization of how much her past actions were driven by fear. Shani warns her that living purely for the approval of others is an exhausting and miserable path. Xuan is taken aback by Shani's direct and unexpectedly insightful perspective. Shani suggests they are even now, acknowledging her own cold behavior during their previous encounter. Xuan asks a vulnerable question, wondering if Shani truly feels no resentment toward her. Shani takes a moment to consider her answer, her gaze drifting to the side. She admits that while she can't completely erase the past, she isn't interested in holding onto a grudge forever. Xuan listens intently as Shani offers a path toward finally moving on from their shared history. The two girls stand in the middle of the quiet street, a heavy sense of closure hanging in the air. Xuan reflects on the dark memories of past rejections and the immense pressure she felt to conform. She acknowledges that she spent far too long running away from the consequences of her choices. While the thought of friendship crosses her mind, she concludes that some bridges are simply too damaged to rebuild. Shinny maintains her calm demeanor as the conversation reaches its final turning point. Zuin mentions a past admiration that made their dynamic even more complicated and difficult to navigate. Shinny listens to the confession with a neutral, steady expression, showing no signs of judgment. Zuin offers a brief, platonic gesture of closure before they go their separate ways. Having finally spoken her mind and faced her past, Zuin finds a newfound sense of peace and relief. Sun Zhaoan offers a final, platonic gesture of closure as the two stand together one last time. They separate after their long conversation, standing a short distance apart in the quiet hallway. Zuin begins to walk away, finally leaving Shinny alone with her thoughts. Shinny stands silently, reflecting on the heavy conversation that just concluded. Her expression remains stoic and thoughtful as she processes the newfound closure. She thinks back on her own words regarding her choice to trust others again. Looking around the empty walkway, Shinny starts to notice a presence nearby. She spots a familiar figure hiding behind a pillar just a short distance away. Shinny looks surprised and slightly concerned to realize she's been watched the entire time. Wan Yi peeks out from her hiding spot, looking completely caught red-handed. She realizes Shinny has spotted her and freezes in place with an awkward expression. Shinny stares her down, wondering exactly how much of the private conversation was overheard. A mental image shows that Wan indeed witnessed the parting gesture between the two ex-classmates. Wan Yai awkwardly steps out, explaining she just wanted to make sure Shinny made it home safely. Shinny wonders if the girl is feeling uncomfortable after witnessing such a personal moment. She considers if she should offer an explanation despite their own complicated dynamic. Shinny looks down, feeling a bit conflicted about being seen in such a vulnerable state. Wan Yai stands her ground and repeats the words Shinny said about trusting someone special. Shinny looks up, startled that Wan Yai heard such a deep admission. The two students face each other in the quiet corridor as the atmosphere grows tense. Wan Yi asks directly if she is the important person Shinny was referring to. Shinny stares back silently, unable to give an immediate answer to the blunt question. A sudden bolt of lightning flashes across the darkening sky, breaking the silence between them. Heavy rains to pour down, drenching the city buildings in seconds. Wan Yi quickly pulls her jacket over her head to shield herself from the sudden downpour. She holds her jacket up to cover Shinny as well, acting as a makeshift umbrella for the both of them. Wan Yai looks determined to keep Shinny dry despite the cold weather. Shinny looks at her with a softened expression and suggests they head to her place to escape the rain. Heavy rain pours over a large apartment building as the storm intensifies. Shinny and Wan Yai stand silently in front of the elevator doors, the air thick with tension. Wan Yai stares ahead, her expression unreadable as she waits for Shinny to speak. She maintains her steady gaze, feeling the weight of the unanswered question from their walk. Shinny looks down, still avoiding the difficult conversation, while they stand in the hallway. Shinny remains quiet, her gaze fixed on the floor as she processes her thoughts. She starts to speak but hesitates, unable to find the right words just yet. Other residents walk past them as they wait for the elevator to arrive. An elderly neighbor complains about the weather as the elevator finally opens for them. Shinny looks away, clearly distracted by the unresolved tension between her and Wan Yai. Inside the apartment, Wan Yi's mother comments on the heavy downpour outside. The girls arrive home and the mother kindly invites Shinny to stay for dinner once again. Kimi, the younger brother, asks why they're back so late from their outing. The family and Shinny sit down together for a warm meal while the storm rages outside. Kimi notices Shinny's unusually quiet demeanor during the meal. He observes her closely, noting that she seems different from her usual upbeat self. The mother notes how much colder it has become with the rain. Wan Yi listens to the conversation, remaining relatively quiet herself. Shinny mentions that she seems to end up at their house whenever it rains. The mother looks on with a gentle and understanding expression. She agrees, noting that it does seem to be a recurring theme for them. Kimi continues eating, still thinking about how Shinny is acting out of character. Later, Kimi dries his hair after a shower, reflecting on his sister's relationship with Shinny. He asks his mother where the two girls went after they finished dinner. He is shocked to hear they are already in the bedroom together. Kimi stares blankly, surprised by how fast they moved to the room. The mother tells him they are just doing homework and to leave them be. In the bedroom, Wan Yi sits at the desk, while Shinny sits on the edge of the bed. Shinny looks toward Wan Yi, the silence from the elevator finally catching up to them. Wan Yi turns her head slightly, acknowledging Shinny's presence in the quiet room. Shinny remembers the moment Wan Yi saw her in a vulnerable state earlier that day. She confronts the fact that Wan Yi witnessed the entire encounter with Zuin. Shinny looks down, feeling the pressure of the situation. Wan Yi wonders if she should offer an explanation for what happened. She decides she wants to be honest about her feelings and the current situation. Shinny looks up, ready to hear what Wan Yi has to say. Shinny sits at a desk while Wan Yi sits on the bed, the two of them finally alone to talk. Shinny questions what exactly it is that Wan Yi cares about so much. Wan Yi hesitates, her expression clouded with uncertainty as she looks away. Shinny presses further, asking for the real reason she was suddenly invited over to the apartment. The tension in the room is palpable as they face each other in the quiet space. Wan Yi remains quiet for a moment, struggling to find the right words. She eventually notes that Shini seemed to have a lot on her mind throughout the day. Sitting across from each other, Wan Yi asks if Shini's distracted mood was caused by Sun Suin. Shini listens calmly, showing no immediate reaction to the mention of the name. Wan Yi is visibly surprised and asks if Shini actually knows the girl. Shini denies it, but Wan Yi quickly points out that she shouldn't know the girl's name then. Wan Yi recalls seeing the girl waiting downstairs for Shini the other day. Shini stares ahead, processing the fact that Wan Yi had been watching them. The distance between the desk and the bed highlights the growing emotional rift between the two. Wan Yi looks down, reiterating how absent-minded Shini has appeared lately. Shini maintains a steady, cool gaze as the interrogation continues. She flatly denies that her behavior has anything to do with the other girl. Wan Yi looks skeptical, clearly not convinced by the short answer. Shini stands firm, insisting that she has already given her answer on the matter. Wan Yi looks away, seemingly dropping the subject for the moment. Shini's expression turns sharper as she asks why Wan Yi even brought it up if she had already overheard the conversation. Wan Yi is caught off guard by the sudden shift in the confrontation. Shini suggests that Wan Yi should consider if her distraction was actually caused by Wan Yi herself. While holding a pen over her papers, Shini questions what the two of them even are to each other right now. The atmosphere becomes heavy as they struggle to define their relationship during the argument. Wan Yi looks startled, her eyes wide as she tries to grasp the weight of Shini's words. Shini looks down, her expression serious and focused on the honesty of the moment. Wan Yi is left speechless, processing the confession of feelings. Shini points out that Wan Yi treats everyone with the same polite smile, making it hard to know where they stand. She expresses her frustration with the constant talk about liking one another without any clarity. Shini concludes by stating that Wan Yi simply hasn't figured out her own true intentions yet. Wan Yi pins Shini down on the bed, demanding her full attention. With an intense look, Wan Yi insists that her past actions shouldn't define her current feelings. She keeps Shini grounded, refusing to let the conversation end without a resolution. Wan Yi speaks with conviction, stating that no one can deny the depth of what she feels. Shini lies there in shock, listening to the girl's sudden outburst. Her gaze remains steady as she prepares to counter the emotional argument. Shini finally sits up, though the two remain in close proximity on the mattress. She points out that Wan Yi's general kindness makes it hard to distinguish any special treatment. They sit side by side, trying to navigate the confusing boundaries of their relationship. Shini looks down with a pained expression, feeling the weight of the misunderstanding. She decides to end the talk and stands up to check if the rain has stopped. Wan Yi watches her walk away, realizing the conversation is far from over. She suddenly reaches out and catches Shini's hand to stop her from leaving the room. In a swift motion, Wan Yi pulls Shini back down into a seated position to continue the discussion. She insists that Shini is the only one who receives this level of unique attention. Shini remains skeptical, her expression showing her deep-seated doubts about these claims. She tries to brush off Wan Yi's hand, feeling the tension in the room rising. A slight blush creeps onto Shini's face as the atmosphere turns increasingly awkward. She struggles to maintain her composure while avoiding direct eye contact. Wan Yi decides to end the debate by initiating a bold physical gesture to prove her intent. The sudden proximity leaves Shini wide-eyed and completely stunned. Shini immediately pushes back, creating distance as she tries to process what just happened. With a flustered face, she demands to know what Wan Yi is thinking. Wan Yi looks back with a serious gaze, asking if Shini truly thinks she acts this way with everyone. Shini can only stare back in silence, stunned by the directness of the challenge. Shini and Wan Yi sit together on the bed, facing each other in a tense silence. One of them grips the bedsheet tightly, showing their inner nervousness. Shini speaks up, calling the current situation inexplicable and confusing. Wan Yi looks on blankly as Shini wonders what the point of their repeated interactions even is. Wan Yi finally breaks the tension by bluntly stating she behaves this way because she likes Shini. Wan Yi blushes deeply, pointing out that normal friends wouldn't do the things they've done. Shini is caught off guard, staring at Wan Yi while processing the direct question about their relationship status. The realization hits Shini hard, leaving her stuttering and completely flustered. Wan Yi looks frustrated, assuming that she is obviously Shini's girlfriend. She continues to argue her point, looking annoyed that the status of their relationship is even being questioned. Shini reacts with shock, loudly questioning when exactly she ever agreed to be in a relationship. Shini remains stunned while Wan Yi asks if Shini doesn't like her back. Wan Yi looks down sadly, suggesting that Shini would have just ignored her otherwise. Frustration boils over as Wee rants about how a matter this important should have been confirmed officially. Shini stares in silence, looking thoughtful as she considers Wan Yi's emotional outburst. Shini stands up from the bed, catching Wan Yi's attention as she moves toward the center of the room. Wan Yi looks up from her seat, curious and a bit confused by Shini's sudden change in demeanor. Shini stands tall and announces that she has an incredibly important question to ask. Standing before her friend, Shini takes the lead and directly asks Wan Yi to be her girlfriend. Wan Yi is left wide-eyed and blushing, completely stunned by the sudden and official confession. Wan Yi stands frozen with a deep blush, processing the sudden and direct confession she just received. Shinny looks away with a serious yet slightly awkward expression, waiting for a response to her bold proposal. The atmosphere becomes lighthearted as the two exchange flustered remarks about how blunt the confession was. Determined to get a clear answer, Shiny repeats her question and asks if they can officially start dating. Wan Yi looks down, her face still burning red as she tries to handle the intensity of the moment. Shiny remains focused, her gaze steady as she waits for her partner to acknowledge their new status. Wan Yi can't help but giggle, finding Shiny's overly formal and serious approach to dating quite funny. Shiny kneels on the floor while Wan Yi sits on the bed, the two of them navigating this major shift in their dynamic. Wan Yi continues to hide her laughter behind her hand, still amused by the VP's sudden decisiveness. Shiny looks up with an earnest expression, asking for one final confirmation that they are now a couple. Wan Yi looks down with a soft smile, clearly touched by the effort being made to make things official. The two share a lighter moment as the initial tension of the argument fades into mutual joy. Shiny maintains her serious tone, reminding her partner that she is looking for a real commitment. She points out that the whole conversation started because of the previous lack of clarity between them. Wan Yi looks back with a clear and certain gaze, confirming that she only has eyes for Shiny. Shiny's expression softens into pure surprise and relief as she hears the confirmation she wanted. The room seems to brighten as Shiny realizes her feelings are fully reciprocated. Overjoyed by the success of her confession, Shiny leans forward to embrace her new girlfriend in a happy celebration. Wan Yi looks caught off guard by the sudden, enthusiastic display of affection. Shiny looks up with a beaming face, finally feeling secure in their official relationship. Wan Yi gazes back with a calm and affectionate look, fully accepting their new bond. The two share a quiet moment of mutual happiness, their faces flushed with the excitement of their new status. Meanwhile, Kimi sits nearby and covers his ears, clearly annoyed by the loud cheering coming from the other room. The day begins at the high school under a clear, sunny sky. Two students toward the entrance while discussing their future plans and athletic goals. They suddenly stop when they notice someone standing in an unusual spot near the gate. Wan Yi is seen leaning against the brick wall, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Her classmates approach to ask why she's just standing there instead of heading inside to class. With a bright and cheerful smile, she informs them that she's currently waiting for her lover. The pair is completely caught off guard by her blunt and unexpected confession. Wan Yi just laughs it off and maintains her playful energy. She leans in to whisper the identity of her partner, leaving them both frozen in utter disbelief. A student with glasses walks up next to greet her for the morning. When asked who the lucky person is, Wan Yi keeps the mystery going with a giggle. She whispers the truth once more, causing the student with glasses to have a total meltdown from the shock. Another student arrives and exchanges pleasantries with Wan Yi by the gate. The cycle repeats as the student asks what she's doing out there alone. After another happy laugh, Wan Yi shares her secret again. This leaves the latest student blushing intensely and completely flustered by the news. Finally, Shiny makes her appearance, walking calmly toward the school entrance. Seeing her partner, Wan Yi becomes overwhelmed with excitement and dashes toward her with pure joy. She looks up at Shiny with sparkling, admiring eyes. Shiny can't help but blush at the intense, affectionate gaze she's receiving. She asks why Wan Yi is staring so hard, looking a bit flustered herself. Wan Yi happily explains that she can't help but admire her beautiful partner. She continues to shower Shiny with compliments as they walk together, much to Shiny's slight embarrassment.